sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to get started here with the playoff stages. I'm Robin Roll. In a minute, I will be joined by Bowie. He's just had some computer issues, so he will be in shortly. But not to fear, we can get the party started just a little bit earlier before Bowie joins us. And looking through the Pinnacle anniversary show, we've seen some good plays already coming through from the group stages. Some great teams moving through into the playoffs. I think we're going to be able to take a look at the groups just to recap how they went and how it all broke down. So Group A, we can see that Team Tickles right at the top there. Got themselves a +6 on the board. Level Up and Bait all moved through. Bait to the lower bracket. Level Up and Team Tickles will be in that upper bracket to start. Group B, Falcons, Yellow Submarine, and Navi there dropping down to the lower bracket. Moneymakers and Atlas Burden didn't quite make it in, but it's still, a good showing for everybody in those groups. They picked up some games. Atlas Burden even picked up a win, in one of their matches, just couldn't take it on any further. Team Falcon's going to be at the top of the table there as we move through to Group C. Virtus Pro, 2-0s apart from 1-2-1. Team Clee and Sibe all moving through here. Marsbet and Boom, unfortunately, dropping out of Group C. Virtus Pro, the strongest in the group. Team Clee there as well will be in the upper bracket, and Sibe in the lower bracket. And it's, a good showing again for Virtus Pro. Meanwhile, Group D, the Dudley boys, they even have a logo now. Hype. Weren't able to close it out on an 8-0, but Alliance and Nemiga will move through with them. Keyd Stars getting some wins on the board. Klim Sonic there as well. At least one series for both of those teams, but unfortunately not enough to move them through into the winners. And it is going to be, it was tricky for Keyd Stars playing on all of that ping, but eventually, they got a couple of wins on the board, and Amiga will be moving through into the lowers. Alliance and the Dudley boys here moving through in the upper bracket. So they are going to be the games today in the upper bracket. As we take a look at the playoff schedule, we can see here just how it's all going to break down. So we've got the lower bracket on the right-hand side here, upper bracket on the left, starting off with Team Tickles versus Yellow Submarine, VP versus Alliance, and then Level Up versus Falcons, and Clee versus the Dudley boys coming up all today. And then we'll have the lower bracket run tomorrow to see who's going to be going home and who's going to be moving through for one more chance at survival. And take a look at the schedule today. I think, Virtus Pro versus Lions, probably one of the more hyped games we've got, but you can't underestimate Team Tickles versus Yellow Submarines here, and that is what me and Bowie are going to be on. Taking you through the first couple of games, and then I do believe in the second part of the day, it's going to be Hurry Freak and Kips taking you through the Dudley boys and Team Clee, and then Team Falcons versus Level Up. So some good matches to come today, and the first match of the day is going to be Team Tickles versus Yellow Submarine. Take a look at how it breaks down here for Yellow Submarine. They did go second in the groups, like I say, 5-4 in terms of games won and lost here as well. Series, it was 2-2. So they got that +1 coming up against Team Tickles, who are 4-0 in the group stage here, 8-2 in terms of games won and lost. So they did win every single series. They just ended up dropping a couple of games to Bait and to Level Up. Take a look at the lineup for Team Tickles. It is going to be Olnit, Larnoff, Force, Norman, and Ducalis. So they are looking to crack on, as we say, and get themselves into a good position moving through that upper bracket and continue this run of good form here for as long as possible. And I think they've looked really strong coming through. Yellow Submarine, Satanic, Rue, Ake, as well as Absolute Massive and Erase. Yeah, they've looked, again, younger players, so they've got some synergy issues to work out. And just get themselves on the board. So I do believe we should be joined by Bowie now as well. Bowie, are you there?
I'm very excited about this match. I think when we look at the Yellow Submarine, I kind of want to say that very impressed with the way they looked. Obviously, they're very young, so I'm not sure. Yeah. Is my screen?
Oh, you're back now. You're back.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I think they're actually very underrated. I don't think they can like 2-0 Tickles or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if they take a game, possibly the series. The draft, obviously, very important. I also feel like Yellow Submarine, the way they function, is quite reliant on Satanic so far. Yeah. Like from the games that I watched, it's a very 4 versus 1 type of draft, which can work, but at the highest level, there's some weakness there, and we'll see if Tickles can explore that or not.
Yeah, and Yellow Submarine, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the Team Spirit Academy team, potentially. Yeah. I know at least Satanic is, signed for the Team Spirit Academy, so yeah.
The Yellow Submarine handle is also something that Spirit used before everything, like before they got famous, so it's definitely the Team Spirit Academy sort of thing. Yeah. Maybe not official, but maybe they're just, waiting to kind of announce that.
Yeah, and maybe trying out players for this as well. Obviously, we know Satanic is signed as their Academy carry. So, yes, maybe trying out players here. And like you said, they've had a good showing in the Pinnacle Anniversary show. So, maybe it's going to be on the up and up, and maybe we do get a Spirit Academy coming out of this. But I maybe miss the Yellow Submarine tag if they took it away. As we get ourselves into the draft, we are going to see the Kunker and the Spirit Breaker coming out. So the bands, the Pugna, the Train, Primal Beast Centaur, as well as the Enchantress, the TA, and the Nature's Prophet being banned out here. It lets the Spirit Breaker and the Kunker through.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I like it. I've seen a fair amount of Spirit Breaker in this tournament, and I think the win rate has been decent. I think it's like 47% right now, but I don't understand how this hero is still like first phase ban, first phase pick. Like I really feel like there's a fair amount of issues with the hero, but it is Tickles playing it. There's a chance that they win with it. I don't want to sound like I'm too dumb, but I've seen like so many times offlane Spirit Breaker goes Midas. He's AFK for like 20 minutes, and it's not only the Breaker that got nerfed, but the Midas is nerfed as well. So I do have a couple of issues with it, and I would love to see Yellow Submarine find a way to explore this weakness a bit. I've seen Morphling being used against Breaker a lot, but he might just get banned right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that being removed. Like you say, it is a really strong hero. I mean, it's a strong hero in general at the minute. The Spirit Breaker, it's fairly dropped off. I mean, I was surprised that not at the changes, obviously, it was a strong hero during TI. It was one of the first, ban picks, and we'll see just how they're going to try and play around it, like saying Yellow Submarine. But the Kunker pick coming out here, I think this is the first Kunker of the tournament I've seen. It's always been first phase ban whenever I've been casting.
Yeah, it's an interesting hero, the Spirit Breaker. Like I still like it as a core. I think it's a fine core hero, but I've seen it so many times. You try to play it support, and it is literally a creep, and not the good kind of creep. So I do have my questions about the Spirit Breaker. I still feel like Kunkka is very good though. Despite all the nerfs, I feel like Kunkka is probably still a better mid than an offlane, but I think you can first phase him, and I like it way more than the Breaker.
Yeah, yeah, that's one of those heroes. The Dark Willow being banned as well as the Razor and the Grimshock here as well. Just to flick back to those, but yeah, the Kunkka seems to be one of those heroes. If it doesn't get first phase banned, it's always coming through in the first phase picks because it won't make it through the second phase. You know, the initial pick, because it won't make it through that second phase, because it does seem like even with the nerfs to the Torrent Storm and just the nerfs in general, it still seems like a very, very strong hero in the current meta.
Yeah, it is very strong. The versatility is nice as well. In pubs, it is played as a support sometimes. I didn't see it in competitive that much, but even when you look at the win rate here in the tournament, I think it's actually 50%. So pretty solid, right? I think it's probably where the hero is supposed to be at, not this. Like if you're still first phasing the hero and he has a 50% win rate, it probably sounds like he's still very good.
Yeah. Oh, right off the bat, the Tusk and Muerta locking in together. I like this combination just because, you know, you've got your Tusk that's going to be your frontline 5. You can, you know, a lot of lockdown coming through and just plays that bodyguard for the Muerta in the lane. Unless this is the Muerta 4, which we do see sometimes, like the Weaver 4 mentioned on Team Tickles. But yeah, the Muerta carry coming out with the Tusk in the lane, it feels like a really strong combination. And in fact, again, Muerta, one of those heroes that just seem to get in every phase, the first phase bans coming out. So again, Team Yellow Submarine being given both the Muerta and the Kunkka here, 2 heroes that I'm seeing ban out every time. Those are 2 big pickups, and I'm surprised that Team Tickles let them through.
Yeah, this combination specifically I really love as well. It doesn't matter if Tusk is going to be, if the Muerta is going to be core or support. Like, as long as you can get shards into the calling, it's so annoying to deal with. Like, as you try to run away, you get the dead shot back. It's a super strong combination. Really like it, as you said. Kind of surprising that it goes through, but you know, you got to pick and choose your battles, and they did allow that, and they're gonna go for the Alk. Now that is not a very popular hero dispatch. It's pretty much just Ramses and I don't know, you see it here and there by some other player, but this Alk, I've seen Sab actually playing as a support. Not sure if that's gonna be Tickle's attempt, since they do have a lot of flex, right? The Breaker could be support, the Weaver could be support, and now. Oh, okay, so it is support breaker. This is the only time support breaker is decent, when you have a Darkseer. I do like that, and they actually go Morphling anyways.
So yeah, so looking at the Muerta 4 here, that Morphling being going to be the core. Kunkka still flex up between off and mid. Looking at Team Tickles lineup, you've got the... So you expecting it to be the Spirit Breaker Darkseer offlane combination, so you can drop the Iron Shell, the Spirit Breaker can charge in? Yeah,
I do expect that. So that's probably going to be an Alk 5 then. And I'm assuming the Weaver is going to be a carry. I do like it. At the end of the day, everyone here can use the Iron Shell pretty well, even though Weaver's range, oftentimes she's like on top of people, especially because of the shard. So I'm okay with Tickle's draft. It's not very meta. So interested to see if it's going to work out. You know, it does feel like they're testing, trying out some things that are not popular, and you know, you gotta respect Yellow Submarine. I'm all for experimentation, but if you're going this far away from the meta, sometimes you can be surprised at how, like, the easy draft that has the meta picks can sometimes win just by having those heroes in the draft.
Yeah, and the Magnus the Invoker going to be the ban here, so maybe Tickle's thinking this is going to be the offlane Kunkka. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I would have thought it would have been the Weaver 5 Alchemist 1. But either way that comes out, like you've got the acid spray on the Kunkka.
You're right. It is possible. Although they pick it very... Let me think. Which one is better here? I actually prefer the Weaver carry this game. I think there's a fair amount of catch on the side of Yellow Submarine with the Shard and the X and the Muerta. I feel like the Alk is going to be forced to pop BKB for anything. But... You know, if they feel like this is a game he can just accelerate and win the game in 25 minutes, oftentimes it doesn't matter. But in a long game, I can see these Alks struggling a lot against the heroes inside of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, and I suppose the good thing is, if this is the Alk 5, that With the changes to the map now, you do have that space for more than your 3 cores to find farm. You've got the Grievel's Greed on it anyway, so it is going to be getting some quick items. You might find a couple of stacks as well, while the rest of the cores are on the other side of the map, something like that. So even though if it is going to be that Alchemist 5, I'm not going to say it's going to still be going Radiance into Basher, into AC, stuff like that, but there is still a decent amount of gold on the map for this Alchemist to get its build up going.
Yeah, and honestly, it could even be the Breaker 5. I've seen that in Pinnacle. So the amount of flex possible here for Tickles is insane. They can, besides the Dark Seer, we have no idea where any other is going.
And this is what Tickles is going to throw us through a loop, and it's going to be like the Dark Seer mid or something like that.
Yeah, that used to be popular before TI. I guess popular is a strong word, but it was played a couple of times as Yellow Submarine. Very confused, deservingly so, with what to ban here. They did take away the Necrophos. What do they lack? I think they have a fair amount of catch. I would like to see... Oh, so it is Skunka mid?
Mid, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, looking at the heroes that are left here, Team Tickles looking for potentially a mid laner. Are you looking now for... a bit of a damage dealer in there, maybe something like a Storm Spirit, because I mean, looking at it, Yellow Submarine don't really have a back line to jump. Even the Mortar at some point will get fairly not as tanky as you looking at the Brewmaster and the Kunkka, but there's no squishy hero there that can be a quick pick off here for the side of Team Tickles.
I would like to see a Puck. I think he also works I think similar to the Storm that you mentioned. You just want something that can also use the Iron Shell, and that has lockdown to kill either the Brew or the Morphling. Even the Tusk, I think the Silence is very strong against all the 3 heroes on the side of Yellow Submarine. So Puck kind of jumps to mind. He can lane fine versus Kunkka. But if you want to go for something else, maybe you can, if you're really confident, you can go for Alina, having that burst damage on the Morphling. You can like 100 to 0 him, charge plus, blink on Lina, and if you kill the Morphling.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what else we've seen. Like I've seen a couple of Zeus and a couple of ODs as well.
Yeah.
Just again, it has that burst damage. You can do the damage from a distance as well. Doesn't need to overcommit. I was thinking maybe something like the Shadow Fiend. Oh, it's gonna be the Timbersaw. What?
So it is Alk mid?
No, it's Alk carry.
It's Darkseer mid. What in the?
Is it Timber mid?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is gonna be Timber mid. It is versus a Kunkka, so it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Very interesting draft. Like I'm not really sure where to. I think like when I look at the individual heroes, they make sense. But I also like what they have on the side of Yellow Submarine. It seems a little bit more straightforward, right?
Yeah.
I think they're testing a lot of things out here on the side of Tickles, and yes, they are the better team, arguably, but I kind of want to go Yellow Submarine this time. I just feel like this is the type of draft where you flex so much, where you complicate things so much that sure it can work, but it can definitely backfire as well.
Yeah, I've been seeing, obviously, with having Team Falcons in there, Mallory in the mid lane, is one of his signature heroes is the Timbersaw. So I have seen a couple of Timbersaw mids over the past few days. But it's one of those heroes that I'm never quite sure, with the changes to the hero itself, how powerful it's going to be. And like you say, Yellow Submarine have that more kind of established meta lineup, and Team Tickles, they are definitely trying something new here in this first game. So I think, I'm tempted to back Yellow Submarine here as well, just for the fact that they do have on paper the more established and I don't want to say stronger, but the more tried and tested kind of draft.
Yeah, like especially the lane for the Timbersaw is obviously going to be very good. I expect the Kunkka to be trashed there. But as the game develops, there's a lot of catch, right? And the item build on this Timbersaw is going to be quite important. If you don't go for an early BKB, let's say, I can see the Timber dying 3 times in the mid game easily, and then the game momentum shifts very abruptly for a hero like that. So very curious to see how it's going to pan out. Hopefully it's going to be a long game, so you can see that Morphling just turning into Spirit Breaker, just charging through, doing a lot of stuff. But yeah, I'm probably going to give this like a 55-45 for Yellow Submarine. I like their draft, and I think they're pretty promising.
Yeah, okay. I'd probably say small favourite for the Submarine as well. We should be able to get ourselves into the game to see how it's actually going to pan out. I'm just, curious how they're going to try and play this one, especially with, like you say, the Kunkka really shouldn't have a great laning stage, but once he gets that Ag Scepter up, it starts to go through the more, because that's the thing, right, that the Kunkka, even though he's a big right clicker with the Tidebringer, he does seem to have, he does have a lot of magic damage in his kit once he gets a Shard, once he gets the Ag Scepter going. So I wonder if that's going to, and excuse the pun, is going to turn the tides here for the Kunkka once those items start to come out.
I do feel like that's the case. Like, if you actually look at the morph in there, once he gets the shard for himself and he can attribute shift even after a stun, it's going to be really hard for Tickles to burst him down because you have obviously like just the inherent tankiness of the morph with bolt from the Kunkka, with the save from Tusk. And there's no silences inside of Tickles. We kind of talked about it, like the silences prevent those snowball saves to happen. But yeah, it's all going to depend on how well Yellow Submarine can execute. There's a lot of burst damage inside of Tickles. We'll see how those mid-game fights are going to be looking like.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, that you look at Team Tickles, you don't really see any of them building the early Orchid or like into a Hex. Maybe the Timbersaw a little bit later on might build into Hex if the game goes long enough. The Darkseer there as well. But for the most part, Darkseer going to be fully in on the utility, kind of going into the Greaves, maybe even a Crimson Guard in there that I've seen a couple of times. Alchemist wants those right-click items. He wants like the AC in there. Basher, like you say, Radiance. So yeah, Yellow Submarine might just be able to get off their full kit, and if they do, I think Team Tickles are going to suffer a little bit in these fights, and Narman going to be chased down here. Tag team comes out as well. The right clicks on Rue, and can they get the damage onto Narman? Narman at level 1, he's trying to get himself away from this one. The dead shot's going to push him back again, and Narman, the blood grenade comes out. This might actually be our first blood. The chase down onto the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker not skilled anything up just yet. Second blood grenade comes out. I think one more right click. Is it going to be enough? It will be, and Ake is going to be able to get first blood on the board.
Spirit Breaker support for you right there. That's I mean, I don't know, man. I'm such a hater for Spirit Breaker support. Teams just keep trying to make it work, and with Darkseer, it can.
Yeah.
You'll see. Like the laning stage definitely matters, but once you give away first blood like this, it's already a big shifting momentum for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, were you a bit surprised there that he didn't skill up the charge level 1? Because he had nothing picked up, to try and get himself away? Or is that just a case of he was dead either way and, it's better to have the bash in lane?
I mean, he had no vision of another set of heroes. Like, if he had vision of someone further away, maybe.
Yeah.
Right after the dead shot was used, there's a chance he could have run away. But I don't think he had vision, so it's tough. Like, he could charge the people chasing him, but then he's getting closer. Probably going to take more damage as he does it.
Okay, well, yeah, he does give up that first blood, and at least, on the bright side for Tickles, it was a support that picked it up. So it's... I mean, you say that, though. 2 blood grenades were used as well. That is a big investment there from the side of Yellow Submarine to get that first blood.
That's very true. That's very true. And, a lot of people thought that support Muerta was kind of, let's say, dead after the nerfs to the hero. But Rue is one of the players that I've seen actually doing really well with the Muerta, even post-nerfs. So very curious to see him play, because he's a very talented Muerta support.
I think that's one of them that the support isn't going to drop off until they rework the calling. Because the spell, it slows, it attacks slows, it does damage if you hit a Revenant, it silences you if you hit a Revenant, it refreshes if someone dies inside of it as well. Like that, it kind of like, people talk about power creep, and I don't think Morta as a whole, as a hero, is that bad, but the power creep is definitely there just on that one spell.
Yeah, that spell is crazy, and like, the fact that he used to slow for 30% of level 1 is insane. Like, it's still like level 4 now is worse than level 1 in terms of slow, and it still feels so powerful in those team fights.
And we'll see here. Force gonna have the clarity cancel. I mean, I think he got the majority of it off anyway. Tag team coming out onto the Darkseer, but the Darkseer, he is gonna be able to turn himself around. He's got that Iron Shell if he wants to throw it out now as well. Narman level 2, so we'll have that charge in his kit. How's the mid lane going here? Last hits wise, Timbersaw nearly doubling the Kunkka's last hits in a race. Yeah, we talked about how he's going to suffer. I mean, it's not as bad as most melee matchups, because you can do the damage from a distance with the Tidebringer, like say, look for the last hits. But we weren't expecting anything different for the mid lane, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. And it's probably going to get worse as you get more levels for the Whirling Death.
Yeah.
For the Kunkka, I think maybe getting some early stacks, and Muerta is very good at that because she's ranged, she's fast. I think that is the way to kind of put this Kanka back into the game. Just make sure he doesn't feed too much in lane. Get a couple of stacks. Ideally, you farm it quick so the Timbersaw cannot steal it, and you should be fine.
And we'll see, like I say, later on, if he does go into that Axe, how that's going to go. I suppose, again, the good thing is you can get the right-clicks off with the Tidebringer onto the Timbersaw every few seconds without actually right-clicking him and proccing the reactive armor as well. Meanwhile, we take a look at the Alchemist. The Alchemist on 16 last hits to the 17 of the Morph, so he is keeping up with his opposition in terms of last hits. And yeah, I mean, like I said, they've got the lockdown with the Unstable Concoction. A couple of levels in Swarm and the Acid Spray here as well that could potentially be, if they can get on top of the Brewmaster before 6, you know, look for a couple of kills in this lane, I think.
Yeah, they have a lot of minus armor there, and even though there's evasion on the Brewmaster, his armor is actually not that good top lane.
Snowball comes out. They're going to be able to get one. Can they get anything else from this now as well? Narman's going to be forced away now from the Adaptive Strike. And Eek, he's got himself to salve. He's going to be able to heal up, and Narman can't get the vision for the charge. The charge was on cooldown anyway. And King, underneath the tier 1 tower, he is going to be absolutely fine. And yeah, Narman, he was waiting maybe for a shift to get that charge in, to get the kill, but he won't be able to get it off now. And Eek scouts him out. Eek going to be able to push him back. Ice shards come through. And Narman, does he just try and turn on the right clicks here with that charge? He's got the bash now as well, so Eek will back off. But a really good kill on the top lane for Yellow Submarine. 2 on the board and nothing for Tickles.
Yeah, and I mean, even mid lane now, it seems a bit better. Oh, Rue, very low.
Did he get him down? The Swarm going to be on top of him. Rue's going to tick down. He does. I think Absolutely Massive was trying to right-click the onto Muerta, got his own Swarm Beetle instead, and they do get the kill onto the Muerta. Might be able to chase down as well, and Sable Concoction coming out. Full charge onto this underneath the tier 1 tower, though. They don't want to dive that far for the kill on the Brewmaster.
Alright, he's gonna be okay. But yeah, as you said, he actually hit his bug instead of the ally one, and didn't really save the Muerta there. It's so much minus armor that the damage becomes pretty crazy.
And yeah, like I said, so that's the first example, like I say, of that lane being a really good kill lane to come out. Torrent coming through, Laurinov going to be able to walk himself around it this time in a race. Takes that Whirl and Death to the face, loses about 1/5 of his health just right off the bat there.
Yeah, the base damage that you take is also pretty annoying, because usually Tidebringer is a lot of damage, but you lose so much that even your Tidebringer isn't doing that much anymore.
Yeah, like I say, maybe we are going to see some stacks coming out. How's Tickles looking as well? He's already got the Urn on the board for the Weaver. I like this for this point. You know, you're going to be able to stack up some damage. Whether they're going to be able to get anything from this early on to get some of those early Urn stacks. Let's see, Laurinov moving through here. Eek. Yeah, okay. Just, where did it actually spawn? It's actually going to be a race that gets it. So, okay, going to benefit from that double damage rune, and the help with the dead shot means that he doesn't have that rune snatched away from him either.
Alright. Not too shabby there for the Kanka, recovering a little bit. The Morphling doing a good job, but as you said, both Own It and this Timbersaw are gigantic, and this is going to be the challenge here for Yellow Submarine. You need to kill either one of these two heroes, and Alk is definitely the easier one, but this Kanka is so crippled that I'm not sure who you need. Maybe you just need more levels in the supports, but you need to kill Own It, like maybe once or twice before he gets his Radiance.
Yeah, they're going to try and go into Absolute Massive now as well. Laurinov rotating into this Acid Spray, comes down, they've got the Swarm on top of him. Blood Grenade comes out, he's only level 5, no split, no way to deal with it. No, the dead shot! He's no way he lives off this. He does. Barely any health. Tickles might look for the rotation behind here. Level 2 in the Sakuchi, but the Central gets dropped. He's going to try and hang around for the Wisdom Rune. An Absolute Massive coming into this one. The boat's going to be dropped with the Torrent, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill. They even pick up the Wisdom Rune there as well. And that was going to be the two of them being stolen by the Tusk. They get everything from that level 7, the minute 7 rune spawn.
Damn, yeah, that's great for Yellow Submarine. Really good moves all around the map, surviving that top lane fight, now surviving bottom, getting the kill, stealing the Wisdom Rune. The gold advantage, though, is on the side of Tickles, but they have an Alk, so it is a bit deceiving.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get the dead shot onto Laurinov here in the bottom lane now as well. The Colin coming through, he doesn't actually connect onto one of the Revenants, just hanging around that little path at the side that was created. So we'll see if they want to try and fight this one. I mean, what's he doing in terms of, is he just moving down to put pressure on the bottom lane? It looks like he is, as Alchemist. He's looking to the mid lane / jungle part of the map.
Yeah, he definitely benefits from the camps there a lot more, and he can stack for himself on the Ancients too. But it's kind of interesting that he's bottom. It doesn't feel like he's actually creating that much space, so I don't know. I feel like this Timbersaw is feeling a little bit lost. Maybe top lane would be better for him, because you have the Surge as well, so Laurinov could probably just killed the Morphling despite all the attribute shifts. But no, bottom lane, Rue is gonna show up here. Kinda, yeah, I don't know. Tickles, considering how good of a lane the Timbersaw had, I think he would probably be interested in getting more kills than he was able to achieve. He's just feeling a bit lost right now.
Yeah, meanwhile on the top lane, they're going to try and go and force X-Mark into the boat, drag back now as well. It should be a kill onto force. No way he gets himself away. So a good, again, setup here. And this is going to get a race back into it. Only going to be about 200 gold, 250 gold behind the Timbersaw in the game. And this is, again, if he's not having any pressure putting onto him here from the Timbersaw, he's going to be able to walk back into the mid lane, get these Tidebringers off onto the Alk as well. And the Alk, well, even with the Chemical Rage, he's still going to be taking a lot of damage from a race.
Do we have anyone going Vessel for Yellow Submarine? Maybe this Muerta or the Tusk? Because that is probably... that would be amazing against every core on the side of Tickles, honestly. I wonder if either the Muerta or Tusk are going for it. Kanka, I don't think he wants it, but I've seen it, right? But just having that Vessel definitely increases the possibility you can kill those cores before BKBs.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, right? That all three cores on the side of Team Tickles don't want to be going for that early BKB. So you would get maximum benefit from it as well. As Larinov, he's just going to go straight into the heal. So no Sanj Kaya coming up with the Timbersaw. It doesn't look like...
the Brew. The Brew has is going... I guess he's not going Vessel, though. So that's a bit unfortunate.
Huh. He might go back for Hand of Midas. Radiance is the build-up that I usually see from the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
He might go back for it a little bit later on. But yeah, like you say, early benefits from that Spirit Vessel and maybe one of the supports might outweigh that a little bit.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. But you know, at the end of the day, Tusk really wants the Blink and the Muerta. I guess the build depends a lot, but you want some sort of save item probably on the Muerta. It's unfortunate. I think Vessel would have been pretty good, but their draft doesn't really ban. Like, there's no hero that really wants to get it.
What do you like on the Muerta build-up for the support? You know, what are the items that we should be looking out for? Because I know at TI, Tofu was playing the Muerta for and getting the drums a lot. But, you know, do you have any preference on build-up in terms of items?
I mean, I don't play that much support Muerta, but from what I've seen like sometimes Midas, like you just rush Midas and you try to go Shadow Blade into carry build. I've seen Atos being picked a lot. Sometimes just a Hurricane Pike, similar to how you would build Enchantress, right? There's a lot of different ways, but these are the most common ones, like the Atos, the Midas, and just like a 4-step or Shadow Blade.
Yeah, so is it just that, like say with the Colin being so good and the hero kind of pops off with the shard, you know, with that lifesteal and the extra damage?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like it really depends on the game. If you feel like you can actually become a core, and actually I think in this game, going late with the support Muerta being a core is amazing. You know, you have Timbersaw, you have Alk. All of those heroes build a lot of armor, but they do struggle against the magical damage. I wouldn't mind seeing just like straight up Midas if Rue wants it.
Okay, and yeah, okay, we'll see where that build goes as well. I'm just looking as well that Team Tickles, if it does transition to that semi-core, you know, you don't really have anyone on Tickles that wants to build into that Revenant's Brooch as well that can do the damage when the ultimate pops off as well. But again, Rue might not be the biggest threat in the game, so maybe they aren't going to prioritize him like that anyway.
Yeah, it's really going to depend on the momentum here early, and the gold advantage is increasing for Tickles. Despite some of those early blunders from Tickles, they are definitely out-farming Yellow Submarine right now.
Yeah, and we might see a gank coming through from Yellow Submarine. We've got 3 heroes bot, but it is going to be the Weaver as well as the Timbersaw. 2 of the harder heroes to kill on the side of Team Tickles. Well, I don't really think there's any easy heroes to kill on the side of Team Tickles, but they're going to try and make a go of this onto Larinov. Larinov, the boat coming through with the X marks the spot. Drag back now as well. He's got that chakra down, the dead shot into the snowball. They have the damage, they have the kill. And well, the Weaver tried to get involved here, but Takala's just trying to move himself away from this one. And it looks like the Weaver should at least be fine, but it looks like they might lose this tier 1 tower here on the bottom part of the map.
Carlos being very cheeky there, but no detection. Should be fine. Doesn't even have time lapse right now. But yeah, this Timber Death is what I was a little bit scared of when I saw them pick the Timber. Like, there's so much catch, and he's like, if he just straight up gets a BKB, he will have no damage. It's not that, like, even if you survive, you feel pretty bad having a BKB early on Timber.
Yeah. It is really darn rough, and we can see that, like I said, they are going to take that tier 1 tower. Morphling going straight into the Lincolns as well, so no offensive items to come out straight away, so no Falcon's Blade, nothing like that for the Morph. How much do you like this here for King, just to go straight for, or Satanic to go straight for the Lincolns?
Yeah, I like it. I think you were definitely scared of a lot of single target spells there. So many single target spells that the Lincolns isn't even this like get out of jail card for him. But it's nice. Like, you don't want to be charging to an Iron Shell when they're smoked and like you're 100% dead. So you want to be able to show up in lanes and not fear too much. So
yeah,
it's probably better. Usually Falcon Blade might be enough tankiness for a Morphling, but in this game it really isn't. Like, you need a Lincoln.
Okay, I think with Erase, he had his arms raised there. He was mid-X animation, and it looks like the Spirit Breaker was just able to break the range. Ducalis, I guess, trying to find some solo XP, I can't even say solo farm here for the Weaver, because it's just solo XP. Can't get caught out with the 2 cores from the side of Yellow Submarine still down there. An absolute massive. What are they going to try and look? I mean, he's got the Hand of Midas on the board now as well. He's actually going to be going back through the Twin Gate, so they might look for a gank here, at least onto the Weaver. No, the other cores, they've already moved themselves away.
Yeah, looking at how Yellow Submarine is playing, it honestly feels like they want to take this late. Like,
yeah.
they feel that even if this Alk gets farmed, very often Alk just gets capped out too early, right? And he doesn't scale as much. And you have this Muerta, and you have Midas on Brew. I guess I'm okay with it, but there's definitely this mid-game power spike that Tickles could hit if you're too passive, which right now, it does feel like Yellow Submarine is being a bit passive. As I said, though, they are going to smoke. Hopefully, they can find Lauren off. He has a new Scepter, though. He might throw the Kanka combo off.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Absolute Massive is going to show here, so maybe just trying to make Ducalis come to the lane. Oh, look at me, I'm just farming, nothing's happening here, nothing to worry about. Ducalis, at least he has that time lapse, he has it. Sakuchi's going to come through now as well. The Cinderbrew's going to miss it. He's going to be dragged back, though, into the boat, the control. Do they have the damage? They do get the kill onto the Weaver, so smoke spam for that. But that is a position 5 Weaver that you're getting a 3-4-man rotation on to get that kill off.
Yeah, that's not good. That's definitely not the target you want. They do go for Norman, becomes the Spirit Breaker.
Well, he's going to be able to get the charge off now as well. There is going to be that Nether Strike coming through from Norman. Norman taking a lot of damage. Can they get onto Allnet? The wall's been dropped here. And Satanic going to be taking a lot of damage. Look at the snowball coming through. They have the control. They're going to have that Chemical Rage as well onto the Alchemist. The Alchemist, he's not going to be in death range just yet. Deadshot's going to miss. They're going to try and get onto Ake. Ake dropping the Ice Shards. But with the Yule Scepter coming out, they've got the control. They've got the damage. Do they get the kill? They absolutely do. And Ake is going to fall. I think with 5 heroes up here as well, Tickles should try and focus down onto that tier 1 tower. Are they going to go for more? It looks like they want to chase this one out. They're going to try and go swarm on the back lines. Might be able to get themselves on top of Rue. The dead shot. It's going to stop the charge in its tracks here, but Rue still taking a lot of damage from the swarm. Taking down as well to the urn charges. Is that just full Spirit Vessel? Pops the ultimate, but there's still just enough magic damage to get the kill. And you know way he could get himself away. Iron Shell going to do that last bit of damage.
Yeah, the fact that I guess you have to take the Weaver kill if you're Yellow Submarine, but it just gave Tickles so much certainty of where everyone was. Like Satanic, even forcing that fight, he didn't die, obviously, but I think he baited his team into a really bad situation. They ideally didn't want to take that fight top. They had to go one by one, so unfortunate there by Yellow Submarine, and the gold advantage is becoming like bizarrely high. I don't know, like we were 4k gold behind a minute ago or something.
Yeah, and that fight just being able to stack it up a little bit more as well. And like you say, maybe Yellow Submarine being punished for being just a little bit too passive here after the laning stage, 15 minutes in. And the Alchemist, they didn't actually have the lockdown, so as soon as that Chemical Rage comes out, he was able to survive the fight. And yeah, maybe a bit of a problem here for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I think it's probably past a little bit of a problem now, and it's becoming a very big problem because this Alk has the BKB we talked about, so all of the combinations, no AC, no blink. He's just like, I'm going to survive these fights, and I know I'm going to farm them faster than they will, and he's correct. Now, can they find? No, they cannot get it in.
Nope, Tim has got himself that Yule Scepter, so Timber chains himself away. Actually, did he did, right? He picked up the Yule Scepter on the Timbersaw, so he was able to just get the spin off, make sure the X mark didn't drag him back. At least this might set up an opening here for the side of Yellow Submarine to... actually, they're going to try and go. Tag team comes out, Walrus Punch, they're going to try and drop the wall. The wall is going to be dropped here to try and get the kill, but they do get the kill into Ducalis, so can he follow up from this one? Chase down into Force. Force trying to run himself away. He's already got that pipe popped, but it looks like, yeah, the Illusion's going to scout out Satanic and not going to be able to get himself away and get the kill. Onto the Darkseer. The Darkseer in the trees as well as the Spirit Breaker. Can they look for more? The Rue is going to be actually be able to get on top of Narman, and Narman, he just immediately pops the bulldozer and walks himself away.
Yeah, really hard to get on top of that SP when he has it. Yeah, I mean, that's another, like, you know, you find a small fry hero, but they are being outmaneuvered right now, Yellow Submarine. They're trying to go for just 3-4-man moves, and they're always getting figured out. But one interesting thing, Gaben, despite the 8k goal lead, gives them a 40% chance to win this game. Now, that is interesting.
Yeah, I think the algorithm likes... Oh, they get the kill into Mortar. Laura... Yeah, 3 heroes at the top there, stacking up to get the kill into Mortar, but I think the algorithm likes the Morphlin pickup. It's like a Spectre, right? Because if the game goes long enough, you can't really ever beat out the Morphlin. So I think it gets weighed in its favor here when you get the win predictions.
Yeah, it's Morphling into Weaver Spirit Breaker, so there's a lot of really good transformations there, but you gotta get them, and Ike... Oh,
Snowball.
nice snowball.
Comes out early now as well. Spirit Vessel into a race. Do they want to try and charge back into this one? Well, it's actually King that charges back in. They get the kill into Nam, and he's going to go down on the back lines. Laurent picks him up. I think this is our first split of the game as well, coming through from the Brewmaster, but he's not really doing too much into this. Hanging back. It's going to be a really good vacuum. Oh, look at that, the unstable concoction. King gets himself away because he had the waveform there, but it was a good lockdown potential. The vacuum back into the unstable concoction locks down 2, and I'm going to be able to go for more now as well as the split was off an absolute massive. The damage, 4 heroes stacking up. Team Tickles with the lockdown, with the damage, and they get 4 on the board.
Yeah, they overwhelmed Yellow Submarine. That, I mean, first split, and honestly, barely did anything. The heroes on the side of Tickles are so tanky that Radiance isn't really doing that much. They need the burst, and they're really struggling to find it, especially when the Tusk dies like that. The Tusk is supposed to isolate targets, it's supposed to save the Kunkka once you know, they get those vacuum plays. But if the Tusk is dead, there's really no play for Yellow Submarine. He's very poor Ike. This is one of the, I guess, most underwhelming performances from him. Like 800 gold towards the Blink Dagger at 18 minutes is almost unheard of for a Tusk.
Yeah, it is obviously playing the support Tusk, so, but yeah, like you said, the build-up's not here, because usually you do see the rotations coming through with the tag team, the Snowball to set up, and the Walrus Punch, helping his teammates get kills, but it just feels like, like you say, he's just not had the impact that you'd expect from him, because Tickles, for all intent and purposes, running 5 cores in this lineup, and they are surviving like cores as well in these fights.
Yeah, definitely. Brute did go for a Vessel, by the way, but I think it's too late. We already have BKB on the Elk, we have Use on the Timber. The timing that they possibly had with the performance in the laning stage, it's gone. And already Blink on the Elk, he's pretty much halfway towards an AC. Yellow Submarine, they need like this perfect smoke gank into Roshan maybe. But the catch that they have, it's already a little bit obsolete. This axe is not going to work against pretty much all the cores they have on the side of Tickles.
No, and I'm looking at the Tickles lineup. I'm thinking if anyone's going to go Roche here, it's probably going to be Team Tickles with the Acid Spray, the Swarm coming through. Iron Shell just taking them down, as well as just being able to the right-click damage that comes out from that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see within the next 5 minutes or so, Team Tickles trying to make a move for Roshan. Maybe take down this tier 1 tower on the bottom part of the map for the side of Yellow Submarine, and then go straight into the Roche pit.
Yeah, it's going to be on the Radiant side, so definitely advantage for him, for them. We do see Rue with either the Force or Midas queued up. We'll see what he's going to choose. But yeah, they're going to need to go super late to take this game, I think, Yellow Submarine. Right now, the momentum is all on Tickle's side, and the Elk is not even close to being 6-slotted. Can still buy like upgraded Blink and sell the Soul Ring. There's a lot for him to grow.
Yeah, and you've got the AC nearly done on the Alchemist there as well, so we are going to see Yellow Submarine group up. Where are they going to try and look for this one? It's going to be a 5-man rotation as well. All of the ultimates are up, so this might be the preemptive. You know, they're going to try and take Roche before Tickles gets the chance to it, and Alchemist on the other side of the map now as well. Do they get a quick kill out of this? I mean, they already saw the charge in from Narman. Narman was at X-Max spot. Smoke's going to break here from a race, but do they get the distance gap close? They don't. Narman as well as Force will be away here, so at least Yellow Submarine, they're grouped up as 5, maybe making themselves, yeah, just trying to trade this one out now. They didn't get a kill onto a hero, so they go straight into this Roche pit, and it looks like they do a fairly quick job of taking down Roshan. 5-man smoke coming out from Tickles. Are they going to be here in time now? The scout comes out from the side, Yellow Submarine. Not going to be seeing anyone just yet. It's in the wrong position as well, but this Roshan is more than likely going to go the way of Yellow Submarine, and we'll see if Team Tickles, if they still want to carry on looking for this fight after the Aegis gets claimed.
It's a tough fight. Dead wall. We saw what the concoction and vacuum can do together.
No!
Holy
they
moly!
clean up absolutely everybody. Great vacuum into the unstable concoction. Backlines are going to be able to go onto the Tusk as well now. But King, does he survive through this one? He can't get himself away. Trying to get himself out with the Manta style, the waveform as well. The damage coming through though. King is in trouble. Chakram's not going to connect, and it looks like unstable concoction. Lincoln Sphere is going to be broken. They do get the kill onto Ake as well. That's a 5-man wipe.
That was actually insane. They got a 4-man vacuum into concoction. It felt like they were all creeps.
Yeah.
They died in like 2 hits.
And that was where Yellow Submarine, they had no other exit because they had no high ground wards or coming out into, I guess what you call mid ground.
They had to TP. Like,
yeah.
I think that the only play was TPing as soon as they left the pit.
That was the thing, right? Yeah, so the big vacuum back. Look at that. That's just absolutely amazing.
That was actually... Oh man, that was very satisfying to watch. And
Yeah.
really good play by Satanic as well, becoming the Darkseer. He almost ran away there, but they broke the link and so Concoction lands and he dies.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That because they're still in the low ground, the Roche low ground, they have no vision getting back onto the mid ground, no wards to protect them. So they all have to filter through that high ground of the Twin Gate. And Yellow Submarine, yeah, they get Tickles know that they're going, okay, you know, they're not coming towards us, so they must be up there. The Alchemist blink up to get that vision just immediately into the vacuum. And it's just a small choke point that, yeah, they get ripped apart.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good play from Tickles as well, right? They realized the smoke broke instantly.
Absolutely,
Alk, as I said, blink to get vision. And the Darkseer just with a perfect vacuum. Yeah, I mean, the momentum is gone now for Yellow Submarine. This game, if they're going to win, it has to be Yellow Submarine throwing... I'm sorry, Tickles throwing a little bit. Like, they have everything to win this game.
Yeah, and it's... 92% win probability chance. I absolutely believe it as well. And Yellow Submarine, they're just being absolutely picked off here anytime Team Tickles want to kill. It feels like Yellow Submarine don't have an answer back to it. And we'll see what they're going to be able to do, because it looks like Tickles, they're just going to say, okay, cool, we're going to go high ground, and you know, it's going to be up to you to stop us. We've already wiped you once. How are you going to be able to push us back off your high ground?
Yeah, it's tough. The high ground defense on Yellow Submarine is okay. But I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with the Brewmaster this game. I think... Well, let's wait for the fight here, and then I can say my words.
You see, yeah, they've got the backup Team Tickles just putting the Alchemist on the high ground here. The calling will come through, so he's going to take some damage from this one, but they do start to just carry on going onto this high ground here. And the tier 3 tower, it's only got about a quarter of its health, if that, left, maybe a fifth of its health. So Alchemist is trying to blink himself away. They do need to wait for this next creep wave to come in as well, so they might just back themselves off. Still a tier 2 tower on the top lane as well. The Morphin up there trying to find some farm, but there is still an objective for Team Tickles to rotate over to and look to pick up if they don't feel like they can completely break this high ground just yet.
Very, very tough one. Erase. Oh, he's X.
Yeah, it's going to wear off. They're going to be able to get the charge onto Erase. Erase immediately pops his blade mail, but onto the low ground, just in front of the high ground. Really good unstable concoction once again. The damage coming through. The vacuum back into the wall now as well. They've got a kick. They've got the damage. They have the normal punch. They're going to be able to control out and at least get the kill onto the Kunkka.
No buy on Erase as well.
No. And this is where they could lose not only one, they could lose 2 sets of racks here, because again, that tier 3 tower on the bottom part of the map, it's only got about a fifth of its health left, and you can see the Alchemist already going towards it and will take down that tier 3 tower.
Oh man, yeah, they tried to cut the wave of the Morphling Illusions, but it's not gonna work. As I said, they're going bottom. This is probably one lane of barracks unless something crazy happens here.
Yeah, Snowball comes out, and it's not going to be in time here. They still get the stone with the unstable concoction. They get the kill onto Ake, and this is going to be 2 heroes dead, or at least for the next 7 seconds, a lane of racks. And in fact, they might just try and clear up this mid lane now as well. Again, still a tier 2 tower in the top lane, so can't be megas. But with the base control here, Team Tickles, they might, I mean, they have all their ultimates coming back up soon as well. They might just try and force out a win onto the tier 4s if they can take a fight. Colin comes through. They're going to be able to get the silence as well. The Spirit Vessel here onto the Alchemist. The Alchemist, he's not going to try and hold, pop the BKB just yet. Right, it's coming through onto him. He's going to be constantly silenced, dragged back now as well, but now he pops the BKB. Going to turn onto this. What right clicks is he going to be able to do? King taking a lot of damage. The unstable concoction comes out here. Ducalis, he's going to be the target for the side of Yellow Submarine for a little bit longer. X marks spot, drag back. They've got the Walrus Punch. Do they get the kill though onto him? He's going to be a lot of damage onto Ducalis, but Ducalis still survives long enough for them to get 2 more kills here. The split, it's going to wear off on absolute massive. Torrent Storm comes through, but it looks like they're going to be able to get more and more out of this Team Tickles, not giving up the high ground just yet. They lose a hero, they say, fine, cool, we're still going to hang around on your high ground, and what can you do to push us off?
That Auk is unkillable.
It looks like it as well. The vacuum 3-man wall coming through. Snowball going to try and do what he can. They've already got another kill onto the Brewmaster. A race is going to fall next. Ake the next one down. And GG is going to be called 27 minutes in. 21-9 and a 32k net worth lead here. Team Tickles, it feels like they were always in control.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. I think there were a fair amount of opportunities here for Yellow Submarine to take this game, but at if I had to boil down what happened, I would say that the way they drafted didn't really fit the narrative. So like you have this Brew, right? This hero wants to farm a lot and he wants to wait for his timings. And then you have the Kanka that wants to be actively looking for targets. You have the X, you have Tusk and Muerta as well, so a lot of kill potential. And I think those 2 heroes together didn't really pan out that well because the Kanka obviously lost the lane very hard. So the only way back for him in the game is either stacks, which he didn't make, or fight. But the Brew was farming his Radiance for God knows how long. So I think if they had a more active support that could have, 1, punished the Auk, and 2, just played more active in general, I could have seen their draft working a bit better. But yeah, the Brew to me was probably the thing that I would change if the same draft, if the same game would be played again.
Well, we are going to see the same game coming up soon with the second match on the board. But yeah, like you say, it felt the Yellow Submarines, they got a couple of kills on the board early on. I thought they were going to build up some really good momentum, get themselves into a good position to take those fights. But like you say, maybe just a little bit of naivety in the Yellow Submarines lineup that they let the side of Team Tickles found their way back into that mid game. You know, the took the foot off the gas in terms of the aggression coming out on Yellow Submarine, and then yeah, it was Team Tickles' match to lose there after getting a good few fights in their name, and Yellow Submarine couldn't get themselves back into it. But like I say, we are going to be taking a quick break, about 10 minutes. We'll be back with the second game of Team Tickles versus Yellow Submarine to see if it is going to be that 1-1 fight back, or if Team Tickles, if they're just too much. We'll find out after this break.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of Yellow Submarine versus Team Tickles. In that first game, we saw Yellow Submarine with a good start, but just could not overwhelm Team Tickles. And Bowie, looking back at the draft, you were saying that, you know, maybe coming down, you would have picked up some supports that went a little bit quicker. Do you think that's something that you have to look at here for Yellow Submarine in this next game? You'll get something on the board, that a team lineup that goes really quick, really fast, really hard, really fast, really quick, maybe that way around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you are playing a better team, it's like trying to snowball or trying not to go too greedy is always a nice initial idea. Mm-hmm. So in terms of the supports that they had, I'm actually okay. I really like the Muerte and Tusk. I think the biggest thing that jumped to me was the Brew, because Kunkka was picked very early, right? Yeah. You expect them to find a way to deal with it, to really shut him down, and that happened. But the Brew, like, he got everything he wanted. He got a lot of farm. He was, got all of his timings. But when he showed up to fights, it felt very underwhelming. Yeah. So I think moving forward, maybe try to get something else. Like, I really did not feel the impact from Absolute Massive. And I think oftentimes I do see it. Like his Centaur and the other heroes that he plays. I saw a lot of impact from them. The Brew, unfortunately, not the case here.
Okay, well, we'll see how they're going to try and draft around it this time, whether Team Tickles do let through, because, again, they looked really comfortable against the lineup, the more meta heroes that they let through in that last game. So, Primal Beast Pugna going to be the ban here, as well as the Dark Willow and the Treant. Surprising that Team Tickles... Well, no, it's not actually surprising with how strong the Dark Willow is. It's just, it's not a hero that we've seen in first phased a whole lot, and Team Tickles taking it out in both drafts.
Oh, and now they banned the Spirit Breaker, huh? So I guess I was wrong. Well, with the Dark Seer, definitely the Spirit Breaker gets activated a lot. Yeah. And if they, like, it's kind of what we talked about. They were playing a lot of heroes that are unconventional on Tickles, and because they were able to make it work, now they get this leverage in the draft that some teams are just not willing to try and get. And yeah, like, very different bans from Yellow Submarine, and deservingly so. Now Tickles might be able to get a very meta draft, and if they get the meta heroes, I don't know, man. We could be in for a very quick one here.
Yeah, we'll see what it's going to be, as the Nature's Prophet does get banned out. And I'm seeing that hero every game in my pubs, playing the 5 and the 4, so I'm not surprised to see that's trickled down from the pro levels, because it's like, why play an actual support when you can just play like this TP ganker that gets plus 60 damage at level 1, or it's going to be level 2 with the teleport in, and then you try and gank it, but those stacks of damage, they've transferred into armor, so yeah, that hero can go and rot for all I care.
Yeah, that here is definitely a bit in the OP side. And look at Tickles. Ooh. Actually, actually banning the Naga. That is definitely one of the special heroes from Satanic. That's how he got to 11k MMR.
Yeah.
So even in this meta where Naga isn't as strong as he used to be, the first phase ban, it's very rare to see it. A lot of respect being given to Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That it's not the knockout match just yet in the Pinnacle Anniversary show here. We're in the upper brackets. So Yellow Submarine, they do have, if they go down 2-0, they have a second chance. But like you say, you just have that respect ban in case Yellow Submarine have that up their sleeve. And the Templar Assassin will go through. The Phoenix being picked up. Why aren't we seeing... I'm just looking at like all the meta heroes coming through from TI. Why did the Bristleback drop off to the point where I get why it wouldn't be first phase ban anymore, but the hero just isn't being pick banned at all?
I think there are teams that pick it. Maybe we just didn't really get to see. Like, for instance, ATF probably still picks the hero, but then you have to like less pick it, and it's like this very specific set of circumstances for the hero to work out. Whereas in the past, he was just OP. Like, if he was free, you would get it. It's kind of like the Furion nowadays. You know, those heroes that kind of slip through the cracks of the nerfs in the last patch. Spectre is one of them as well. Lone Druid. I'm expecting maybe a Lone Druid in this series. Hopefully we get to see. That one is so broken. I hate that hero so much.
Yeah, I saw the Reddit post yesterday with him saying, 57% win rate in high-level pubs. Please, Valve, nerf this hero. I'm just glad I'm at the level of MMR where nobody knows how to micro. So nobody picks a Lone Druid because nobody can play it.
Everyone's afraid. By the way, TA, one of the highest win rates of this tournament, 65%, 23 games played. So Tickles definitely not holding any punches here, picking it up. Can flex to carry in mid. But I do like the approach they have here. The Fire Spirits against TA and the even the mischance of the Shard with the Sunray. There's a lot of things that already kind of address TA. And the Shard block is nice. Usually you're gonna break the refraction, then she won't be able to like run away or blink away.
Yeah. It does worry me if Team Tickles, because like I say, they felt like they were fairly in control of that last game. Although Weaver comes through again, more minus armor.
Oh, so much minus armor. Holy moly.
Yeah. So this is like level 1 Roche, right? That's what we've seen.
It is level 1 Roche. Like what else can they get? Shadow Fiend with the minus armor aura, and I don't know.
Yeah, so Shadow Fiend in the mid lane, or maybe the safe lane, you flex it with that TA, and then you get yourself something that can frontline, like just off lane Wraith King here.
Yeah, some Tide Hunter. I don't know.
Tide Hunter with level 1 Anchor Smash.
That's awesome. I love their draft. A Slardar maybe? Play off lane Slardar?
Yeah. And apparently that hero is a bit of a sleeper hero at the minute. Like high level pubs, it is being picked up. It's doing fairly well. It's not transitioned into the pro scene just yet, but I'm being told Slardar, watch out for that in the next, maybe the next few weeks. That unless it gets changed in the patch coming up, that teams, players really do seem to appreciate that in the high level games.
Yeah, the hero is very strong, like, especially now that the OP lane dominators are kind of gone, the CK and the Bristleback. You can actually pick Slardar now and win lanes, and he's definitely very potent. Maybe we could even... honestly, we could see it here, depending on what Tickles has in store for us, because they've been very out of the meta, right? They're playing some interesting stuff. Snapfire, for instance, not a hero see very often. Obviously, it is a response to the Phoenix, but... they do get a Dazzle, so some flex to the off lane, flex to the mid lane as well.
Okay. And we'll see where that's going to drop. With the Snap being picked up, we've got the Weaver here as well as the TA. Do you think this is fully flexed from Tickles? They're just looking to see how the rest of the draft goes? Because you can play like any the Weaver between the 4, 5, and 1, Templar 1 and 2, Snapfire the 2 other supports.
I think that's what they did in game 1 as well, and it really, I guess, put Yellow Submarine in a weird spot. They were taking a long time, and they're already out of reserve time here, Yellow Submarine, so not a comfortable position at all moving to the 4th pick. you have to pick either your mid or your carry. So I guess you can pick another mid that flexes to the off lane. Kunkka is available, although they did get pretty handled.
Oh,
but they do go
as
for
you
it
say,
anyways. Yeah.
So we'll see what Tickles want to respond with. And do you need something with a bit of control in here for Tickles, like a silence, deal with the dazzle, stop him from being able to just constantly be able to shell grave his teammates, do you think?
I like some backline jumper. I think Puck was a really good ban from Yellow Submarine. They definitely kind of wanted to enable the dazzle that they picked. So if you don't have the Puck, maybe something like a...
Oh, okay.
Oh man, it's the minus armor we're talking about. That's the fourth one.
Yeah, true. Frontline hero as well, can stand up to a lot of punishment. Maybe has to be careful around the Phoenix, like you say, the Sunray, and Phoenix probably going to be that Spirit Vessel builder for the side of Yellow Submarine as well. But for the most part, yeah, this is, again, you look at the side of Team Tickles, not an easy lineup at all to try and kill off.
Yeah, and my fear for Tickles here is that, once again, they're picking this Dazzle, and I think he fits the same role of the Brewmaster in Game 1, where he is a hero that only functions with an item, which in this case is going to be Eggs. And like he takes 5, 7, 8 minutes for you to get this item. Yeah. And the Alk is just going to utilize that window to accelerate. And like, who is actually going to be hunting this Alk? I'm not sure.
True.
I guess they do feel a bit more comfortable with the Kunkka versus TA matchup than they would feel with the Timber, but it's still not that easy of a lane matchup. So this Kunkka, once again, he's not going to be feeling super comfortable.
The Tide being banned out here, Yellow Submarine, maybe you want something that could go toe-to-toe with the Alchemist, maybe like a Wraith King. Doesn't want those early skeletons cleaned up by the Tide Hunter. Looking at Team Tickle's lineup, so I'm expecting this to be the Templar mid, Alchemist carry again. What do you like in terms of offlane here for Team Tickles?
So let's see. They have a lot of minus armor. They don't have that much control, as you pointed out. So I guess, is Centaur still available? No, it did get banned. Mag is a possibility that I'm okay with, although you do have the Tusk for the saves. Primal obviously did get taken away. So yeah, I guess Mag, even the Slarder, man. Like, if they want to go super minus armor, I don't see a problem. Like, the damage is going to come so fast that Dazzle will never get a Grave off. Like, it's just so much damage that the saves don't come through, the Grave never comes through, and you just smash everyone down.
Okay, well, we'll see what this final pick here is from Team Tickles. Like I say, maybe with that control that you were talking about, Mars might be on the table as well. I know that ATF's been playing for Team Falcons, so it's not as dead in the water hero as maybe other people might make out. It means that you could separate Team Yellow Submarine from that Phoenix X Supernova as well when the Supernova comes out, before the BKB is there for Yellow Submarine as well. I mean, there is still Dawnbreaker, again, another strong hero that doesn't seem to be seeing too much play at the minute, but does, when it pops up, it looks like a really good hero.
Yeah, I think Dawnbreaker looks decent. Let me see. Yeah, I like the Dawnbreaker, especially against the X. The way they want to fight is always around whoever Kunkka finds, and it's easy to protect that target if you have the Dawnbreaker. Yeah, I think that one is probably relatively safe pick. Yeah, there you go.
Yay, I got one right.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's another hero that didn't really get nerfed and still pretty solid. It will definitely make use of all of that minus armor. The Starbreaker is going to be doing gigantic damage through the fights. Can build a Desolator as well, but TA probably will get one, so can go for a more, let's say, support-ish style build. For Yellow, they go for the Luna.
I don't know if I like this. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm a massive Luna fanboy, but I'm looking at this hero thinking that you are going to be going towards those ads. You're going to be able to get a Manta style in there that's going to offer you some extra health, but in terms of the minus armor coming through from Tickles, if the Luna gets focused down, I don't know how long she lives in these fights.
Yeah, I like the Luna when I'm looking at the carry-to-carry matchup. It's a hero that can, like, let's say, mimic the farming speed that the Alk brings. But this Dazzle just farming kind of unsettles me, because looking at how Game 1 went with the Alk, I just feel like they're going to do the same thing as Tickles. Maybe the laning stage is going to be kind of even. There's going to be some good moves from Yellow Submarine, but at the end of the day, the Alk's going to be gigantic, and the Dazzle's going to have an eggs when the Alk has BKB Blink AC. And he's just going to be solo killed by the Alk, probably. We'll see how this game's going to go, but I don't know. I kind of have to say, like, maybe 75-25 for Tickle, especially after the performance game 1. I was reading the chat that apparently Force has 200 ping, and he was getting those insane vacuums, so I don't know. If he's playing with 200 ping like that, when they get to a land, it's going to be pretty interesting to watch Tickles.
Yeah, and just looking at the lineup, like I say, the Luna as well, there's not a lot of heroes apart from the Conqueror, I think, on the side of Yellow Submarine that actually want to be, like, front line in the fight, want to be doing the main damage, and that's another thing, that the Luna wants to be in and around, but doesn't want to be immediately engaged, whereas if you had something like, just looking at the hero lineup, like a Wraith King coming through, Lifestealer, Faceless Void, seeing, even the Bloodseeker seeing a little bit more play, that doesn't mind going toe-to-toe. I think if this Luna gets caught out in the fight, she's going to disappear fairly quickly, so Yellow Submarine, in terms of these fights, the positioning needs to be absolutely on point, as we will be able to get ourselves into the second game to see how it's going to play out. But yeah, I think coming into this one, after how well Team Tickles played in that last game, I think I'm going to lean their way in terms of who I think is going to win this series.
Yeah, and there's also some anti-synergy here. You have the Phoenix, so nighttime fights, Luna supposed to have the night vision advantage, supposed to have double the aura bonuses, but then it becomes day. The Phoenix is actually going against her own team with just existing. So, yeah. Obviously, a small joke there, but it could matter, honestly. Like, it is a lot of extra damage bonus, and the night vision is crazy for Luna.
Yeah, and we'll see how they're going to play it. We're actually going to see them swap sides of the map. So, looks like Yellow Submarine maybe actually wanted to start on Dire. Team Tickles wanted that Radiant startup, but we'll see how they try and go with this. Do you actually see them in the river? I don't think they do. No, they don't. They're not going to see them, and absolute massive. They are moving as a group here. So Ducalis just moves through, and nobody's going to be seeing ships in the night so far, it looks like. But we'll see if that's going to carry on, if you want to try and get aggressive around these rune spawns.
All right. So it's going to be, once again, the Ducalis Weaver. I do like that they put the Dazzle against TA. I thought that maybe Kanka was going to be mid, but Dazzle should be able to hold his ground as Rue. Takes a concoction here.
He's already picked up the Fiery Spirits as well, so he's not going to be able to get the Icarus Dive away or the slow on the attack speed, though. Ducalis, did they get the damage out onto this one now as well? He might try and go for that high ground. Sakuchi back down into the low ground, but the Fiery Spirits onto the Weaver. The Weaver might just try and go for this. Does he man up with the Sakuchi damage? Right click's coming through. No more Blood Grenade for the Weaver. Ducalis has to be careful because Rude does still have one as well, so Ducalis not want to overstay his welcome. Doesn't want to commit here to the Phoenix because he could potentially give away that first blood. So he just says, you know what? Well, let's call it a draw.
Yeah, pretty close engagement there. Now let's... this mid lane, I think, is actually much better for a race this time. So curious to see how well he's going to be able to perform. I'm still not a fan of Dazzle mid anymore. I think the nerf to the Blink Dagger was quite substantial. And at the end of the day, this hero needs to farm the eggs. And it takes a bit. Yeah. Only then he actually starts farming really fast. And we'll see how they're going to be able to kind of enable the Dazzle without like allowing the Alk to get out of control as well.
I suppose it's a better matchup than the Conquer mid because, once the refraction charges come up for the TA, the Conquer has no real way to get through them, but the Poison Touch coming out, you've got the Shadow Wave, as well, coming through from the Dazzle, so he does have a few ways to get through those reactive stacks and do the damage to the TA.
Definitely better lanes for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
They do have a worse carry-to-carry matchup now, though, the Luna versus the Alk. We kind of talked about Luna just hating to be overnumbered and engaged upon, and they have a lot of gap close. You have the Starbreaker, you have the Alk with Blink, the Weaver. So it might be a tough game for Satanic. This is going to definitely be a test here for how good of a carry player he is. He actually had a really good game one, honestly.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Did an alright job there, Satanic, and it was just maybe that Team Tickles just had that power spike that Yellow Submarine couldn't catch up with. How do Yellow Submarine have to play this game then? With, like, say, the lineup we've talked about, do they just need to get aggro from minute 1, or is it kind of like they can let King farm up, Satanic farm up a few items, and then start to turn up the pressure?
I think they're going to be very similar into how Tickles is going to play, because you have 2 mids that want to farm. Both T and Dazzle need those first items. You have 2 carries that want to AFK, and it's going to be 3-for-3s around the map. Both supports plus the off lane. So the Skunka and the Dawnbreaker, and both supports just fighting a lot, I believe.
Oh, Dawnbreaker taking a lot of damage here in the bottom lane. Just looking at the health bar, but we'll be able to get away, it looks like, as Erase. He's even going to be able to get the D-Ward off here as well. So Larinov, what's he going to try and do? In fact, he's got a level over Larinov here as well. Larinov just hitting level 4. Bottom lane, do they want to try and go into this one? Narman's going to try and frontline this here as well. But Force has to be real careful about being caught out here, because eye shards into the tag team. You'll follow up from a Luna with a Lucent Beam. The right clicks coming through. The Dawnbreaker might just go down here. So he is going to play it safe. Just play away. Make sure that 8 can't get on top of him there with those eye shards.
Being very careful there, and still getting a decent amount of CS, almost tied with Kanka in CS at the moment. So the Dawn, despite the low HP, is doing fine. The Alk is having an okay time as well. Actually, the Luna has less CS than I expected, considering how much pressure they're applying on the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, the Dawnbreaker trading some of that life for the last hits here. We'll see if he's going to be able to get anything out of it more as well. Force coming in with the Starbreaker, but it's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Did he turn it around on Ake? There's going to be a really nice cookie jump coming through from Narman, but Force taking a lot of damage down as well. Blood Grenade comes out. Can they turn it around onto Narman? Narman Lucent beamed up, and it looks like Satanic. He's just trying to do his best to get the last hits, but you've got to watch out, because those creeps, they do a lot of damage in Force. He's going to be able to pick up the first blood there as well. Really good Celestial Hammer, and the damage is just too much for the Tusk.
Yeah, those cooldowns on the Dawnbreaker are so low. You always get caught off guard by that, because you don't expect every single cooldown to be that low. Very nicely done by Force. And again, Tickles just getting those small wins in the laning stage. Let's see if that's going to become a problem later on for Yellow.
Yeah, and I mean, in the last game, we saw Yellow Submarine pick up the first couple of kills before Team Tickles got themselves on the board. It looks like at least the mid lane is going really well for the Dazzle. The Dazzle is going to be about, what's that, 7 to 8 last hits above the TA. So the TA not suffering in the lane, but obviously not living up to the Dazzle's farm priority at the minute.
Yeah, and the big thing this game is going to be the stacks that they're going for the TA right now. You see the Snapfire and the Triangle going for them. And if somehow Yellow Submarine can steal them with the Luna, that could be huge. It's kind of like what we expected the Kanka to have in game number 1 when he was losing the lane. And if TA just gets away with that, it's just going to put her back into the game, despite this pretty good performance from Erase, as you said.
Yeah, and Dakalis, how is he? So it is going to be the Urn again for the Weaver. Bottom right, they're going to try and go maybe once again here. Tag team coming through from Ake, but Ake could be just a little bit too far away from Narman to take advantage of that. And Force, not a lot of mana left this time, so it looks like Ake is going to be able to walk himself away without taking too much harass for getting aggressive onto Narman.
Yeah, probably realizing that and going for a cheeky play as now 6-minute rune. Probably going to see a lot of action here in the mid lane. Phoenix already in position, and the Tusk also rotating for it.
Yeah, and they'll maybe go for a jump here onto Larinov. If you can get the vision for a snowball, they might be able to push in level 5 onto Larinov, and the TPs might not be in time here. Ooh, trap goes down. Do they actually get the vision out onto him? They don't. And Larinov, he might have seen his cold feet there, so he shivers a little bit and walks himself away to the tower as the rotation comes in from the Snapfire. So, yeah, the good setup, and Rue is going to be the one that gets the Illusion Rune. Larinov getting nothing out of that, and the Dazzle really not too bothered about the runes, I don't think, on the whole. So it wastes a little bit of time for the supports on both sides, which, you know, Satanic is going to be fine with. Force maybe not as much, but Dazzle in the end, his team come off the bat at being able to take away that Illusion Rune and make sure the TA doesn't get that bottle refill.
Yeah, definitely decent, as we do see that Elk getting pretty farmed here in the jungle. Had a couple of stacks to work with, just farming both camps at the same time. And even though Luna can farm really fast, if left unchecked, Elk will always overpower him as... Ooh, nice snowball.
Snowball, but I think this is just going to be back into... Yeah, he's going to try and get himself away with the TP. Oh, and no, the cookie. I was going to say the Starbreaker was already used, but the cookie, I forgot about the cookie. Everyone forgets about the cookie. He's taking a lot of damage now as well. No. Yeah, he is trapped between a rock and a hard place there. No way out, and Narman will secure the kill. Will be able to go and get his Wisdom Rune off the back of that as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, good attempt. Does force a couple of moves there, but not where he wanted to be. Yeah, let's rewatch that. Look at him.
Yeah, and just
Very good smart, right? Because once the Snapfire jumped through, the Dawnbreaker went away just so he was still like locked in the same location.
Yeah, and at least again, the 2 deaths on the side of Yellow Submarine, it is going to be that position 5. Not the... Obviously, you don't want to be dying anyway, but not the worst thing in the world to trade off. And it was a good attempt as well, to get cheeky, try and get in that Wisdom Rune. And this time, it just doesn't pay off.
You see a Rue here trying to deal with the traps. That's definitely something that kind of prevents them from killing just TA. They tried once, didn't get it. And the TA definitely struggling right now in terms of net worth. Has all of those stacks though. So yeah. I would like to see Yellow Submarine trying to at least get some vision in the triangle to attempt to slow down or even steal the stacks if possible.
Oh, could we see the boat coming through? Do they get the kill into Tickles? Tickles only level 5, doesn't have that time lapse now as well. The sun rate, it's not going to be enough to cook the bug. And it looks like he's barely going to be able to get himself away there. He even throws out a little bit of a taunt.
Yeah, that's the boat used. That's a big cooldown. It also means Own It is free to do whatever he wants. The Weaver is still sapping experience from the lane anyways. Just, yeah, a couple of blunders there from Yellow Submarine. Nothing too big, but this can compound into Alchemist just having a free game if they keep on missing some of those kills.
Yeah, look at this, Tickles. He's going to try and Sakuchi himself away into a comfortable position in the trees. Ooh. Gets hit by the dust, but they don't actually get the vision. No, Icarus Dive comes through. They should be able to. They will be able to. And he gets a little bit of revenge here with the snowball.
Yeah, very similar to game number 1, though. Most of the kills that they got were on Ducalis and not on the heroes that matter. Lorenov definitely getting some farm back. I think he farmed the large camp stack on the triangle. This is... I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I'm seeing some patterns in terms of, what Team Tickles is getting away with which is a free farm Alk and a TA that's just recovering.
And yeah, you can see the Weaver's even getting cheeky there. 3 heroes pushing in from the side of Yellow Submarine, but Weaver TP's right to the tier 1, throws out the swarm, and won't be punished for it. So, yeah, maybe just Yellow Submarine again. Just need to get a little bit more aggressive. Like I say, though, Erase, he's not going to be too far away now. He's starting on that Ag Scepter. So he's going to be, well, nearly 3k gold. I should say he's not going to be close. But once that is up, do you expect him to just start to rotate with his team and get aggressive with that?
Yeah, that's the timing. Like, this hero without the Ags is just... It's a night and day difference. You really need that to make it work, which is why...
TP away? They're going to be able to get the kill, yeah. Oh! No way! He gets the TP out with the Starbreaker, excuse me, the Solar Guardian. It doesn't complete in time, and Dazzle, by the skin of his teeth there, gets the TP away.
Quick fingers from Erase, nicely done. Knows that the Solar Guardian is 3 seconds. Manages to get the TP. But look at that, now they're going to defend top tower because of it. Own It, just showing up. Knows that he's probably going to survive with Ducalis nearby. Does have the OT available as well.
Yeah, you see that. Look at this, just the rain in death. He completes the TP literally as it completes. The Solar Guardian completes there as well.
Very close, but close enough.
That's what we say. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and no one actually knows that saying. Apparently it's a really old saying, because, I mean, who plays horseshoes anymore? I
mean, but hand grenades aren't that new, so it cannot be that old.
I mean, it's fairly old. I mean, you had the old-timey, like the default bomb-looking things, the black orbs with the fuse sticking out of them, and but yeah, no, just every time I say that saying, nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but I have to agree because I'm your co-caster. But wait, so apparently the first hand grenade is from the 1600s. What? Oh no, the first use of the word grenade, but okay. Maybe not the actual invention. Maybe there were like some hand grenades that had metal in them and not like actual explosives.
Yeah, have you not seen but just like say that I'd have to look them up. I didn't know that the word was actually grenade, if that was used that way. But like say the black, just like the black bombs with the fuse, that
yeah,
they are effectively the first hand grenades. So, and they were fairly old. They're I don't know. I'm not a history buff. Someone in chat is probably raging. It's like, you know, you're not even getting the name right. But we're going off on a bit of a tangent. We've got
don't
goals
have
to match.
historian degrees as absolute massive. Does find Ducalis here, but he has OT. I mean, dude, Ducalis has been creating so much space the entire series. He's the only target they ever find, and
oh man,
he still has OT.
I mean, he's gonna waste that snowball. He just waits right before the snowball connects and gets the time lapse off. I mean, he's not the healthiest hero in the world now, but what was that? It was a good 15-20 seconds being wasted from the side of Yellow Submarines, just trying to get a kill on a position 5 Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty much a repeat from game number 1. I guess the gold advantage isn't looking as scary. Oh, they're gonna steal the stacks with the OT.
Oh, this is pretty big. Yeah, Ducalis rotating in now as well. You've got Rue that was trying to protect them out, but that's a lot of gold in Nam, and he's just like, cool, I don't need my ulti for the next minute or so, so let's just, like you say, just take that away and just put Yes on the back line even further. I mean, it's only a 2k net worth lead here for Tickles. 3 kills in it at 13 minutes. So not the fastest game in the world, but, you know, every little helps here, and it looks like Team Tickles, they just want to make life hard for the side of Yellow Submarines.
Yeah, Gaben definitely still on their side as he was in game number 1, or maybe he's just against Alk in general. Well, and I mean, I cannot blame him, who actually likes Alk as a hero. But it's kind of a repeat of game number 1, but it's Erase farming instead of Absolute Massive. Yeah, they get a kill on the Ducalis, but I mean, they've been trying to do that for the past 5 minutes. Like,
yeah.
Not sure how much it matters.
No. Erase is going to be about 200 gold away from having that Ag Scepter, so we'll see how aggressive he wants to get with the rest of his team now once that is up. And I suppose you do have some good dive in from the Tusk, you know, to be able to set that one up, do the damage. And meanwhile, though, you look at the TA is recovered. In fact, the TA's jumped above the Dazzle in terms of net worth here to well, it's up and down, but they're neck and neck now, and it wasn't, like you said, it wasn't the best laning stage for the TA, so those stacks, that recovery here, Laurent has had a really good time just getting himself back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to the fact that they're picking these farming heroes knowing that the Alchemist is a possibility for Tickles. So Tickles definitely, obviously, picking the Alch in the right situations where they know there's not going to be that much pressure coming, and they're utilizing it perfectly. Own It already has Radiance, BKB is going to be super close, so whatever aggression they want to utilize with the Kanka is already going to be nullified. It's just the only heroes they can probably kill is the TA, but you have the protection of the Dawnbreaker. We did see Solar Guardian already being used to great success.
Yeah, and, well, you know, apart from that one dive onto the Dazzle. But yeah, it just means, like you say, you have this split push in Force, you know, you have the protection coming out from the Solar Guardian, and even if, yes, find a 5v4 fight initially, Force could be able to keep his teammates alive. They're going to be able to get the dive out now as well. Snowball is going to waste a little bit of time onto Force, but Force, he's just going to be able to stand his ground. Water's Punch comes out, and Force, he really doesn't care, shrugging this one off. The damage is going to be enough, and Laurent, he's going to get a tower kill. He's going to be able to get a Tusk kill here as well. Really well done from the side of Tickles, and again, yes, just feel like they don't have that early aggression to come out, and while this is going on, the Alchemist is still farming.
Yeah, he's gigantic. 11k gold at 15 minutes. Approaching that 800 GPM already. They do have eggs on Erase, as you pointed out. We'll see if they're going to be able to utilize that.
Yeah.
But it's tough to kill him because Poison Touch will be dispelled by Alk's OT. Then you have the Solar Guard protection. There's definitely a lot of stuff that can make it hard here for Yellow Submarine to find those kills. And the BKB also up, so I don't know. It feels like their timing is just slowly drifting away, just like in game number 1.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same thing, right? It was the Brew in the last game, it's the Conqueror in this game, where it feels like the offlane, which has been the meta recently, but it feels like the offlane wants to do more farming than fighting at the minute. And, well, fighting might come out here. They're going to try and get themselves on top of the Starfire. The Starfire cookie comes out just a little bit too early, and he will be able to get the kill. But, yeah, in terms of kills, I mean, the Kunk has been involved in, what, I think 2 now, where I would have thought he would have wanted on the offlane just to be constantly looking for the fights.
Yeah, I think they try to get involved in some kills, but the supports were also lacking a little bit in levels as well. And finally, they do feel comfortable moving forward there. Lorenov has Blink already, going for a Deso. Once they hit that Deso timing with the Blink on Alk, anyone's going to be free food for the Tickle heroes. Oh, look at that. Speaking of food.
Yep, Snow comes out just to make sure he doesn't get hit by the
cancel
concoction, but it's still going to be the stun coming through from the cookie. Good connection here, and Olnet gets himself a kill on the board.
Yeah, very quick TP from the Tusk, but didn't count on the cookie being ready so fast.
And with it being nighttime now, with it, the amount of minus armor coming through as well from the side of Team Tickles, would you expect a Roshan anytime soon? Or do you think that the farm priority for the Alchemist is just a little bit more important than pulling him off the lane to get that Roshan attempt?
I think they can rush when they have Dasso, but it's probably going to be very close for comfort. I think once Dasso is up, Roche is probably going to be going bottom. And then Tickles probably needs to win a fight if they want to Roche. I don't think they can just get on top there, unless Yellow Submarine doesn't play the map right. Like, they have to expect this Roshan being a priority for Tickles.
Okay, and the Dassos will only be about 300 now. What's 350 gold away after this camp here for the TA? So gonna have that fairly. I mean, you look at it, 18
It's
minutes
actually
in.
close. Yeah, you're right. It might be ready.
And they're trying to go for a hit at Rue. Do they turn it around? The trap going to try and slow him down. He's already used the Icarus dive. It wasn't the longest one in the world now as well. And Larinov comes in, gets that last right click. Meanwhile, the boat is going to get the drive back onto the... Did he get the kill into Force? Force being caught out, and that's what I wanted to see. Yeah, 3-man rotation. Gets the kill onto a core. And it might just open them up to put pressure onto the tier 2 here for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, this combination with the Dazzle and the Kunk is very strong. Only Own It can truly survive it now because of his BKB.
Yeah.
They do need BKB on TA, but as we pointed out, still finishing the Dazzle. They're going to have to keep connecting the skills. If they can actually keep up the pressure, it will slow down the farm of everyone but Own It. And, you know, that's already better than what they did in Game 1. I'm not sure it's going to be enough for them to take this game, but it is looking more promising. I thought that maybe this Dazzle wouldn't really be able to pick up the pace, but he's fighting some kills for sure.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least the Luna is keeping... I can't say keeping up farm because the Alchemist obviously has that farm acceleration coming out in the Grievel's Greed, but the Luna at the minute hasn't been contested, you know, sitting on 12k net worth nearly. Hasn't really been put under too much pressure, so that might be the ace up the sleeve coming out from Yes. Oh, the blink away. They're not going to find the TA. Quick blink, quick fingers here for Larinov as the side of Yellow Submarine come up the high ground. At least they're going to be able to take away this. No stacks, but at least this triangle away from the TA.
Yeah, really good blink dagger pickup. Well, usually you're going to have the vision advantage because of the trap, so you can always blink before the Kanka's arms lift up. And that was a smoke, but unfortunately it was blind. They didn't really put any ward in the high ground to locate the TA. And yeah, and that's the thing. Yellow Submarine, in general, not able to read Tickles. Like, they got a couple of pickoffs, but considering the amount of times they try to get the pickoffs, their success rate hasn't been very high in this series.
No. What do you think about the Luna build as well? Before the Pinnacle... Oh, they're going to try and go. Snowball's going to come through now as well. They've got that raining down on the ultimate cases. The damage is going to be enough. Shellgrave, Erase wants to try and keep himself alive, but Aiki might be the man to go down here. They get the kill, they get the damage off, and at least Erase gets himself out, but Tusk wasn't so lucky here. Absolute massive, the unstable concoction. He couldn't get the throw out, and it's going to be a self-stun onto this one, but the Alchemist, with that Chemical Rage, will not cur here, and now you've got 5 heroes from Tickles setting up onto the Roshan.
Really good move from Tickles. As we said, they got the blink on Own It and the blink on Larinov. They needed to get a couple of kills, and even if it's just a Tusk, they know Dazzle TP back to base. Free rush for them. The gold advantage, though, actually in a more reasonable and healthy place than it was in game number 1. So not too shabby for Yellow Submarine, as they will try to smoke. No OT on the Alk, so possibly could kill him.
Yeah, they're going to try and go here. They have a double damage rune as well, it looks like, onto the Luna, and Force going to be taking a lot of right-click damage. He might be the sacrificial lamb, so the rest of his teammates can get out alive back behind that tier 1 tower. But I think with this DD rune here, the Luna wants to carry on pushing and at least take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, not too shabby. Not afraid of smoking even after the Aegis falling. They're going to get a tower for their trouble as well. Some signs of life here for sure, as they could steal the Wisdom rune. No, it was already picked up, but they could steal the Tormentor.
Yeah, no, they could do if they wanted to get aggressive. The only worry is that the Tormentor obviously reflecting that damage that Team Tickles could have been in a position to turn it around after the Tormentor goes down. You know, pick up the heroes after it and mop them up. So it looks like they're just going to play it a little bit safer, move themselves through the dire triangle here back towards the mid lane.
All right. We do see Blink already being up here on Ike, so much better performance from him. I think in game number 1, his Blink Dagger came pretty late. Rue, what is the Phoenix going for? I didn't actually check. But I think Ags is not that bad this game.
Yeah. We're going to see a smoke. Did they get the
Oh,
jump?
smoke
They are going to
breaks.
be able to get themselves onto the wall. You might be able to check
Oh, the
Phoenix's inventory
silence.
now as well. Look at this, the control. He's got himself the Ghost Scepter, but the damage... Erase? Oh, he was trying the Tormentor thing with the courier and he loses his life.
Oh, what is his level? Is he level 12? Because you do need level 2 OT to do that on the Dazzle.
I'm not sure. And Ake's trying to clean up. Well,
Okay,
he's level 15.
Huh. Just misplayed then.
Yeah. Maybe didn't Shell grave himself and took too much damage from it.
It does feel like they were lacking couriers there. I saw there's one courier in the base, so maybe someone didn't micro the courier. I don't know. Just yeah, that's very unfortunate. They were doing kinda okay up to this point.
Yeah, at least, I mean, he doesn't give anything away to the side of Team Tickles. They didn't try and make a move towards the Tormentor themselves. He's going to be able to respawn and do it right again. It looks like the couriers this time are stacking up, so unless you want to try and fight her, and this one the trap gets popped here, so the slow comes through. It looks like they could try and get the jump out and erase. Poison Touch doesn't come out in time here. The blink was away from Laurenoff, and he had the refraction charges there as well, so was able to get the jump out.
This TA shard has been a problem, especially against the Tusk and the Dazzle. Tusk can't really save people or blink away, and the Dazzle, he will need some sort of dispel item. I wonder what he's gonna get.
Yeah. And we can see that maybe with the smoke coming through, Team Tickles, they still want to fight this. Ticalis is scouting out as well.
Oh, really good wraparound. They're gonna find Rue. They don't go for it.
Yeah, he's going to be away at least. Alk? Was that unstable?
Yeah.
Self-stun. No, he doesn't. He gets to jump onto the toes. I thought it was a self-stun because I couldn't see him on the map where he was. But the Walrus Punch, he's going to have the Shell Grave Snowball. Keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, the backlines, Ducalis, look at this. He's at position 5, and he's fighting onto the position 2 of the side of the Yellow Submarine. Doing a really good job of that now as well. Ducalis is going to have the Sunray coming through, even a couple of tower shots to take himself away from this one. They have the vision, they have the reveal, they have the damage, and they have the kill. Own it. He blinks himself away.
Alright. I mean, still a decent fight. They trade support for support, but the momentum is on the side of Tickles. They're going to get one tower. So they are... I mean, they're handling the aggression much better than in game number 1, but it's still not feeling super good for them. There hasn't been a fight where Yellow Submarine convincingly wins.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about this, the Luna build-up here into the Dragonlance, because before the Pinnacle anniversary show, a lot of the Luna carries that I was seeing was skipping over that. They were going straight Mask of Madness into the Manta style. How much do you like this Dragonlance early on for the Luna?
I mean, I think it's okay. Like, there's a lot of burst damage that they have on Tickle, so you do want to have that extra HP against... even the kisses by themselves is so much damage. So I'm fine with it. I think especially having that early butterfly is going to be great because Alk is not a hero that likes building the MKB. And even TA is not that, keen on it. So you get the butterfly, which actually leaves you kind of with a low HP threshold. But the Dragonlance is compensated for it as the Kunkka.
He's in trouble now as well. The trap comes out, Spirit Vessel on top of him. Does he get himself away from this one? Walrus Punch. Going to be on to Ducalis. Ice Shards come through as well. That's the shard on the Tusk. So he's got those extra long Ice Shards, but it might cost him his life. Just trying to make sure he can keep this Kunkka alive. The Tidal Wave does come through here, but still with the Snowball, yeah, they just lure him into a trap, and there was no way for Ake to get himself out of that. Aegis does get reclaimed there as well.
Alright. I mean, another fight where they only lose the Tusk, so it's not the end of the world here for Yellow Submarine. But the gold advantage is definitely starting to scale up. The TA fairly ahead of the Dazzle. The Alk obviously going to be ahead of the Luna. So we'll see if now without Aegis, Yellow Submarine is going to try and fight a good engagement for themselves. Does the Dazzle have Shard? Because they are lacking control, it feels like. It's just the Kunkka that brings it to Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Erase has that shard. And how's absolutely massive looking. He's got himself a Heaven's Halberd, which is nice against the TA, against the Alk here as well. The main kit, I mean, pretty much all of the kit is those right clicks, especially the TA. Traps and right clicks is all he's got. How's Laurenoff? Laurenoff just wants to go straight towards that BKB, though. Is that a...
MKB, I think. Or Delos, right? We'll see what he's bringing.
Yeah, no, MKB, yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, okay, he's going to have the right clicks through the Luna. Alchemist Solution gets dealt with there.
I would love to see a Shivas on Absolute Massive. I think it's very good to have the armor here, and the region reduction Alk, always good too. Oh,
This is big as well.
It's a hard fight. They have a lot of vision here from Tickles.
And you're going to have that MKB up even before the butterfly is up here for the Luna. Blood Grenade
No, she does have
onto
it.
Nam.
She has it.
Oh, does she have it? No, I thought she
Yeah.
was just bringing it out. Right clicks there. Tusk going to go down. Couldn't even get himself away from this one. Now they're diving. They're going to have
the
the stun
stun?
gun coming through now as well. They get the silence out. And that is going to be the trap locked down here for the Dazzle. He couldn't get off that shallow grave. It's going to cost him his life. And now the Ghost Scepter, they just wait it out. They get the kill onto the Phoenix. And they might be able to go for even more onto this. You can see that Satanic, what's he going to be able to do here? Dekal's trying to chase down Unstable Concoction. Do they get the vision? It's still self-stun, but he get it just in range now.
The
Storm
talent.
gets dropped. Can he get himself away from this one? Trying to go for the TP, so the right-click damage comes in, and all it gets the kill. Has the damage stacking up. It was just enough to get the kill on Satanic there. And you have that range on the Unstable Concoction. It locks down the Luna.
Yeah, the AoE talent is so good on the Concoction. I hate it when Elks actually don't pick that one up. And I mean, this was just a desperate move from Yellow Submarine, to be honest. Like, they knew Tickles was controlling that area for a long time. The amount of traps giving vision and wards that Tickles had was insane. Sure, it is nighttime, so they have a slight advantage, but it still felt way too rushed from them. And honestly, like, they actually played pretty calm the entire game, so even a bit uncalled for that they just suddenly decided to play like that. I think they're doing okay, considering how good of a team Tickles is.
Yeah, just looking at the bottom part of the map there, you can see all the wards, the sentry wards being down. Oh, Sprint comes through onto Decalis. Just to get himself away from this one. X marks the spot to drag back onto the Weaver, but any follow-up, and there is the Hex here onto a race as the pig form comes up for Decalis. But yeah, no, you look at all these traps going down on the bottom part of the map, the sentry wards being down there as well. It looks like the map has a bit of chicken pox here with all that red here in the lower part of the map. And like you say, that was even after Team Tickles got a really good fight and popping a few of those traps to get the silence off. That silence on the Dazzle to stop him getting the shallow grave, you know, really has a massive impact in the fights.
Yeah, I wonder what the Dazzle is trying to build to fix that. Because, you know, they smoked, knowing that there could be countless traps there, and they do lose the fight because of it. So having a BKB or a Manta is usually the two items you see on core Dazzle. Whatever it is that he chooses, he really needs it. I'm surprised they smoked without vision at nighttime like that, knowing that he doesn't have a way against the silence of TA.
Yeah, look at this as well. It is going to be a daytime Roshan respawn here. But you hit that timer, and at least you've got to check it. So Team Tickle standing around the pit, you know, trying to stack up, just in case Yellow Submarine got themselves in. Oh no, they get the silence off.
Silence again.
Do they get the damage? Yeah, they do. That's a Bloodthorn for Allnet. That's a full Bloodthorn for Allnet. So it doesn't matter about the evasion on the Luna. You know, he's just going to be able to right-click through it.
Ooh, that is such a tough one here if you're a Yellow Submarine fan. It definitely looked a bit better this time. The Dazzle did way more work than the Kankan game #1 from Erase. But it feels like when it matters, when it's like actual team fights, Yellow Submarine not at the same level as Tickles. Like laning stage wise and map movement wise, I think Yellow Submarine did okay.
Yeah.
But the team fighting aspect is just so much better, draft wise and team wise for Tickles.
Yeah, it looks really good. Like you say, that they were able to fight out, even when it's not the strongest lanes. They were able to make this time for long enough to get the space and recovery in. Alchemist just wasn't put under pressure in the other game at all. He was able to just sit in the jungle, find the farm. And yeah, Yellow Submarine, they do look good, but like you say, maybe Team Tickles just played together a little bit longer. They've got a bit more synergy under the belt, and just have the control as well, that experience where, like I say, a little bit of naivety, I feel like, from Yellow Submarine. Just thinking that they can sit back and take this game a little bit later and not try and get aggressive onto Tickles.
They're going to try and fight for that Roche. Very close to spawning. Look at the position of Bonnie. It's so good. Smoke breaks because of Ducalis, but he got vision of the Weaver somehow.
Yes. They're going to be able to get the D-Ward out now as well. Egg still there. Doesn't want to step up. You've got Force on the high ground. These traps being popped, and Force actually walks himself down here. Roshan respawn 18 seconds away. The smoke in the pit now. What can they do? They've already got the Soul Ray coming through here. Did they get enough damage onto this with the Sun Ray? It's not going to be enough now as well.
They don't have it.
Yeah, he's going to be survived right through this one as well. Shadowgrave comes out here onto Egg, but the trap gets popped as well. Do they get the damage? Torrent Storm going to be popped as well. They've got the Eclipse falling down onto everybody, but only he pops the BKB, turns around with this, going to be able to get the right clicks, gets the silence off onto the Luna again. The cookie for the stun. They have the damage, they have the right clicks coming through, and the Luna will fall. Absolute Massive might be the next one. The blink forward. Lornoff on the double kill. Snowball now as well. They're going to be able to clean up 4. Is it going to be 5? This is going to be 6 actually. Buyback from the Tusk. And Tickles lose absolutely nobody here. Full 6-man wipe on Yellow Submarines.
Yeah, and now Tickles, they want to force buybacks. Unfortunately, there's none, or fortunately, because it means they will get a lane of barracks.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think there's some item build problems with Yellow Submarine, like no BKB on Satanic. He just got 100 to 0 because he got controlled pretty much the entire fight. Like, sure, you can get graved, but obviously the Tusk got it, the grave here. He cannot stand his ground. Like, he gets concoction into cookie, into so much other stuff. Look at that. Like, he's stunned for the entire life.
That's what I'm talking about as well. And being an agi hero in the draft, I suppose you could say agi, but being an agi hero in the draft, you have all this minus armor coming out that the Luna doesn't really stand up to that. Whereas, like, say something like the Wraith King with a high health pool, but not the greatest armor, but the lifesteal built in as well, might have been able to stand up to the Alchemist. It just, you can see that, yeah, Tickles, they have control of this game. They cleared up 2 lanes of racks from that fight.
Oh, yeah, they have so much physical damage. I didn't expect them to get the 2 lanes, but they did. Luna's still spawning, and they're going to get Roche unless Yellow Submarine wants a rematch. But after seeing what happened, they might not really be keen on going in for Roshan again.
So, I mean, if you're Yellow Submarine here, the match 33 minutes in, you down 13 kills and 30k net worth. What are you saying? You know, what's the team talk going to be like?
I mean, probably low energy, if I had to say. Like right now, your play is defend high ground and like just force mistakes. That's the only way you can win this game. You're not going to proactively win this game. You need to bait someone, farm buybacks on everyone because they are lacking. We saw after that fight. Only that, I guess Tusk doesn't have it because he bought back, and only I think the Kanka has it. So erase, no way out.
Erase, yeah, he tried. Tried to TP, but there was just the Encircle Concoction coming through straight away. Scouted out by Tickles now, and yeah, he's dead for 50 seconds. And Tier 2 tower stands on the top part of the map for Yellow Submarine, but for how long?
Not very long, and no buybacks. I mean, this is this is gonna be a hard defense for them. The Luna might not have it either. I think 1500 gold for the amount of network he has is not enough for a buyback. Just a really tough position. They're just going through the back door here. No cares in the world.
And yeah, with the Aegis, the cheese now stacking up, and Luna not really being able to. Unstable Concoction comes through. No BKB on him as well. He went for the Crystallis, and they're going to try and do what they can onto Olnit. X marks the spot onto Olnit, but again, Olnit with the Aegis got himself a BKB now as well. Sunray comes through. He's really not going to kill. Walrus probably going to connect now as well. The drive back onto Laurenoff. Laurenoff has to pop his own BKB. Has that cheese in it, and he's going to be able to swap it in if he wants to use it. But you've got the Mortimer Kisses raining down once again. This is going to be another Tier 3 tower now as well. Coming onto Satanic, the right place. We've got the X marks the spot once again onto Olnit. Dragging him back, but he's a big tanky boy. He's got his second life if he needs to use it. It looks like he might actually do with the shards coming through. Unstable Concoction, they do pop the Aegis. I think they're about to get a second kill onto this one. Stacking through, little shudder onto the Kunkka. Looks like Tickles on the back lines, just trying to pull some aggression. He might be the sacrificial lamb here as they do stack up, but no, Norman jumps himself in. He gets the save onto Tickles.
Damn, that was very clean. I mean, it looked really good from Yellow Submarine. I think they started a fight with Elder Dazzle, trying to bait Tickles in, and good shards, good spell casting in general, but they're 34k gold behind. It's just hard. Oh, look at that.
The catch out, they've got the lockdown onto the Luna. The Luna Shallow Grave does come through, but Olnit, what they're going to try and do here, once again, X marks the spot, but the Alchemist really doesn't care. He's got his ultimate up. Level 24, so he's looking for the 25. Tidal Wave doesn't bring anyone back with it now as well, and this is just a bit of a distraction here, as it looks like Unstable Concoction. Do they have to kill into the Dazzle? Trap gets popped now as well. He's got the sounds. No Shallow Grave. He's dead for a minute. They're going to be able to clean up racks, and I don't know if Yellow Submarine are going to be able to defend into this one. Magus come through. Eclipse gets popped. There is going to be that, the Yules for the control. Right-click damage onto Laurenoff. Laurenoff can get himself away from this one. He has a trap again. Could he be able to get another Unstable Concoction? And this time, I don't know if the Luna's going to be able to get away from it. The lifesteal coming through from the Satanic. They've got a lot of damage. They've got the control. Nominee might go down. Solid Guardian tries to walk himself back into that one, but King will get the kill. And the damage coming through. Do they have the control to get the kill onto the Luna now as well? Luna, that's going to be the Satanic being down. And the buyback comes through from both heroes on the side of Team Tickles. They do. They clean him up. He does have a buyback, but it looks like Team Tickles, do they want to try and end the game right here, right now?
Yeah, they're going to force the buyback for sure. Whether Yellow Submarine can punish that is the question. Still 20 seconds for the Dazzle, so okay.
Another jump in. Yeah, it's going to be the buyback onto the Luna. Do they get the kill onto the Alchemist? The Alchemist forced after away, but they've got the dive forward now as well. The Supernova comes through. The damage, it is going to be enough onto the Alchemist. The Alchemist is dead, but he's got 98 seconds and a buyback on the clock. at least, I mean, Team Tickles, 2 of their players bought back there as well for that fight. So Yellow Submarine, if they can group up now with the Alchemist being dead, they might try and get something out of this. But again, they do have Megas against them, so they've got to have somebody in the base to defend.
It's really tough. You know, at best you can get a tier 2 tower, but even then, you know, Satanic has no buyback, so you have to be extremely careful because Alk does have it. So we'll see what they're going to try and do. Honestly, I don't think they're going to get that much out of it, but you were so far behind it. Maybe you just take some risks. You try to see what happens. Maybe he doesn't have it. Maybe he buybacks and diebacks. I don't know. It is a tricky situation here for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, and like you said, that is a problem, right? They want Satanic leading the line. They want to push down these towers. He's the one that's going to be able to do a lot of damage, but he is the one that bought back in that last fight. So if he gets caught out, this could be curtains for Yellow Submarine, but at least at the minute, they are going to try and force something through. You've got Tickles in the base, though, so at least Rue is going to come back to try and defend it, and Satanic just continues to push up, but he's going to be really careful again. Can't be caught out here, can't be killed off, and you can just see how far Dazzle is playing back here just to try and keep Luna alive. Make sure that there is a Shell Grave, there is a heal, just in case Satanic gets in trouble.
Yeah, they're really trying their best here. 17 seconds. They want to hold on to the Alk buyback.
Yeah.
Gonna lose a tier 3, but there's still another glyph. They have to be very careful here. I think it's time to get away.
You need to run now as well. Absolute massive. Going to be taking a lot of damage. Multiple kisses going to be raining down. Do they get the control kill onto Tickles? They do.
Oh,
so at least he's dead for 94 seconds, but I think you need to retreat. Yeah, you've forced to die back out here. You got yourself a tier 3 tower. Now you have to come back, just reset, look to try and defend again. Wait for another fight from Team Tickles, and maybe then slowly but surely push down this mid lane and get what you can out of it.
Yeah, you know, I think anyone that actually doesn't watch this game and just sees the results later, if it is a 2-0, you're like, oh yeah, Yellow Submarine got trashed by Tickles. But I have to say that a lot of the times, the moves that Yellow Submarine goes for are the right ones.
Yeah.
Like this move, for instance, a worse team would definitely just like, okay, let's defend our base. They actually they went for the risky play and they were able to execute it in a way where they didn't lose anything out of it. In fact, they got some stuff, but the Luna, good snowball save.
Yeah, really good Shadow Poison coming through as well. The Hex onto all it's going to be taking a lot of right click damage. Can the Alchemist get himself away here? Laroff needs to run himself out as well. You've got the Shard up as well onto the Luna, so the Protective Glaives bounce around without damage reduction. And it looks like that might just be enough to dissuade Tickles from trying to take a fight here. And in fact, they might just wait up for the next Roshan. It's going to be at least 2 minutes away. But yes, they've shown that they've still got fangs here, Yellow Submarines. So Tickles have to be really careful about taking the next engage.
Yeah, I think this Luna needs a rapier. Yeah, there you go. She has it queued up. You just sell this Dragonlance, you get the rapier, and you hope for the best. You do have the Glaive talent. You do have a fair amount of protection, as we saw with the Tusk and the Dazzle. In a fight in your base, I think it's actually pretty hard to kill Satanic. When you're fighting outside of the base, that's when we saw Tickles really winning those fights handily. But there's not going to be traps inside the base. It's going to be, with Satanic and the Rapier, quite hard to kill this Luna. So very interested to see how Tickles is going to try and approach high ground once they get Aegis. Because I don't think Yellow Submarine can actually contest that. They still don't have buy on Satanic.
No, and that's kind of the thing, right? Once that Rapier is on board, this game is going to end one way or the other. No buyback on the Luna as well for another 3 or 4 minutes. So, yeah, it's a do-or-die situation for the Luna once that does come out. They just need to go completely ham and try and force this one Yellow Submarine.
Let's see if the respawn timer is going to be slow here. That definitely benefits Yellow Submarine by buy time for the Rapier to be purchased. I think even if he sells the Dragonlance now, Satanic's going to take probably like 3 minutes to finish it. But yeah, this is some breathing room here for Yellow Submarine. Do we have any other timings? The Midas on Phoenix definitely buying some time. Tusk doesn't really have much. Ags would be amazing on him, but just way too far away.
Yeah, and what's that? Yeah, 3.5 minutes respawn timer onto Satanic, so we'll see if it is going to be that all-in. Got himself the Penta-Edge Sword as well for the extra damage, and if he wants to sell that Dragonlance now, I think, it's Rapier time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Faster than I thought. Okay.
So, do you just stay out of vision here? Don't reveal this until Team Tickles want to try and take a fight?
You have to show, like, if you don't, you're gonna take way too much damage. Like, they have okay wave clear, but it's not that great. Roche is very quick, by the way, on the side of Tickles, so we might see a fight way faster than we anticipated.
Yeah, it is going to be a Radiant respawn side as well. So with TPs in, Yes could try and challenge this one. The scan comes out, going to see no one around. So yeah, they are going to try and make a beeline towards the Roach Pit. And how are Yellow Submarine going to try and respond to this one? Because this is the third
They are
Roshan.
actually smoking here. They're going to try and defend this. Only the Kunkka holding the base. And as you said, they could TP him in the outpost.
But how quickly this Roshan's going down. They're not going to get here in time.
Eggs on TA. It's a big one.
What can they do? Do they want to try and carry on fighting into this? So the D-wards come out. Rue, yeah, TP him back. Okay, so they're just going to try and defend. No, he needs to get himself away. The silence is going to stable concoction. His teammates have already TP'd themselves away. The right-click damage coming through. The Titanic, excuse me. Holding it. He's trying to trade off. Shallow Grave, it's going to wear off. He's going to go down here. He's got no buyback again. That's a Rapier on the deck. And this...
That Eggs on TA, man. She just teleported to the traps. That's so unfortunate.
Oh,
that's
was
crazy.
The last stand here, and yeah, even the observer is just like, yeah, game over. We are out of there. And as soon as that Luna fell, Yellow Submarine, they knew they had no chance to come back into it. Just immediately called the GG.
I mean, it is a 2-0. I obviously expected Tickles to take the series, and I think there were some moments here and there for Yellow Submarine. I do see a lot of shining light and a bright future for the boys, but they still need more experience. This is the second tournament they're playing, right? And they're playing against like Tickles, some big names. So I think they still have a chance, obviously, because they are in the lower bracket. But we'll see if they can learn from this experience and take it further. Because I do expect Tickles to be top 4. So they're definitely playing the big boys right now.
Yeah, they are going to be moving through to play up the winner of VP versus Alliance. Again, two big names, two teams that have done really well in the Pinnacle anniversary show. So it's not an easy walk from the start of the quarterfinals to the grand finals for Team Tickles. They do need to play the A game every single time. Unfortunately, Yellow Submarine will drop down to play up against Team Sibe tomorrow. And it looks like Team Tickles, they started off fairly comfortably here. How far do you think, you were saying top 4? Have you locked that in? Because VP versus Alliance, that next series, that's going to be tough, whoever they face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused. I think Alliance actually started this tournament really well, and they got some disappointing results. I think they got 2-0 by Kidstars, a team that didn't really do that well. Yeah. It really depends on which Alliance is going to show up, because I do feel like Virtus Pro is looking pretty good, and I also put them in my top 4. And Alliance, they're going to have to showcase that they can be a bit more stable. I also saw a load of tweets saying that they're looking for tryouts for every position.
Yeah.
So, it definitely feels like Alliance, they have their ups and downs, and whether they're going to change too much of this roster or not probably kind of rests on their performance in this tournament.
Yeah, and we'll see how they're going to fare coming up in this next series. We are going to have a bit of a longer break here. In about an hour's time, me and Bowie will be back to take you through VP versus Alliance. But like I say, it's just enough time, get yourself some food, go for a quick walk, get a stretch in there, and come back in about an hour, and we will take you through the second series of VP versus Alliance. But first, we are going to be thrown to a break, so we'll see you after this.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, as we get started here with the second series of the day. It is going to be VP versus Alliance, and Bowie, 2 of the bigger names in the Pinnacle Anniversary show here, expecting big things from both sides. But Alliance, maybe a bit more of an up-and-coming, challenger to Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro went fairly far, no one expected them to at TI, and they're playing on a full-power roster here. So what are you expecting for both teams coming into the series?
Well, I definitely expect Virtus Pro to come ahead. I would be quite impressed by Alliance if they are able to take this series. But generally speaking, yeah, like if we look at the groups, Alliance, they are second. Well, look how weird, right? They have 0 points. The Dudley Boys have 7. It definitely felt like this group, even though Alliance ended up coming out ahead, they, their results after Thompson stopped standing in for them decreased a lot. I think they lost every series they played after that. So it remains to be seen how well they are at the moment. I am a big Alliance fan, but it definitely feel like they are inconsistent. And taking Virtus Pro would definitely be like a big breath of fresh air for them and a boost of confidence moving forward in the season.
Yeah, and like you said before the break, the Alliance, they are actively looking for tryouts for their roster. So if the Alliance don't perform here, maybe it's just straight to the chopping block. But yeah, we can take a look at the Virtus Pro lineup. It is going to be FNG, Sayush, as well as Notice, Squadix, and Kiritic. So it is, like say, full power roster. And like I've been saying for a while now, this Virtus Pro, you've got the experience here. With Sayush and FNG, but Notice, Squadix, and Kiritic, really good young players with a lot, a really high ceiling on their potential. I think Kiritic, out of all 3 of them, has shown it the most. But yeah, the entire lineup here is chock full of talent and young players in there as well. So they've got time to go far.
Yeah, I definitely really like the VP roster. They impressed a lot of people, as you said, during TI. They have, I think they had one of the highest average MMRs out of the entire tournament, but a lot of new players that people didn't really, I guess, knew too much. So maybe for the people that actually follow Eastern Europe, they weren't that surprised the VP did that well, but definitely, pretty cool to have some new players that are looking this hot. For Alliance, though, I think ever since they had this roster, Chuan is probably the player that really stands out to me every time. He's so consistent. He's a really good player. He is by far my favorite player from the roster. I think he's very consistent. He's been carrying Alliance a little bit. But yeah, everyone else, it is a little bit inconsistent. I think once Pablo joined them after the TI qualifiers, they look a bit better.
Yeah.
But once again, it feels like they are slowly kind of not performing as much as they should. Maybe there was that clip from S4 as well, that like trying to kill the Tormentor 5 times and not really working. So I don't know. There's a couple of pieces not really missing. I'm not sure if the problem is necessarily skill wise, but maybe as a team they're just not meshing together.
Yeah, no, that could be it. Yeah, you can get 5 good players on a team, but if they don't have the same play style, if you can't get them to pull in the same direction, it could be a bit of a problem. So, yeah, Hero Alliance. I mean, this is again, they are still trying to get to. I don't want to say get to know each other's play style, but get that synergy down. They are trying to work things out. So, yeah, it might just be a couple more events, and they do look solid. They look like a really good team. But for the minute, Alliance coming in, like I say, as the challengers to Virtus Pro, I think, in this series. And Virtus Pro should be, I would have said, the favourites. Like I said, yeah, the favourites coming into this one just because of how well they've done this past year. I mean, you look at their DPC results as well. In every single season, it didn't matter who the other teams were. They only lost to Bet Boom, Nine Pandas, and to Team Spirit. They went 4-3 in every single DPC. They didn't drop a series to any of the teams below them, and they've looked really consistent. So this is where I'm kind of glad, they stuck together, as we will be able to get ourselves into the draft. They stuck together after TI as a team. They are keeping themselves going because they know that they have that potential to do good things, especially with Nine Pandas not looking infallible in the Eastern European region. For Eastern European qualifiers, VP, they do have a chance to sneak those slots.
Yeah. But I think it's not only about that. Like, I feel like it takes a certain group of players to really decide they want to stick together. Because Nouns, for instance, they had a way better results than anyone would ever expect, and even themselves. But they did pretty much disband, right? The roster pretty much. I think they lost 3 players. So I do like the Virtus Pro, even though they were consistently losing to the other, let's say, better Eastern Europe teams. They actually managed to stay together, because I think it takes a lot of courage, to do that. I think Alliance has been doing that a lot, and it's commendable. But in a way, they are, 2 sides of the same coin, trying to stay together, but one actually looking really, really good, and Alliance a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about Nouns, they did lose K1 and Moo. And Yamsun as well, but they did get Fly as that position 5. He brings that experience. He's a great player. Had a lot of experience in the scene as well. And then they've got Yuma and Stormstormer as stand-ins. But depending on what happens with Yuma and Stormstormer, much respect to what Nouns did at TI, but I think that looks like a lot stronger lineup coming through into the next ESL Kuala Lumpur for Nouns. So it's not always the worst thing if you do split up, if you have that chance to replace, but. We should get into the draft, as the Grimstroke, the Train, as well as the Chen have been banned out from Alliance. Meanwhile, on the side of Virtus Pro, they take away the Nature's Prophet, the Phoenix, the Tusk, and the Conquer, picking up the Pugna. Meanwhile, Alliance, they go straight in for that Muerta pickup.
Chen respect against FNG makes a lot of sense. That Pugna, man, that hero is very strong. Ever since the Butler aspect of the hero got nerfed, I was maybe not as keen, or I didn't think the hero was very good, but I've seen so many teams, like you just get this Pugna, you take every outer tower, you control the map, and you win the game in 30 minutes. This hero is not a Butler anymore. He's actually like a tower-taking guy. He definitely has his life figured out, and I love it. I think the hero is pretty good.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing with the hero, that, like you say, he did get massive nerfs, but people were ignoring that, the push potential of the hero, that kind of other side of it, where it was, like you say, it was looked on as that Butler, the battery for heroes like the Storm Spirit, the Medusa as well, and the Medusa falls out of favor, so does the Pugna, but teams realized that, the life drain wasn't the end-all be-all of the hero, so I'm not surprised to see it having a resurgence, and again, I wouldn't be surprised to see it on the end of a few nerfs coming through in the 7.35 patch.
Yeah, definitely a hero that is very often first phase picked and banned. Do see Brewmaster ban here coming from Alliance, interesting. And now the last ban here. If you look at the super meta heroes that are still left, we have Grimstroke being ignored.
No, he's first banned by Alliance.
Oh, never mind. Yep, I'm blind. Weaver still in the poll. We saw a lot of Ducalis 5 Weaver in the last series, and I'm sure Virtus Pro can pull that off as well, so maybe that one gets taken away.
Yeah, And yeah, what else? So Spirit Breaker, Kunka got banned out there, but the Spirit Breaker gets banned out. Let's take a look at the actual hero list. They do actually ban out the Weaver. Just look.
I don't mind the Breaker ban. I think plugin is very squishy. Like the Breaker can pretty much solo kill him. The Decrepify doesn't do anything against you.
Yeah.
Breaker seems like a decent ban. I'm still not that sold on the hero, but maybe Virtus Pro knows that Alliance doesn't play it. Like I'm not sure, but I think if a team is like consistently ignoring it, which I kind of feel like it should be the path forward, maybe you can just ignore it and ban something that's a bit more targeted to the Alliance players.
They could even, Virtus Pro here with the next set of picks, they could even pick up the Spirit Breaker if they wanted to, depending on if this is either TA, so they immediately pick up the Centaur Warrunner. An offlaner who seems to have slotted in, where other offlaners have just completely dropped off, the Bristleback, the Spirit Breaker, being those two big ones from TI that did get those nerfs, and Centaur Warrunner's just said, right, cool, my time to shine, and it is banned more often than picked here at the minute, and Virtus Pro, they're able to get this one through the draft.
It is also a flex to the core to the support position, but because they banned Tusk, I got a feeling it's gonna be core. The shard is definitely a pretty annoying counter to this hero. Now Alliance, it's a tough one. I think Muerta, if it is going to be carry, can actually stand her ground against Centaur, no problem. But as he gets level 6, you're so prone to being jumped that you might need something that can run away from Centaur or feels a bit tankier against him.
Yeah, I just worry that if it is going to be that mortar core, once the Pierce the Veil comes out, the Pugner is just going to be able to stand and life drain onto the mortar. So you have to have that dead shot ready to stop that. And I think it answers back, the mortar obviously wants to be untouchable in that ultimate. And I think even with the Centaur War and the Pugner combination, those two heroes being out already do enough through the Pierce the Veil to make the mortar worry until at least the BKB's up.
They have way too much magic damage. I hope they don't play Morta carry because it is looking very easy to burst her down. Just a double edge into Decrepify, it's crazy amounts of damage in the early game. But they're burning so much reserve time here. Alliance feeling quite out of comfort. They go AA, okay, with a tide.
Yeah. I don't mind this. Again, it stops the Pugner from being able to life drain onto his ally, well, himself and his allies. If you land that Ice Blast, it's a fairly low cooldown, so you're going to have that up every single fight. I just think that this opens up with the Mortar of the Ancient Apparition. If you do get that backline dive hero like the Storm Spirit, something like that, that's going to be able to do a lot of burst damage and get out like the Puck. You might, if these are the two supports, you might lose them before the fight really kicks off.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. The Pugna still an okay butler. It's not not like the center of the hero, but they could play Storm. It's just a hero we're not seeing a lot, but Puck is one that I think kind of fits the same bill and is seeing a lot of popularity with the Maelstrom build and all the right-click Puck sort of thing. The win rate in pubs is actually quite low, but in this tournament it's super high. I think Puck has It has a 72% win rate in this tournament.
Yeah, I was the first time I saw that build coming out, like Puck going first item Diffusal Blade, I thought it was a misclick, like a misbuy, something like that. I wasn't like expecting the Diff Blade into the Maelstrom and then Axe and Shard to come out, but it really was super effective if you let the Puck have the time and space. And with a Maelstrom build as well on the Puck, he does get the acceleration on the farm capability as well.
And you can get the diffuser later on. It's a dispel for the Puck. It's very interesting the way that they can develop, as they will pick an Invoker here. Some teams do run it support, but I'm assuming it's going to be mid, as they do have another pick to follow up. You know that the offlane is probably going to be that Tidehunter Muerta, so they could pick their carry if they want to and keep this Invoker flex for the third phase.
Yeah. What would you be looking at for Virtus Pro here in terms of what you want to give to Kiritich against that offlane?
I think Void seems okay, especially the Invoker is going to be core. I think it's a fine pick, the Faceless Void. You definitely cannot Muerta, Spectre. Oh, so they're not flexing the Invoker and they just picked their 4. I think this is fine.
Yeah.
It's a lot of amplification, man. Decrepify and Eshinsu. Like, Double Edge is gonna do 1200 damage or some crazy.
Oh, yeah. Virtus Pro is just gonna be able to delete heroes with the magic damage coming out from them, yeah. And Alliance maybe need to look for some early BKBs or, just something to give them some protection here.
Need a pipe on this tide.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be able to go Meteor Hammer, which is usually feels pretty bad. Tide really likes that build.
Yeah.
But I think you cannot ignore the magic damage they have on VP.
Okay. I don't mind this Dragonite pickup. Big tanky boy, lots of regen, does go for an early BKB, has a lot of sustainability, push potential as well.
I think they do have the A Blast to combo with the Blink of DK.
Yeah.
It is a relatively tanky hero. I'm okay with it. I'm not sure. I think the lane is going to be the problem. If the Invoker goes Quas Wax, DK can feel pretty sad, like you can't rotate, you can't really do anything.
Yeah.
But maybe Invoker is going to go Exort this game. I've seen more and more Exort Invoker with Bottle, so maybe they kind of have a feeling this is what VP is going to go for.
Okay, so, well, yeah, no, we'll see. So you're not 100% in on the Quas Wax, Urn into Midas into Spirit Vessel here for the Invoker?
Yeah, I mean, he might go for it, but I've seen more and more this Bottle Invoker, especially when you have a lot of stuns. This time they only have the Centaur, but maybe if you pick up a Sven or a Wraith King, you might have that second stun to pair up with the Sun Strikes. I do feel like Wraith King looks pretty good here, because you have that AA, you have a lot of, like, we're going to burst someone and then take the fight from there, and Wraith King could be a really good frontliner for them alongside the Centaur.
Okay, and yeah, we'll see what the final few picks are going to be here. Alliance looking potential, well, both teams potentially here, depending on what this mortar is going to be, but both teams looking towards the carry. Banning out the Lycan though, and the rise of the Zoo meta, you know, it is back with the recent patch. You know, team players at high levels just like, cool, new patch. Let's just push heroes until they figure out how to stop us. So Virtus.pro maybe seeing that and thinking that there is a decent amount of tower taking ability here with the Dragonite and the Mortar, so not wanting Alliance to be able to ramp that up even more.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Charlie play Lycan carry in the past as well, so maybe they feel like could be a carry Lycan of some sorts. Although, I'm not against the DK carry here. I know it's not very common, but you need something that is sustainable against the Centaur Pugna, and this AA is not really going to bring that. It's no Treant, no heals coming, so maybe the option here is you play this very sustainable DK with 2-3 points in the passive against Centaur Pugna, and he might, like, you just need someone that survives, right?
Yeah.
But if they don't do that, Spectre still in the pool. I think that could be a decent pick here for Alliance. They ban Naga instead for VP.
I don't. Oh, they banned the Luna out. Okay, and Luna is slowly becoming, it seems like, the hero, the carry of the tournament here, because you know, just didn't really get a change in that last patch. And the glaives, the protection from the glaives seems to be really powerful at the minute. So teams, yeah, no, they are taking full advantage of that. So Alliance don't want to give that Luna over to Virtus.pro, which they do go for the Spectre. Don't mind that. There's some squishy heroes, Scarth Mage, Invoker, Pugna. If you get the Shadow Step in, you can get a quick pick off on one of those 3 heroes, and we'll see how Virtus.pro are going to be able to protect the teammates with that Spectre being on the field.
I think Void is probably the best option for them.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to kill the Tidehunter despite the Kraken Shell. You relatively tanky. I do like that. The lane is a bit tough against Tide, though. So maybe they're going to go, oh yeah, they go for Sven.
Okay.
All right.
How
that extra stun we talked about.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about this Sven pickup. Kiritich, he plays it well, but Sven doesn't seem to be the strongest hero in the game at the minute.
Yeah, he's definitely a bit of a weird guy. But I think they need something that can set up for more Sunstrikes.
Yeah.
So Sven is that. And they need something that can either lane well against Tide, so that would be like a range hero, a Drow, but they have so much gap close with the Spectre, with the DK, that I think going the range hero route could be a problem.
Yeah.
So Sven can just, lane until level 6 and then just abandon the lane and he's going to be fine. The Tide will not get the tower very fast because, as we said, they really need that pipe. I think skipping the pipe, getting the Meteor Hammer could be very problematic for Alliance. We'll see how the lane's going to go. But they need a pipe, no questions about that.
Yeah, and it is a lot of magic damage to come out, like you say, from the side of Virtus.pro. So that Tidehunter, if he does go for the Meteor Hammer first, is it just a case of camping out that lane, looking to build up into the pipe a little bit later on, or do you want that pipe and then the Tide, once he hits 6, to be able to run at the enemy team and look to start fighting?
Looking at your heroes, I think they will be bound by some item timings, right? The DK cannot really initiate fights until he has Blink, so he can probably pressure tier 1s, but he's not gonna like actually jump people. So I think you probably need to get this pipe and Blink on DK to really get the ball rolling here for Alliance. If the Tide gets like a super free lane though, he can get the Meteor Hammer. It might not really hurt them that much. We'll see. I'm a little bit scared for Alliance in terms of the magic damage, but I also like this Sven on VP because it is a lot of physical, right? You don't want to have your damage in just one type or one source of damage.
Yeah.
And getting this Sven like makes it okay. They're going pipe, but now this Sven is going to be doing so much damage, and there's no item that's really going to be dealing with that.
What's the build-up for Sven in a game like this? Do you want to be going for the Echo Saber into something like the BKB, back to a Blink Dagger, or do you just want pure damage items? What is it? How did you want to build in this game?
I think this is probably Madness into Echo, Disassemble for BKB, Silver Edge. Usually Blink's fine, but I think you need a Silver Edge for Tide and Spectre and DK. So it's definitely a Silver Edge game for him.
Are you going back into that second Echo Saber, looking to go into a Harpoon as well, trying to close that gap on like the stop the Spectre from being able to get away when the Shadow Dagger comes out, or?
Yeah, I think you get the Harpoon like after Silver Edge probably. You keep the Echo Saber, like you disassemble Echo, then you rebuild it once you finish your BKB, then you get Silver Edge, and then you get Harpoon probably.
Okay, well, Hans going to be taking some damage coming through, and we see the Squadix. I don't think he's skilled anything up just yet. The chase down onto the AA, taking some damage here, but yeah, no orbs for Squadix just yet, so he's not going to be able to ponder those as he gets himself into the lane. I'm sure we're going to see the build up here, but
FNG?
In fact, with the rotation at FNG, it's going to be the
Sunstrike
Sunstrike
level 1.
They do get it. Oh, quick first blood, and Squadix gets it from the mid lane here. Was forced, well, not forced, but chose to go into that Exhort. So yeah, like you say, the Exhort build coming out for the Invoker here.
Yeah, I've seen that more and more. I like it. I think there are a couple of matchups that can really pressure you. And DK might be one of those. You do, now that they removed all of those bonuses, or most of the bonuses from Exhort in terms of damage and HP regen, the Breathe Fire is quite annoying for the Invoker to get CS lane. But he got first blood, so he doesn't care so far. He's very happy.
Oh, are they going to take
another one? Oh my god!
Squadix is an absolute sniper, and we're only a minute into the game here. Picks up 2 in the first minute. It's going to be a lot of mana, but big investments here. Pays off really well for the Invoker.
I mean, check his net worth. Like, he is probably by far the most powerful hero. Holy.
Yeah, did, I mean, really well here for the Invoker at the minute, and again, we're only a minute into it, so it's not game over just yet, but he seems to have the timings down. He has the targetings, and we'll see how he's going to get on them with this lane. And yeah, maybe this extra little bump in gold here for the Invoker in the mid lane, it might just make this lane a little bit easier against the Dragon Knight. Or, no, it will make the game a lot easier against the Dragon Knight. You have more net worth in him now. Over 2 kills in the first minute.
I think that players, it's been a while since Exhort Invoker is popular, so you're not that used to dodging Sunstrikes and predicting all that sort of stuff. Maybe if this becomes the norm, we're gonna see those Sunstrikes being way harder to land. Yeah, Squadix definitely looking like a sniper right now. 100% I guess accuracy rate so far.
And notice, could be taking some harass here for Charlie and Hanskin stepping up. Sarish on the back though. Trying to do what he can. The ward is down on the top lane here. S4 stepping up. But it looks like it's just going to be the back way. The storm. He comes out into the Spectre. Spectre can he get himself away from this. He's going to try and use the dagger. And the damage, it might not. Sunstrike this time. No! No way! He stopped. He turned around. And Squadix still hits the Sunstrike there onto the Spectre. 3 for 3 here for this Invoker. Somebody check him, PC.
I don't care. He's MVP already. Like, he's 3-0. Like, ever since they made Sunstrike base damage like 200 pure damage, it took so long for people to start doing this. It's honestly kind of baffling. It took some Quaswex nerfs, right? The EMP mana drainage got nerfed severely in, I don't even remember which patch. And finally we're seeing this, and it's super strong. And I don't think he actually had a stun for any of the Sunstrikes that he hit. It was just like a blind Sunstrike into... Not blind, but like someone walking in and he just got the timing perfectly.
Yeah, the first one, the Ancient Apparition, was trying to TP back to base. But,
oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, the 2 after that, both of the heroes walked into the Sunstrikes and, yeah, absolutely nailed them.
Very nicely done by Squadix. I mean, his CS is 11-1, but he is definitely the highest net worth. I wouldn't question this at all.
Yeah, big boost, big jump ups there, being able to get 3 kills, and he's on starting to get himself a streak here now as well. Hanskin going to be able to get this pull through. If we take a look at the build for the Invoker though, after this exhort, you know, what have you been seeing them build into? Do you go back for the Quas? Is it do you want that Wex? You know, do you want to be dropping meteors? How do you try and play around this exhort Invoker?
So a lot of the builds I've seen is like treads into either Midas or Eggs or Blink.
Yeah.
This game, he's doing so well that I think you can just get a Midas. Like, it's not really going to slow down his timings at all. So, probably... I don't know if Eggs is really the item here. They don't have that many stuns. So, maybe you just go something like Blink Vise and you just try to solo kill people. Because Vise into Meteor is a lot of damage, but... FNG also takes a lot.
Yep, top lanes this time, the Sunstrike. So we're 75%. Yeah. On Pablo decides to walk up and not away. Maybe Alliance are learning, you know, it's safer to commit than it is to try and run away. But yeah, Dragon Knight at the minute in the mid lane, he's got the most last hits. He's 25 to 11, so 11 denies against the Invoker here, which is pretty big, especially when you're able to just pick up the save farm like this. So we'll see what Dragon Knight's going to be able to do in terms of the lane stage, you know, where he's going to be able to move out. And the damage coming out here from the Invoker in this mid lane, it's not really stacking up onto the Dragon Knight, who's 2 points into the Dragon's Blood. You know, he's not really feeling the threat from the Invoker.
Yeah, it's definitely DK favored lane, especially with Exort. Like, if you cannot drain his mana, he's going to be constantly spamming the Brief Fire, and like it's really hard to CS. But he's getting so many kills that right now it doesn't really matter that much. We'll see, you know, if they can get that tower. Usually you see the level 1 Dragon Form being used, but there's already a support in the top lane. They might be trying to bait this DK into forcing things too much.
Yeah, look at this Alliance. They're going to maybe lose S4 here. Sunstrike comes out this time. So, what's that, 4 out of 5? Yeah. He's on target. And I mean, that's a passing grade still. That's like still an A in all major grading systems. I don't know. It's the American grade. It's still weird. But Squadix, he's still looking really good from the Sunstrikes. And at least here, you can say Alliance, they aren't completely losing every lane because Chuan is still doing a lot in this mid lane against the Invoker.
Yeah, they're going to need to really focus this Invoker, which might not be hard once you have Blink on DK, which is in a pretty good trajectory towards. Oh, Pablo, now he sidesteps it.
Yeah, Pablo, like I say, Pablo's learned. Pablo knows what's going on here. If you're getting low, you run toward and not away.
Very nicely done. Some pressure here with the Dragon Form, Haste Rune, but nothing too major. They just lose the Skyreth Mage.
And if you're Alliance, even with these Sunstrikes coming out here from the Invoker, are you happy with the way the game's going here? Charlie's not really being harassed, and he's finding the farm, he's getting towards this Blade Mail. You have some harassment to the Tide, but S4 for the most part, he's looking fairly comfortable. Yeah,
and he should. At the end of the day, they did get this Tide Hunter into a pretty good matchup. The question is whether, like, what the item build is going to be for him. I think the Meteor Hammer is going to increase the pace that the game can be played, and that's nice. But there might be a timing where VP, they have the Blink on Centaur, as well as a lot of levels on the Sky and the plugin, and then like pickoffs are going to be going left and right, and they have no saves. No real saves on anyone.
We'll keep an eye to see, just where they play around this. Like you say, you've got Chuan in the mid. He's really having a great time. He's not being contested. So, Virtus Pro, even with the Sunstrikes, right? Do you want to be making some early rotations once that Centaur has the Blink Dagger up, or are you just happy to sit him in the lane and contest him against the Spectre in that lane?
I think the Centaur should just chill. Like, the Blink will take some time, right? He has to go Vanguard Boots into Blink. That's probably going to be around 12, 13 minutes once the Centaur has it. So, up to that point, just farm with the Invoker, just farm with this Van. It is really on Alliance to pressure towers as, Charlie gets trampled.
Maybe speaking a little bit too soon, though. Yeah, I was saying how comfortable that Charlie was in this lane. Wasn't really being contested. All of a sudden, great rotation comes out. The Deadshot's not going to connect onto Squadix either here. And Muerta not going to be able to go any further. 2 points into the calling. Not going to be able to get it off. No connection with the dead shot here on Kiritich. How is he looking? I mean, net worth-wise, all 3 cores from the side of VP. It is close, but all 3 cores in the top 3 of the net worth here. Chuan looking to pressure this tier 1 tower, claw some of this net worth, claw some of the map control back as well.
That's quite important that he gets it. Interesting build from the S4. He actually has like a ring of health, but he's going back to a soul ring, so didn't really get the Meteor Hammer. Probably is not gonna get it anymore.
Yeah.
But we'll get the soul ring before starts going for the 5. So just an interesting approach there. Chuan.
Challenge comes out. Do they have the damage to take down this Dragon Knight? He's going to be slowed down now as well. Chuan's right shot comes through, but they have the damage in Chuan. Yeah, he's pushed right far forward, and Squadix, well, that right click, that's definitely going to be enough here. But at least VP, I mean, they need to quickly farm up this stack before it gets contested. They did lose that mid lane tower, so they are feeling maybe just a little bit more unsafe than Alliance, because Alliance, they now have open control or open access to both parts of the VP jungle.
Yeah, they have vision as Alliance, but they don't have the best heroes to farm the... Oh, and it's actually VP farming those pretty juicy stacks from Alliance. Not too shabby.
And I think that was a hard stack there as well. So that was the 6 split on the mud golems.
Very sad for the DK. He definitely wanted to... I think he's still choosing whether he wants to get Midas first or Blink first.
Yeah.
This is definitely going to slow him down as the Spectre going for standard Blade Mail build. Charlie, you know, he had decent CS in lane, but he probably spent a lot in region because he's so far behind everyone else. He's already like 1,000 behind the Sven.
Yeah, and S4. Yeah, he was taking some time, but he does get the last hit. It's going to be going towards a pipe. But how do you feel about Charlie not going for... Because usually when I see the Spectres, it's the first item I see is the urn coming out. Is it just, did he get, you know, punished in the lane enough that it isn't viable to go for that urn anymore? You just have to go straight into the blade mail?
Yeah, I think it's that, and also the fact that they have way too many ways of killing him, right? So by getting the blade mail, it's damage for you, but it's also protection, and he definitely needs protection this game. So yeah, they cannot play on the aggressive, especially because they need blink on DK, and the timings are just not gonna align as much as he would like.
Yeah. China's getting close to that blink dagger now. He's going to be about 300, 400 gold away from picking it up. So what do you want to see the Spectre? Does Charlie go back for like the diff blade? Do you want to see him go into the Manta style after the pickup of the blade mail? What is it that Spectre wants to go towards?
I think he needs Radiance this game, even though like you might make an argument for, you know, Manta and Diffu. He needs farming speed, and he's already too far behind. Like, this is not a game I think he can get away with anything but the Radiance. Yeah. To keep up with farm. Oh, Stampede. Dead AA.
Yeah, mid lane AA is gonna crumble here, and that's the thing with the Ancient Apparition. You know, no big mobility spells, nothing that can really get him around if he does get jumped on. Once he's, you know, 2 or 3 heroes from on top of him, more than likely he is gonna melt under the pressure.
They do have Tide with Ravage, so he's gonna try and just be a wall here. As FNG being very cheeky. Oh, Spectre!
He's gonna go for the TV with that Dragon Tail. They do get the stun, and Hanskin from a distance. Well, he's gonna be able to get that kill. A bit of revenge here, maybe for the AA.
Alright. Unfortunate that the AA gets it. I really feel like all of those cores are in much need of farm as Pablo.
Oh, Pablo. You are a support. You are trying to farm out towards the dire tier 2 with no backups, no towers, and now no life.
Pretty weird dev. Like, he should have probably expected something. He was super far forward in that lane, but now they get some vision, and the cores do get some time alone because of it. But yeah, S4, you really need this blink. You need DK with blink and pipe on S4, and then they might be ready to go for some plays here. But they are already 3k gold behind. This is starting. Okay, they will smoke. I like this.
Trying to move through here now as well. Kiritich, how's he looking? He's already got himself the Mask of Madness. Echo Saber's there as well, but it looks like VP, they want to respond with a smoke of their own. FNG, not going to be... He might just be the bait. If he comes a little bit further forward, yeah, they're going to maybe see him here. They're trying to get up to them. There's going to be the Shadow Step now as well.
Oh,
but,
no!
Like I say, great bait, mate. They get the kill onto Charlie. And now they might be able to go onto S4 as well. S4 going to get himself away from this one. The Netherworld is going to be dropped. The Calling comes down as well, but nobody caught in the Calling. Nether Blast comes out to Pablo. Pablo's Spirit Vessel's going to be on top of him now as well, but the Chase Down comes through. Centaur Storm, they get the kill onto Pablo, and now they might be able to go to S4. S4, he throws the Ravage out, but do they have the control? Dragon Knight, can he be silenced up? Can he get himself away from this one? Slow down, concussive shots going through. Cold Snap, Spirit Vessel, everything being thrown on top of the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight, he's going to be cleaned up. Kiritich gets that one. They do lose the Centaur, but 3 heroes dead on the side of Alliance. That is a really good trade, just dangling the Pugner in their faces. They fall for it, and like a fish to a worm, a VP just pulled them out of the water. In Alliance, they lose 3 heroes.
Yeah, beautifully done by VP, just smoking all of the other heroes. Alliance ended up going for a scan, but they were not really on point. And yeah, I guess you could maybe say it was obvious, but you know, we're watching from as gods here, so it's way easier to get a feeling of what's happening. At the end of the day, Alliance losing Charlie. I guess the biggest problem was Charlie initiating. If he left the other players go first, I think they could have maneuvered around that fight much better. The fact that he dies like that, like S4 didn't even want to Ravage. He ends up using it here, but like Notice was dead anyways. That Ravage is a waste also, if you think about it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to protect himself and the rest of his teammates to get out. Sunstrike! Hanskin is dead.
That's 4 out of 7, so he has a...
I think it's 5 out of 7 now. I think that's
the
perfect score. Yeah. So
71%.
If anyone doesn't know, 5 out of 7, absolutely perfect on the rating scale. You know, so yeah. Oh, S4, they get to jump in. Mystic Flare comes through now as well. We can actually see the Mystic Flare.
From S4 with the pipe.
Pops that pipe, but how long is it going to keep him alive now as well? Charlie tries to get the Haunt in FNG. He's going to pop the Decrepify on himself. He will go down here, S4. And they might even be able to turn this one around for a little bit longer now as well. The Invoker. Charlie, what's he going to be able to do? The Ice Blast comes through. They do take down. How much gold does he give away? There are over 1,000 gold. And they're going to be able to go into Saryush now as well. The Netherward does get dropped, but that's going to be cleaned up just almost after the fact. So, Alliance, they did lose S4 again, but that was a really good fight. Some big kill streaks to pick up there as well from the side of VP. Oh, double damage though. They're going to be able to go. He just disappears.
Yeah, that's how an ice cream should look like in a match of Dota 2. And it just goes to show the pipe was good. Even though S4 dies, he bought so much time for his team to connect here that it ends up paying big dividends. Like he lived for so long. Notice these like the third double edge, I guess. And then VP, they lose 3 heroes, specifically that Invoker, just a huge kill. And it is Charlie that picks it up. He's the hero that needs the farm right now.
Yeah, and the Dragon Tail into the Point Blank Ice Blast means that the regen coming through from the Pugner, your baby birding back into the Invoker, it doesn't work because the Invoker can't keep it down. So, really good jump. So, and how's Pablo looking? Pablo's just going to go straight into the Atos here.
I think this is good. Holding the Centaur that doesn't want to go BKB. Oh, they find us for again.
That's another defensive Ravage now as well. Sunstrike's not going to connect this time, but Centaur, he's going to go for the stomp. Pipe gets popped. I like this as well. VP, they don't get dissuaded. They lost one good initiation, and like, cool, let's do it again. We've got ultimates. We can still get aggressive. We can still put the fear into Alliance, and Alliance this time, like say S4, had to pop that early Ravage just to keep himself alive.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, as they are pressuring bottom tower at least. They're going to force TP from Kiritich in the bottom side. And yeah, whatever move they wanted to do right now as Alliance. Oh, they're going to try and go for this. Okay, do they have the damage?
They do. They're going to be able to set up Kiritich. He pops that BKB. It doesn't matter. Hanskin gets it with the shatter. And now, well, Spectre.
Charlie might be dead.
Yeah, it's not looking great here for Charlie. Hides himself in the trees. The Invoker's going to be out now as well. He does pop the Blade Mail, but you've got the Life Drain coming out from FNG, Mystic Flare, and Saryush is going to be able to get the kill. And yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, there is a bug on the Mystic Flare that it only shows up half the time as a spectator. You do see it as a player, but sometimes we just don't see it on the stream.
It is not a bug, it's a feature. All right, how dare you call that a bug? It's been in the game longer than the game itself.
God, yeah, it has. Just the camouflage Mystic Flare to keep casters on the toes.
Yeah, that's why the hero is meta. It's just a hidden buff to Skyref. But yeah, I mean, really big kill on this Van. I was not expecting them to have enough damage, but yeah, Kiritich expected that BKB to be a bit more useful.
Yeah, he just, I mean, as soon as you get 4 jumping on you, there's no way to get away from that. And like you say, I'm surprised he even used the BKB. I thought he was going to be dead 100% anyway. So he tried. Ooh, they're going to try and go into the Centaur now as well, but they're able to get a lockdown. Look at this, Dragon Knight, you've got the Spirit Vessel on him, you've got everything. And Cyrus just cleans up again. The Tornado, it cancels out the ASTP now. They're going to be able to get the jump forward. Double Edge comes out. Sunstrike this time, not going to be on the mark, but Hanskin going to try and get himself away. The right click's coming through. Kiritich just needs one more. You have the sun protection from the Ancient Apparition, but it's not going to be enough. And Kiritich, he wanted that kill.
All right, so 2 big kills there, the DK and AA. They didn't really commit that much for that, but this is some space for Charlie. He's still behind everyone, which is honestly
It's rough.
surprising for me. Like he got that 1,000 gold from the Invoker.
And yeah, so Kiritich just, again, they're saying, okay, where do you want to farm this? Because we're taking your entire side of the map, but if you farm it on our side, we've got our vision down, we've got our wards down to see you, so we'll just come and gank you. And yeah, Charlie, he's running out of places to farm, and he did go back for that Manta style, maybe not feeling confident that he could go in for the Radiance.
Oh yeah, you are right. I mean, there is so much amplification based on spells there that dispelling, you know, the Crepify and Ancient Seal feels good, but that's why he's this underfarmed. Like he felt forced into something that's not Radiance. This is a tough one. I understand why he went for it, but in the long run, it might mean that yeah,
it might mean that he's dead here as well. Kiritich jumps on him. He's gonna be able to get the Shadow Step away. TP out now as well. FNG, the one hero with no disrupt, interrupt, or anything like that. So he's gonna be the target for the Shadow Step, and then straight TP away from the Spectre.
Nicely done. Handskin just chilling here in the mid lane, going for a Glimmer Cape as well. I wonder if for the Tidehunter he would ever build that item that got buffs. I mean, the item that no one builds. You know what I'm talking about?
Eternal Shroud?
Yeah. There's so much magic damage. Like, it's not like he's gonna struggle with mana or anything. I just wonder if it's like worth it since it's so much magic resistance.
The dead shot. Pablo, okay. He's got his angles down. He's good at maths. He might still be dead, but you know he's still playing around with those dead shots. And Kiritich does pick up another kill. And again, yeah, this just feels like VP. They see the Spectre pick, so they're just like, cool, we always make sure we're moving at least a team of 2. So if the Haunt comes in, excuse me, the Shadow Step comes in, there's a way to deal with the Tornado onto the Dragon Knight DK. They're going to go Spirit Vessel, yeah, it comes out, they've got the control, they've got the damage. Mystic Flare once again, and he's going to go down to Squadix.
I think it was a misclick. He blinked back into the Invoker, having no vision of anyone, so I'm not sure what the plan was there, but he ends up falling. Kiritich getting pretty close to that Silver Edge as well. They do have vision of him.
Home comes in, he just pops the BKB. God Strength comes out now as well. You've got 3 heroes stacking up, and Charlie is out of there. He pulls the Ripcord now. Yeah, Kiritich, he's got the Shadow Blade, just going to be able to leave. It did cost him an ult and a BKB, but in the grand scheme of things, not awful.
True. It's just the Spectre OT. And now if they do pressure tower here, there could be a potential punish coming from Alliance. They have Ravage ready and DK in 10. But yeah, I don't think VP is really going to force too much. The heroes that are nearby are not Sven. Sven is farming the Radiant Big Jungle.
And it is with that Silver Edge, so you know he's right on path. Went back for that Echo Saber there as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Silver Edge into the Harpoon here. And oh, they're going to be able to get a blink forward now as well. Did they get the kill onto the Pugna? Pugna's going to get pretty down low.
Cape.
Does he take enough damage to shatter? I don't think it is going to be enough. No, and there wasn't enough at all levels, so it's now just a 10-second duration on the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. S4, do they want to go for a re-engage? Tornado comes in, not going to connect. Looks like they might just back themselves away.
Oh, that's like when you commit a blast and you're DK and you don't get a Pugna kill. Definitely feels a bit
How
sad.
fast is Kiritich? Oh, this is going to be the Stormhammer into... Yeah, Kiritich picks up the kill. Another Sunstrike there as well. Storm comes out onto S4. S4 is going to be able to get himself away from this one. Life Drain. Has that pipe as well as 11 one charges. 13 one charges if he needs to use it. And he is going to be going straight into it. Looks like a Shiva's here for the Tide. But for the minute, VP, they're just claiming all the map control they can find.
We're going to get this tower. As far going for a Shiva's Guard. Interesting choice. Very good against Sven, but... the HP reduction, not necessarily that good since they already have AA. Oh,
John, Sunstrike. And that's another kill for Kiritich.
All right, want to guess where Invoker is in terms of accuracy right now?
I want to say something like 9 out of 13.
He is 7 out of 12. So he is...
okay.
He is at 58%.
That's still, you know...
I mean, I think if you get the actual accuracy rate for this spell, like on average, it's probably like 20%.
Yeah.
Probably less.
And yeah.
In pubs, right? Maybe in pro
yeah.
games, it's like I don't think it's actually higher than 50% in pro games.
And that's like, 58% is still really good. I'd kill for a 58% win rate in pubs. Something like that. I actually don't know what my win rate is, but still means you're always going to be climbing. You're always going to get something out of it. So 58%, 60, it's still really good. Nearly 2/3 of the Sunstrikes have landed.
Yeah, he's definitely having a... And he still can improve that. Let's see if he's going to keep them going. I'm going to count until Cataclysm goes in. Like, when Cataclysm goes in, it's going to be impossible to keep track of it. So
Yeah.
let's just have fun for now, as Hanskin might not have... Oh.
And another one to the tower here. There they go. Hanskin is still ticking down. He should, he eventually will fall. And on the back lines, S4, does he get himself away? Stampede, they actually see him. Was that Stormhammer to connect now as well? It looks like Kiritich just wants to come in with the break for the right clicks before he goes for the Stormhammer. They get the damage off. He pops the pipe though. And the stun onto Kiritich. Can they go for any more onto this one? S4, he still has that Ravage if he wants to pop it. They're going to change targets over to the Dragon Knight. Now the Ravage comes through, but Kiritich already has the BKB going. They're going to try and go to S4. Stormhammer once again. Tornado wasn't going to connect, but S4, can he get himself away from this one? One more right click from Kiritich. Pops that Shiva's Sunstrike. Isn't going to be on the mark, and the horn comes in for Charlie now. And Kiritich has already used that BKB. He's got the stomp out from the Centaur. Can they get the damage onto it? Do get the kill onto S4 now. The concussive shots coming through from Sayush. Kiritich turns around, gets the kill onto Pablo, and 4 out of 5 heroes on Alliance are dead. And only Charlie going to be able to get himself away from that fight. But 5 heroes alive on VP, and you have the ability now if you wanted to go towards another tier 2 tower.
This was not a bad fight from Alliance. I think they actually dragged VP very nicely. The fight started like pretty close to Roshan, and they dragged this 4 live for so long, but they're just 15k gold behind.
Yeah.
If they were a little bit ahead, or not that far behind, this fight could have been really good. Also, no buybacks. I think buybacks could have been a big difference since they are fighting their tier 2. But yeah, this Ravage, underwhelming, but a lot of patience on Charlie to just engage after the BKB ends, and it was close. S4 ends up falling to Sayu. He was very deep there.
Sayush coming for the big wraparound there as well. You see that Pablo, he just gets stomped up, and notice with the protection of his own. It looks like Spectre, in terms of the items queued up there, is going to be going back to a Radiance of his own. But at the minute, you've got an 18k net worth lead on VP. You are taking, map pressure, you're taking towers. It looks like they're going to try and take Roshan here as well. So how do Alliance get themselves back to being fairly comfortable in this game?
Whew. That is a very hard question. I mean, this is a stage of the game where you're gonna you have to force some mistakes from VP. You have to. Oh, Pablo. Just dispel the vessel with his ulti.
Pierce the Bill comes out. Yeah, the dead shot won't connect here. Muerta doesn't have her shard either. 26 minutes into the game, and again, not a core. It is a support Muerta, but it is a big power spike for the hero, being able to sustain in the fights with what I think it's 30% on the lifesteal, and then you stack up that spell lamp as well. It's a big power spike for the Muerta, even as a support.
Yeah, they're definitely lacking so much on Alliance. They just don't have the damage here. All of the cores besides the Invoker are very tanky, and even the supports they're struggling to kill. We saw FNG just living when they initiated the DK. And they're also going to live twice now since they have Aegis. Yeah,
Ice Blast comes in and VP don't care. They were healthy enough that they can just wait out the Shatter threat. Pablo, he's going to be able to get a TP away. No, actually cancels out the TP. They might group up and look for a fight here.
Yeah, they're going to hear the Roshan sound, so maybe they feel like they are separated enough.
Yeah, and you've got, 2 or 3 heroes waiting for anybody to show, but the Invoker going to pop those Forge Spirits and keep himself out of the limelight here.
Yeah, they know it's so risky. Like, if they go in now and die, the game's probably over. Like, you have Alacrity, Sven hitting your buildings. It's just gonna hurt.
And yeah, so like I say, 19k net worth lead and 25 to 8 in favor of VP. You've got another scan coming out. In fact, do they get another jump? Chuan was scanned out. They don't know which hero it is. They just know there was a hero here. Oh, they might be able to find Pablo.
We are going to jump. They find the Spectre.
They found him, yeah. They're going to be able to get the kill to Hanskin. Can they go for any more out of this? Again, Aegis is still here. So let's see what they want to do. It looks like they want to maybe try and take this tier 2 tower on the top lane and look to maybe take away a Tormentor from the side of Alliance as well.
Oh, Charlie.
He's just like, I'm out.
Too close.
Yeah, he just straight up leaves. Oh, the TP. Was this a bait?
Wisdom Rune?
S4. He's going to be stunned up. Stormhammer comes in now as well. He tried to steal the Wisdom Rune, but it's going to be going the way of the Sven. And now the chase down. You've got Notice, but can they get the kill onto the Tide? Looks like Tide taking a lot of damage, and Sunstrike comes through. Squadix, even through the pipe, confirms that kill.
Oh, yeah. All right, so back on track here for the 60% accuracy on the Invoker.
Yep, and Pablo. Oh, Pablo. Deadshot comes out. Connects onto Squadix. Squadix doesn't care. There's going to be a chase down coming through now as well. Pops the Pierce Surveil, but do they have the control now as well? The Rifle's coming through. Yep, Santos, Stampedes, and Storm. And Pablo will go down here. Notice Squadix grouping up for another kill, even taking down Pablo's courier. And just rubbing it in, rubbing the salt in the wounds here, as it looks like Kiritich backlines. Charlie's going to be able to get the kill onto FNG. TP away now. And Kiritich just says, cool, I'm taking your tier 2 tower. Well worth the support.
Yeah, good wards from Alliance there. They have this one taken away, but there was another one on the right side. That's how the Spectre was able to get that kill. But the problem is, despite all of that good warding, they are going high ground here. They have Alacrity. They have 22k gold lead. Not an easy defense.
No. Coming up the high ground with the Aegis as well. Kiritich, we'll see what they're going to do. They're going to have these ultimates off cooldown now. Fairly soon. The God Strength coming up in 5 seconds. So we'll see. You've got that Harpoon jump availability as well. Handskin. They might actually change targets on Chuan. Yeah, if you can get these kills, just comes out. It's going to be the blink away here from Chuan. So they change targets onto Handskin. Can they still get the location of the Dragon Knight? Dragon Knight trying to get himself out. Sunstrike, it will connect now as well. They even take down Pablo as a little bit of a bonus. Nowhere near where this Dragon Knight is. Dragon Knight going to pop the BKB. Has to go for the blink down to the low ground. Does he have that TP away now? Not for one more second. Do they have the damage? That BKB still going. No way to interrupt. He does get that TP away.
Such a costly TP though.
Yeah.
Your OT and the BKB just to survive. I mean, at least you're dragging them around. The Aegis duration is being slowly chipped at. But the inevitable is going to happen. Like, their high ground defense is supposed to be good as Alliance, but they lack the damage to burst anyone through their AA blast. And I guess that is probably the reason why I'm not that big of a fan of the Spectre pick at the end of the day. Because sure, it can withstand the damage of the plug in the center lane, but because you ended up going for this build, like, you cannot kill anyone. Like,
No.
the targets on VP are not supposed to be super tanky. So even when you are behind in gold, you're supposed to kill someone. But they only have 9 kills in 30 minutes here for Alliance.
And I'm hearing another horn on the back line. Say they get the kill onto Notice, grouping up. Okay, Pipe was used as well. Pablo gets the Pierce the Veil. But yeah, VP say, okay, we'll take the death. We'll back ourselves up. We're still the ones in the control of the map.
All right. I mean, they have no breaks, right? I don't know how the center died, but nice. I think this is good, and they're gonna smoke with the center dead and Aegis about to expire. This is not a bad call.
Yeah.
They're just lacking vision in the map. They have literally no vision, so probably want to camp the mid lane or get a ward in the triangle. We'll see what they're gonna try to do.
And yeah, Kiritich, like I say, grouping up with Cyrus here, so going to be able to get some regen out, and they go for a move through the jungle. They might find Squadix. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the vision. They get the jump in. Do they get the kill out onto him? The horn comes in, and Charlie, he gets again another big kill streak from the Invoker.
Not bad from Alliance. I love the fact that despite, you know, the fact that any team, I think, would have their spirits broken at this stage, they are taking some pretty proactive moves here. They get the center, they smoke. Even though Aegis was still up, they get the Invoker kill, but now they're going to lose hands.
Well, yeah, you can't not expect the response here from VP. You put 2 of ours down, we're going to turn around and put 1 of yours down as well. And Alliance, like I say, they have found some good pickoffs, but how do they translate this now into trying to take back some map control?
You have to wait. You need more time. You need... The problem is that... Okay, Charlie...
Does he actually get the kill onto Charlie here? He's going to be in the true position of that Spectral Dagger, but there's going to be 3 heroes around, and they do. Kiritich, he takes down the Spectre. Big Ravage comes in. Can they get the damage out now as well? And that's going to be no Aegis left on Kiritich. Kiritich, 4-staffed out, trying to get himself away. There's going to be the life drain right back into Sayush, and Sayush, they're keeping him alive. They take down S4. Dragging out the BKB going down as well. He's going to be out of that, and he looks at the center, wants to come right back into this one. Pablo trying to do what he can, trying to push him away. The damage coming through, but there's going to be a really nice Harpoon back. Pierce the Veil comes through, but the magic damage, it's going to be way too much. They take down another 3 heroes. It could be 4. Chuan in the base, being being chased down here, but notice he doesn't want to go too far. They change targets onto Hanskin, so it might still be 4 out of 5. It is going to be 4 out of 5, but they take down the AA instead here. And now with 4 heroes being dead, you've got 2 buybacks available. Chuan, he tries to dive in. He's trying to buy some time for his teammates. The buybacks come through from the AA as well as the Spectre. Spectre haunts in. He's going to be able to get the kill to Kiritich. Kiritich hanging around a little bit too low. FNG, does he get himself out? He absolutely does. No stop on that TP. So they do get the kill on the Sven in the end, but it's going to cost them 4 heroes and 2 buybacks to do it on the side of Alliance.
Yeah, it's a big price to pay. They can't really get Roshan or any meaningful objective out of this. But no, they hang on, and they've been looking a bit healthier despite a good advantage increasing so much. So, you know, it's at least something. I think, you know, even if you lose this game, just getting out of it with the feeling that you tried your best is definitely better than just getting stomped. And it feels like Alliance is slowly finding their way. Now, there is a Radiance on spec, very late one after the Manta, but sometimes they're being hit. It's just very slow.
So how do you then answer back, as we do have a pause, so we are going to take a look at the items here. It looks like Kiritich actually going to be not too far off that Lincoln Sphere here for the Sven, which it wasn't. That's not an item I thought I'd see him buy. But yeah, Kiritich, he's just making sure that he can, you know, he gets some more protection out. As VP, 90% win probability here going their way.
I think Lincoln is on Invoker, right? I think Sven is going for Butterfly. At least he had a...
Was it?
The Quarterstaff. Maybe I mislooked, but he has a Quarterstaff, so I assumed he was going Butterfly.
We'll take a look as we get back into the game.
Yeah. But, I mean, they can get back into this game, but it's going to be out of smokes. And the problem with smokes is that they're limited, right? For them to get kills like that, they need to have targets isolated. Once there's ages, and once they group up on the side of VP, that's really the hard part. So you kind of cannot let them get there. So maybe you contest Roshan as far behind as they are. This might be the best call for them. I think the Spectre has buyback again, or should have it once Roshan is up. So we'll see what Alliance is gonna try and do. But yeah, I don't think they can just like smoke right now and expect to get something out of it. After all, they don't have Ravage, and they're just running at them, actually.
They might be able to get the Pug now. There is going to be the dive in. A-Blast going to come through now, as well as the Haunt from the Spectre. But look at the damage coming through onto Chuan already. Meteor's going to be dropped. Do they have enough damage to get the kill? They're going to be able to take down Chuan's courier. And that's going to be the first blood in this fight. But do they actually take down a hero? Kiritich still not back up. 20 seconds left on him. He does have a tier 2 tower to TP to if this fight carries on for too much longer. And it looks like, are they backing themselves with an alliance? They might just do that as the TP's coming through. Anybody going to get left behind? No, Hanskin does even complete his TP, but it was a jump from Alliance, and that was a lot of ultimates spent there. Low cooldowns on them, but it was a lot of ultimates to try and take that fight.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, that was a blind DK jump, and because you don't have preemptive vision, the A Blast is not going to be there in time. They used MP to dodge it, and the fight just goes completely wrong, despite the Sven being dead. So that's the big problem right now for Alliance. I think they need a gem, and they need to try and carve some map control for them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the cooldown of the gem, if they had it or lost it or anything, but they're going to smoke for Roshan. Squadix runs into them.
Did they get the vision? They do. They're going to be able to get it now with the Sentry Ward going down. The Invoker is straight up dead. Life Flame, but he's going to be silenced out by a Revenant. Force Staff now away. S4 comes in with the Shiva's Guard. The break into the right click. They're going to be able to get some stuns, and he buybacks some for the Invoker. They don't. But they do get the kill to S4 before that Ravage gets used, so they might try and go. Pablo's going to get low. Takes some damage coming through from that Scarith Mage. And Alchuan trying to get himself away. He's going to be able to get himself out with the illusions, tanking the damage here. Hanskin, he's hiding himself in the corner saying, please, please don't check this, but through the trees and far away they're going to check, and Hanskin, he's probably not going to come out to play. He is going to be sent back to base in a box here. 3 kills again going the way of VP.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Big mistake from Squadix, but right after that, Alliance, they got overly excited as S4 just walked into the entirety of VP. There was a ward in the lane as well. Oh, they do find Sven, but they don't have the burst damage.
Drag back, Harpoon, step up by the Centaur, Stomp comes out, Dragon Knight pops his BKB, and again, has that Manta trying to do what he can with this, but he just backs himself away. And this is the thing, right, the Dragon Knight was forced into an early BKB, an early Manta style, so he doesn't have that Ag Scepter either, so he doesn't have the 4th level of Dragon out, and he has all the utility for it, but just isn't able to get that big power spike with the Black Dragon.
True. That extra magic resistance from the Black Dragon is huge in this game, and that's probably why they decided to pick it up. But as you said, the conditions of this game forced everyone pretty much in suboptimal builds for Alliance just to survive or to just get whatever item they could to get into those early fights. But yeah, I mean, at least Alliance, they hold on. Unfortunately, though, Roche is up for VP, and they're going to have to defend high ground here. They have all of their cooldowns, but I guess DKOT is off, but it might take a while until they go high ground here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the longest cooldown in the world on the Black Dragon form. He should be back. Ice Blast comes in. I don't know if he was trying to snipe maybe trying to snipe the Roshan kill there, but again, no one on the side of VP going to be too fussed about that AA Blast. And it was a Lincoln Sphere on the Sven that came out as well. You saw that he used it in that high ground push against the Dragon Tail, or it was used.
Yeah. I didn't notice that. I think, there are other heroes going. That's why I was confused. Pugna is going for one, and I think Invoker.
Everyone,
no,
it looks like
terrain.
Everyone on the side of VP just wants a Lincoln Sphere, apart from the Invoker, who you'd expected on the most.
Yeah, that's true. They will push here. Pablo trying to cut this wave. There's some DK illusions as well. Oh, really interesting smoke here from VP. Very close to the base. They're going to drop a ward.
I mean, they can step up. Alliance, they have to be the ones to defend this one. God's Strength comes out. They have a fortification if they want to use it, but not before they lose at least one Rax in this lane. And after taking down the melee Rax, Kurtic just says, cool, we're going to go to the mid lane. We're going to use this creep aggro. So if we force the fortification out, let's see what they can do. Because again, the Dragon Knight isn't here for the minute. He's trying to use these illusions to cut the wave. Just keep this out. But with the Pugna coming through, he's going to be able to get a really nice harpoon here onto Kurtic. And Kurtic will get the kill. S4 will fall. Has a buyback if he wants to use it. Onto the back wave, but Charlie has to just rehorn back into the fountain and get himself away.
They do cut the wave, and God's Strength is slowly wearing off, but they have so much damage to the Alacrity that the tower still falls, and feels like VP, they're not going to take the bait. They get the S4 buyback, and now they're going to reset at least temporarily.
Yeah, I mean, they still have an Aegis for, 3 minutes or something like that on the Sven, so no reason he can't just sit and chip away. Yeah, 3.5 minutes here on this Aegis. They don't need to commit now. They have a decent window here on the side of VP to try and force something through. Yeah,
the creep is going to come back. You can probably try to siege without God's Strength and use it with the second life. Yeah, Alacrity might be more than enough here as Heritage and the Pugna move forward.
And now they move up again. Shadowblade out, or excuse me, Spirit Vessel here for the Sven. So he's trying to use it just to try and find an opening as the Meteor does get dropped. Won't connect onto anybody. FNG just going to slowly burst down these racks here with his Nether Blast as well. And the ward's going to go down. They get a trap onto with their Atos onto the Sven. The Sven Force-Staff comes out though. And that looks like it is going to be the Axe. The backline jump in. They're going to have to get a really nice Ravage out. What can they get from this now as well? The Stampede comes through. So nobody going to be hit by the Ice Blast. And Charlie just has to get himself away with that extra horn. And it looks like Kiritich, does he want to carry on going here? Got the PKB. Ice Wall's going to be dropped as well. There's going to be the Yoga Seal Totem to get the Centaur away. And it looks like the Pugna, he's even the lowest hero, but do they have enough damage to get the kill here? Charlie's hunting. Who's he actually going to be fine? FNG, he gets the TP away before the right click comes through. So now they know if you want to try and chase. But the Manta Style was perfect there on the Storm Hammer, but he's still got the Aegis on Kiritich. And now they get the kill onto Charlie to chase out S4. He's got no Ravage left now as well. The BKB comes out from those. He's still going to go for any more into this one. Force-Staff past that Sunstrike. Pablo, can he get himself away? The Corn's going to be dropped, but then so is Pablo. They're going to try and go. They take down the Dragon and the buyback from Pablo. But with two big cores dead on the side of Alliance, I think VP, they're just going to try and push the tier 4s here.
Yeah, GG flies out. I think Alliance, they held back pretty nicely considering how early of a start VP had. Looking back into their draft, I think the Spectre, like that is the latest hero they picked, and I think that's the one they could have probably go about differently. They definitely ended up lacking too much damage. Tide and DK are not heroes that bring burst damage, and Spectre only brings burst damage if she's really farmed, which was not the case here. I think that's probably one of the things I would have changed about their draft. Besides that, I think the itemization was fine. You know, they were very far behind, so kind of hard to really harp on it too much.
Yeah.
And maybe banning Invoker from Squad X. That was way too impressive.
Yeah, it was a really good setup all throughout the game. You know, his teammates being able to find the heroes, get them low, so Squadix just hit them with the Sunstrikes. I want to say like 60% of the time it works every time here for the Invoker. So yeah, really good lineup here for VP. So they do take control of the series, being one game up, but it is a best of 3. You know, this is why we play the games, to see how it's going to pan out. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the second game of Alliance versus VP right after this.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of Alliance versus VP. That first game,
I don't
VP.
hear you, Rob.
Oh no, am I still muted? I was still muted in Discord. Hey, happens every so often. Yeah, but yeah, VP in that first game, they were able to just put the pressure onto Alliance. And Alliance, they had some good fights, but couldn't actually respond. And in the end, VP, they just had so much control of that game that Bowie, you know, how do Alliance even recover? You know, what's their game plan going to be? Do you think coming into the second game?
I think getting a better draft is, obviously kind of a shallow argument, but a decent one. But like after that, like the thing with the draft is, I think Alliance played pretty well, all things considered. They went for some aggressive moves even when they were very far behind. They took some proactive moves around the map. It's just that they were way too far behind, and not even from the lanes necessarily, but just from the mid game. That like 9 to 16 minute mark, the Sven was just free farming, and the Spectre was just a shadow, the shadow of a hero. And that's another thing with that I take problem with the Spectre. Everyone likes to say the Spectre is broken, blah blah blah, but the hero had decent CS but had very low net worth, so I'm assuming he had to buy a lot of regen and couldn't really kill anyone. So you either get way more burst so that the Spectre can play with the team, or just pick something else, like pick your Alk, your Sven, right? Your Luna. Just make sure they can accelerate, because Charlie's a great carry. I don't think he had too many chances to showcase his prowess this game.
No, yeah, you are right. I mean, look at the lineup for Virtus Pro. They were always together, it seemed like. As soon as the Spectre hit 6, it's like, okay, you want to be haunted and you want to be getting the pickup on the supports and then getting back to your farm. You pick up a lot of net worth being able to do that. But when Virtus Pro are playing in pockets of 2 and 3 heroes at a time, the Spectre can never really haunt in to get the kills, because, you always do get... you just get locked down, you get killed off yourself, and I think we saw that at the beginning, the maybe like the second or third fight in mid, where Charlie was the first one in. He haunts onto the Pugna when both sides are smoked in. He thinks, right, I'm going to get a quick kill on this Pugna, and then I can back up behind my teammates. But the Pugna takes so long to die, and the rest of the teammates from VP jump onto Charlie, right? And Charlie just couldn't get himself away from that. Yeah,
and speaking of supports that are hard to kill, Weaver is definitely going to be that type, as they did ban the Pugna, which I like from Alliance. I think it's not only that the Pugna was hard to kill, but the amount of pressure in towers he was able to do was like similar to the DK, which just shouldn't happen since he's a support. So, despite Weaver being very strong, I kind of like what Alliance did here. They also grabbed the Willow for themselves this time, so maybe a bit more comfort for them. He did get banned game number 1. This looks like a decent, fresh start here for Alliance.
Yeah, and what do you think? Position 1 Dark Willow, or was the extra 2 seconds on the Shell
God,
Roll
no.
cooldown?
God, no. Please. Charlie, get something that farms.
Okay. So yeah, Dark Willow dead in the water. That position 1 hero now.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was already overblown. It just like
Yeah.
when it worked, it was such a late game sort of situation. You get the highlights on YouTube, and I think everyone just kind of got drunk in the Dark Willow juice there. But like they were all, I don't want to say tricking themselves, but it definitely felt better than it actually played out. The win rate was honestly, I don't know, 38% or something for Terry Dark Willow at TI. So it was not this like hidden gem that's crazy. It's just that the games are so long that sometimes at a 60-minute game, the Willow can work sometimes. But even in late game, I saw it lose a lot.
Who was it? Was it LGD that made it look just really good?
Yeah,
and
I think they were the first.
Teams are just like that. Oh, this must be the carry of the TI meta, and then
Yeah.
other teams tried it.
I think there was even an interview. I'm not sure if it was Xiaowei that said that like they were not really like they didn't thought it was that good, but like they just played it, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, the new technology is here. You gotta adapt, everyone. Let's play it. Let's get better at it." And well, the best it could do was 38%. But it's fun. It got some good highlights. TI, like there's always a flavor of the patch sort of hero, and Willow was definitely that one for TI.
Meanwhile, the Weaver the perk to get picked up here. Virtus Pro, we'll see if that's going to be a carry Weaver or if they want to shift that to that, like you say, that support role where he's had a good time. If Alliance can drag this game out long enough, to go back to it, I mean, you have to point out the other two heroes, but if you have this Dark Willow, you can kind of transition it into that semi-core, maybe it gets a Hand of Midas into an Ag Scepter if the game goes long enough. Virtus Pro, though, they're going to pick up a tiny here, so both Puck and Dark Willow, if this is going to be a tiny core, getting a quick Blink Dagger, those Avatos combos can blow up both the Puck and the Dark Willow before they're going to be able to get their saves off.
It's definitely tiny core. It's a really good matchup against the Puck that unless the Alliance flexes this for support, which, let's be honest, not popular, probably not advisable. I mean, I love the way Virtus Pro is drafting. They seem to be very decisive. Again, the Skyrift mage just looking so useful. Like, both Willow and Puck hate playing against that. And Alliance, unfortunately, that one they could not ban. They took a lot of precautions here to cover for the Puck, banning the TA. They also banned the plugin, as we said. So, Virtus Pro definitely looking very sharp right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a good mix of damage coming out as well. The Weaver right click, you've got the tiny right click, and then obviously the Avatos, like I said, that burst combo, and Scarith Mage, being able to Ancient Seal, getting the Silence off, Mystic Flare, and its entire kit being magic damage. So there's a good mix already from Virtus Pro that they can kind of adapt to these fights. And Weaver and Tiny, Weaver being he wants to get in and out of the fights, but doesn't mind being targeted out with a time lapse. And Tiny, he just doesn't mind being right click down in these fights. So two good heroes from Virtus Pro that don't mind being the focus of the enemy team as well.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see Alliance use a lot of the reserve time now because this is kind of a sticky situation. Like, do you double down burst damage and you try to just enable the Puck as much as you can? Or do you find a way to fit, like, do you give S4 Puck in the offlane? Because, like, he was known for playing the hero. I don't think the hero is a good offlaner. But Tiny against Puck is hard lane. Like, you don't really farm that much, and Tiny has your number the entire game just because of the way Avatos works.
Yeah, it ain't great. And Alliance, they are coming through a lot of their reserve time to think about this next pick. So maybe they are, like you say, considering shifting that Puck maybe to the offlane. And I've seen a couple of offlane Pucks in the higher level games. You're just trying to like watch around to see what's happening in the high levels because I have to watch from outside the window. Ugh.
Oh my, yeah, this is like, we have our backs against the wall, we don't know what's happening. Yeah, this doesn't scream confidence. Troll by itself doesn't scream confidence, and then this Oracle, like, I see the point. You want to try and save people, you want to dispel the silence, but a lot of times the damage comes too fast that if the Oracle is not like crisp, especially level 1 False Promise, the cast range is awful. Puck is so mobile, it's really hard to get on top of him to cast your spells. I'm not sure. This actually screams less confidence than game 1 for me.
Yeah, Troll Warlord. Speak to anybody. I hate this hero. This to me is.
You're not alone, my friend. You're not alone.
The worst carry in the game. Yeah. Virtus Pro, like, what game was it? I can't remember what game it was casting. I was like, it was doing all right, and then it was against the Darkseer, and then every time he popped his ultimate, the Darkseer just dropped the wall, and the Troll Warlord just attacked his own illusion, and that was how the game ended.
Yeah.
That the Troll Warlord had just zero.
I think I
impact
cast that
in the
game with you, by the way.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I
it
was
probably
in that
was.
game with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, it just looked bad. And I never see a good Troll matchup where I look at it and I think, yeah, the Troll easily wins this game.
I have to agree. Even when it's the last pick, it's weird. And I mean, Virtus.pro, they're taking their time here. Maybe you want to play with your carry because you're gonna kite that Troll. You have time lapse. Troll will take a long time until he gets a basher. So they're probably trying to figure that out. Like, do we pick? Maybe if they can pick an offlaner that flexes to a position to support, like a Snapfire sort of hero, you can keep the flex of the Weaver and still eventually pick whatever you want. But they go Doom instead.
Doom.
Very good.
I don't mind this. I was thinking maybe something like, if you want to run this Weaver support, maybe run something like a Faceless Void. If you can catch the Troll and the Oracle out in the Chronosphere, it means that there is no False Promise. There's no ultimate for the Troll Warlord to keep him alive as well. But the Doom is, just being able to get the ultimate off on the Troll Warlord will be super effective in these fights, I think.
Yeah, Doom is like, it was not a counter to Oracle, but it felt like both of them countered themselves. But now with the region being nullified, once you have the Doom going, it definitely counters Oracle way more than in the past. And that's the same for Troll. He relies on region. So even though it's hard to Doom the puck, if you Doom either Oracle or Troll, you're probably happy here as VP. This is another hero that's going to farm a lot. We saw them really scaling in farm the mid game, and this is no different. At least Charlie's playing a carry that farms way more this time, and it's also a strong laner. But no, 80 is a strong laner. But
no, I'm not denying that. I'm just thinking that you could be the strongest laner in the world. When you're coming out into the fights, especially against something like a Doom, how much is that really going to matter?
Yeah, you definitely have a point. They ban Undying, so they expect the Weaver to be support, as we said, and carry, and they're banning the supports that are left. They take away Mag. This is a good one. Could enable the Troll.
Yeah.
What else?
Offlane wise, the Centaur got banned out, right? Yeah, so Centaur got banned out. So
maybe Slaughter here for the Vision on Weaver. You take away a chunk of Tiny's armor, and then it gives you Roche.
The Primal Beast's still there as well.
Oh, that's right.
Big lockdown. A lot of interrupt. The Weaver can't get a time lapse off if he's being pulverized.
They have a fair amount of cancel with the Sky and the Tiny, but I'm not against the. It's just that it's hard for you to kill the Weaver in the lane.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, that Primal not looking very good right now. And I wonder if the Slaughter is good enough, because at least they have the Dispel mechanic on Abaddon, so maybe they're considering. They felt like Slaughter was open. Is Center available? It's not.
No, it's not. Brewmaster, maybe? You've got the Cyclone spin up as soon as the Abaddon has that borrowed time being popped.
I think that they like damage, though. Okay, they go for X. I don't mind this. Because you cannot dispel the call, but... Yeah, I don't know. Like, all of the heroes on Alliance kind of make sense, but... They are either severely countered, like the pluck against the Tiny and the Sky, or they're totally off the meta like Troll. I don't know. After game one, I kind of have to go with VP. I think the Alliance didn't really found a draft that screams confidence or that even seems to be good against what VP was able to draft.
Yeah, I think I opt to back VP here as well. I just... you could have the most meta best heroes, 4 out of 5, and I see a Troll pick, I'm just like, okay, they lose. I have no confidence in that hero whatsoever. I think it is on the block for a complete rework. I just don't think it's kit. I'm not saying it's 0 out of 10 wins. It does pick up wins. I'd say more like a 3 out of 4 out of 10, something like that. But I just don't have the confidence when I see that hero coming out that teams had anything else. Like there's other heroes that do what the troll does so much better. So it feels like you said, they are backed into a corner here, and they need that extra survive in the fights. So it doesn't scream confidence to me.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is a tough one here for Alliance. If they win this, it's going to be out of sheer execution. And, for them to pick this Puck first phase, it definitely showcases that they are confident in here. And I think we're going to go into the game right now. But, yeah, they're going to have to pop off in multiple lanes. Ideally, Shuan gets, like, such a good game where he's jumping the sky and he's just silencing him and killing everyone. Because if that doesn't happen, then the Scarif Mage silence is going to be so annoying. Puck doesn't like going Uceptor early, and that's kind of the only option that you have here.
Yeah, you can see the Alliance. They're going to try and go. They might actually be able to get first blood here. Saush. He was caught napping, so can they get the kill? They have enough damage. They've got the root now as well. And yeah, they might even give the kill. They actually give it over to S4. Gets him a decent amount of way towards that Ring of Health already, about halfway towards the gold. And yeah, Saush just caught sleeping there. Will be the first blood.
Okay. Not too shabby. That's a good start for this Axe. His lane is actually pretty easy as far as lane. Like, I don't think Weaver has any kill potential on you. Abaddon is pretty much a creep as a support. Like, he's just going to be a heal bot. So it will give Axe a pretty good game. And then it's on to S4 to get really good jumps. The biggest problem I see is the follow-up damage is only the Puck. I guess you can Willow OT the Axe before he jumps.
Yeah.
So it's really going to be Shuan and the Axe playing together, hopefully getting kills before the Abaddon can come in and help.
Nope, some ping issues here for Chuan. What are you expecting as well from the Puck? We're going to see the magic build, the Witchblade coming out, Blink Dagger, things like that, or do you think he goes in for this back for the Maelstrom Diffu Blade?
Okay, let me think here. You do have the Oracle as a safeguard, right? Yeah, I mean, it might be the standard. It might be the standard Maelstrom. Like, from what I've seen, it's very hard to see someone deviating from that. If he has a bad start, we could see him deviating, just like we saw in game number one. Manta first on Spectre before Radiance, and no Wags on DK. I think if he deviates, it's probably because he's feeling pressured.
Okay. And we'll be able to check out all the cosmetics on all the heroes as.
The Oracle one is really cool. The hands.
Yeah, I
you don't like it?
I don't mind it. It's all right.
Tiny one's cool.
They don't have the full tiny Worldbreaker set as well. We've got the Vengeful Spirit Scarif Mage as well. That one's it's on theme. It's pretty cool.
Have you heard the theories on the new event being Valentine's Day Venge Scarif Mage thing?
That'd be pretty neat.
Like Arcana for both.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But are they the most popular heroes? Are they Arcana worthy?
Yeah, not really. Support Arcanas are tough, and Venge is not really a core. So yeah, maybe if you want to get some Arcanas going here, you're gonna make the bucks. Luna doesn't have one, right? That's a decent one for an Arcana, I think.
If you're saying Valentine's event to me as well, as soon as you said Valentine's event, my head just went, for some reason, straight to Pangolier.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's definitely he's a man's man. No, how do you say that? He's a womanizer, right? That's the word.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's the most polite way to put it, but
okay, because
womanizer has kind of connotations of he doesn't he just uses. He's a romantic though. He likes that side of it.
Okay, I see. He's not using them. He's he's in it as well. Okay, I get what you mean. Which other hero could be a Valentine's sort of hero?
Let's look through the list.
I guess Ogre. You can love yourself. So that's a good that's a good message for the gamers out there. Love yourself. Io maybe.
Yeah. I mean, he already has the love hearts as well coming through from the companion cube. So
maybe Meepo. Just love your family.
Meepo. in the unconventional, I guess, relationship there.
Yeah, definitely. A more complex one.
Yeah. Queen of Pain? No, she already has some.
True. I mean, yeah, all of the ones already have cosmetics. Maybe Enchantress, right? She seems willing to love all sorts of living creatures.
Yeah, I mean, she's a bit of a a trick there as well because she is a very lethal hero. You know, that's the fluffy exterior is a trap. Don't fall for it.
Okay. So maybe not Ench. I'm looking to all of them.
Just looking through, yeah.
It's not easy. I think most of them. The Pango one's a good one. Maybe you're right into that one. Maybe Pango is the best candidate here.
You have to wait for them to come around as well because there's some really bad, like I don't know if I could be able to find them as well, but you get the Valentine's cards like people tweet around as well. Let's see if I can find just read out a few of these off. As it looks like in the bottom lane we're going to be getting a bit of aggression coming out. S4 and yeah, the Brambles will get dropped. But the damage not going to be able to really stack up here. S4 wants to go into FNG. FNG, he has the shield coming through. Sakuchi being used from Kiritich already, though. And they might just try and back away from this one. Don't want to get over-aggressive.
Well, starting with shield level 1. Sometimes you see the passive level 1 or even the shield for heals. But FNG just trying to... He's not even bothering like dispelling stuff. He just wants to run at them and soak as much damage as possible from the Weaver. So I do like that, being very aggressive here with the Abad level 1.
Yeah, and what damage coming out onto FNG with a shield coming through now. Does he want to chase onto Pablo? Pablo, he's going to try and go for it. Right clicks FNG though. He's going to be back near the tower. So Pablo not going to be able to secure that kill. And Kiritich, he really doesn't care. His teammates dying. He's just like, cool, I have farm to get. So they carry on going here. And S4 in the lane for last hits, so he's trying to get up, but he is taking some aggression coming through from the Sakuchi. You know, you've got the shield as well for FNG, so they are looking to get fairly aggressive.
He's very low here.
And yeah, can they go onto it? I mean, he's only level 2, so he doesn't have that swarm to come out. So Axe will be able to back himself forward. Brambles onto Kiritich. Kiritich, though, trading right clicks here with Pablo. Pablo, Sakuchi comes through. Just take that Sakuchi to the face here. And yeah, FNG with a chase down here. A Photic Shield come through. S4. Going to take a lot of damage to the right clicks, though. Shadow Realm coming out. Does he get the kill? He does. He's going to be able to get the kill onto S4 and FNG now. Did he turn this one around? Because Pablo... He's already used that Shadow Realm. Sakuchi, if it connects, he should be able to get this kill. A couple more right clicks. The Brambles comes through, but the right clicks, it will be enough. And FNG gets himself a double kill from that.
I really don't understand what S4 was doing there. Like, he... 3 melee creeps went through, ended up going under tower, and he was just so deep and kind of... Like, I don't know. I don't know what was happening there. Just, I think he could have just laned and not taken as much damage. That's a double kill for the Abaddon. Like, you don't see that very often.
Nope. And Saush could be in trouble now, but is he going to be able to get the kill to Hanskin? It looks like Notice not going to be able to close that gap, get the kill onto the support. So it's a bit more back and forth here. They're doing a decent amount of damage on the side of Alliance, but they are being caught out and killed off themselves.
At least they are getting a couple of kills in the top lane, as you said. Mid lane, pretty even, and I think that's expected. The puck really starts feeling tiny once he gets the Blink Dagger, so that's a bit far away for now. But yeah, that first blood from S4, not really feeling that good anymore since he's struggling in CS and did already die.
Yeah, it's going to slow down his Vanguard a little bit. He's still going to be about 350 gold away from it now. Kiritich, does he want to get aggressive here? S4 gets that call off, but again, Brambles get dropped. Do they have the control to get the kill? They don't. Sakuchi come through, and Weaver, he just speeds away there. FNG was close. If he needed to, would have been able to get that Photic Shield off, and yeah, only level 3 onto S4 as well, so not going to be able to get a Cullen Blade, nothing like that. And Kiritich, he is going to be safe, and it only gets a little bit harder to get that kill because he's going to have that time lapse coming up at level 6, so yeah, you really do need to be able to overlap that lockdown and be able to do the burst damage to Kiritich to get that kill on the Weaver, otherwise he's just going to be away.
Yeah, it's a very nostalgic lane from VP. I think the Weaver Abaddon was something like that people played in 2017, or just super back in the day. So yeah. I definitely like it a lot, as they will lose.
Okay, top lane trade. Yeah. at least Charlie's a level ahead of Noticed here. Noticed how's he looking? He's going to be close to the level 4. Oh, bot back on the bottom lane. Pablo comes through the call. It's not going to be in time. In fact, the Aphotic Shield, this is going to be a double kill. Kiritich on the board.
Close one. But yeah, like they got way too much out of the lanes. Those heroes, if they didn't have as much experience, if there was no double kill for the Abba, maybe you get the kill with the call on S4. I'm not even sure if he has his Vanguard already. So
No, I don't think he did there.
yeah, big change if he had it.
800 gold, so yeah, 200 gold away still after that death from getting his Vanguard. And the Axe, really, he is suffering before it comes out. But I mean, even when it does come out, you have that Swarm control to come through from Kiritich. Only level 1 in it now. The Aphotic Shield magic damage, the damage comes out from that as well. So S4, that Vanguard, it's not going to be an answer to everything in terms of the aggression coming out for VP in that lane.
Yeah, it's definitely, like, at this stage, early enough, it's definitely an answer, but right now it might not be enough, as we do see some pressure here in the tower. The -6 rune is about to spawn, so some supports already going towards the mid lane. And that's a big one. Xuan Def would love to get that rune, potentially alleviate the pressure on S4's lane. Oh, both Vanguards built at the same time.
No, and S4, do they want to dive again? No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, how's the mid lane going? I mean, Puck, he's not doing too bad in terms of last hits. He's only going to be about a wave behind the Tiny, and the Tiny can get it with a tree. You know, he goes into the jungle, he finds those stacks there as well. So there's not a massive overlap here, but the root comes out. Saryush is going to be close. Where's this room going to spawn? It's going to be a top one, bottom one. It goes to the bottom, and Pablo picks up the double damage. The Puck was on the way, but it looks like there was going to be a big mosh pit coming out as FNG was close now as well. Level 4 onto FNG. He's going to be careful about this. The Dream Call comes through. They do get the kill, but the Avalanche now, where's that toss going to come from? Did they get the kill onto the Dark Willow? And that's going to be the double damage rune down now. They've got a lot of damage coming through onto the Tiny. Squadix going to give himself away. He's going to be healed up a little bit. Hanskin says, so you do not get away from this one. Does eventually get the kill.
All right. Pretty important kills. Support getting double kill again. So not ideal for Xuan, but at least he lived through it all. They did deny the double damage from Tiny. It's not the end of the world here for Alliance, as S4 is also recovering. I mean, I say recovering, but he has 20 CS.
Yeah, I mean, there is stacks in the jungle that he can go towards here, S4, so it's not like it's game over for him already. Weaver going straight towards the Dragonlance as well.
He's trying to steal the Wisdom Rune bottom there. That could be huge if he managed to get it.
Oh, S4, did they actually get this fight off now as well? It is going to spawn just in time here. Wisdom Rune comes through. He doesn't get the call off here, so he's not going to be able to pick it up. S4 goes for the TP, and he will be able to get himself out, but good move away there from FNG, just to expect the call to come through. Doesn't want to get caught in it, and just backs himself away from the call range.
Yeah, just the supports are gonna struggle now. That Wisdom Rune would be so important for either the Oracle or the Willow. They really need those ultis, specifically for the aggression with Dark Willow and Axe. Pablo's only level 3 right now against FNG's level 5.
Yep. That's what double Wisdom Rune will do to you now as well. Kiritich taking that Shadow Realm damage to S4. Does he want to go for the call? The Aphotic Shield is still there, so he doesn't want to get the call off just yet. Maybe try and back himself away. But the damage coming through, Kiritich level 6, so he does have that time lapse if he does get in trouble. And I don't think with that level 3 here onto the Dark Willow, they don't have the overlap just yet. You know, the call into the Brambles, the Terrorize to follow up there as well. So the time lapse will come through. And you know what else is going to come through? Maybe this Puck death here. No. Going to be protected by Hanskin just a little bit longer. And it looks like Chuan's going to be able to get his Illusion Rune, but still going to be caught out. 3-4 heroes now. Can he get himself away from this one? The Swarm damage coming through. They're going to be able to try and get away with the Illusion Rune, but the damage, it's going to be way too much. Kiritich picks up the kill onto the Puck.
That Sky pick, man, so good against Alliance. They try to force the Puck, but yeah, I mean, Puck has a high win rate because it is usually last picked or picked at the end of the draft. If you force it like this, there are counters, and VP, they know all of them as they're trying to contest this stack, but as far as probably, oh, actually got a lot of it.
He do, I think a few of those were skeletons from the Hill Troll 3, or whatever it's called now, the Summoner. But they should still be able to get the kill onto the Axe. No, maybe they don't. I mean, level 5. S4, does he get himself away from this one? The Dream Call comes through. S4, he's on low health, but they are going to be able to get the kill onto FNG, and now Saryush. Kiritich on the back line. Sakuchi comes through. The right clicks. Is he going to be able to? Can't deny himself to the Ancients. And Kiritich, it looks like he might just want to try and clean up here. Swarm comes through. He could even go on towards those Ancients if he gets the kill onto Hanskin. Avalanche, do they have the damage? They absolutely do. Kiritich, double kill, mega kill streak. This Weaver is absolutely running riot at the minute.
Yeah, Alliance just playing really fast tempo, utilizing this Weaver. It's just the Doom that's farming right now, and Just beautiful stuff from VP. I think Alliance actually held their own quite nicely there, but there's a lot of deep vision, especially that one. I don't think Alliance is going to be able to scout that ward, and that's how they were able to get all of those kills. As Puck, once again...
Yeah. Hanskin TP's in, still level 5, no false promise to come out, but he is going to be able to get the heals onto Chon. And yeah, Puck with the raindrop there as well, so that's going to protect him a little bit. Looks like it is going to be the Diff Blade pickup level, first big item here for Chuan in the mid lane.
We'll go for that standard build. As the stacks will still be monitored here by VP. They're going for the stack again for Alliance, but there's some deep vision there. Rune is bottom.
What's the net worth like here? 10 minutes in, can we take a look at the players' net worths? See who's going to be rocking at the top here, because this Doom has been uncontested, even against the lane of a Troll Warlord. This Doom feels like he's just been so comfortable and not really been in too much pressure at all coming out from the Troll in the lane. Yeah.
I mean, that's a great sign, right? VP, they're winning all of these engagements without having to commit their offlaner. Obviously, the Troll has been farming a lot as well, but so far we are not that confident in the performance of that hero, although Charlie is level 9. So totally free farming for now.
But yeah, the Doom, he's going to go back to this old school. I say old school, but it was about a year ago here at the beginning of the DPC. The charge on to S4, the damage coming through, the toss forward, Squadix gets the kill. But yeah, the Doom, they're going to be able to go towards that Hand of Midas. It looks like an Octarine core to be picked up after the fact. And yeah, Alliance, it just feels like they cannot get off the back foot here. VP, every time they want to take a fight, getting at least one kill out of it.
Yeah, they're just unaware of that ward, and it really allows VP to pressure the Ancients. Good silence.
Okay. I mean, the Oracle was nearby, still level 5, but still had those heals to come through if needed.
I gotta say, Hanskin's playing this game really well. He's been just following this Puck. He really saved him twice or thrice, I want to say. But, like, you need a little bit more than that. Like, the fact that S4 is struggling so much, the fact that that ward on the triangle was still not the ward, considering how many, like, the amount of boost VP ended up going for. Yeah. You have to expect vision to be there somewhere else.
And you can see that, I mean, the difference between the two teams as well is that Kiritich seems like he's picking up a lot of these kills. Squadix here as well, getting involved. And it just, like I say, it just feels like they're playing away here, Alliance. They're trying to avoid these big fights. And it's not what you want to play with, especially when you've got a hero like an Axe that wants to be in the middle of the fight, you know, getting the calls off, getting the kills. And it's just not enough, it seems like here. Weaver, Falcon's Blade, into the Dragonlance, into a Desolator. He is looking incredibly, incredibly scary, and we're only 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah. And we kind of talked about this, right? That S4 should have a free lane, that Abaddon was not going to be able to, like, really harass them that much. But FNG played really well. Alliance didn't really pull their weight as much as they should have in the bottom side, and now this S4X that should be like he should have had his blink dagger 5 minutes ago, as now he will die.
The sounds onto the Puck. It feels bad, and I know he wants this Maelstrom after the Diff Blade, but I don't know. Does he need a BKB? Does he need an early Lincoln Sphere on this Puck?
You need, I mean, I don't even know what you need, because like both spells from Tiny, like you're not gonna be able to itemize against that. It's so annoying. I guess you need HP maybe, but like what are you gonna build that gives you HP and is nice on Puck? Like Octarine core first item? It's just
maybe
it's a really awful position to be as the Puck. But you're gonna smoke. I think the X finally finished Blink, so this could be a time Alliance can use.
And yeah, Baron, he's even gonna get the Holy Locket on the Abaddon. That's something I've not seen. I completely forgot this item existed, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good. They buffed that spell so much. Oh, really good scan. They understand relatively well where the Doom is, so they want to get the skill. They want to steal the Wisdom Rune as well. But this is a tanky boy.
Big jump in. Bedlam comes out with the call. Do they have the damage? Brambles are going to be in the deck. 3 heroes. The Doom comes out.
The shield is there.
No way he lives. Yeah, there's going to be the Photic Shield coming through. They have the control. And Notice gets the kill onto Charlie. Now they chase onto S4. S4 has already used the control with the call. And the right click damage coming through the swarm. And Kiritich cleans up. Backlines. They take down Pablo there as well. That was a great jump from Alliance. That was an amazing jump from Alliance, but onto the Doom, and the Doom outlasts it, gets the ultimate onto Charlie, and they just fight through it, turn it around, and it's a 3-0 the other way.
Yeah, I think Charlie just should have just ulted here. I think he held too much damage, and like if he, like just a little bit more damage, Culling Blade could have gone through, and the shield wasn't gonna be there. They underestimated how fast VP would react, and they've been really fast at reacting the entire game. So it is definitely on Alliance that they didn't get that kill. But I mean, they're very far behind, so those moves, as well as you execute them, you're still gonna struggle. At least now they get the stack for Charlie. But
Yeah, I mean,
at what cost,
silver
right?
lining.
Yeah.
Pablo did get the Wisdom Rune there as well.
Okay.
So, you know, not a 100% bad. Maybe just like 90% bad.
87% bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Another smoke? Okay. They are very set on trying to get some space here for Charlie. They lack the damage, though. And look at that. They are expecting this. They are 100% expecting this.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Comes in. Cole's going to be there with the Aphotic Shield. They're going to have that protection to come through. And he gets that time lapse off early here. Kiritich didn't want to carry on fighting into this one. He's going to be netted down, though. They have the control. They have the kills. They have the damage. He might even be able to get the kill to Pablo. It will end Kiritich's kill streak now. Squadix, does he want to back himself away? Chuan, they're maybe waiting for that sound to come off. Was that Ancient Seal going to come through onto the puck? The Avalanche, it won't be enough here. So 3 heroes dead on the side of VP. Good fight, good jump, and it only cost him S4 on Alliance.
Yeah, they did buy back Oracle, but still very nice. I actually didn't expect Charlie to join the fight, but I'm glad he did, because he was the difference maker, that the extra oomph of damage that they needed for the Weaver to survive, despite the shield, the time lapse, and all the heals that ended up going through. So very nicely done there by FNG, but just way too many heroes from Alliance here.
Yeah, and
Doom
you
was
see
not
that Hanskin died as well, and he just immediately brought back to make sure they won this fight. And yeah, Charlie, I think he immediately popped that ultimate as he got into the fight. He's just like, I'm not making the same mistake. Just immediately pops it to keep him alive, and yeah, he was able to just chunk through that fight.
Very nicely done. The gold advantage barely moved, though, so you know that's the buyback coming in, and the fact that the heroes that died weren't the most farmed ones, because Notice is really the big boy right now. He was not there. Now he has Travels, but even if he had it, I think it would be kind of slow for him to get there.
I think Kiritich gave up a big kill streak there as well.
Yeah, he
on his
definitely
death.
did. Kind of surprised that the gold advantage didn't decrease at all. I guess the Doom was farming the whole time, and he's just
True.
he's a trust fund baby.
Not a self-made man with the Midas.
Definitely. Did all by himself as his whole team dies. Oh.
They did get the silence, but the blink comes out. No damage on that Ancient Seal, which means the Axe, even if he is silenced, free to blink himself away there. Notice, so does have his ultimate. All 5 heroes on the side of VP are back alive, so they can try and make something happen.
Yeah, that's why you see sometimes Phylactery on Sky, especially against Puck. So maybe we'll see Sayu going for that eventually. I think it's very nice against this fact that you silence someone, but then they can blink away. He is going for Glimmer Keep, though,
Blink
right? I
target.
guess, has he finished?
Yeah.
Oh, the blink, interesting.
And what's Squadix looking? So Squadix has the Echo Saber now. S4 in the Roche Pit. Do they want to try and fight this one? I mean, they won't have Chuan there. Chuan's on the other side of the map here, so it looks like they're going to back it away. Maybe just trying to set a trap to see if VP would push into it, but they could go back if they want to. It would just mean that, I mean, they have the heals coming through from Hanskin, some sustain as well from the Troll Warlord, so it might not be the worst attempt in the world. It might just take them a little bit.
Yeah, they're gonna try and go for it, but VP, they kind of showed some heroes bottom, but they have these 2 that will go for a very slow journey around. There is 1 ward from Alliance that could scout them out. They're not smoked, so there could be a response.
Yeah, and still, the Puck isn't here. The Puck, I don't know what he was doing. He's going to TP into the outpost now, but Axe on the outline. Did he just let this Roche go? They're stacking up on the side of VP. The VP, Swarm comes through. On the back lines, they get the jump. They're going to be able to get the kill into the Axe. Axe goes down so quickly and now. And the ultimate coming out from Charlie. Charlie's want to try and do the damage here. Get the kill onto the Tiny. The Tiny taking all of that ire coming through from Charlie. And they do get the kill onto him as well as Sayush. Now Dreamcoat going to be used. Do they want to try and go onto this one, though? He can turn around, and Kiritich still has that time lapse. A lot of damage coming through onto Pablo. Pablo, can he get himself away from this one here? Absolutely can, with the shell around for a little bit longer here. The slowdown onto Notice. Notice changes targets. Get the Doom out onto the Troll Warlord. Troll Warlord already used that ultimate. Chase comes down onto Chuan as well, and Chuan trying to do what he can. He's got that phase shift away.
Not
Doom.
too bad of a fighter for Alliance. They're kiting VP beautifully.
Yeah, they're wasting time. I mean, S4 is going to be coming back into this fight now as well. Sayush, they have a tier 1 tower to TP2 if they want to. FNG, no borrowed time, just stops in his tracks, will give up his life.
Oh, wow. Considering how bad of a start that was, just as for pretty much 100-0 by the Tiny, Charlie got so much damage done in that fight. The Doom was a bit late. And that's the thing, VP, they got that kill, but they didn't have the numbers instantly.
Yeah.
And that's how Alliance was able to just... Like, that was a perma root on the Tiny. Couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, they were all split up chasing different targets there, which meant that the Tiny was able to get picked off by the 2 cores on the side of Alliance. They tried to get the kill onto Hanskin. Hanskin was just able to false promise himself, keep himself alive here. The Weaver wasn't able to hunt him down. Back on to the live, though, it looks like we're going to see another couple of deaths on both sides here.
Double kill for Pablo. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I think that was the big thing in the last fight as well. Notice got the ultimate off onto Charlie, and there was just no follow-up damage. So he was ticking down slowly, but the troll didn't care. So he just came back in, waits for the Doom to wear off, and they do get the kill onto FNG after the Doom is gone.
Really nicely done there by Alliance. Just and you know, that's kind of what I talked about. Despite all of the problems they're having, oh wait a second, because there's more problems for VP now as Sayu just gets stuck into 2 brambles.
Yeah,
Charlie,
he's dead.
like he's a really good farmer. Like he if you give him farm, he can carry games, and that's not really what Spectre can do. Like Spectre kind of relies on farming heroes a lot, and you know, much harder to do in that game. Number 1, this game, despite everyone having a tough time, I think once he got his timings, he delivered in a lot of fights. This is the 3rd fight in a row where I'm honestly quite impressed with the results he was able to acquire considering the circumstances.
Yeah, and Charlie has this Aegis now as well, so he's going to have that extra lifeline. As Wisdom Runes, do they actually want to go for this on the Tormentor? And I wonder who gets the shard. Because the Troll is pushing in, he's trying... Are they going to be able to get the Doom onto S4? And he might be able to get the deny off neutrals. It was close, but it doesn't matter as FNG does get a shot here from the Tormentor. And Alliance, they see the notification, but they weren't able to follow up to try and get a kill after that Tormentor goes down.
If you were nearby, but not enough, as we do see Charlie now working. Oh, nice coil, but they do have the shield.
Yeah, the Force away now as well. Weaver, he's actually gone for the full Hurricane Pike after the Desolator on the Weaver as well, so he's got that block, he's got that control.
By himself here.
Do they want to fight us, Notice? Notice has got that BKB, just trying to wear off and wait for the,
Charlie's
the
being
ultimate
kited.
for Charlie. Oh yeah, they're going to turn him around on Charlie. He chased back onto Notice, and now, can they go for any more onto this one? Tiny taking a lot of damage here, but Kiritich wants to chase in. Trying to maybe pop this Aegis.
Oh, the shield.
Further stacks, stacking up, and Squad X, he's going to be taking a lot of right-click damage coming through, though he does get that avalanche off. Do they finally get the kill onto Charlie? Charlie, he's still sustaining through this fight now. Back from Squad X, he wants to try and do what he can. The Avatar's coming through. They take down 1, they take down 2, they take down an Aegis. Can they make it through? Well, 4 here. To jump back in, S4. Really good call to get the control off, but the time-lapse comes out here for the Weaver. And Sayush trying to survive through this one. Weaver has to get himself away. Charlie wants to carry on chasing out. It's going to be the toss back coming out from the Tiny. And again, Tiny bought back for this fight, but S4, with that great call, means that Charlie won't die a second time after that Aegis goes down.
Definitely chipping at that gold advantage finally. The Tiny buyback is a big one that VP had to use just to hold their own here. It's not like they really punish both the Troll and the Puck ending up alive. So, yeah. VP. I feel like the biggest issue I'm seeing is that Notice... He's not really playing with the team that much. Like, he got that solo kill on the Axe, but then they decide to take this Aegis fight without having Doom. So he's just like a creep walking around with Scorch Earth turned on. And that's probably the biggest mistake VP has done until now. Like, why would you take an Aegis fight against a tier 2 tower? Like, you really don't care about this.
And the space in there as well from Kiritich as well. As I know it's one of those things that in a hectic fight like that, it's not the easiest thing to do, but grouping up for the double axe call when you've got that Aegis, like you should be a little bit further to the left of the lane, right? So you can go onto that troll when he respawns after the Aegis, and yeah, maybe some position mistakes coming out from VP.
Yeah, they finally did burn through the Aegis, so now it is it's a 5 versus 5, let's say. But overall, I think Alliance very happy with the situation right now, considering the last 10 minutes were a nightmare for them.
Yeah, and Chuan going straight into Disperser as well.
I love it. Really good versus Doom, because you're going to be able to speed up whoever gets doomed. And it's the dispel he needs. It's the dispel against the Skyreth Mage Silence, the dispel against... I mean, pretty much, that's the big one.
How's Troll looking? Net worth-wise, top of the net worth here, so it's going to be the Abyssal Blade next item. S4 looking for that blink in. He's got his Blade Mill going towards the BKB. Boots of Travel there as well. I wonder... Yeah, that's going to be big. If you can get the Boots of Travel off, it means he can farm at the other side. You know, get to his teammates if they get in trouble. And just look for the dive in, the control. And he's going to be tanky enough as well with the Blade Mail to try and turn a couple of these fights around. So S4, not a great start for him, but he's starting to recover now.
Definitely. He has a lot of potential here, thanks to the follow-up of everyone else. But FNG going for the Axe on the Abba. That is definitely going to be very powerful against Axe specifically. Just getting all of that region going when someone gets initiated. Sayu. Ooh.
Do they actually find him for the kill? Let's just do it. The Mystic Flirt is going to get dropped, but it's not going to be on anyone in particular. And with no lockdown to come out, everybody's just able to move himself away. I think, yeah, he just pops that Dream Call now. So moving away from it, the silence comes out onto the Doom. And again, like you say, Chuan, he's even got himself a shield run here as well for extra protection. The Lincoln Sphere is coming out for Chuan. Look at that protection, making sure he can't get doomed. Maybe puts it onto the Troll Warlord in these fights as well, because you do want to be, you know, like you say, getting that Doom off onto the Troll. And if you have some protection...
They are aware of Kiritich. Oh, they find a call.
The call, yeah. Does he have enough for the time lapse? He's going to be rooted off. If he does get a time lapse to root, it's not going to be enough now. And do they have the damage? This is going to be a big commitment onto it. Swarm gets dropped, terrorized. It might just be in time. Do they have enough of a call? They have the troll coming in onto this one. And Kiritich just way too far away from the rest of his team. Caught out and killed off.
Really good read from Alliance. And despite, like, that was very lucky for the Weaver, even surviving the first time. But they had the use, they had the vision. Very nicely executed. And the gold advantage is now negligible now.
Yes.
Are we seeing a game 3 here with a troll on Alliance?
I doubted. I wasn't, you know, I wasn't a believer. And I really, I'm still not a believer, to be honest. But, like I said, 3, maybe 4 out of 10, the hero wins the match. And this might just be on one of those 3 out of 4 out of 10s.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it here. They are tidying things up very nicely here on Alliance, fighting a couple of important pickoffs. They get another one.
But that's another thing, right? The Hanskin's been surviving through all these fights. The Doom comes through here. They're going to try and go onto the Troll, running him down as well. He's got that bullwhip onto him, but it looks like the Doom wants to carry on going, pops his own BKB. Is he overextended a little bit now as his BKB will be most of the way through? Do they want to try and fight onto this one? They didn't have the lockdown after the Doom came out to keep him in place to get the kill. Bullwhip from S4 onto himself, just to try and speed him up. And yeah, that's the second time now the Doom's come out onto the Troll, and the Troll's just been able to walk himself away.
Yeah, the only stun they have is Tiny, and the neutral item choices from Alliance, I think they're really good. The Bullwhip, just allowing the Troll to run away with max boost speed. You can even now use items, right? So the Bullwhip, even on yourself, is nice, and
yeah,
just love what Alliance has been able to accomplish. They're baiting some heroes and not really getting punished by it, and finding important targets. VP is still a fair lead, but I don't think the matchup for Weaver against Troll is good. That's kind of what they have going here. Weaver just cannot stand her ground against the Troll. Like, you can kite the Troll, but if the Troll is really farmed, like, you're just kiting him. You're not really healing him as well, right?
Yeah, and he gets a blink before the Bedlam connects here. Puck's still going to be in, but notice he'll be able to walk himself through the barrier. That must have been a split second on that blink.
All right. Very, very close in terms of Roche. Still 2 minutes for the spawn, so it's pretty much going to be a daytime Roche here for VP. Definitely a small advantage for them. But they've been on the back foot for a while. Like, I don't remember the last time they, as a team, they tried to make a move.
No, you can see that they're all... They've got their items that they want to try and farm up. It's... you know, like you say, FNG even going towards his Ags, it's not like it's an easy commitment here. Reign of Destiny is out for Hanskin as well on the Oracle, so that's some extra sustain, a lot of damage as well in an AoE effect, that if you can keep VP locked down into fighting side, you know, you could really mess up someone's day with that Reign of Destiny.
Yeah, it's definitely very powerful. Against the Doom, it's annoying, and Doom will eventually get Ags as well, so that AoE region reduction is very problematic. It's a counter to Reign of Destiny. But in general, I think VP, the only struggle they're having is fighting with the Doom. Like, Doom just wants to farm, and he's like doing his thing using like some random ultis. And if a fight starts right after it, that's when VP was punished maybe 2 or even 3 times this game.
Maybe VP are going to force something out here. Roshan isn't up just yet, but it is going to be up soon. So they're going to say, well, you either have to commit to the Roshan, or we're going to take your tier 3 tower, or you come back and fight us, and we'll fight you on your terms. Your TPs are down, and we can then look to back ourselves up and go to Roshan. So you can see that really at least move. S4. Yeah, there is going to be some TPs back here to defend the towers. It's going to be 25 seconds until Roshan's back up. Charlie.
And this... yeah, sorry. It will buy time for Rush to be Radiant. So this is exactly what VP wants at the end of the day.
Yeah. The call comes in. S4, what can they do? They have the control. They have a lot
Silence
of
on the Abba.
4-4, but he gets the BKB off. And now they might be able to go into S4 with Charlie. He's able to pop the ultimate. The Ring of Destiny does start to come down. The Doom now as well. Do they have the damage to go through this one? Kiritic going to try and trade this one out. And look at the sustain. They have the control. They're going to have the kill onto S4. And Chuan, he might be the next one caught out here. He's going to be able to get the face shaft off. They have last avalanche toss onto Hanskin. And Hanskin, he will fall to Squadix now. Do they force out 2 buybacks? Do they want to carry on going into this one? Kiritic, he's got that aphotic shield, and the heals coming through. I think that was the Aghanims up there for the Abaddon, and kept getting the heals out onto the Weaver, kept getting the sustain with the Holy Locket there as well. Just look at him, he gets caught out, but FNG's playing close here. The damage coming through, 4-staff, so he gets that time lapse off.
There, so it takes a while for him to pop his ulti, but look at that. The heals just flying through. The throw just doesn't have enough damage. Look at that.
Yeah. And now, did he get even more out of this? Because Chuan's going to try and jump out. Again, right-click build, but Roshan, Radiant side.
Really good play. I think they did as best as they could, Alliance. They silenced the Abaddon, so the OT came pretty late. But even then, it's just the troll actually doing damage. The supports are very underleveled. Puck is not really at that point where you really feel the damage coming through, and that Abaddon was just he was tanking a lot of damage because of the cleave of Troll and just healing insane amounts of damage.
And everybody apart from the Doom has their ultimate up now. And you can see, Troll Warlord, he has his ultimate back up. The dive onto the high ground. S4, he's got the Blade Mail coming through. The Mystic Flood, do they have the damage to get the kill? He might be able to. No! The heals, the save coming through from the... Do they have enough with the Oracle, though? Ray of Destiny coming through. Puck, he's going to be in trouble. Chase down Notice. He's got the Ogre Steel Totem. And Chuan, he's inside the Roche Pit. Does he want to deny himself? Roshan getting involved, but Notice still gets the kill. And Notice with the chase down. He's already used that BKB. Yulceps comes out from Pablo. But it looks like Kiritic, they want to go for even more out of this. They're going to be able to get the catch onto 2. They take down the Troll. They take down 3. The jump forward as well. They've got Notice with the Infernal Blade, the stun out, and that Shadow Realm. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive here. Pablo, he's just trying to waste the time, but they take 4 heroes down, and this is going to be an easy Roshan for VP.
Yeah, I think Alliance, they definitely jumped the gun. They didn't have, they realized they were not Roshan yet, so you don't have to jump blindly on the high ground there. You can wrap around, you can position behind Roche. There were definitely other plays they could have done. So a bit one-dimensional, I think, the way they took this fight. And yeah, at the end of the day, the Axe, he's level 13. He's behind FNG by 2 levels. So you cannot get away with jumping in. And because he's the one that gets false promise, either Cho or Chuan didn't, and both of them end up falling because of it.
Yeah, and S4, like you say, being that level 13 hero on the Axe, that he was... There was some good jump-ins, it was good fights, but he seems to be that sacrificial lamb at the beginning of every fight, which means he's not getting experience for these kills that Alliance were getting, and yeah, he's just fallen behind because he is, that fire and forget hero, and you forget him once he dies, and he doesn't get any experience from it, so it really does suck for S4 at the minute.
Yeah, and S4 is just a symptom of what's happening with everyone else, because... At the end of the day, the supports are the ones that should be gate. Okay, Hawk.
Oh, Mystic Flare coming through now as well. The 4-star forward coming through from the Weaver. The Weaver doesn't get the kill. No, he doesn't. Spaceship comes out and Puck barely gets out alive.
He used his disperser somewhere else. I don't know what happened there. I guess he misused the disperser, and the silence came later. He almost died because of it.
And this is going to be Elena, and don't forget Hanskin bought back in that the push on the high ground fight there as well. So not even in that Roshan fight. They're going to catch out to Charlie. If he respawns 8 seconds, goes down, he's going to be gone for a long time here. Charlie's going to be in that ultimate form, chase down as well. The Yulcept out onto the Abaddon. He's just trying to do what he can with the borrowed time here. And it looks like Gnosis maybe gets himself away. Gnosis has the Doom now, and Charlie, no ultimate, already used it. The Bullwhip for the slowdown. But do they want to go for any more out of this? A VP, I think they're going to be happy to have forced out these ultimates and just backing up to reset. Maybe come back in once that borrowed time's back up and in the next 30 seconds or so.
They have no answer for this Abaddon. They need a break. They need a... honestly, I think they need to kill FNG first, or else they cannot kill anyone. Good call.
They get the call. Do they have enough damage to get the kill now as well? Rain of Destiny comes out. FNG, he still survives. He's walking himself away. They fought the shield. It's going to pop immediately, but it's just enough to keep him alive. And now Kiritich chasing in. Pablo, one more right click. It's not the Swarm. It might be enough damage. It is going to be Kiritich. He gets a kill with the Swarm. Time-lapse anything. He's got the Aegis here on Kiritich, so he doesn't need to pop it just yet. Charlie, he's going to be slowed down. Shiva's Guard comes through. Call from S4. Charlie trying to get himself away, but the damage coming through onto S4. It stacks up and up and up and up and up, and Pablo's going to buy it back. But look at this. All 5 heroes. Well, the buyback coming through from FNG. Just wants to TP himself back in. Maybe join the rest of his team. He does. TPs to the outpost. They're going to get a second lane of racks. Do they just go for tier 4s here?
They might. There's a tier 2 tower top, so they can't really get top lane. And there's no buyback on Axe, Puck, and Oracle. I don't think they really have what it takes. There is OT for Troll, but are you really running into everyone with Abba having borrow time?
Yeah. And this is going to be it. I really don't know how Alliance defend this one. They've got no fortification either. It looks like they just want to try and end. The Doom comes through onto the Troll Warlord, forcing him back into the Fountain. I think VP, even Fountain diving a little bit here. Going to have to get the kill to Pablo. Dive coming in for the Weaver. Did he get the kill? There's going to be no regen. And Troll Warlord, everybody on the side of Alliance is dead. GG is going to be called here. And Alliance, they're going to be going down to VP 2-0.
Yeah. Honestly, I think this is another match, just like the last year's, where it's a 2-0, but I've seen some decent moves from Alliance. I don't think they're going to be too phased by this. I feel like they can still recover and move forward further into the tournament. VP, right, they had a really good showing during TI. The patch didn't change that much. The players are the same, so they are going against the powerhouse. So I think expecting to like convincingly take a series out of VP is definitely a challenge for Alliance that they didn't quite make it just yet. But hopefully they can use this to learn and improve. They still have another lifeline in the tournament. There were some good moments, but at the end of the day, VP, they were better in pretty much every single like aspect of the game.
And that's it. Yeah, the VP are now 2 series away. Team Tickles, and then the winner bracket finals there as well from getting themselves into the grand finals. Alliance, they will drop down to play up against Navi tomorrow. I think that's going to be our 2 games, or my 2 games tomorrow. Cive and Yell Submarine, Navi versus Alliance in the morning. But yeah, this was again a good showing of just what VP can do. The damage that they put out in the fights, even when they were losing a couple of fights, they were just able to stack it up. They were able to turn it around. They found a really good Roshan fight, and with that Axe being so low level, every time he dived in, he died. He wasn't able to get the experience, which means they weren't getting that power spike that they needed from the Axe, keeping him alive, getting those culling blades off to finish off kills. And all of a sudden Alliance, they just couldn't finish off the fights. Yeah,
for sure. I think Alliance, they had a pretty decent moment in this game with that Aegis, with a couple of mistakes that Virtus.pro did. But I think, unlike Alliance, what VP was able to do is they were able to find the reasons why those mistakes were happening, and they fixed it. So they started playing together better. The itemization on the Abaddon was really good. Like, once the Axe was done, there was absolutely no way they could kill the Weaver. And they were just like forcing towers with no Aegis, forcing barracks with no Aegis. So really nicely done by FNG. I think he played his lane flawlessly. The way he like totally destroyed an Axe plus Dark Willow lane as an Abaddon, I was very impressed by the way he was able to play. That was a shellacking in the bottom lane, and he pretty much carried this game, I want to say. Like, to me, he's the MVP of this match.
Yeah, the survivability coming out from his ultimate, is really well played, and it does mean that VP, they move through 2-0. So we're going to take another little bit of a longer break here, about 50 minutes, and then Hurry Freak and Kips will be taking over for the final 2 series of the day. So again, guys, don't go anywhere. Well, no, maybe go get yourself something to eat, get yourself set up here for about 45 minutes time. It's going to be Dudley Boys versus Team Klee coming through in the next series of the day. That is going to be Hurry Freak and Kips taking over. Bowie, for these series, thank you for joining me, and I will see you on Monday, I do believe, for our last few days of casting. But for now, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you after the break for more of the Pinnacle anniversary show. We'll see you then.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Yeah, or desperate, or even like
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Boy, that was a long break because we really want to get in on the excitement here. I'm here, Frick. Joining me is Kips, and we're gonna be casting the second 2 best of 3s of the day here, the first day of the playoffs at the 25-year anniversary show. So Kips, you are making your debut in this tournament, and from what you've seen so far, any favorites to win the entire thing? Let's start with that.
Oh, favorites. I mean, my favorite to win the entire thing is we're gonna be casting them right now. It's the Dudley boys, and there is some bias involved here because I am a huge mind control fan, like one of the biggest there is, and the fact that I get to cast him right now just fills me with. I feel like a little girl.
Okay, you know, we always have those children hidden in us, and I'm a big fan when people let them out, especially here live for all the people to see how immature and infantile we can be. But you know what? We are watching a video game, so I guess that's a good thing. Dudley Boys versus Team Klee, and you mentioned one of the players of the Dudley Boys, but let's get into their whole roster to see who's actually gonna be complementing mind control while he plays. Do you think these people are worthy, Kips, given that you're such a fangirl?
I think they are worthy, yes
Okay.
indeed. I mean, Yuma has played with MC for a little bit over on Nigma already, of course, and we've all seen ads around. I love that he's got the Britain thing on his shirt and everything. It's the UK's greatest representative right now. Nanglas, Hakoda have shown their I want to say class in the previous lineups that were previously the Dota 2 Hustlers as well. So this is a Hustlers plus mind control mix, which is pretty spicy. And then over here, we actually have a couple of players where I think I'm not too surprised to see them in the upper bracket. I think they surprised some people, but having Young G here, Young G's been around. He can hang with the best of them. We have seen Lays around, 1J. And Kami here, I believe that is Dream as well.
Yes.
Yeah. He's the Kyrgyz player who was on the more or less full Kyrgyz lineups a couple of times. A lot of international experience on him as well. So even though, yeah, second in their group after Virtus Pro, I was not too surprised to see that. And even though I consider Dudley to be the favorites here, I think the Team Klee are going to do better than a lot of people are going to give them credit for.
Makes sense. Dudley Boys, they only lost one map in the entire group. That was versus Namiga. And Namiga tends to be a team that can surprise you, right? So overall, most of the games, they were very dominant. And even in the series that they lost, the 2 games that they won versus Namiga were pretty one-sided. But I want to ask you something. Considering that there's a 4-leaf clover as the logo of Klee, are you superstitious? Do you think that is something that can help him?
Me, no, I'm not superstitious at all. I like it. It's a simple logo design. Somebody probably whipped that up in Microsoft Word or something. And I'm a big fan of the MS Paint, Microsoft Word. I'd like to see some word art make a return at some point in some of these team logos. The rainbow letters with the drop shadows and everything. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, but considering, people did that because they wouldn't know of a different program or something. Nowadays, you just write in the Google search AI tool to create a logo and it's over, right? You have it. It might even be free. You might pay like $5-10 for it, but either way, you're gonna get yourself a bunch of logos. So I guess, Kips, that you're gonna have to wage war versus AI.
I will. I am
okay.
on the side of the humans here.
Okay, makes sense. So we're definitely creating some Terminator scenarios here. But speaking of, do you think, considering that you see them as the favorites, do you think that they're gonna terminate their opponents here, the Dudley Boys, or do you think Klee actually have a shot of taking a game, maybe even the series?
The series, I wouldn't think so. A map only if Dudley screws up. I'm expecting to see something like the game 2 of Alliance versus VP that we just saw, where if the superior team lets go of the tempo too much, you're going to see the chops of the other team come up. But otherwise, as anti-hype as that sounds, I don't think Klee should have enough of a shot to force it on their own terms.
Yeah, also, one thing that, I haven't discussed it with you or any of the of our colleagues here, at least live. We had the Dota 2 bingo. You guys can check it out at Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 on our X channel. But we thought that a lot of those things were easy to achieve, Kips. And actually, we haven't gone through a lot of the things in the Dota 2 bingo. So why do you think that is the case?
I'm not sure, because I did tune down a couple of them already, just thinking that they would be too hard. But I guess maybe it has something to do with the matchups being a little closer than we thought they were going to be in this tournament. Maybe the fact that the patch has come over the top has changed some things. But altogether, it's also still a mystery to me.
Okay, makes sense. So we do have a draft on our hands. I did cast Klee and the Dudley Boys in the group stage, so I didn't notice anything too out of the ordinary when it comes to the drafts. Anything that you have seen, any specific heroes that you think should be replicated here in the playoffs? And do you maybe think that the teams, especially Dudley Boys, who were kind of unchallenged during the group phase, do you think they have something as a hidden strat, as a hero that they really haven't used all that much or at all?
Listen, if it's about the Dudley Boys, they banned it. You're always going to want to look out for the Yuma Meepo, right? Always. But unfortunately, Klee knows this as well, so that gets taken out. That is a darn shame. As an old school MC fan, I'm more like, well, give me an offlane Nature's Prophet, and I'm gonna like instantly go girl mode. But I think that's pretty far off the beaten path right now.
Yeah, especially because it's banned out all the time, and in this game as well. The thing is, for some reason, I'm not getting bored of the Nature's Prophet. It makes the laning phase so dynamic that even though it's repeated all the time, people are playing the hero all the time, you can just see different approaches from teams, how they are setting it up, how they're setting up the lanes, how they're setting up the mid lane for this hero to succeed. And some teams are just better at it than the other ones. And despite it being insanely powerful, I'm still a really big fan of it being in the game. I don't know if I would be a big fan of it being as a 3, but this I would be. And Mind Control, in my mind, has played the best Spirit Breaker, because the other players have dropped the ball in this tournament, as you now don't really kill the wave with the charge, right? But mind control's positioning, out pushing the waves, not getting caught, being in fights in time, it was all on point every single game I watched him play it.
Yeah, and that is the MC calling card, right? And you're gonna hear me talk more about this, but just so the viewers are aware as well, I'm a big believer that the offlaner is the most important player on the lineup. Has a lot to do with setting the tempo, clearing the waves, moving the game, etc. So yeah, especially if MC plays the Spirit Breaker here, I'm not gonna shut up about him, and I would love it for you all to come along on the ride. Klee answering with aggression here though, with that Primal Beast. Like, if anybody can match, you can't match the global tempo of the Spirit Breaker, but if this is a mid or an offlane Primal Beast, you're still going to see a lot of action out of this low cooldown, high damage, tanky hero. It's very much, I think, the closest you can get to an SB, right, as far as picks go.
Yeah, and you can usually kill heroes pretty fast in the early stages of the game, meaning that if the Spirit Breaker is not already in position to stop you to get into the fight, even though he's everywhere on the map, he can always come super fast. You might still be at a numbers disadvantage if the Primal Beast is the one that is starting off the fight. So overall, I like it. Though then again, I think that you actually cannot skip it, considering that these two heroes went through the banning phase. Currently in the meta, I think 95% of the teams that we have here would just pick the exact same openings.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly be surprised either. Most of the other heroes that teams pick up earlier have already been banned. A notable exception to Pugna, though, which you have seen a lot in the previous series today, actually, as well. Whether it is for the pushing speed or as a... Oh, what does Bowie call it again? A butler?
He calls it a butler, a battery. Yes. He has different ways. Butler, I think, is
when
we were
butler.
Casting, we were mentioning something about Batman or whatever, and we got to that one, and then Butler, he really liked that one, and he's constantly using it. Yep.
No, he's right, and I'm going to steal it from him. That's what happens to good ideas, man.
Yeah, they get stolen. And of course you're gonna tweak it in a way that it's gonna be better in your hands, of course, as Gyro gets picked up for Team Klee. I have seen support Gyro, I think, from Klee. Yeah, it was Klee that played the support Gyro, and it was amazing, actually, especially in the laning phase.
Yeah, the support Gyrocopter, he's got enough armor and tankiness that he's hard to trade with on right clicks, and he's got range on you usually as well. But then if you come up close to personal, you try to trade with spells, you have the rocket barrage, you have the stun as well. The amount of damage that this hero outputs is just absolutely bonkers, and it's very hard, if you don't pick an Enchantress, to get something that can go toe-to-toe with that hero. And the Enchantress herself better take her distance as well.
I thought that the Dudley Boys maybe wanted the Pugna, but the thing is that the last time when I watched this Gyro, he was versus a Hoodwink, right? And you could argue that those heroes are similar, Pugna, Hoodwink in the laning phase especially, and Klee completely annihilated the Hoodwink with the Gyrocopter. So there is going to be a Lion making an appearance, and more Lions are being part of lineups. Why is that so? Why the Lion now, considering that he wasn't so popular just maybe a month ago?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, the way I'm interpreting like this single Lion pick is if you have a super important initiator over on the enemy side, which Klee has in the Primal Beast, then the instant hex is the best possible reaction against that go, right? And that's how I see this Lion pick here, especially if they rely on only the Primal Beast. Because then you get about 5 seconds of disable on the first guy who goes in, and you get to do whatever you want with the fight. Spectre, though, that's gonna find your backline real quick. A Lion is a very, very tasty target for a Spectre.
But if you're fast and you kill the illusion, which you can, then the Spectre can't come over you. And considering that now the Spectre isn't that hero that pops his ulti and has a billion illusions, but actually just one, you can get the hex off on it fast enough, I guess, if you are ready for it. And you should be ready for it when they're coming for you. But then again, you mentioned you're using your hex on the Primal Beast. Then that means that there is another hero now being the Spectre that can actually hunt you down. So I like the Spectre overall because it does give you that two-way initiation from Klee, and now they're going for extra magical damage, which I like. It's not only about the Mystic Flare. You put the Ancient Seal on somebody and the Trample is going to destroy him.
Yep, absolutely. And it's also pretty decent with helping to take down the Spirit Breaker. They're lacking in the lockdown a little bit, and you're hoping that he doesn't have too much status resist when you hit him with that Ancient Seal. But the most important thing for a Spirit Breaker in order to survive is charging right back out again. The amount of times that we've all had that SB charge away from us, I'm sorry to bring up the memories, but a Skywrath will do work there as well. And yeah, the combo with the Primal Beast is a classic by now, isn't it?
Yeah, plus you do have the last pick if you're Klee. This could be an off lane, this could be a mid lane Primal Beast, so you're keeping things open, which is something I like. Dudley Boys, they go for the Lifestealer. I'm guessing this is gonna be a Radiance Manta Lifestealer, considering who you're playing against, right? You have to get a something to remove the silence.
You do, and you also definitely want to scale in this game. You're going to have to get a lot of work done, but then again, like, I could also see a really high physical damage build here, just because they already have two heroes that you can actually bomb with, and that's almost old school, isn't it? Right? We don't see the active Lifestealer infest bomb lineups anymore, just because they're a little finicky to execute.
And
there's a lot that can go wrong.
Too good. The heal is too good as well, right?
Exactly. So I like that we're seeing the rise here again, and this is going to be a pretty active game from Yuma then, which is something that I do like to see him do.
So a couple of things I see here. A lot of reasons to buy 4 staffs versus the Dudley Boys. But then again, who's going to buy them? Gyro, I'm seeing this hero as more of a Glimmer type hero, you know? Skywrath Mage, I would maybe prefer a Yule, Atos, something along those lines. So I don't know if the Gyro and the Skywrath Mage will want to switch over to the 4 staff, but it just looks like an amazing item.
It does, yeah. I've seen some primals buy it as well. It feels a little bit awkward, but you do get some extra trample damage out of it as well.
I imagine that. Oh, this hero does a lot of damage if he moves quickly, so now I'm gonna buy 4 staffs and not tell all my team to buy 4 staffs and then just go and murder people super fast. Though I would think that is very hard to execute and communicate properly. But either way, yeah, if we're seeing a 4 staff on the Primal Beast, it's gonna be either his game is going really badly or his game is going super well. He has all of his core items, and then he just gets it to make sure that he is just that little bit safer. Though I don't know if we're going to be getting to that point. The Dudley Boys, they got rid of the Pango, so they're thinking Primal Beast offlane, most likely, which is okay, I guess. Being able to have a mobility spell to run away from the Lifestealer is actually a big deal.
Yeah, very much is. It would be a decent fit, although of course, like, the way that usually delays the BKB can be a problem for the scaling of these Primal Beasts. You'd have to have a mid laner that you're sure is actually going to win that mid lane and or not take up too many resources on the map, just so that your Primal can have a game as well.
So what does Xantic want here? What type of a hero? I guess not a lot of mobility, considering you're versus a Skywrath Mage. It's always dangerous.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, the signatures that when we talk about ads, we think Kunkka, right? We think Timbersaw. No Kunkka appearing in this game,
What about
unfortunately,
Invoker?
of course. The ads Invoker.
And it's a deny pick as well, because there's a Spirit Breaker on the other side, so you don't want your Bulldoze purged off. Okay, but they're gonna go with a hero that builds into a Blade Mill. So it is a mobility hero, but builds into a Blade Mill, so you're not that much afraid of the Skywrath Mage. I like it definitely.
Like it. I do think that when you look at this lineup right here, Timbersaw would go pretty nuts.
Yep, he would. So will they pick it?
But
are they gonna have some maybe lockdown issues?
they have control. Exactly, they have control issues if they do that. And maybe that's what Dudley boys are gambling on. It's like, hey, you can pick the timber here, but you will definitely lack the lockdown if you do that. On the other hand, of course, like if Ads has a game on a timber saw in this game, he can murder whoever shows up with any of the cores for, I don't know, 30 minutes straight.
I still think Invoker here for Klee as well is good. Earth Spirit hates playing
Yeah.
without mana. He's not that great with it. You are pretty fast. You don't get super close to the enemies. And that is pretty much important when playing versus Dudley Boys. We mentioned the Force Staffs. Well, if they can never get on top of you, then you're pretty much in the clear.
Yeah, I do also like the Sunstrike synergy with several of the other abilities that we have here, but most notably as a Primal Beast follow-up, but of course the a possibility to help the Spectre get kills as well, for example, without having to join. It would give them a lot of global potential on the map, which is very important if you're up versus Dudley Boys. You're going to be presenting you with exactly that in the form of their Spirit Breaker, who may or may not have a Lifestealer inside, but we do the Void Spirit instead.
Yeah, they've done it a couple of times in this tournament. They did win versus Marsbet team with a Void Spirit quite fast as well. They also laned it versus Alina. So I was thinking about Young G and his Void Spirit though.
Yeah.
I just haven't seen too many of these picks working out.
I just realized that you completely baited me. I've been talking about fucking ads on the wrong team. But yes, luckily for me, Young G has a very similar hero pool, because that Void Spirit could have also shown up as an ads hero. No, is definitely going to be able to get out of a lot of the trouble that the Dudley Boys cause here. Of course, your game gets significantly more difficult once 9 class gets his Blink Dagger, and in the matchup versus the Earth Spirit, Void Spirits usually lack damage, and I think that's a big problem with the entire lineup here, because yeah, you add a little bit of disable, you add a bit of survivability, but ultimately if you look at the Dudley Boys lineup here, like, who are you gonna kill now that you are not indeed playing a Timbersaw?
It is I think with this Void Spirit pick that they really need to be fast around the map. Like the second he gets level 9, 10, you are actually able to do solid amounts of damage, that you need to be everywhere. You need to be super fast. You cannot allow the enemies to farm, and you need to be using the Spectre Shadow Step all the time. If you don't do that, if you actually allow yourself to be on the back foot with this kind of a lineup, you're screwed, and mostly because of that line and his blink that you were talking about. So I think that's one of the heroes that you really want to put down.
Absolutely, and I think that especially means that you're going to have to bring a lot of manpower in the early minutes of the mid game. You're going to just have to not optimize on farming speed and instead optimize on just keeping on killing, getting especially the experience out of the early kills, keeping that map snowballing for you, because you have a lot of short cooldowns, and if you don't utilize those enough, if you don't bring enough heroes down to pop those cooldowns, then you're going to have damage issues.
Will they have damage issues though? We'll find out in the game, Kips. We are finally gonna be seeing game 1 between these two teams. And there we are, Kips. You know, we are done theorizing, talking about heroes and stuff. I'm just kidding. We're never done theorizing. That's our job here. So, what's your theory? Who's getting game number 1? Do you have a preference here? Are you staying with the side of Dudley Boys because of their draft? Maybe because you see them as the superior team, or are you maybe leaning Klee here?
No, I will still put my my money behind the Dudley Boys here. The Klee, if at any point they lose grip of the tempo here, or if their lanes don't go well enough that they can't take control of the tempo at all, they're going to have damage issues, and they're going to get globally picked off by the constant threat of, you know, anybody rolling in, charging in, hookshotting in with a potential lifestealer inside. That's a lot of threat. You need to be able to keep that under control, and I don't think that Klee has what it takes to do that right now.
You know, speaking about putting money, guys, you have pinnacle.gg/odds. We have some amazing odds for you here in this tournament if you want to spice things up. Of course, we have some other titles and other games if you're not interested in this one, so feel free to go there. Of course, you have to be 18 plus. and we do advise you to bet responsibly and carefully, as Kami was not being careful whatsoever, as he will be surrounded and taken down, and we will of course not be looking at it, as we are a family-friendly stream and we do not want any death and destruction here.
True. This is simulated warfare, but only for people who can't handle, you know, actual bloodshed. So
Makes sense. Yeah, I think Dota players are the most pacifistic people in the world. They would never want to to get into a battle.
the amount of times that I know that I've seen people who have had like a real big beef, and I've met people myself that had beef with me, IRL, and they just sort of limply shake your hand instead and then walk away. It's like, oh yeah, nice to meet you, and then they go, that's Dota right there. That's Dota players.
Yeah, Kips, that's because you're tall, right? You're tall. I didn't get that wrong. Yeah, it helps. Yeah, you know, if you were shorter, I think that would not end so well. But overall, we're gonna be seeing or not seeing 9 class die, as it will equalize the kill count. And this was what I was talking about when it comes to the gyro. This hero does so much damage with the rocket barrage, with the homing missile. It doesn't matter. Both of these spells hurt.
Yeah, but that's a line we're talking about, which is not the strongest laner, even when he's in a good place. So
Yeah, not really.
they're going to have to take it easy on that offlane. But at the same time, for Dudley Boys, like, you're running the Spirit Breaker there. The only thing that matters for the SB is levels.
I don't know why you said the Lion is not a strong laner, as he just killed till the end. So it just comes down to it. Lion went to hell and back, and then he sent the gyro to hell and back.
Yeah, you know, you gotta show him. You gonna go back here? No? Too bad.
A lot of sentry wards just got taken down in 1 second, so that was actually really fun. So we're seeing some sentry wards, whatever you want to call them, happening here between the supports. But overall, it's all gonna be fine. Looking at the laning phase, any surprises here? The Void Spirit is actually winning the lane quite a lot versus the Earth Spirit for now. Is that to be expected?
I wouldn't say it really is. No, like, of course the Void Spirit, you're in a melee matchup, that always helps, but I'm especially did not expect this amount of denies as Lays.
Look at that. He can hit him in the tail. Hit him in the tail to slow him down. Yeah, Yuma didn't know he could do it. Extra armor, extra tower armor. Yuma is coming forward. He can't get it. Oh, he needs one more. There it is. Finally, he will be able to finish him off. Took a little bit longer than what he would have hoped, but they got the kill in the end anyway. So Dudley Boys, they get the third one there on the map, as we're seeing a fight for the flowers. And Spectre, that hero should be a girl, a female, but the Lion doesn't really care, so he takes the flowers for himself.
Listen, you can't just let some random woman walk off with the flowers. Like, you're gonna give that to your lady.
Makes sense. Though no ladies on the side of the Dudley Boys, so okay, whatever. Either way, it is gonna be a healing Lotus for the Lion, which will make him more tanky in the lane, which is pretty important. You know, we talked about the him not being as tanky as you can be. 1J, that's a lot of trouble for him. It is a fast hero, but it doesn't matter when you're trapped.
No, and that Clockwork, we are going to see him do more of that to the enemy supports for sure, and maybe also to the Primal Beast as well, which is, you know, the Clockwork, hardest counter to Earthshaker especially, but certainly after that, Primal Beast, everything he does gets interrupted as well.
That's super annoying when you play the Primal Beast, right? And these supports, Gyro, I guess having him in the cogs with you, that hurts. But the Skywrath Mage, the poor guy, is gonna get decimated. And I think the Clockwork won't mind giving his life away for another support. It really isn't that big of a deal for Hakoda.
It really isn't. I mean, at some point it turns around, right? With the Skywrath Mage, he gets his 6, and then he's not in there with you. You're in there with him.
Yeah,
and then
that
flips
is true.
again on the Blade Mail. It's good stuff.
Do you got the blade mail or like a glimmer? Like, you're gonna have to hold that thought that we're looking at till the end again, being in some trouble. Mind control though, not getting the bashes when he needed them. Kami kills the courier. He gets bashed for it, so it seems that MC really loved that courier, as now he's gonna hope for a couple of more bashes. Not gonna be happening, but both of them are super low, and you're versus a Spirit Breaker, so it's gonna be very, very tough to actually get close to the creeps.
Yep, and MC has so far been playing this lane basically buried in the creep wave. He'd much rather take a bunch of hits from the enemy creeps than actually leave the creep wave and give the Gyro the opportunity to rocket barrage him. And yeah, once you have double stun, you can set up just like that.
And when I'm playing support, I hate playing versus a offlane Spirit Breaker. The thing is, Gyro wants to isolate the enemy support to the side. But when there's a Spirit Breaker involved, you isolate the line, he gets the stun, and actually there's a charge. So the Spirit Breaker will get there much faster than your carry. And it just makes it a 2 versus 1 on the side all the time. So I think the Gyro, despite the creeps, should probably be in the creep wave and maybe trying to attack the Spirit Breaker, use the homing missile, and that's about it. Every single time you isolate yourself, you're probably gonna die.
Oh, and 9 class does not know. It's a nice double stun, but not this time.
Well, still, have they gone too far? No, they're just gonna protect the line. It's just so hard to contest the rune versus the Void Spirit. It always has been.
Yeah, it is, especially if you're on your own. And that fact that all of the supports are mid does mean that Laze gets a little bit freer of a time here in the top lane. He's not suffering by any stretch of the imagination, though.
So, overall, it is a 1k gold lead. Very nice start for the Dudley boys. Laze now, he would love to get himself away. The extra armor will definitely help, but you cannot charge out, and the cogs are perfectly placed. They pull him in. Now Yuma, you should run away as the Void Spirit is there. Hakoda will go to the side to buy some time for his Lifestealer to easily escape, and it will be a 1-for-1, benefiting the Dudley boys yet again.
But that is the first fast rotation that we've seen from the side of Klee, and we're going to be looking for many, many more just in order to keep that tempo up, keep hopefully especially MC on the back foot, and make sure that the gank train from Dudley Boys cannot start off. So yeah, that's not totally a favorable trade for Klee, but they're making the moves, they're punishing the fact that Dudley makes that move himself, and they've got a good start going for Youngji, who's currently flying in his Midas? That would be very early, wouldn't it? No, with the treads. He had a Midas queued up earlier, though, as 9 class
Yeah, they got Kami. Now, till the end is in trouble. Bash from Mind Control. Is he that good of a player, Kips? Nope, sorry. You had me when you told me Mind Control was amazing, but him not getting the bash there, that was...
I'm sorry.
Just not something I was expecting. Youngji, they're going for him. He has to dissimulate in 2 astral steps, so I'm not sure that this move of theirs is really going to be doing anything. Xantic is just being hella annoying. His 9 class does die on the other part of the map. Youngji goes to the other side. Oh, they just wanted to send him away because of the rune, and well, it didn't work out as he got the shield rune.
No!
That is great, though. The Spectre coming over. The silence is there. The cogs pushing Youngji out, and they're just surrounded. This is 5 hero skips, so it's not looking too good for them. They're just gonna be losing both of them, as Klee, they were ready for this. Mind Control coming in a little bit too late.
Yeah, a little over-enthusiastic from ads. The funniest part for me, though, was seeing the net worth counter tick up to 1k in advantage of Dudley Boys as ads was stepping into the river and promptly getting annihilated. So... yeah, he's buying space there. He's clearly deliberately being annoying, not really expecting to get the kill, but I guess he also didn't expect for the backup to be there.
5 heroes is a little bit too much 9 minutes in,
Yeah.
but yeah.
But
that's
Klee
what
understand.
happens.
They
Yeah.
get the mission.
Okay, this is again the same thing for Kami. 9 class might be... oh, nope, no, he's not gonna be a hero that dies because
Yeah,
the
nice
infest,
save.
we talked about it, just how strong it can be. That's 2 astral steps, TPs, attempt to save the Spectre, none of it gonna be successful, as now it's Youngji who's in trouble. They're all not gonna be connecting, but they're chasing on him, and they will see him now. They know exactly where he is. He's gonna be a frog, and in the end, only legs will
bonus
be
kill?
left till the end. That is gonna be a bonus. He just came over to die with his own teammate, so Xantic will get himself himself a double, and the Dudley boys are starting to ramp up the tempo here. And that mid lane that you were winning for the entirety of it, now the Earth Spirit is even above the Void Spirit.
Yep, and he's only going to get harder to kill, right? And this is a phenomenal game for either Blade Mail or BKB, whichever one of the two you want. It is on both sides, to be fair, so Laze is moving into that Blade Mail as well. But I think especially if you're Dudley boys, you're just going to be building that on several of your heroes as...
Oh, they're coming over, but I don't know if that's a smart move. Okay, Lace will be coming from the other side, but 9 class is here, and that Magnetize is spreading. Till the end needs to be very careful as he's being charged up. We can see those horns coming to ram him down, as doesn't seem like Mind Control is looking to stop. Going in, doesn't have the mana for the ulti, so he's actually gonna decide just to run away, uses the wand, and now thinking about turning it around, but will decide against it for now.
That's 2 MC rotations for basically nothing so far. But at the very least, like, I'm probably gonna be saying this a lot. Yuma is farming.
It's farming till the end. This time around, he is most likely dead. The Xantic will come over to get the kill with the rolling boulder. And MC, he gets his Midas, so after a kill, he's instantly gonna be getting some bonus gold. And this is why you get the Midas on this hero, because you're traveling quite a lot, so you want to have a little bit of a gold and experience there on the side. So he'll be able to get it.
Exactly. It is one of those reasons why Invokers also really like to get it, right? Because you do need the levels very much, but you also are wasting your time if you're just clicking creeps instead of making things happen with all of your spells. So, the perfect item in that regard. Yuma walks out.
Yeah, nice usage of the Hurricane as well. I'm actually surprised it seems that the Wildwing Ripper doesn't need to be facing the hero that it is hurricaning, or it just has really fast turn rate, and then I didn't see it. But he literally pushed back the Primal Beast, and he didn't
he
turn.
farted him away.
Yeah, literally, that was what happened. So it is with his backside that he can produce wind. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense, Gibbs.
Yeah, I got the wings for the front wind and the regular for the back wind.
Makes sense. So, again, Kami's in trouble. And, you know, we're saying Mind Control and his rotations aren't really getting much done in the mid lane, but every single time you are forcing the Spectre to rotate for a fight, and then he comes back to the bottom lane thinking he's safe, and then they catch him. This is the 3rd time, Kips, that has happened. So those movements into the mid lane, you force out TPs, and then suddenly the Spectre is left all alone.
Yeah, and you know who that reminds me of? That does remind me of Primetime Team Liquid, where they're constantly making moves through that middle lane.
Oh,
and here comes the revenge.
That's a lot of revenge as well. 9 class will get the Hex off, but I never see him getting out of this one alive. They're gonna leave the kill for Kami, and understandably so. He is having a catastrophic game, as Laze is gonna be going for Yuma, who doesn't have the rage, is in a lot of trouble. MC will lead the slow, but Yuma is in a lot of trouble. He needs amazing armlet toggles, and they're not gonna be not even good enough to survive a second longer, as MC will be in the next one on the menu. Young G finishes him off with an Astral Step. So pretty big for Klee, though that is a quick succession of 3 kills. 2 of the top net worth heroes, well, not any longer.
Huge punishment, and that was just Klee being a little faster on the trigger. Like, they're learning here as well. So they intercepted Xantic on his way to bottom, and TP in the meantime that Primal Beast to their bottom tower as well. So now they are the ones flanking the flankers. And that they're gonna have to do that a couple more times, but for now, the tempo of Dudley boys might be. They're gonna have to dodge this here.
Let's see, can they catch Laze? He's in too defensive position, but they did catch supports, and the Spectre comes in, and Xantic has took too much damage, tries to get out. He'll be caught, he gets the Magnetize off, and that's gonna be it. Hakoda looking quite dead as well. Will that Magnetize be enough? No, but the charge will. 1J is dead, but it is a 2-for-1. Let's see, maybe they can bring down till the end, but it's only the supports on the other side. 9 class, he's in a lot of trouble. Laze will not stop ever until he has trampled everybody. Mind Control, though, has been infested. Going on to Laze, trying to TP out, not gonna be happening. Now you're slowed down so much, he's gonna use the uproar, and the slow is insane. Yuma still chasing forward. He won't have the movement speed enough to get on top of him. It is gonna be another fight the Team Klee come out of as the victors.
Yeah, very beautiful. And it looks to start off pretty badly, but the fact that they kill ads immediately after he pops his ultimate is so important. I don't even know why he pops it there, honestly, because you want to be dropping stones throughout this team fight. None of that is happening. And instead, then they get split up here as well, with Lays getting to move over towards the side. And at this point, Klee has already decided that the fight is over. So Lays could live or die here. They're already happy. Spectre already TP'd bot. She can see all the heroes in here. Is it a return of the tempo? Not quite.
Ooh, Yuma, that was a millisecond from him getting silenced up before the rage. If that had happened, we would be seeing a very dead lifestealer who is again at the top of the network chart, so a huge kill for Klee, but because of very fast fingers, it has been averted.
And that's important. So now we're going to probably sit back and see if the item progression of any of the sides is ready to start feeling confident to make the next move, because we've pretty much equalized again, right? After a period of Dudley having the initiative, now it's really in the hands of whoever wants to go first. And Lays, by the way, with that Reaver already in his pocket, he is looking pretty large.
He's very, very big. It is not a hero that you can really focus on in a huge fight, though.
Not again.
Kami he has the ulti. They need to give him vision though, and no, he's not gonna be seeing anything, as he's gonna be losing his life at the exact same position. At some point, you know, you said that you weren't superstitious, but he probably should be, as that Mystic Flare, it really did hurt. The Lifestealer is gonna be silenced up, and he's gonna get destroyed. The charge, definitely late. So 1J, you'll get a double kill, and to be honest, it's not too bad for Klee overall.
Nope. The carry trade there, I don't want to say that it favors you, but at the very least that puts you even still in the exchange, and you're still dealing with your waves really well. You've got the tower trade done as well, actually. It's incredible. We've seen so many heroes die that, you know, the towers have just been falling as sort of an afterthought. I haven't seen either of them die.
So there's yeah, only 2 towers going down. I mean, really, when we look at these 2 lineups, their ability to take down towers it does not exist, Gibbs. But what they do have is the ability to be everywhere on the map, and that's what we're seeing. Huge numbers of heroes just going left and right and going for kills. And speaking of, Klee is rotating to the bottom lane with a lot of heroes. This 9-class line, he's dead already.
He doesn't know it yet, but he will right now. Woo!
Yep. Imagine how we're like in Dota terms, we would be like oracles, right? We can definitely see the future, right? He's just strolling around. He thinks that he's fine, but we know that he's actually already dead.
Yeah, Schrodinger's lion. He's dead, it just hasn't been observed yet.
That is true, but we see it. We know. Hakoda also in a lot of trouble. Force staff to get himself out, but the Ether Remnant does not allow it. Man, do I hate that when my Force Staff, Leap from the Mirana or something else gets interrupted by whichever spell. It is hella annoying.
It's like, haha, no.
Yep.
You're sitting
we
there.
all hate that.
Okay, then. And what did I buy this stupid piece of junk for?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Maybe next time. Octarine, done on MC. I think the waves are going to start getting a lot harder to control for Team Klee.
It's a good thing for them that they have a lot of towers. The line gets silenced up, so I think that's a little bit too aggressive, but with 2 of his fat guys in front, there's the clockwork. Now the roll as well. Young G gets over to the side. He's gonna get silenced up, and the charge? MC? He stopped it? No.
Mercy. Mercy from MC God.
Was it even the charge? It looked to me like he was moving super fast towards him. Not sure. Not sure.
I think he was charging.
Let's see. We have the
We have the technology.
control. No, it was the kick. It was the kick from Adzentic.
Ah, he got kicked.
Yep.
I see.
Run, you stupid cow. We're witnessing some rodeo. As Kami is being charged as well. Nobody there to assist mind control, so you really won't go for it. Actually, Orchid for Kami. I've been seeing this build on Spectre, and it is actually very dangerous. So Lion, if he gets on top of it, it's a big deal. Ether Lens connects. You don't need the Spectral Science on the line, but you need it on the Earth Spirit. Still, the Earth Spirit is too far away, so Xantic will be able to get himself out, and Kami goes back to farming.
does secure them at least one kill here and a bunch of damage over onto the middle tower. That is actually going to go down. Good asset to keep from Klee here to have their own mid tower still up.
That's huge, actually.
Yeah, both as like a vantage point for them to TP to because they don't have like a well, they have the Spectre, but they don't have the true global rampaging nature of that the Spirit Breaker, as well as that towers do creep wave management for you. Wow, creepment wave. That's the next young all-star team.
I understand. I understood what you wanted to say, Kips. That's fine. That's all that matters in the end. Though it's no longer nighttime, so that talent of the Spirit Breaker not so great. Nice force step there to the side, but he's still caught with the silence. I don't think you're getting out of this one alive. Young G, he uses the illusion rune and gets himself away. The magnetize will still spread on him, and Xantic is relentless. He won't be able to refresh it again, meaning that the Void Spirit, he will barely die. Now smashing the line into the ground, but that Infest coming out, it will give him the HP necessary to survive. Laze, he's roaring, but you're surrounded by enemies. They're not afraid of you. There will be a homing missile that stops the onslaught a little bit there, but Laze, he doesn't have the mana. He cannot escape this. Maybe I should think again, as he's still surviving. Finally, they're gonna be able to bring the beast down, and again it looked like mind control was charging, but it was once again a kick from Xantic. A huge fight for the Dudley boys. Even not having their mid lane tower Kips, it didn't make a difference.
Absolutely not. They can all be there so fast, and the fact that the Earth Spirit gets to set up this entire fight, actually get all of the damage out into that cluster of heroes, they have to scatter on the side of Klee, and as soon as they're scattered, well, with the amount of chase that you have over on the side of Dudley Boys, you can start picking them off one by one, and Laze was, well, maybe happy that it was him and not his Spectre who had already gotten out, but nonetheless a big win.
Speaking of carries, not the Spectre, but the other carry, Yuma, will be taken down on his lifestealer. So it just goes to show that Klee, they're not slowing down, as they shouldn't, right? In this game, you slow down, you're in trouble. We talked about it in the draft, and that is why, Kips, we have 40 kills 22 minutes into the game. As Mind Control, he might be the 41st as he's being smashed into the ground here by the Pulverized, but he will be able to survive.
And hey, was that one crossed off of the bingo list already?
Which one?
Was it 40 kills in 20 minutes?
It? I'm gonna have to check. I don't know all of them.
I think that was one. I'll get back to you when I'm sure. But
Sure.
this is the bloodiest game I've seen so far, certainly.
Yeah, for sure. These two teams, they really love action. I was about to say hate each other, but no, it seems like it is a manly fight, you know, that you respect your opponent, and that's why you're getting into such a battle with them, as it will be the shard for Hakoda, so it is gonna be the jetpack now ready for the clockwork. So even if your force staff gets stopped, you still have another way to get over the cliffs to get yourself away.
Or to get yourself further in.
Of course,
which is I think that has been Dudley's MO really so far, and they have gradually crept themselves to the top of the net worth chart now with all of their core heroes.
Silence onto the clockwork. They're afraid. He was so alone, but sometimes you have to bluff. You know those videos when there's an animal charging somebody, like an elephant or a gorilla or something, and they just stand their ground and scream at them and the animal runs away? Those are like the biggest bluffs ever, that you know your life is on the line and you still do it so well.
Yeah, your life is on the line, but in some of those cases, especially versus something like a gorilla or something, it is your only shot. If you show the gorilla that he's right and he can take you, he will. And
maybe you can hug him and have it be like show him that you're nice.
Yeah, gorillas are great at hugging. They're way better than you.
That's true. but they're gonna show me love in the best possible way, as Young G, he is smoked up and hasted up as well, as Hakoda is in a great position to break that smoke, but he's gonna have to pay with his life. The charge will be coming through, and he has the force step to the side, still will be taken down by till the end, actually, with the call down, as now Mind Control comes over. He's gonna be silenced for a second. The bulldoze coming in handy. They're all coming forward. You're not in a position you want to be in, and both of the sports are gonna be slowed down as Nether Strike, he dodges the onslaught in the backline. The Lion has been caught. The Glimmer Cape protecting. We'll see for how long. That is a very big frog that you don't want to get on top of you, and the Lion does survive, takes away all of the mana. The buyback from the Clockwork is coming over. It will take a long time, but make no mistake, the Primal Beast will fall, as it will be the Mind Control bashing him to death. 3 heroes dead on the side of Klee. They only brought down the Clockwork.
And this feels like a repeat of that last fight almost, where you initiate over on the side of Klee, but there hasn't been any action over on the other side of the map, so the entirety of the Dudley Boys gets to be here, and Az just catches them in a, well, for him, beautiful position where he gets the ult going, and now if you want to fight, you're going to have to fight into the steadily increasing damage of the Earth Spirit, and it is absolutely impossible. Klee has to flee and lays once again. He's ignorable. That's the problem with any of these heroes that like to build a heart. If you don't also have damage on top, or if you don't pick the right targets, then all that extra HP is going to allow you to do is you just sit there while your teammates get slaughtered.
Big downside of this Klee lineup, it's something that you very rarely say here, but they have this 20-second downtime of their spells, right? Which doesn't look like a lot, but then look at the other lineup. They have zero, right? Because Lifestealer can constantly attack, Earth Spirit can constantly use spells, the Spirit Breaker likes to be deep in the fight, Clockwork as well. Lion has some cooldown, but that's about it, right? And that is a problem for Klee. You go in, you get that one kill, but what then? For 20 seconds, you're just completely helpless, and Dudley Boys are using it as, well, maybe they can kill this Clockwork faster, but he gets pulled away. It is gonna be the Force Stab that keeps him alive, and those daggers are not enough to finish him off. At Xantic, he has the Arcane Rune, and the charge is coming through. Mind Control, who is he gunning for? It is gonna be 1J. Lion protected by the Glimmer Cape. He's gonna be fine, turns around and kills his assailant, as till the end will be next on the menu. Now they don't have the dust, but they will wait it out, and he'll be taken out. And Xantic on the other part of the map, though, was taken out, so it's not that bad of a trade. 2 supports for the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, but that did take all 3 cores from Klee again. At the very least, they don't get punished for that pick-off. I wanna call it a pick-off, even though it's really Dudley making those moves. And I think what you're pointing out here, the amount of spells that Klee needs to use, is a direct result of their lack of damage, right? This is not because Klee, like the long cooldowns wouldn't be a problem if they could use only 1 or 2 hero spells in order to get a kill. But because of the tankiness of Dudley's lineup, and because of like the extra nasty surprises they have in store, like for example a burst heal from Yuma infesting, they have to put so much onto one hero that indeed their entire barrel is empty and they have to reload. Well, Dudley, you know, they can go all night, baby.
Yep, and they are going all night here with Roche, and will finally be able to bring that beast to heal, as Yuma will be getting the Aegis for the next 5 minutes. That's gonna be a very tough hero to deal with, though he wasn't really a target for Klee, but now he's gonna be able to put himself in a bit more of a aggressive position without really being afraid of dying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I think that's going to herald the, I want to say, the arrival of the Dudley Boys permanently on the Klee side of the map. So far, they haven't really needed to be there because they have the better mobile and global capabilities. But I think that now that they have that Aegis in the hands of Yuma, they should feel free to properly move up and colonize.
So this is this the start now for tier 2 pushes, or are we still gonna be seeing both teams focus on killing enemy heroes rather than lane control or tower push? Like, what's the next step, especially for the Dudley Boys?
I mean, both of them need opening kills, right? They neither have the siege tools, but in this case, you can actually put Yuma on a tower and see how many people it takes to kill him. You don't have to, though. You can also just invest into any of the 3 heroes you have on your mobility list. in order to see if you can get a pick off first.
I
And
don't know
if you're Klee, you don't know which one of these guys has a nasty surprise. You just know that you haven't seen Yuma in a while.
I mean, you can click on them and then see a guy who has unnaturally high HP. That can help.
Under attack.
Yeah, if they just sit around in full vision, you're good.
Look at the Earth Spirit's HP. Give us, yo, observer. Yeah, that's the one. That's what we wanted to see.
Are
Hey,
fortified.
that's a perfect one, showing us that maybe the Dudley boys they still haven't won this one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You never know. And it is a Spectre, right?
Radiant's
This
bottom
is...
It is.
There is a possibility that this Spectre is going to simply get too tanky to take down. Eventually, you're going to move into a right-click damage over on the side of Dudley boys, and it's... You don't scale that well with it, so you are relying on a mid-game power spike here in order to actually shove through. And as far as like, it was clear to me that they were going to take over the game. I also rate them highly enough that they're now going to convert that into actually taking said high ground. It's easier said than done.
Let's see. Tormentor does go down. 1J, he's gonna be getting his shard, so a little bit more armor, a little bit more intelligence. The Shield of the Scion isn't something to take lightly, as the Lifestealer usually looks at the Skywrath Mage, oh, I'm gonna 2-3 shot this guy, not any longer.
It's a nice little bit of survivability, of course, if you've got the time to get some of your spells off.
They are losing some of their lead here
Yeah.
in the Dudley boys as they're searching for fights, and they really haven't been able to find anything. Now when the towers start falling, it might get them back to their 9-10k gold lead, which was kind of the max in this game. But Klee, even in this situation where they can't really fight, they are dodging the enemies nicely, and I think that's super important. Your versus a Clockwork, your versus a Spirit Breaker and an Earth Spirit, so the ability to catch you, it is high.
They've got to charge until Lays, but yeah, exactly. That is the target you want the least, I think, out of everybody. Well, they're still gonna try to get, yeah, it's like, well, we couldn't get anybody, so I guess we'll take him, but he's not even near anymore. And one of the reasons that this is working out for Klee right now is that they've actually been managing, we haven't seen Young G in a while, right? He has been, with this Lincoln Sphere, split pushing. Just keeping those waves out. And as long as you keep the waves out, that means that Dudley heroes are going to have to show, they're going to have to move back to mop up those waves while showing. And that means that they constantly have to spend time moving back into your territory to look for those pickoffs. Because right now,
Middle tower is under attack.
the distance between these two teams is larger just because the amount of the map that's not covered by towers has grown larger. So that gives Klee a lot more maneuverability and a lot more time to dodge all of these attempts. Like, that was another nothing burger.
They can't get anything done, but they are doing quite a lot of damage to this mid lane tier 2. If you lose all your outer towers, it's gonna become increasingly difficult, not only to dodge the enemies, but also once the Aegis is down, which is gonna be now, to find the initiative, to find the fight, to get yourself back into the game.
Yes. And I guess the lead is more or less maintained here by Dudley, but I wonder what would have happened if they would have put Yuma just on a bunch of towers instead, just sat him in front, sat in the classic half circle behind him, and wait for Klee to do something.
Yep, it is. It probably would have turned out better for them, but if at least one of these moves was
very
successful, then that is a better deal. And he still comes over to the tower. He has the Manta and the Rage, 3.5k HP when the armlet is turned on, so he still can go for moves like that. And it looks like they're thinking about dealing with the top lane now and getting that tower down, as well as the poor courier of Kami gets nether striked. If you don't want to give us heroes, we'll just kill the courier.
Dire's
They
top
will
tower
take
is under attack.
anything you give them. Are we going to start seeing all of the more luxury items come out now for Dudley as well? So moving on towards a Lotus Orb for this Clockwork, who, yeah.
9 class is
That's-
very dead. In control, he's playing with his life. They caught the Earth Spirit as well. He has the BKB, didn't get it off in time. Xantic, he knew the enemies were there. His teammate, he gave his life for that information. He did nothing with it, just used a high BKB charge. And he's gonna be dead as well, as they're trying to find more. Clockwork, he's gonna have another jetpack in 5 seconds and should be able to get himself away, but they found the Spectre and he's taking so much damage.
Oh,
Yuma, he has the
that's
Abyssal
risky.
Blade, not allowing him to run away. It is very risky now. You put yourself in a very uncomfortable position, especially with Mind Control not having a BKB, but he has the Invis. Now he's just gonna be charging away, waving goodbye, and we come back to those nasty memory skips of the Spirit Breakers just charging away from us.
Every damn time, I swear.
Okay, Kips, you're not playing the game, and you said that you were a Mind Control fan, so shouldn't be a problem. Yuma turning around onto Young G. The thing is, this guy has a Lincoln Sphere, so Mind Control cannot help unless you use your Abyssal Blade, which you probably don't want to use on the Lincolns.
Well, they could just hookshot him.
They could. Lincoln's was broken. They have the Nether Strike turning around. Where's the Abyssal Blade? There it is, but they need another bash and smashing into the ground. That's gonna stop him as Young G doesn't get to the high ground, but now the breaks are there with the uproar. He has the Aghanim Scepter on Laze. He's doing a ton of damage, not enough to get the kill. Homing missile onto the Clockwork. The Glimmer Cave will protect him, and he'll be fine.
That was way too narrow of an escape. That could have escalated really quickly if Glee lose their Void Spirit right there, but instead Dudley have to go back and try another time. Once again, and it can get really tiring to look for pickoffs like this, by the way. It's very hard to keep on putting it in the context like, hey, if we find even one, the game is over. But you just, you just need to keep on doing it until it lands. Yeah.
It's insane. They did find the Spectre, but too far away from the enemy base. I guess this is the thing. This is where I see that Klee are actually a legit strong team, as a lot of teams would crumble under this kind of pressure, get into a position, okay guys, let's try, let's go for this fight. Nope, they see they cannot win, they restart, and they're making this game last longer than it should for Dudley boys. And with that, the chances of them making a mistake, it increases. And if you're there to punish it, you can't get back.
Yeah, and I want to say that we've actually already seen that. We've seen that in that move through the mid lane that Klee just made. The only reason that that's not an overwhelming victory for them is because Dudley are maniacs and they pick off the Spectre on the back of that fight. That is, yeah, you got outclassed there. That's... But the way that Klee got themselves to the position where they could keep on fighting, like the way that they got over the mid-game hump and into a position where now their heroes are starting to scale into the late game too, that has been massively impressive. I completely agree with you.
There's an Nullifier on Young G, so good luck getting away from him. Also, that means through that you're gonna be able to deal with the Bulldoze as well, which is huge when dealing with Mind Control. He is too big of a nuisance in these fights, and the supports currently are not thinking about saving him, as he should be able to save himself all the time.
Exactly, so the supports have not really been itemizing for it, and that's something that you can't really rectify by just putting another skill point in somewhere. No, you've built, I don't want to say wrong, your build is outdated and now you're going to have to save for a new one.
Control coming forward, gonna be slowed down. They brought down the Sky's Mage immediately. He needs to buy back. There will be a Hex onto the Primal Beast, but he's really not taking that much damage. Actually, when you're constantly attacking, the Pulverize will stop the Light. He has the BKB. The Magnetize is spreading. Now the Spectre has been broken, and Yuma, he has changed his targets. You know that the other ones is too strong. Spectre now, the break will stop. Mind Control in trouble, but the bashes are there, and Yuma is dead. Mind Control still alive, running away from the enemies. Finally, he's gonna be losing his BKB and his life. A double kill for Young G, as Dudley boys, they've lost 3 of their heroes, but the Lifestealer is still alive. They're still chasing for more Xantic with that Arcane Rune. He has been wreaking havoc in the fight, and they're gonna be fighting till the end. No, he just turns the other way and flies away from his enemies, as he will be able to hide in the trees and live. Both of the cores of Klee have buybacks, so they could come back here if they want to.
They could indeed, but I think they're going to... And look at the way that they're going to change targeting here, because there's several people going for the Hex target, but they have to realize right here, like, he's not dying, and our supports are getting gone on now because we're taking so long dealing with Lace. So instead, they leave him in the cogs, they leave the Clockwork to die, and switch focus over to the much, much more killable Dream. over there. MC sacrifices his entire health pool to be able to pull that off at all, but the result is that nobody actually gets to deal with Yuma over on the side of Klee. So, yeah, even if your shot calling is not correct at the start of the fight, as long as you change it around fast enough, you can still win.
And their communication there was amazing, as Yuma was running towards the Spectre and Mind Control was next to him ready to break him with the Silver Edge's Young G. Well, he finds a kill. Hakoda is dead. Azantic coming over. He's gonna try to find him as the Glimmer Cave from 1J. He thinks that he can hide. Azantic, he's relentless. He will find him. It's gonna take some time, but as soon as the Lifestealer gets close, now they see him clearly because of the charge, and that's gonna be a dead 1J Skywrath Mage plus a gem on the deck.
Normally, I would praise a move like that because you're trying to find out if they're actually, like, you're trying to reestablish control of the Roshan area, see if they're going to come back there, you're trying to buy time. Well, if Yuma just steps through like that, you've achieved everything I just said.
Azantic comes over, says kill me as well, no problem, we're gonna make you pay too. Going for a roll away, not gonna be happening. He has his BKB to protect him, but not for long. Down he goes, literally 2 heroes dead. Don't have buyback, this is Roche as well, and a potential comeback in game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
What in the blazes? I mean, this is why I would normally be praising a move like that, because you need to poke and prod and see if you can get the enemy to make a mistake, or if you can get enough information. And I guess that buys enough time for the Roshan to switch sides to where Klee is already waiting with the rest of their cores. And Dudley just sort of, you know, Daenerys is it? It's like, oh, did she forgot about the fleet?
This is huge, Gibbs. We actually have a game on our hands now. It's so massive, especially Klee now having the Aegis. 8k gold lead at this point of the game means absolutely nothing, and that Lifestealer, he got level 25, Gibbs. I thought he was gonna demolish them now in the next couple of minutes, and he just dies, gives all of that juicy gold away.
And a bunch of experience here as well, like especially because this game has been so kill heavy, right? The enemy cores have already not been struggling, but especially Lace, he is going to hit the 25 pretty soon now as well. Young G not too far behind him either. And we're starting to get to that late game phase now where the scaling of Dudley Boys is falling off, and the scaling, the Klee just has 3 cores that are going to do so much better with the items coming in, so we do have a game on our hands. I'm very surprised.
I was thinking, you know, Mind Control, him shoving out the waves, it's gonna be huge, and it is, but Klee are playing so well. They are everywhere on the map. He does have a Refresher and level 25, Spectre level 25 as well. Which one is that talent? That is the Dispersion one, I assume.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it is. As Earth Spirit caught, Spectre now does a lot of damage, being protected by the Lotus Orb and the Force Staff. Here comes the charge into the backlines. Azantic is still alive. He doesn't choose to magnetize. He stops it in time, but that homing missile, it will hurt him either way. Kami doesn't know who to go for. He's gonna go for Yuma, who is slaughtering till the end. Kami's not doing any damage when they're clumped up together, though then again, the Spectre isn't taking that much damage as well until he's surrounded by everybody, and the Lion is getting their mana as well. Lays will pop the BKB, but he's stuck in the cogs. He doesn't know where to go, doesn't know what to do. The silence onto Mind Control. He has the BKB, turns around. They break the Spectre in more ways than one, trying to finish him off. They are communicating so well. You have the cheese. Will he even use it? He will, but that just means that they're gonna absolutely demolish him. Not his mother will even know what he looks like now after he has been punched and hit so many times by the side of Dudley Boys, who win a fight convincingly versus an Aegis, versus a cheese.
That is a closed casket funeral, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. And the shot calling there, you already call it out during that fight, right? But the fight gets split off, you take out the supports of the side of Team Klee first, and then all they're doing is focus the Spectre, separate off Lays, focus the Spectre after the respawn. And the way that they're positioning there as well, like, Young G is there, but he doesn't come back in. We don't see him again, just because he doesn't get an opportunity to pick off anybody anymore. Going in would be suicide.
Yeah, he's just gonna run into a potential charge and then the bash, and he's just dead. He needs to be finding a good opportunity, and this is the thing. If The Dudley, oh, they infested during the run-in, and they're gonna be getting into the fountain. You are not safe in there. You just cannot survive versus these guys when 2 of your heroes are dead and 2 of them are cores. It's just so easy to dive.
It is, and it's really the shot calling and decision making that's making the difference here, as well as maybe still a little bit of lack of damage overall, Klee.
Yeah, they are. Kami needs to isolate the target so that the Desolate can work. Without the Desolate, he's just not killing anybody.
And Dudley they're just holding hands.
Vector came in. Well, they're just gonna run away. That is the smart move to make. Xantic rolls away. He is gonna get himself enough distance between him and the enemy hero, so he'll be fine. And that's gonna be 2 lanes of racks. I guess in the mid lane they only took down the melee racks, but range racks is not really that big of a deal. So now you can just focus on the top lane, and it's gonna be very easy to end this game. Plus, it's nighttime, and you do have extra night vision because of the Spirit Breaker.
Oh, that's a juicy
Yep.
little round of bounties. I mean, it did not put a dent into the gold lead of Dudley, really, but that still always is a good little pick-me-up.
I mean, you know, it's nice when you find some money on the street, right? It's you can't really say no to it. You immediately go and you spend it on yourself. So hopefully they're gonna be getting some better items here. As Klee, they definitely need them. We're coming back to those damage issues. As now the poor Skywrath Mage will get caught, and Xantic finishes him off easily. That's 60 seconds on the sidelines, meaning that the last outer tower is gone. Potentially the whole base, as there is no glyph on Klee.
Yep, and did you see Hagoda's positioning there? He was already ready for the follow-up kill. He knows that anybody he catches is going to be fish food.
Just wants to get in there, and 4 versus 5, they might decide to fight. Homing Missile will be used on Mind Control, pops the BKB.
Oh, it's a beautiful
Pulverize
fight.
it immediately stops. Now the Spectre has been caught bashed as well, trying to run away. He is not moving. He doesn't know what to do. He's like, he's gonna have to buy back. They did get a buyback on the Skywrath Mage as well. He just got the gold, charged through both of them, and the Spectre got into the fight, not being able to do anything. He also has to be very, very careful about what he does. Lays very low. Xantic takes some damage. The Lotus Orb will protect him as they go in again. Kami needs to be very careful as the charge is coming through. That is a hero without a buyback. Lays buys back as well. MC's caught inside of the cost. He got destroyed by his own clockwork. Okay, Hakoda definitely switching sides here. Going on to the other one is they definitely need help. Now they're gonna be surrounding the lifestealer. Can Yuma get himself out of this one? Doesn't have the infest. They're thinking about saving his life. He's gonna have it in 7 seconds. He's right next to his teammates. Gonna be using the Manta, but his teammates might be dead as well. He gets silenced by so many things. He's not gonna be speaking. He's not gonna be infesting, and Xantic barely gets himself away. So with multiple buybacks, Klee are still in this game.
Yeah, I gotta say those cogs would have been very good if there wasn't a rainbow of buybacks at exactly that same moment.
Dire's courier.
Yeah,
The initial initiation here is just absolutely beautiful.
beautiful. So Kips, what's the
Is under attack.
what's the approach now from Klee? Because you definitely don't have more than one fight left in you. Do you try?
No.
Do you hope for it to be on the Roche? Or do you just go for it as you're in such a defensive position you can't really choose when to fight?
Yeah, you don't really get to choose at all, right? Your best bet, honestly, would be to actually find a pick-off as these heroes are respawning, hoping that maybe Dudley are not quite respecting you enough. But you don't get to force any buybacks here. You don't get to take down that Roshan yet either. It's just a little bit too long on the potential respawn timer, so I'm not entirely sure what you should do here either. In theory, I think this is the right move. You go forward with a kill combo and you can see if you can just keep an enemy hero off the map at all times. Just every time one respawns, you take another one down somewhere. But unfortunately for them, Dudley are not done holding hands just yet.
And they never will be. In 5 seconds we're gonna know when Roche will be spawning, and that might be the last fight that we see. A fight for Roche 2 minutes from now. Klee, they have to stay outside of their base to keep tabs on what's going on, but versus 2 lanes of super creeps, it's not going to be easy.
No, it's not. And it makes it super easy for Dudley to read the map as well, right? Because they're not going to be splitting up at this point in time anymore, so you know, since bot wave is taken care of by the Spectre, the entirety of Klee is on bot lane right now.
And there it is. They go for a smoke. They
only
see
need one
what-
kill, really.
Yeah, that is the case. Actually, the Void Spirit does have a buyback. He's the only one on their side who does.
This is... Since you had the time to simply respawn after their buybacks, you are now in a position where one more kill, that is not the Void Spirit, I suppose, will secure you the game, so they are hungrily looking for it already.
They're already inside of the enemy base there, and somebody will have to come back. The super creeps, they are gonna be super scary as Kami comes back. If they see him, they saw him for a second, the charge. Ooh, Kami, he knows.
Yeah, everything from that TP location to the way that he sends his illusions out is... He already knew. Nine Class just tries anyway.
He's taking a lot of damage though. 9 Class in a lot of trouble there. Lotus Orb will protecting, gets himself away at Xantic. Rolling away, cooldown will not hit anybody as the Dissimulate keeps Young G alive. He does have the BKB that will expire. There's the also, they caught 9 Class, but again the Glimmer Cape is gonna be keeping alive a little bit longer. They brought down Young G. He does have a buyback, and the line, they die as well. It's gonna be a 5 versus 4 scenario if he does, and he comes back into the fight. Mind Control is sent away there. The Clockwork, Lotus Orb will protect him for a second, and they bring down the homing missile that was returned. Now they're not onto Mind Control, doing so much damage. There's gonna be a refresher as well. Xantic silencing everybody. And let's see now how much damage Yuma can actually do. Turning around onto till the end. Doesn't care about the onslaught. He still has the BKB coming forward. The backline, the hook shot was used, but the Clockwork will not be surviving any longer. Lays still caught there by the Magnetize, but really isn't taking any damage from that spell.
Yeah, and I don't think that the Gyrocopter kill is what you wanted out of that in the end if you're Dudley, but nonetheless it enables you to keep on fishing because that Gyro isn't coming back for the entirety of this time.
Shouldn't stop right now, right? Klee, they push out of their base and they go hunting again.
Yeah, Laze's positioning in this fight, by the way. First a charge coming from the backline, picking off the support there, and then the way that he comes back in, now that the entirety of Dudley, I don't want to say has overextended, but he is really enabling his team to find any possible openings here.
But this jump in from the Earth Spirit, and then he uses the
I don't think
refresher.
I've ever
That's
seen
beautiful.
this many silences.
Yeah, just insane. Sometimes we see Yuma, he has 3 silences on him. Now,
Yeah.
we just saw everybody on Klee be silenced up. Yep. Even when there's a silencer in the game, it's not this bad.
That Magnetize is a funny spell, man.
It really is, it really is. There is a gem dropped right next to the pit there. Yuma and Mind Control, they just dropped it there, waiting for somebody who actually has slots to pick it up. And Xantic, he doesn't fill that category as he's 6 slotted as well.
Yeah, so maybe 9 class instead then? Yeah. Puts
He
down the wards.
Boots of the Bearing, I like that actually for the line, because there are some slows on the side of Klee, and you do want to be able to escape from those.
Exactly. A nice bit of extra survivability. Especially like because the worst case scenario is for some reason 5 versus 5, you're all clustered up, but you don't have the Magnetize and they do have the Primal Beast ult. That would be your biggest problem. Or sorry, I'm saying the ult, the upgrade online. So that is especially when the Boots of Bearing are going to get you out of a very tough position.
That's probably gonna be huge, right? The uproar is... that slow is pretty nasty. As 9 class will get a ward down, so he does have some info on what's happening in the enemy base, and that sentry, it didn't find a ward. But of course, nobody's gonna be hiding on the side there, at least not for now.
Now we are back in the pick-off game, but the window, I don't want to say that the window is closing for Dudley, but they did choose to go for the Roche, which is the correct option, during a time when there were still diebacks available to push over onto Klee. But most of these heroes are going to get their buybacks back right now, even if they might not have money for it necessarily. It is once again an option that killing a Team Klee hero won't make them stay down.
So the Spectre wants a Bloodthorn. How do you feel about that one? I'm thinking maybe this Spectre needs an item that's gonna allow him to do damage even when the Desolate isn't working. Like a Daedalus, let's say, is something I'd be looking towards.
No, I think the Bloodthorn is a lot of damage as well, but you're gonna have to get to hit anybody.
Let's see, Lotus Orb is there, he returns the Abyssal Blade, now he turns around with the Abyssal Blade as well. Kami, you need to run, there's gonna be a refresher as well, goes to the other side. Kami, he's still alive, trying to get himself away. You know, you don't want to get next to the lifestealer, that's the hero that will kill you. He does have a buyback, the time has passed ever since he has used his, and Azantic a little bit too deep. He's not the one with the cheese, he's not the one with the Aegis, he's the one that is dead.
The only downside of Dudley's draft is that that is definitely a hard to commit draft, and he committed almost all the way to the fountain.
It is. You go for a roll on the Spectre, you miss because he used the Shadow Step amazingly well, and then suddenly you are you're dead. Though I think Kami could have escaped that one. He wasn't sure if he wanted to re-engage the fight, and he was just going left and right. We're gonna see it again. Also, this Manta dodge and the Lotus Orb, those things are the reason he was kept alive for so long either way.
And the fact that Kami's a target hero and not either of his supports actually allows him to live for much, much longer. But here, yeah, he...
You see? Left, right, twice in a row. He could have just ran away. And I don't know if he lives, but he lives longer for sure.
Well, since they got the return kill on Azantic though, the buyback issue is not going to get pressed just yet.
And it's huge because the Aegis is on the Dudley Boy side. Sure, they're still gonna have this. Geez, they're gonna have that Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer, but the advantage of the Aegis, it is expiring, so they're gonna try to use it right now. Going on to Laze, they don't want him to use the upper, they don't want him to have the extra armor. The Force Step though gets into the side. Laze, he is dying and he's not gonna be able to live. The Spectre does buy back. They forced him to go for it. Now he goes for the Abyssal Blade, trying to finish off Hakoda, but no Desolate, no damage. The call down onto the Clockwork with the Lotus Orb. He will remove the slow. Now Yuma tries to get himself away with the Manta. He'll be able to do so. No more silence for him, as Laze doesn't want to buy back the Nullifier onto till the end, and here comes the charge. Buyback from Laze. Now he wants to fight. Yuma has the BKB going forward. The Bash is going to be there, but also will the Pulverize, stopping him in his tracks. In the backlines though, Azantic coming back to the fight. He's going to try to finish them off, not going to be able to do so, and the Infest onto the Spirit Breaker. Azantic with the BKB again, super deep. They lost the gyro finally, and now they're going to be turning around onto Young G with a couple of bashes. He's dead as well. Does not have a buyback for 2 minutes. He's in so much trouble. Azantic, he has been broken. He's thinking about going in. He doesn't care. He's just spreading the magnetize. You are all connected together, and you will all die if you continue to fight with us. Kami goes into the throne. He's going to get the Abyssal Blade, trying to get himself into the fountain. He'll be safe, and they can't kill him, or will they be able to? Even inside the fountain, he's close to dying, but he will be able to live. But they did lose their gyro, and that is another dieback. Gives a 5 versus 3 scenario with the Aegis G still being active. This should be it.
Yeah, with the amount of regen over on the side of Dudley, they are still in pretty good shape if you don't keep on laying the damage into them, all of them. We'll just be regenning up. No more glyph. Last Trax goes down. Ad's just zoning, even though he doesn't have any stones to his name right now. There goes the last one.
Oh, they're refreshing fast. He'll go for a roll. Laze has been caught. There's the refresher. Now he has so many stones. He has collected them. Went to a beach and had a really nice time. As now it is a 4 versus 3 scenario. There's no more Aegis. Azantic is dropping low. Kami trying to finish him off, though the throne is taking some damage. Kami, he'll need to go back to the fountain. Laze next on the menu. He doesn't have a buyback. He's dead. Kami, while he's healing, his throne, it doesn't have that capability to go into the fountain. Go and fight, Kami, or else the defense of the ancient, you're not gonna be successful at it. They disconnect from the Skywrath Mage, the pause comes out, but the game 1 is over.
That was a slog and a half. Team Klee really made Dudley fight for that one, way more than I thought that it would have. I said at the start, like, okay, if Dudley drops the ball a bit, we're going to see Team Klee probably make a bit of a resurgence. That was quite a lot more than a bit of a resurgence. That was a genuine threat to outlate game the Dudley boys right there.
So you talked that Klee had a chance of winning a game versus the Dudley boys. Was this that one game that they just dropped, or is the chance still there?
This might have been the one. I do think that the Dudley boys, their draft was a little one-sided, as well as that I do think that the way that they gave that opportunity away was abysmal. They, you don't walk blind through that portal. I am just gonna flame you for that. That's terrible. What are you doing? So I do think that the ball should not drop any harder from the Dudley Boys side than it happened this game. But who knows? They have shown off now that they can put in the resistance and that they know the conditions for their game, that they needed to keep on taking the fight towards the Dudley Boys, even when they were down in gold, even when their heroes were clearly less suited to it and they had less damage. They kept on putting up that resistance, and in return gets us quite an exciting game to watch. So I don't think Team Clear are quite out of this just yet, as long as they keep on approaching it with the same attitude.
Yeah, hopefully they will, but until we get ourselves into game 2, we won't know if they're up for it. So we're gonna go on to a short break, and then we'll be back with the second game of the series.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
What a game one here at the 25-year anniversary show here at Pinnacle. I'm Harry Freak. Joining me is Kips, and we're going to be bringing you the action of the second map of the series. And Kips, we talked about it. There were some mistakes that were made by the Dudley boys, and we thought Klee might capitalize on them, but they did not, which means now, what happens if the Dudley boys play a perfect game, which after something like this happens, it usually is the case.
Yeah, like sometimes it really just takes the steam out of the losing team's engine, right? It's like, oh well, we gave it our all, we didn't get rewarded. Well, what point is there anyway to trying? And then the spirit team just runs over. That is certainly a way that it can go. The other thing that Klee could say is like, guys, no matter like how well they play or how much better they think they are than us, they can still just feed two heroes straight through the Roche portal. We just have to wait for them to do that.
Yeah, these noobs, this is what they're gonna do. Also, before we start analyzing the draft, which already hasn't gone too far, can you explain this Dudley Boys logo to me? I mean, you said Klee, it was classic, maybe made in paint or something, you know, pretty basic. Like, okay, I see Dudley Boys. And what is this in the middle? Is it 3D? Is it what should this represent?
I mean, to me, I see vintage. It reminds me of the old school Warner Brothers logo, except in that, you know, that fake vintagey kind of style. And I see some, I don't know, is that barbed wire around the back?
Sure. But in Warner Bros, it's a W, right? What is this?
An overly enthusiastic cousin of one of the players is a graphic designer.
Imagine if that's really the case, and it might be a young guy or girl that is actually thinking about becoming a logo designer, and then we come in here in the live show like, oh yeah, you're an overly enthusiastic, just give up on your dreams. That would be I would feel pretty bad about myself if that was really the case.
I don't know. Like, I don't think overly enthusiastic is necessarily a bad thing if you're trying to break through. Like, I'd argue that it's the only thing that's going to get you anywhere.
True. Though I would have understood overly enthusiastic in this sentence a bit differently. Though I get it. Kips, you're right.
Cousin. Or like the work looks good. You could up the contrast a little bit more, but the barbed wire is a bit much. Okay.
Maybe they started off as a tattoo artist, you know. That is how you practice. Barbed wire is the first thing that you practice on. As the Dudley boys, they're gonna get a spirit breaker as well. I don't know why people keep giving mind control this hero. Like, he has literally played it so many times in this tournament, and they've lost only one map, guys. So get a grip.
Yeah, and I guess that's why the Spirit Breaker is so good, because it's literally impossible to get an actual grip on that hero. And we've seen it in the hands of plenty of other players as well, that if you let the Spirit Breaker through the draft, at some point it's going to get farm, and at that point the creep waves start dying, the map starts getting darker, the mooing in the darkness grows louder. Yeah, I do not see this as a favorable development for Klee. And maybe they hoped they were going to get it themselves or something, because that's a hell of a long time to think about your answer to a pick that surely you must have seen coming.
There will be a Treant Protector on the other side. This time around, there was no Primal Beast to pick up. You talked about the Pugna. I thought maybe they're going to go that route, but Klee, they decide to go for the Treant Protector. That is a hero that doesn't necessarily like playing versus the Spirit Breaker. I guess once you get your shard, all is fine. But if he sees you at even one point and he charges you, then the rest of the enemy team always know where you are while he's coming towards you with haste. So I'm still a big fan of the Treant Protector, though, as the hero is looking amazing in Dota currently. And what is it about him that is so amazing, Kips? Like, is it just the Leech Seed is such a great spell, or is there something else that's making him so awesome?
I mean, Leech Seed is phenomenal for trading, right? But apart from that, there's a certain factor in a Treant where if you are a skilled player who knows what not just you yourself need as a player, but what your team needs, the amount of vision and the amount of surprising angles that you can find to play from with a hero that requires so little farm otherwise can have quite a high impact. So that is for me one of the reasons that you see people pick up this Treant Protector. Like you have a good laning stage, but then afterwards you have a lot of subtle ways to leverage a hero that doesn't really seem that subtle on the outside.
That is that is true. That really is true. I think the map being so vast that the hero can find, as you mentioned, so many angles, so many ways to make the fight weird for the enemy team, and it is a problem, as nowadays you can never be 100% prepared from which angle the enemies are going to be coming, unless you have put yourself in such a uncomfortable position that the enemies are going to know exactly where you are in some corner of the map, and then well, then you're just going to get surrounded and slaughtered as Glee. They really like this gyro though. This time around, considering there's a Treant Protector, this means that it's not going to be on position 5, or most likely not going to be on position 5. Do you think there's a chance we see a carry gyro?
Versus a Spirit Breaker already on the table, I would really rather they didn't.
Yeah, I kind of see it the same way as well. It would be it'll be really weird if they would go for something like that. So yeah, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It's not good though. Who knows? Treant Protector and the gyro, at least when it comes to the laning phase, are amazing together.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, and especially if you want to lane it like this, because we've seen the Lion pick up in the previous game. The way that they play it is they wait until level 3 on the Lion. You've got 2 points in the stun and 1 in the hex, and you pick off with the Spirit Breaker as the Pugna comes in. Very nice.
There he is.
But that happens when the support and the core are split off from each other. And you think you're having a support off in the jungle when really the SP is going to come in. Treant doesn't play like that. He just hugs whoever is on his lane and stays out there annoying the main enemy laner, the offlaner. So I do think that, if this was a Gyrocopter lane, they'd do pretty well, but I think in general the Treant is really good for the lane versus these two.
So I really want something that goes into the backlines. These two heroes, Pugna and Lion, they have to die. They have to be found and killed, or found at least. Because if the Pugna is giving someone HP, and the Lion, you always have to be thinking, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? You cannot play Dota. So we get our answer. It's not going to be a gyro in the safe lane. It will be a Morphling. So Morphling Treant, at least once they do pick up their hero that's going to be finding the backlines, the Morphling can easily come in and assist. Plus, turning into the Spirit Breaker is actually pretty good for the hero.
Oh yeah, Morph turning in Spirit Breaker is awesome. And on top of that, the main saving method from the Pugna, which is the Decrepify, does not work all that well versus Morphlings, who are going to present you with a bunch of magical damage as well.
There's the backline, right? Plus the Purge, so you do not care much about the Decrepify any longer. You can go into the backlines to find the heroes. You give a lot of vision. You're very hard to kill. I like the Brewmaster. I think it is a very smart pick from Clean. For some reason, I'm always forgetting this hero. In my mind, the Brewmaster can even be picked up as the first pick. But in this game, it's a little bit different from what we're seeing currently in the meta, as there is, with the Lion, always burst potential, right? So if you're not careful, you can very easily die before getting your ulti off.
It is very possible, and especially if they get a decrep first as well. Like, the pick-off potential from the Dudley boys is, once again, absolutely out of this world. But Kalini this time very definitely have their own advantage here, because it's going to be very hard for the Dudley boys to pick up enough team fighters in these last two picks in order to make up for the fact that you're already up versus both the Overgrowth as well as the Primal Split.
It's it's not easy for sure, but we saw in the previous game that the Dudley boys, they didn't really go for huge team fights until they were certain that they had the items to deal with what their enemies had to offer. So I'm still looking at these 3 heroes, and of course you're gonna have 2 more, but of course these 3 heroes as pretty mobile. They like to move around the map, and they want to isolate a hero and then kill him, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they're completely dodging on the engagements, but I guess that's where the chain protector comes in. So if you're dodging the engagement, the chain protector can find you. Secondly, he can heal the towers. So okay. This is a perfect anti-mage game, actually, when you look at it.
Yes. Oh man, because the Brewmaster does not do good in lane versus the AM whatsoever. The Morphling matchup, I mean, it does go back and forth a bit, but overall favorable for the anti-mage, even into the late game. And the amount of space that's going to be bought for this man is huge.
Yeah, they have quite a lot of it. They have tower pressure, as we mentioned. They have a lot of mobility around the map. The lockdown of Klee isn't that great, really, versus the anti-mage. And a lot of the heroes in the mid lane that would provide it actually are just going to be a great mana void target. So
yes,
I think Klee are in a very uncomfortable position.
Once again, in going into their last pick between a rock and a hard place, because the Overgrowth's not going to do anything versus the Mantle Style. The Brewmaster's never going to hit this AM with anything. Gyrocopter Rocket doesn't need to hit either. I'm just going to take out that adds Earth Spirit in the meantime. By the way, chat has provided us with the answer why the Dudley Boys logo looks so over-designed. It's because it's a WWE wrestler logo. That's the barbed wire.
Okay.
So, no budding graphic designers were harmed in my takedown.
Okay, makes sense. For some reason, a couple of last days, I've been getting a billion WWE shorts coming out on my YouTube feed. So I have no idea how I didn't recognize it.
Me neither, but now it's clearly your fault.
Makes sense, right? Though I don't know, Kips. I've heard that actually, when it comes to martial arts and fighting, that you are the better of the two. So I'm not so sure.
I have by now learned enough so that I can kick you without falling over.
Okay. Then we are still you're still not at the level.
Check back in a year.
Yeah, check back in a year. That. Hopefully I can still hold my own. As Dudley Boys, they ban out the Queen of Pain, they pick up a Pango. Again, very mobile hero, does well when there's not a lot of stuns. When you get the ulti off here, if you have a way to get out of the overgrowth, you're pretty much untouchable. So I love it, right? And a lot of melee heroes that might be good versus the Pango, and maybe the anti-mage as well, or that might be good versus the anti-mage, are bad at laning versus the Pango. Pango deals with every single mid laner that is actually a melee hero quite well.
Yeah, and Klee set themselves a little up for that pick as well by banning out the puck themselves. So the Pangolier, I was saying how it would be hard for Dudley Boys to grab enough team fight in one go, but Pangolier is much like the Brewmaster, a team fight in a bottle. So they definitely have a good way to, at the very least, play the team fight, see if they can get anything out of it before they disengage or not. And once again, all 3 of their cores can disengage and engage at a distance. All of their cooldowns are really low. Their draft philosophy is so clear over on Dudley Boys, and you love to see it. They very clearly draft themselves the same types of lineups, even when they have different heroes, so they can still play the same style. Of course, sponsored by Team Clean, not banning the Spirit Breaker this time around.
So, okay, Kami is explaining something to his team, right? Tell me what he's saying to them, right? You know their draft, you have seen them play. Do you know what he's telling his team? What is he explaining right now in a way how they should play Dota for him to win?
Yeah, I imagine that this is mostly about how to enable him to actually pull out the Morphling versus AM matchup, which is something that is doable. Like, I'd say that's about a 40-60, I'd say, Morphling AM.
Okay.
And a lot of it is about keeping the AM down so he doesn't hit his big window at the same time as the Morphling, basically. So I wonder if this was mostly about the way the map is going to be played. But I have to guess here, because I am not nearly as good at Morphling as as Dream is.
Okay. So we're gonna have time to talk about all the strategies, all of the ways that the Morphling can actually deal with the anti-mage, but we're also gonna be seeing it firsthand in game 2.
That is the way I like to do it. I like to see the players just show us.
Yeah, but Kami, I very rarely see him. He was looking kind of aggressive, right? If you look into his eyes through the camera, he was really doing his best to explain to his team what they are supposed to do, which means that he sees a clear way of victory in this game. I don't know if I agree though, because I would argue that the Dudley Boys lineup is much easier to play, and if you play it to its full potential, the Dudley Boys lineup, that it wins. On paper, it should win.
Yep,
30
agreed with that.
seconds
I guess I'm going to come off as like a real coach here again, but like the way that that Dream was talking to his team right now, if you are in a matchup as a carry that, you know, you need some extra help with, or you need something, or even if you're in a very good matchup but your team is going to have trouble, talk to them, reassure them. Like, one of your jobs as a carry is not just to carry, but also to confirm to your team that you're going to do that and which way you're going to do that. And I promise you're going to be winning more, because your team's not going to be like, why are we on this earth only to suffer? It's like, no, we're suffering for this guy to carry us because he told us.
Okay, makes sense. Like, okay, guys, we have died 30 times, and the enemies have 20,000 gold lead, but we have been given instructions, and we're gonna follow them until the end. Of course, hopefully,
Yes.
we don't.
But our
get to
Morphling told us that would be fine as long as he gets farm.
that. Do you think that's what?
And that
he
changes
tells
the
us?
entire scenario, doesn't it?
Yeah, but do you think that in his speech there, it was, guys, even if we're losing 30,000 gold, I'm gonna win, blah, 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 or was it, guys, don't get to a point where we're losing like that?
No, neither. Because it needs to be positive instructions, not negative. Like, telling people to not do something is like, have you ever told anybody not to do something and then seen the light in their eyes go on?
Nope, never happened to me in my life. I always practice positive reinforcement, right? Just
Exactly,
kidding.
because you're a good Dota player.
Yeah, and if it's not Dota, you know, I go with the I dare you to cross this line, you know. So that's a smarter way to go than don't cross this line. That would be that'd be a smart way.
They're being very considerate here during the laning stage, by the way, without slaughtering each other, so that we can just flame each other for a bit. Because at this point in the past game, we already had 4 kills, but Morphling not nearly as easily intimidated as a Spectre by those charges from MC, and of course, till the end is going to be providing him with great trading opportunities.
Who's gonna get the kills here in the laning phase, Gibbs? Like, let's be real, okay? As I say that, the gyro is dropping low. Now, not even close, right? Not even close to dying there. I knew he was gonna live. Both him and Hakoda are very, very healthy at the moment. As Yuma comes forward, that blink, not gonna be long enough.
Yep, and Laze is going to suffer in his lane a bit once the AM starts to really lay into him. He's gonna have to take what he can get on the Brewmaster while he still has mana.
And Hakoda goes down. Okay, I guess 1J does have some kill potential, but really when we look at it, the last laning phase in the previous game had much more in terms of the ability to kill each other than in this game.
Yep, and especially the supports, right? We had the extremely fragile Skywrath Mage over there as well. We had, of course, a Spectre who doesn't really live through a lot of aggression, and this Treant's taken so much damage right now. He lived for so long.
Yeah, this is the thing. The Treant in the lane versus the Spirit Breaker and the Lion is much better than the Gyre. Why? Because he likes to be close to the creeps. He doesn't really care. But he got isolated a little bit. He got too far out, and immediately he was punished. And that is something that's gonna happen versus these two heroes.
Yep. So he had to relearn that lesson here, but I'm sure that if he sticks with his Morphling, it's all going to be alright. The Morphling himself is also getting pushed to some pretty low numbers. And mid lane, these two heroes, this used to be a more even matchup, but still, the fact that you now have a universal damage scaling over on that Void Spirit, like, he's just so much better at every single phase in the game.
I'm so surprised, actually, because let's say if Pango should usually do well versus these melee heroes, as you're constantly punching them, you get the orb
But you
of
don't
corrosion,
even
or at
disarm
least
them
the Blightstone.
anymore.
Yeah, true. That is true. And then there's no need in getting the lucky shot at all as well.
Exactly.
That is very true. As also he'll lose the water rune, the Pango won't get it, so he's already struggling in the mana department, meaning that we might see Adzante go back to the base. We'll see what he decides to do, but it's not gonna be good for his CS either way.
Lay's really getting zoned by Hakoda here, who's more than happy to trade a bunch of his HP right up until 1J comes by. Yeah, that's a problem.
That is a huge problem, and a lot of people are dropping low. Both of the teams are continuing with the aggression. It might be taking longer to get kills, and there's the charge from Mind Control. He surprised Kami, but the thing is he got the bash onto the courier, so there's not gonna be one for the Morphling as well. That would be too lucky. So what are we expecting, Kips? Who's gonna be rotating first? Who's gonna be trying to kind of break the stalemate of the laning stage first in this game?
Honestly, I think that would be a teleport rotation from, I'm going to say, Hakoda. We're going to be seeing that Pugna make his way over towards the bottom lane. Let's see if they can add some extra pressure to this tower here, because the anti-mage is pretty fine on his own, right?
Yeah, pretty amazing there. He just gets the mana from Laze, and then actually they have the blood grenade. Laze is standing his ground. He's like, I'm not gonna run, I'm gonna fight until the very end. And well, in the end he was winning at some point there, but another nether blast made sure that he was gonna be the one to die, and the creeps really coming in handy. While 9 class is gonna be rotating to the mid lane. They need to secure the power rune for the Pango, as his lane is already going, well, not as he would have wanted it.
No, that is exactly not how you want it. And Young G, with his deny advantage, already has level 6, while Az had to kill a creep wave just to get this Rolling Thunder up.
He should have gone for the rune.
Yeah. Gonna get a kill, but that's a distraction.
Do you see that swashbuckle miss? In the end, he's still the one that gets the kill, but I don't think it's worth it. That haste rune was pretty important, though he did get his bottle refilled by the Pugna, right?
Yeah, it will, but you would have really loved to have that haste rune, and the haste rune over in the hands of the Void Spirit. Whew, that's a problem.
Yeah, you can go aggressively with your Astral Steps and still have a way to get yourself out.
Exactly.
Though he will use it now immediately on Young G. Where is he going? Oh, he
smells
knows.
intruders.
He smells them, and this Pugna, he does get himself away. So the haste rune on the Void Spirit, it seems to not have given a lot to the side of Klee, which I think is very important for the Dudley boys.
Yeah. That is as MC, yeah, because he got left alone for some rotation power here instead. Takes a bunch of hate for it, and Young G has now gotten to pick off 9 class as well.
Yeah, once again, that's the second time that he's going to be able to bring down the line. So the haste did come in handy, as he does find himself a kill. The Pango, he was rotating to the bottom lane, and this is just so good for Team Klee, right? They are pressuring the bottom lane, they're forcing out the rotation, and then the Lion is dying in the mid lane. So they're really communicating well and giving each other a lot of info on what they can and can't do on the map.
And that puts Team Klee in a lot better position here right now as the laning stage. I don't want to say draws to an end, but certainly the supports are on the move right now.
Yeah, for sure. Mind control has been alone for the longest of times. Even the Treant is starting to rotate. Hakoda, he's the one to get the regen, but of course it does get stopped immediately as Lays. Well, now when you have more levels in the Drunken Brawler, you're actually stronger than the Anti-Mage. Is the mana void enough here, kids? Yuma says no. He calculated it and saw it's not worth it.
It's not that double bracer, man. There's some raindrops waiting for him as well. Yuma cannot press the R. He's gonna get some help instead, but unfortunately, 1J also shows up. That's not that doesn't help you, Hakoda.
Actually, they're going for the Oh, he got the sticks off and he got the healing lotus off. Now Yuma, you're very much dead. Lace is the one who gets the kill. And Yuma will be taken down. They thought they had him, but the Lion, he used the stun first, then the Hex. We didn't see the stun on the screen, and I thought he had another lockdown there. The second that the sticks and the healing lotus were used, it was over.
Yep, that could have gone a little smoother, but they felt a little pressed about it as well, right? Yuma is very annoyed that people already showed up and that this took longer than he wanted, and yet there you see it. Lays gets the stick off. Never supposed to happen, and they have to pay for it with their lives as Young G.
Easy step away. So the only thing they can steal is a big camp, which is not what they came for. Youngji is having a great game this time around in mind control. He's being very annoyed because he's all alone for a very long time and now surrounded by 3 heroes. He already used the charge. Now it's gonna be showing you how it's done. Kami goes onto mind control and gets himself a kill. Klee starting off this game too. Amazing for them.
Yep, and that's really, a lot of that has to do with Youngji having such a good game right now that they're rotating both of these supports to mid to see if they can at the very least get that tower of his down, but the rune control keeps on being lacking.
Sante goes forward. He'll go through there with the rolling thunder, so the tournament wasn't on time as till the end gets stand up on the high ground, but already they're gonna be splitting up. It is gonna be a 1-for-0, but without the rolling thunder it's not gonna be as easy to pressure that mid lane tower.
You don't have that safety net anymore, and you lost another rune.
The Nether Blast though still being super annoying here as they're gonna try to heal up this tower, but it takes so long.
Yeah, that's... You don't even see those points being taken very often anymore just because of the insanely slow speed.
Swashbuckle slowing him down a bit, but doesn't matter. 9 class will go down super easy. He has been getting some really cool stuns out, Kips. I don't know if you've been noticing, but 2-man, 3-man, but here just a nice disperse from Team Klee to make sure that they get on top of him with at least 1 hero.
Which is not that easy in the small little choke point either. You really have to not step on each other's toes there.
7-4 in terms of kills. Slight gold lead. All of the cores on the side of Klee are over their counterparts, which is huge. And how to charge onto the Morphling, but he got the attribute shift off, so you're not killing him. Kami should be safe.
No. He should be safe from these kinds of pickoffs for a while. And we saw in the previous game how important the Lincoln Sphere for Youngji was in order to enable them to split push out these waves and keep themselves in the game. But a Morphling can do that without a Lincoln Sphere as well, just because he's such a hard target.
Okay, they're charging 1J. Is this a kill that they can get? They have the Nether Strike, so should be able to finish him off. Very nicely done. In just a second, they're also going to get rid of the Watcher as Stream Protector coming into the fight, meaning that Young G, he wants to go forward. The Xantic not gonna be caught. Looking from the side, Lays comes over. He's not gonna be able to get close. If the Ether Remnant have connected, maybe they go through with the chase. This way, it just wasn't worth it.
MC, another charge. He is fed up with being sidelined in this game, but Klee are 1 step ahead of him this time.
Yeah, they are.
For now. Right, this is still a Spirit Breaker we're talking about. He's not going to have the most amazing Midas timing, but the fact is that he's going to have one.
That's the most important thing. The thing is though, the Morphling will have a Lincoln Sphere in this game pretty early on, so good luck charging him and doing anything to the hero. But they are looking towards the Morphling now with 4 heroes in the bottom lane, and that is dangerous for Kami.
That is. It may be hard to kill him, but he's not immortal, and you have to wonder if Kami has learned from his previous experience. Roll comes in already. Trient's just tanking the gank for him. The
Is under attack.
He has too much. He has too much HP. You have to run. He's
Yeah.
just baiting. 9 class will be taking a lot of damage. Hakoda also running away. Has the shield rune to protect him, but 9 class is already dead, so it's a 1-for-1. As Lay's coming forward, he'll get the tornado up in the air. So that's looking like a very dead Pugna brought to the ground. Actually, Morphling, he made a mistake! Oh, he started.
Oh, no.
He started actually shifting to agility, and now that's gonna be a disaster for him. At least they will punish mind control, but that's such a nice turnaround. We've seen it in the previous game as well. When Kami gets caught, his team is doing so well, but he's not gonna be doing good at all. Maybe he should have given himself the speech. As Pango is just sending 3 of their heroes away.
Yeah, well, since Zapango just got his defusal delivered, I think that is the correct decision, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, like the Morphling, I wasn't even watching him anymore, but he has absolutely no HP when he moves himself onto the low ground in full vision of the enemy. So not only can they see him, but he can't see them anymore. There is no way for him to react to any of that, even if he had more HP.
And he did everything right. He came in with 1500 HP baiting them. Youngji, he lost all of his mana. He's gonna be losing all of his HP as well. They put down 2 sentries. They're not gonna be risking this kill at all. As Kami turns around into the line, gets the double stun off. This is how you use the spells. Now they're gonna be finishing off a Coda as well. Beautifully done by Kami. Definitely showing up in this fight and well, kind of paying his dues because of what he allowed himself to do in the previous engagement.
Yeah, no, that was that's a good way to redeem yourself, and it's also kind of necessary for your mental, for your trust in yourself, right? This Lays,
Nice.
it is even enough
Thunder?
stick charges.
He has the healing Lotus though, so he should be able to live a little bit longer here. Pops it now. Doesn't matter with the anti-mage being part of the fray. They'll be able to get the kill. And now Gyro dead as well. Youngji taking a lot of damage there as well, plus losing the mana from the swashbuckle at Xantic. He has missed 1 swashbuckle in this game, if you remember hunting that Treant Protector at the start. But now he's just using them perfectly.
Yeah, that's about it. I think right now we're in a part of the game where Team Klee, with the amount of mana burn that there is over on the side of Dudley Boys, they can't really afford to fight unless they already get off the Primal Split. Anything else is just going to lead to them not being able to deal any damage, for either because they don't have mana anymore or for fear that they're going to be heavily punished for moving forward. They need that Primal Split in the front to stop off some of these terrifying damaging abilities from the
Or
side
the
of Dudley
Pango
Boys.
needs to die. That's the
Yeah.
other thing. But how do you kill
Well,
him? We talked about.
do you see that happen? I don't.
No. Oh, maybe if the Morphling turns into the Lion or the Spirit Breaker, then maybe.
True.
As Morphling now, he's gonna be getting himself away with the waveform. Will survive. Charge coming through. He will stop it. He does have that Lincoln Sphere, so Mind Control actually surrounded by enemy heroes. He didn't have much choice there. Runs into the Ether Remnant and will be taken down. So not too bad for Klee.
No, not too bad at all. Turning that aggression around, and now they have Lays once again in front line with a Primal Split online.
Not a lot of
And they're going to have
mana,
to
though.
leverage that. The problem is, of course, that as soon as you press the Primal Split and Dudley Boys gets to disengage, which their cores are very good at doing, they're going to have a free next couple of minutes while you try to get geared back up.
That's Antic. Nice shield crash there, but 9 class has put himself in a very uncomfortable position. The Lincoln Sphere catches the Hex, so 9 class will pretty much be useless in that fight. As the charge is coming through, they see the Treant Protector. Yuma on the other side of the map is killing kobolds. Doesn't want to give any extra gold to his enemies. And it will be Klee. Will they go for the push here? They probably should, but on the side, they found Mind Control yet again. Nether Strike not gonna be happening. At Xantic in a lot of trouble, especially because the Overgrowth is ready. There's one route. There's gonna be another one, but they're gonna wait for the Ether Remnant first. There's the route. They're waiting for the Illusionary. He goes to the side. He will get to the low ground, but not enough. Not far away, my friend, as Kami will drown him with the Adaptive Strike. A big fight for Klee, as you lose 4 heroes in the Dudley Boys if you count 9 class who died at the start.
Yeah, I would. And A lot
Okay.
of that is down to 1J getting the information, or Yuma giving the information to 1J there, that he is currently not in the process of joining that fight, which gives Klee the opportunity to just go in as hard as they want without fear for reprisal from that AM.
They're gonna get their tower as well now with the 1k Goldie. The anti-mage is farming really well, but you talked about it. If the Morphling gets his early physical damage dealing items early on in the game, the anti-mage isn't gonna have enough to survive it.
No.
And that is, I think that is something that you're gonna be gunning for.
Exactly. Your goal is to not have the AM be tanky already. He gets out of that one, but his butler not going to be as lucky.
Definitely not. Though that was close. Yuma, he got out barely because the Ether Remnant was half a second before it connected, maybe even less, and he managed to get the blink away. So it was super close.
Yep, and there's not really anything any of his protective abilities can do versus that Ether Remnant, unfortunately for him.
Nope. Nope. I guess that's one of the reasons why they picked it. Of course, Yang G is a god on this Void Spirit. They wouldn't keep picking it for him. But yeah, it's so good versus the anti-mage. Even once you get the Manta, even if you use it, there is a good chance after the Manta usage that the Ether Remnant actually connects on the real one.
It does love doing that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. It's super annoying when you're playing a Manta hero. He comes in, you're like, ha! Nope. Nope, it's just gonna be the real one caught yet again.
Unfortunate. That's 9 class. He's gonna have to take a couple of more of these creep waves before he gets to his Blink Dagger.
I'm always, when I see the gyro support, I'm expecting a Veil to come through, but considering they didn't pick it up in the previous game, where you could argue it was much better than in this one, I'm not seeing him doing it in this one either.
No, he's not going to. He's got a Lincoln queued up currently, actually, so really recognizing the pick-off capabilities of Dudley, leaning on a lot of these big single-target spells, mainly talking about the Charge, the Nether Strike, and of course the AM Ultimate.
So Yuma is approaching the Manta style, and I think that's where things really become dangerous for the side of Klee. From what I've seen, he is thinking about the Diffusal Blade, so a lot of the things that the Dudley boys want to do here is make sure that Klee cannot play the game. Rather than let's just jump and blow somebody up, it's jump in, get rid of their mana, and then slowly run them down. Do you like that approach? Do you think it's smart? Mind control is, I see that again. Yeah, nice overgrowth. That is huge.
Yep.
That's gonna be Pugna at that as well. He does have the Glimmer Cape, Dust immediately used, so he's gonna be taken down as it's Antic. This Rolling Thunder is just to get himself away.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is though that Dudley boys with that more careful approach and not as gung-ho about it are giving Klee some serious space to farm, and that is a Radiance finished on this Brewmaster who has he used the Primal Split yet?
Has one. Remember
Just the
that
one.
one? Yeah. When the Morphling died,
Yeah.
on the low ground, that was the only one. But other
You're right,
than
that is the only one. So that is not even a high impact Brewmaster with a great game. Or well, he is a Brewmaster with a great game, but not because he's been playing out of his mind. Dudley Boys is just really giving Klee a lot more space this time around.
you do have an anti-mage, so I guess it's giving you something to fall back on. And if it does come to the, I mean, you know, that timing of the anti-mage between 25 and 35 minutes, once you get your third item, that's when things really become dangerous.
Yeah, and this is not like the previous game where Yuma just has a lifestealer and he can show up basically any time after he finishes his armland. He's got a shopping list this time around. But also Dudley has not been fully committed on actually getting him the kind of opportunities where he could come in. We've seen one or two mana voids, but they're not fully leveraging him right now. Whereas Dream, Kami has had no issues with showing up whatsoever.
I think the main thing here is they shut down mind control. Because mind control, whenever he tries to do something, he's caught and he dies. And even though he will have an Octarine Core, it won't change the fact, right? You can use your charge more often, but he has usually died 1 or 2 seconds after the charge has ended.
Yep. Especially with the anti-mage not showing up, it just really has been an overgrowth with his name on it, and the Treant has been in the correct position every single time.
Yeah, you talked about the shard and the treant and the way that you can completely dominate the map. I think the Klee have been leveraging that amazingly well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yuma,
this-
though, approaching the 3 items now.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
he
is
is.
under attack.
There's the Octarine core as well, so some big items for the Dudley boys. But look at that wraparound from Klee. They're gonna be finding poor Hakoda. And he feels so bad about that happening, but on the other hand, he feels so good as well, as Yuma is completely safe.
Yeah, he tagged the gank. I mean, it's the end of their aggressive movement, but you take what you can get. It's much better than the AM dying.
Mineclass got some nice vision while all of that was happening there deep in the enemy jungle, so considering that you do have a lot of mobility, okay, they found the void spirit, there's gonna be a follow-up stun, getting rid of his mana, there's another follow-up stun, and the two ult is being used, so he's gone. And this is what they have been doing for the entirety of the series, but now they're both ignited with a Cinder Brew. You shouldn't be drinking on the job, as the split will come out this time around, but they've already lost the line. Mind control though, turning around with the charge. He has the bulldozer still trying to get away, but that homing missile is coming forward. That's something that you're gonna have to deal with. No, you won't, because you have the butler behind you, and MC will be fine. Kami also puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. Now they're turning around on him, and there's so many heroes that can take care of your mana. He gets the stun off Zantic. He can't continue burning his mana immediately, but now it's gonna be completely gone. The help is coming, Kami. We will keep you alive, and they will. Look at Laze just going hand there without the split. He's still super strong, but
It's
of course
trapped.
Hakoda will be keeping his teammates alive. Where the Bash's mind control? Show us how you play this hero, and he's not gonna be able to get them off. But either way, the Dudley boys, they win this fight. They win it convincingly.
They did, and I think they could have gotten more there. I actually don't think you need to, like, let Kami get away with that. I think you ignore everybody storming in, like, throwing themselves on your swords, and you try and get that Morphling still. I think that that's an option for you right there.
Could have been. Could have been, though. Probably dangerous, but they got him now. They got him now there, and they're gonna be getting even more. 2 kills for the side of the Dudley boys. We're
This is
watching
beautiful from Klee, though.
True,
Like,
true.
these heroes are just running in, like, and they know that they're not gonna live. They know this is not gonna work. They don't have enough damage. But Dudley boys needs a couple of seconds to realize that.
We need more screens here, as Klee are dying on 2, right? So we need the third one as well, Kips, to see what's going on. But that was the Morphling and the Void Spirit dying, and now look at the difference between the Anti-Mage and everybody else. It is huge.
It is huge, and this is precisely the window you want to avoid as a Morphling player, where he is going to be able to stand up to your physical damage for quite a long time, while he is already killing your teammates, draining your mana, and generally making you feel, I don't want to say ignorable, but
Radiant are scanning.
certainly you don't match up currently.
No, you don't. The Anti-Mage is the top dog of the map. They're still gonna be taking the Tormentor, so Kami, he's gonna be the one getting the shard, as a lot of people already have it. Oh, everybody has it, right? Apart from maybe the Void Spirit. Yep. Void Spirit is the only one that
That
didn't
was a
have it.
50-50.
So. Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit, though, that could be something that can change the game, Kips. How... I guess you see the Manta being used of the Anti-Mage, and then you go for the Silence. Is that a good way to actually bring down Yuma?
Radiant's bottom tower
It's decent. I mean, you have 2 of them, right?
He has a
So
butterfly.
it is entirely possible.
fortified.
What do
Yeah.
you do now versus this butterfly? And once he gets the Scotty, it's a huge deal. I really like how he switched up his item choice. I don't think the Diffusal Blade would have been that good as Lace. Gonna be caught. They have the follow-up Hex as well. You're not getting out of that stun.
Is under attack.
Absolutely not. And once again, a lot of these fights are being decided by support positioning, right? The first good fights of Klee were all the Treant Protectors positioning, and now the way that 9 class and Hakoda enable their cores as another charge on bot. No, we couldn't get that. Okay, back to mid.
They got till the end. The thing is that they're not hesitating here on the Dudley boys. Look at that Klee. They have 2 buybacks. They want to come from the side. The cooldown was already used. Now, They know that something is up. 1J, they have just found
They
him.
found
They
none of the
don't care. The
supports.
buybacks are coming through and nobody really cares about it. They're gonna stop the charge from the Morphling. They have the axe as well, but the Bulldoze will make sure that he doesn't stay in that for too long. That's 2, 3 buybacks. And the thing is, you can't even get a single kill. It's Antic though, he gets stuck. He's in a lot of trouble. The Overgrowth will connect on him, but the charge from Mind Control through all of them, and they're gonna be turning it around. There's gonna be a charge on all of them as well, showing you how it's done. Kami can do some damage as well. They're gonna be bringing down Zantic. That's a double kill for him. Yuma turns around. There's the bash. Turning around. And there's gonna be also a huge mana void getting the kill. Can he do it all on his lonesome versus these two heroes? It's better to run away for now. Thinking about turning it around, but Laze is very powerful. You need to be super careful. Misses from one side, misses from the other, and Yuma gets himself away for now.
Yeah, and being a Morphling who builds a lot of stats usually leads to having a pretty big mana pool, and if that is all empty, then you get, well, a demonstration from Yuma that we just saw.
Yep.
That was a lot of Klee buybacks as well.
3 buybacks, and it's a 3 for 3 in the end. And I don't know if the Pango didn't get stuck there. I actually think that the Dudley boys just disengage, and then it's an even bigger disaster for Klee. Though, I don't know, Kami dying, that's pretty disastrous. And Anti-Mage now has a Scotty.
Yes, and being caught in a fight where you feel like you gotta use buybacks, like none of that would have happened if they didn't get accidentally baited by ads getting stuck there. To be fair, the start of that fight is already bad, right? Because they're circling around precisely to find the enemy supports, and instead all they get is 3 cores to start the fight off with. Like, that's what they catch in their nets.
It just comes down to this no hesitation approach from the Dudley boys. They see somebody, they just go.
Yep, that is the best use of their toolkit, and they're fully committed to that, which is, I mean, it's also gotta be just really fun to play like that, right?
True, true.
Zero
Hero, go.
thoughts. Exactly.
We might be looking at a big fight. The scan was used. As Clear running in, they brought down the Pugna. Hakoda not gonna be coming in. That's a nice stun from the high ground. But Kami, he has turned into the Spirit Breaker, so the Bulldoze will be there. 9 class looks like he's in a ton of trouble. The homing missile is coming over. He is definitely gonna be taken down. Kami doing so much damage. There's gonna be a buyback immediately. They want to defend this Roche.
And they're all gonna come through the portal at the exact same time, which means that Ats got him.
They were ready. 1J taking a lot of damage. That's gonna be a very dead gyro. Now there's gonna be an overgrowth. The anti-mage has been caught. He's taking so much damage. Yuma is gone. 826 golds into the pockets of the Treant. Now that Shield Crash did give him a lot of HP to work with. The Xantic has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, but either way, they're just throwing out stuns, and in the end, they're gonna be throwing out the damage. The Morphling shoots him down. Big fight yet again. 9 class. Oh, he jumps in a position where they don't know where he is. They don't see him going for the stun, thinking he can steal something, but in the end, he's just gonna be giving another kill to the enemies. Nice attempted play. Not good enough.
Yeah, really cute attempt there, but and what you see there is, because that looks like a disaster in the making, right? Klee all saying 1, 2, 3 and pressing teleport at the exact same time. Surely they're going into their doom, but the problem is, of course, that Ads knocks them all about. He can't hit all of them at the same time, can't do enough damage while he's rolling there, and as a result, you get all of the teamfight spells off on Klee that you needed to, which is you get to press the Overgrowth with the Antimate caught right in the middle, and you get the Primal Split off as well. And it's just a teamfight advantage.
I think Ads made a mistake there. He used the Shield Crash and got himself to the low ground as he was on the high ground. He should have pushed them around and maybe pushed Klee to the low ground, at least some of their heroes. But he just gave them the opportunity to kind of stay alive there. I think he was gunning for baiting them when he blinked back in together with the anti-mage, but it didn't work out.
You can say that again. It definitely did not work out. That's an Aegis on the Morphling, and he has already been decently hard to kill. Like, the Dudley boys do have to engage fully in order to get him. And now he's going to have 2 of those gigantic mana and HP pools to empty onto your unsuspecting supports, and that's what they picked him for, right? To be able to actually get to the backlines of the Dudley boys, and whenever he's been doing that, Dream has just been absolutely deleting these fools.
9 class gets the shard, so that's going to be nice for the Lion. The anti-mage, he had such a great timing, and then you lose this fight, and now it doesn't matter all that much. I'm liking the Diffusal Blade now, just because he wants the upgrade. The Disperser is going to be
Yes.
a huge deal when dealing with the Overgrowth. There, in the previous fight, you have the Disperser, you live through the Overgrowth, you blink away, and then who knows what happens.
Exactly. But instead, he is going to have it, well, hopefully for the next fight. The question is, of course, how many of his teammates are still going to be alive? Kami has a double damage in his bottle right now.
That's huge. And he has the Silver Edge as well, so combine that with crits, he's already going to be hitting like 600 per hit, and then once you start critting, people are just going to be dropping down like flies. But this is the thing, this is something that the Dudley boys can always do, and that is just split push.
Yep. They have the absolute best lineup for that. And to be fair, Klee has geared up from the second game as well. Like both the Morph as well as, of course, Young G's Void Spirit are very good at dealing with that, as well as that you have the Treant Protector to keep some of your towers alive for longer. But versus Pangolier, Spirit Breaker, AM, you're always going to have to go back to mop up some creep waves.
I'm really liking Mind Control going for a Lincoln Sphere versus the Morphling. Every single time Morphling is turning into him, and it is a huge problem that you cannot lock him down because of the Bulldoze. It is too much. So I'm liking that he is trying to address it, but it's gonna take some time.
Yep, and it's a bit of a delay for the rest of his build as well.
Okay, Morphling with the double damage is coming for your tier 3, so you better be ready now.
At least the illusions get deleted, but none of these heroes want to be close. MC wants to hug.
It's coming in. He's in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have that Lincoln just yet. And Kami, he turned around on him. The 09 class has the Ghost Scepter, will be fine. And Kami will have to waveform to the low ground. In the backlines, the Anti-Mage, of course, did deal with the creep wave. There was a courier coming towards him, but he decides not to kill it. Blinks away. Still, very nicely done. And Klee, they have to move back.
And that is going to be the end of that Aegis, most likely without actually getting to break base with it. But they did get to equalize on outer towers. And in general, their position in this game is pretty good still.
Very good move now for a smoke from the Dudley boys. I thought they were going to be running towards the bottom lane, but there's going to be a scan right now. Because there's a wave coming to the bottom lane. They definitely could have applied some more pressure. Now Klee knows, and I would be very surprised if they get caught.
No, this is the correct way to smoke, because you gotta go behind the wave that's shoved out. Like, if you go towards the bottom side, you're gonna have to pick them off at their base, whereas here, you can find somebody thinking that they're safe because their creep wave is pushed out.
Has Dudley boys had problems with diving the enemy base in this series?
I mean, no.
They're crazy.
No, but this is the correct way to smoke cross map.
Okay, makes sense. And Mind Control brings down till the end. That is a huge thing. Also, another huge thing is the Anti-Mage having the Illusion Rune in the bottle.
Yep. Another escape from if he gets into a pickle such as this. No, they're not committing on him.
He's just gonna return the homing missile, which gets destroyed. No missiles will be coming to their destination. But Kami did turn into an Anti-Mage, so he's gonna be super mobile in a fight, if it does come down to it.
And he has at least some very juicy support mana pulls to detonate as well. If he wants to, if you click either the Pugna or the Lion, they're just gonna fold.
Which talent does the Anti-Mage go for? Is 25. Do you need the extra magic resistance?
Need in this game?
Probably not, right?
No, I don't think so. Like, I had to consider it for a little bit, but especially like the Void Spirit is such a bait. Like, the Void Spirit's half physical at least.
I think more. Can we see Void Spirit items? If I saw correctly, was that the Deso that he bought? Not sure. Anti-Mage has a Nullifier, so he has a way to break the Lincolns. That's pretty big. But what is he dealing? There's an Ogre Still Totem on the 1J. That one you don't purge away.
I can't believe that a free item is better than a 4 staff.
Yuma jumping in. They found 1J who does have a buyback. The overgrowth will be quite nice. He's not using the Manta just yet. They caught the Pango. That is huge. And he's going to be taken down. Does have a buyback. And now Anti-Mage going again onto the Gyro. Wants to bring him down. As Mind Control did get low. But Yuma is going to be turning around. They're going to be finishing off the Void Spirit without a buyback. Now the Cyclone will be used. But it actually gets returned by the Anti-Mage. So he's not going to be the one taken in the air. Now has the Lincolns given to him by the Spirit Breaker, and we're gonna have a pause. There's a lag for a good reason, because there was so much going on in that fight.
Yeah, and that puts Yuma. He's got a Lincoln's on him right now. I'm sure that he's going to have to reflect up again pretty soon as well. I do think he's probably out of trouble.
Probably
As
is.
we get
The game is unpausing. Hopefully we're gonna be coming back there. As nope, it is just gonna be them going back. So
No.
we are better off looking at this fight. That was a very nice turnaround. And that overgrowth was amazing from till the end. He's playing this Stream Protector out of his mind.
He's been great all game long. Young G, a little too gung-ho there though.
Anti-Mage is dying. He's alive. He's barely alive. He's gonna be returning that rocket there, as he did go for the Mana Void cooldown. So that magical damage could have killed him.
Yeah, looking like a reset here then for now.
Why does Mind
It's
Control always get the Timeless Relic Kips? Like, how is that fair?
this is a little gift from Gavin. You get more choices on your neutral items after you win TI. It's a perk.
Anti-Mage already bought the MKB, so this butterfly from Morphling isn't really gonna be that great. It still is a high damage dealing item, I guess,
Yes.
but the Anti-Mage will definitely have some leverage over you.
No, it's high damage and it doesn't increase your stats that much, which is the other thing that you're looking out for as a Morphling in this matchup.
Sure. Yuma? See, what's he gonna be finding? He's going to the side, cutting the wave, showing his MKB. Just down onto the high ground, thinking about jumping in. Young G has been caught. There's the charge as well. He's dead. Doesn't have a buyback. That is so huge. The overgrowth will be nice. Anti-Mage doesn't have the Manta, but they're keeping Kami at bay, so nobody can do the damage to Yuma, as he'll be fine. Blinks away and thinking about re-engaging. He's gonna have his ulti in no time.
And that BKB being down is actually huge. Kami's been using that to play up so far in front, and now, yeah, he had to start very far back.
That's a nice charge from Kami, but it does get stopped. Yuma is dropping low. Has to be careful. He doesn't care. Just stands his
Doesn't
ground and
matter.
fights Kami without any mana. He cannot move. Not 1 inch, and that should be it, Kips. Without the
That's
morphing for
just
90 seconds, nobody can challenge Yuma. And there's going to be the Pugna just giving him his life back. Yuma jumping in for more. He does want to slaughter all of them for now. Won't be able to do so.
As they're reining the Bloodthirst a little bit, and yet, just like that, it's really just all about the fact that they're in the base, they get to take down that BKB of Kami without any repercussions, and they have other ways to make plays, whereas Clean needs Kami.
I definitely
need
do.
him.
But they're buying some time with this buyback on the Brewmaster. Maybe. No, he can't do it. If he comes close, he's just gonna get hexed up and die. So they're waiting for the Void Spirit. The question is, will they have their base? They have the glyph, so 7 seconds will be bought. The Gyro, though, will not be a part of the fight, as there's the Void Spirit, but it's a 2 versus 5 scenario. The Pugna is kind of low. They caught the line. That is a huge kill to get, as the stuns are really annoying, but they found Young G. Has to go for the Dissimulate. Will be alive for now. Astral Step to the base. Again, we're looking at the same thing, Kips, as your throne is completely exposed.
remarkable.
You need to save it. The Living Armor will be there to help it a little bit, but Yuma is focusing on it, and he has so many stats. Roll up from Xanthi, keeping him alive. There is going to
That's
be an
nice.
overgrowth, slowing them down. Young G still alive. Not for long. Yuma says your life ends now, as he gets a triple kill.
That's
12
it.
seconds before the Morphling comes back, and this series, it is over, as Klee will drop to the lower bracket, and well, the Dudley boys, as a lot of the people expected, will be going through in the upper bracket even longer.
Yep, but not entirely flawlessly, and not without Klee showing off that they were not in the upper bracket for nothing. So, at the very least, we got to see the Dudley boys get tried a little bit this time, which has definitely been been different during the group stage.
Yeah, they definitely didn't have the easiest time here versus Klee, but I think they were mostly in control in both of these games. So showing that they're the better team. But to be honest, considering that they're probably going to be facing Falcons, if unless Level Up can pull out a really unexpected victory. Yeah, but versus Falcons, I don't know if this is going to be good enough. Falcons have been playing even cleaner than this.
Yeah, agreed. And what we've seen from them today was also very, I want to say, one-sided in that I'm not sure if you get to run these exactly same, like 3 mobile cores, 2 enabling supports, we pick people off until we win. Like, if that's going to hold if you don't get handed that Spirit Breaker twice in a row. For me, that was a really big deal for that second game, because even when they keep MC down, right? And I feel like such a broken clock repeating this, but even when you keep him down, he's going to get a Midas. If he gets a Midas, he gets farm. If he gets farm, at some point he's just going to make a mess of first your map and then your team fights. And I don't think MC should be allowed to play Spirit Breaker anymore for the rest of this tournament.
For now, for today, no surprises when it comes to the for the games. We saw Team Tickles, they beat Yellow Submarine, Virtus Pro, they beat the Lions, the Dudley Boys, they beat Klee, and none of these teams dropped the game. Team Falcons versus Level Up Kips. Before we send it to a break, do you think Level Up are gonna be making an upset?
If anybody can do it, right? It's Level Up. It is. These are some of the most unpredictable players, and I said it in the fondest possible way. Like, at the very least, Falcons should not underestimate them. But then again, if you talk about like not underestimating opponents, I think Falcons are also probably the most disciplined and like the I want to say the coldest team in the competition. So normally I would say Level Up gets to take a game off of basically anybody, but against Falcons, that's going to be their hardest try yet.
See if the Rhinos can beat the Falcons, if they can catch them in the air. If not, it's definitely looking like Falcons are coming in as the favorites. Though for now, we're going to take a half an hour break, and after that, we'll be back with the 4th and final series of the day.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And we are back with the 25-year anniversary show here with Harry Freak and Kips, and we're going to be watching the 4th best of 3 of the day, and it is going to be Level Up versus Falcons. So, Kips, you and me, before we got into the show, we were talking about something completely unrelated to Dota, like which dogs would we like to fight. But here, on one side, we have a falcon, and on the other one, a rhino. So, no matter what type of these 2 animals, I'm not getting into an altercation with.
No, I would really not want to mess with either of these, and I gotta say, within Dota 2, if I was still on a team, I would not feel great feeling going up against either of these, either. So, we've got a Level Up coming in at 2nd from Group A, 2 and 2, which is, I think, very indicative of the kind of team that they are, right? They can either own or they can fall flat, and that is the 2 modes that we've seen from Level Up.
Yeah, but you know, their opponents, they only own.
Yeah.
That is the problem. I think regarding names and potential, Falcons are undoubtedly the top team in the tournament. I think there's absolutely no doubt about it.
I don't think so either. Like, I might have picked Dudley Boys for my prediction just because, you know, you wanna stand out from the pack, but the safe bet is these fine gentlemen. We've got Skeeter, we've got Snake, and we've got ATF, Crit, and Malrine, which is like as close to an all-star lineup that you can get these days, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm just glad Malrine finally got himself into a team that has 4 amazing players. I'm just looking forward to seeing him against some of the better teams. Like, is he gonna shine as much as when he was the like the star player? Now he's definitely not, as everybody is a star player, but looking at Level Up, Focus, Stoikov, Davai Lama, Desire, and Loopsy One. Loopsy One instead of Kidaro, he's gonna be there for the remainder of the tournament, so we'll see how well he does. When you see the names of one team going up the names of the other, what do you feel? Do you feel an easy 2-0? Or do you feel potential oozing from Level Up that they can take a game or actually a series?
Potential oozing, not saying, but certainly sparking, I'd say. Like, this is the Lama that we're talking about, and I always have had a soft spot for the amount of fight that this guy is willing to bring to any kind of lineup that he's on. So, at the very least, we're going to see some serious attempts from the side of Level Up to destabilize this rock-solid Falcons lineup. And I'm very curious to see, because these are the kind of guys to have a strat ready to take on the Falcons, right? They're not just going to go into it and like, oh, we're going to just throw something at the wall and see what sticks. Like, At a point like that, you gotta have a plan. So I am very curious to see what plan is going to turn up.
Thing is, Falcons didn't lose a single game, and really a lot of the teams didn't even come close. Navi did force them into a 50-minute game, and Atlas Burden did force them into a 50-minute game, though Crystalis was playing instead of Skitter in that
I remember that match.
in that series. So you could say that they weren't at their best, though, considering that they're kind of a new team, right? Then Crystalis coming in, he's also a very high caliber player, so you won't really say that they have been weakened all that much, but overall, let's say that they were. So overall, Falcons, they really haven't been tested properly, and I'm looking at this level up lineup. No matter how much respect I have for the organization, for Devilano, for some of the other players on the team, I am having a very hard time seeing them really winning this one. Even winning a game seems kind of hard to grasp on.
Honestly, I agree with you here, but a lot of that is going to come down to the draft, right? And I do believe I just heard we've got one. So let's see what these two teams are going to be bringing us. I would personally like to see exactly 0 Spirit Breakers. That would that would do it for me.
You're not a fan?
Oh, the Spirit Breaker? No, not really.
What? Did you have like bad encounters with cows sometimes, or?
Actually, yes, but that has nothing to do with Spirit Breaker.
Okay, if you say so. I like him. I had an encounter in the mountains. I was hiking once, and you know they usually let the cows go and eat the grass or whatever.
Yes.
And they were just coming across the hill like a huge pack of cows. Is it a pack? I don't know what it's called. Either way.
Herd.
And yeah, herd. Well played. And the boss cow looks at me and he's like, moo, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna go around. I didn't feel comfortable at all. Right? It would have been pretty bad.
Because you know that exact same scenario, if that happens, but instead one of your hiking mates decides to pet a little calf, and the cows decide that that's not cool and they come running after you, like that exact same scenario, but getting chased by those cows instead. That's what happened to me.
Okay, sure. I got spooked and nothing happened. Though I have seen people go right through that same herd because it's the exact same people that are letting them go on the mountain during the summer, and they were cool, right? They were okay with you hanging near the calves, but okay, yours weren't as friendly, so I understand it. No Spirit Breaker, please. Yeah, shouldn't touch him. He hasn't been banned though, and hasn't been picked. So we're gonna be seeing Tusk on the Falcons and Muerta on level up. Most likely our supports though. We have seen Core Muerta. Core Tusk, I guess when you have Malrine on your team, it is possible, but I doubt that's gonna be the case.
Yeah, we haven't seen the core tusks do that well. It feels like the scaling is really, really awkward to pull off these days. And when you have crit at the ready, who needs to put that hero on the mid lane in order to actually carry?
Yeah. So they did play Tusk a couple of times, Falcons, and from what I'm seeing, they haven't played it in the mid lane. No mid lane. Here, no Tusk, and yeah, basically they have mostly played as a support. From what it seems, yeah, there hasn't been a mid lane Tusk. They've picked it up so many times and as a first pick as well. So definitely a go-to hero for Falcons.
Also a little bit of a block pick since Level Up has been also playing a ton of it. But they've got themselves the Muerta instead. It doesn't always make it through the draft these days. The amount of utility that people get out of the dead shot is insane. And what's even more insane is that they still miss it quite a lot of the time. So can you imagine what's going to happen when people get even better with the dead shot?
But the thing is, I think people are very good at it, but they just always want to send the hero in a certain direction, and then it makes them miss if the enemy hero moves. So I'm not sure, maybe people get better at dodging it rather than people getting better at hitting it, so that could be the final outcome.
It's true, it might be.
So there's the Centaur. Spirit Breaker still untouched. Seems like neither of these teams hold him in high regard at all. So let's see if Falcons might change their mind. I don't think it's bad here, as neither the center nor Muerta can easily stop your charge. I guess that shot isn't bad, but it is still a spell that you cannot cast that quickly and that accurately.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the AoE silence of the calling is much worse for you just because you can't actually purge that off. It's on the ground. You need to walk out of it. Then again, Spirit Breaker seldomly lacks the movement speed. As Alina picked up by the Falcons. Alina is... It's funny that we called level up like the fly or fall level when Lina is really like the fly or fall hero right now, right? It's like you're either completely stomp the game or you should just go yeet yourself in the trash can. There is literally no in between.
That's why I think it's a great hero pick for a team that's coming in as the favorites, right? Because there is a good chance that you're actually gonna be the one that are leading the tempo of the game, and Lina then comes in handy quite well. Plus, task rotations in the early game. In the later portions of the game, you have the decrep to make your spells do even more damage. So I really like this opening from Falcons. I think it's gonna make it easy for them to set the tempo, especially around the mid lane and around the Lina.
Agreed. And with the Lina and Pugna here as well, there's absolutely no shot that this is going to be a core Muerta anymore. So this is also just a little bit of insurance to make sure that that terrifying magic damage ranged carry does not show up. I mean, I say magic damage. Both is fine.
Yeah, both is fine for sure. Though, to be honest, I'm more afraid of the position for Muerta. I just think that in the laning phase, it's way too good.
Yeah, you have some absolutely terrifying laning combination. I mean, this is already the Centaur Warrunner in the hands of Davai Lama. This is one of his favorites. And in combination with this Muerta, this lane boasts both a ton of harass as well as a ton of punishment for possible missteps. So very curious to see what Falcons is going to decide to put up against this lane, because there's a ton of kill potential here.
That's where the Pugna is good, right? As the hero is super fast. So level up are going to be going for the Keeper of the Light. Let's assume this is going to be mid lane, right? It's probably going to be Stoikov's hero. So I guess what you're trying to do here is make sure that the task rotations are not successful. And Coddle is actually a pretty good hero to make that happen. So I like it. Plus, Pugna Lina, very low HP. So really good chances of just destroying them with the Illuminate.
Yep. And it also plays on something else, the Kotal versus the Lina, in that in this mid matchup, Lina is always it's about spamming out, right? And you're not going to get the spam out to Keeper of the Light, but that continues in the fights later on in the game, where Lina very much wants to keep her range and she wants to force the enemy to engage into her when she's going to be downing them all the while. Funnily enough, Keeper of the Light works exactly the same. So these two teams actually get to chip away at each other, but the Kotal with the advantage from a distance, and it might actually have to be the Lina team that goes in. And she don't like that all that much.
The thing is, ATF has played the Mars, and I think in this game you get the Mars and this Coddle can just cry, because every single time he's gonna be the main target, right? So
yes,
I think that is a real possibility here for Falcons to go for.
Agreed. If you get your hands on the Keeper of the Light, there's absolutely nothing that he's going to be able to do against you. Zero. Zilch.
And the thing is, a lot of the other teams are not playing the Mars, so it is something that catches you off guard. I mean, if Level Up have watched, if they have come prepared versus Falcons and have watched the group stage, they should know that they play the Mars quite a lot.
I mean, it's one thing to know that the Mars is coming, and it's another thing to be prepared for it because you have already been playing against it. And, you know, nobody else has been playing Mars, so even though you know it, it's, you know, when it actually hits you, sometimes it hits a little harder than you think it would. Let's see if they actually go for it. I would enjoy that pickup here as well.
I mean, they played the exact same lineup apart from the Lina. They played the Mars, Pugna, Tuskia, Veritas. It's pretty straightforward.
So yeah.
Sure.
Lina loves to have that big bulky boy stand in front of her. going to be very well geared up against whatever form of carry damage comes out. And you especially don't want to be playing a still a ranged carry versus the Mars if you can help it.
Yeah, you probably don't want to. Even more reasons to just send this Muerta to position 4 or 5.
Yep.
Though, you know, the thing is that Muerta in this game, be a support or a core, she's in trouble, right? It's everybody is in trouble, and I'm actually very surprised that Level Up went for these heroes exactly, as Mars is good versus all of them. Sure, he's not in the meta, but he's good versus all 4 of these heroes. Keeper of Light hates him, Centaur hates him, you cannot escape. This is what these 2 heroes are about. Dark Willow hates the spear. It's just not great, and Muerta hates heroes who have a mixture of magical and physical damage, who can actually lock her down for a solid period of time, and Mars again falls into that category.
Yeah, agreed. This does shape up to be a very great ATF game here, which that is always a treat. So in that regard, I'm not complaining.
Yeah, for sure. In one game, he went for a Radiance build on the Mars, but he tends to rush the Blink, it seems, to get this as his first or second item. And I think this game, BKB Blink or Blink BKB is straight up a straight up build that he should be going for. It just makes the game so easy for himself and everybody else.
No, especially because there are no current mixed damage dealers over on Level Up. This is all magic damage that's on the board for now, especially since this is going to be a support Muerta, which puts you in a position where only the carry can supply the physical damage, which means that the Mars is going to start taking over this game once he has Blink BKB, and then your carry needs to be ready to fight him if you want to stand any chance of bringing him down at all. What are you going to pick that's going to be ready to fight at the same time as an enemy that only needs 1.5 items? There. Don't want to say there aren't any, but they are very few and far between, and most of them are not very great late game carries, which would enable Falcons to pick up whatever else they want on the carry position here and just outscale.
It is a rough one for Level Up for sure. I'm already scared for them, and the thing is that Falcons, when you look at them, they've been they picked the exact same thing they've been playing in the group phase. So I would have expected Level Up to be better prepared. I don't know. This is this is weird to me.
Same. I mean, sometimes what happens is that you know what they're going to pick, and you try to be sure that you've got like the kind of picks into it that you would at the very least like to play. But I the first 3, sure, but the Mars, no. And now the Wraith King, yeah, this lineup is gonna go fast. They're gonna be coming at you very fast. These 2 cores are going to be very tanky and up in your face, and you're only going to have 1 physical damage source to deal with them.
Okay, they're thinking this is a 5 Centaur, which could be the case if it's a 5 Centaur and a 1 Muerta. It's not out of the question. Falcons, they banned out the offlaners. They're thinking the Vailama has something up his sleeve.
You're right, they are doing that, but that feels... Especially with Dark Willow being Lupsi, one of Lupsi's signature heroes in Muerta, yeah, no, so it is physical damage. Okay, now the real question is, are we going to go full Greek on this Phantom Assassin? Focus, I know you've done this before. You can build a Desolator.
I don't know. I like the PA here. You build into a nullifier.
Right.
But what's wrong, Gibbs?
I think I just saw the Centaur get picked up by Desire.
A position 4 Centaur?
Yeah. So, off-lane Kotl, question mark?
Mid lane. Maybe off-lane Muerta?
Interesting. Yeah, look at this, man.
He is ready. He is ready to fight.
He
always
thinks
smiling.
he's done some bamboozling, and I do think he just did some bamboozling, but now I can't see the details of the bamboozle, and it's killing me.
We'll see what happens there. The Desire is not unknown to go for like a position 4 Primal Beast for a position for Centaur, so I wouldn't be 100% against it. But the thing is that I see a support Centaur as a Stampede mostly, right? This is what you want to do with the hero. But if there's a Mars on the other side, your Stampede is almost useless. So in that regard, I'm not sure if I would want a support Centaur. So
exactly, then you want a really tanky Centaur that you're going to build a Blink Dagger on. You're going to be playing with your Dark Willow, who is going to be putting her ult on you, etc. Like that is the gameplay that I would see, but probably not going to get that now. But there must be another plan. Otherwise, the Vailama is not sitting there grinning like an idiot.
The funny thing would be if you just saw it wrong, and now we're discussing something that's not true. Though I'm guessing that production would probably tell us and give us the info. So
I mean, it is way funnier if they just let me flounder.
I believe you, Kips. That is the thing. I have full faith in my colleague here. So my co-caster is definitely right. She's the analyst. Her eyes, they don't miss anything. And now, if you are gonna look dumb, I'm gonna look dumb as well. So don't worry.
I like that. We both do it. We're both on the same boat here, and I wonder what. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We are currently. There was a request for a change because of a mispick, and it is not happening. A Desire is stuck on his pony.
Oh boy. So I guess those are the rules, right?
Yep, the rules are the rules.
Yeah, rules are the rules. Okay, I understand this. Now you can tell your fans, oh, we just mispicked, right? So that's why we lost, guys. That's the only reason. So that's why Davai Lama was so happy, and that's why we saw the Desire Centaur, because that is exactly what happened.
Swap tips.
Nobody wants to swap tips. Okay. So do you think Llama plays an offlane Willow, or do you think they change positions?
I think you'll lose a lot of shot calling capabilities if Llama is not on the core position, but at the same time, Willow's just not a great core. Like, the amount of build-up that you need to have in order to do any damage, like your utility is nice, but you're so fragile. I would like this Centaur to still be a core, just because otherwise your lineup has literally zero frontliners.
They got a ward down, but yeah, Crit knows about it. He's gonna be getting himself away. And it is gonna be an offlane Centaur, so they're not gonna be doing any weird shenanigans. The Vailama used to be a support player, so we'll see how that works. The tag team was used, that's too deep. They're gonna be destroying Loopsy, and his debut in the tournament is not gonna be that great, at least not on this rune fight. The worst possible hero got it now. A turnaround, they're trying to go for a Mar. They have saved their tips for this, my friend, because they want to kill. But the Blood Grenade came out. Mar is holding his ground, and Focus is in a lot of trouble now. He doesn't have a jump away as Crit. He can't get close to him, but he can get close to the Vailama. He's actually looking towards Focus, doesn't want to get kited. Crit now gets close. The Vailama will get taken down. Crit, he seems to be running away. I thought he was going to go for the tag team and actually fight this one till the end, but decides it is not worth it.
That might even be a decision to let Focus live here, so he is low for the start of the laning stage, depending.
Yep, I spared your life. I spared your life because you're not going to be able to do anything with it. Though it is a PA, Kip, so with the dagger you can always farm. You
can always farm. I mean, it's... You know, with players like this, I always just assume that it's a conscious decision rather than a misplay, right? Because to me, it seemed as well that he could have still gotten the kill there. Because if you pop the tag team and you don't get... No. Hard to say, hard to say. What is very easy to say here, though, is that now Focus is going to, at the very least, have a decent start to this lane. And we've got the Vailama on the 5 now as well, pretty much.
I think Malrine has Focus muted as they wrote lag and then Melreen wrote reason. Though considering that it was all caps, maybe he was just playing around.
Yeah, I think they're memeing. Yeah.
Did you see what Melreen is doing? I think he has a bottle cap and he's putting it in his mouth and then just air pressuring it away like whew. And he's mad about something.
Mad or just fidgeting. Like, I think that about half, if not more, of all pro Dota players have ADHD, and you know you gotta do something if you don't get to click the Violama just has to laugh.
Yep.
That's healthy coping right there.
We're gonna be seeing how he plays a support nowadays. So when I played with the Violama, he played a 5. And oh boy, like you could only hear him say, this guy, let's go, this guy. So if he's gonna play like that, I think Level Up are gonna be in trouble. It tends to turn the game on its head. Though maybe that's the right approach here versus Falcons.
Yeah. Maybe all you can do is literally like Eternal Envy style it. You just make sure that nobody knows what the game is anymore, and then it's a 50-50. Make it chaos.
Alreen, he's playing with his hair. He's trying to make it curly, as you know, people with curly hair are the best Dota players for sure. Though you have to be born with it.
It's not entirely true though. Like mine didn't start curling until puberty.
Okay, you have to be born with the gene, and I think his puberty is long gone.
Yeah, most of the guys playing today, I do think so.
Okay, now they're fighting who has the keyboard that is worth less, and it seems that Malreen takes the top spot. So a $5 keyboard. To be honest,
$5 keyboard.
I played Dota the best when I had a very crappy keyboard, so that makes sense. But of course, guys, if you have one and think that maybe you know who's going to be winning this game, you can head on over to pinnacle.gg/odds and try to get yourself a little bit of money. What the hell is happening with that camel? Get a little bit of money to buy maybe better gear. Of course, you have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to bet responsibly and carefully, and only put down as much as you're willing to spend. As I'm really liking this back and forth talk between the players. Usually the pause is kind of stressful, but when players are somewhat solid friends between each other, then it is actually much more fun to enjoy these pauses.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's really funny to see Amar like make fun of his own hero pool by giving advice on, like, you know, if you can only play one hero, just play it.
Yep.
And now he's explaining the joke
because the joke is so good that it needs explaining. Makes sense.
Now Desire gets it. Oh, it's a dodo. I haven't seen one of those boys in a while.
Never seen one.
How many basic couriers are there in this game? Because that's one right there.
Really? How many? Basic?
Yeah, because the basic courier is
What's a
like
basic courier?
without any cosmetics on. So the donkey. Only two. And you see, you know, you're dealing with like a real player if they don't have a courier cosmetic on, because it means that they don't give a flying.
Yeah, don't finish it. Yeah, we know. As we are waiting for Focus to
two basic
come back.
Donkeys.
Okay,
on the Radiant as well.
He opened Dota again on Focus, so he'll be back
Are
soon.
you spying on him?
I have him in my friends list, so that's so yes, that would be the answer. And for some reason, I was on Do Not Disturb in Dota for a long time, so I wasn't getting any info. about the players that I actually have in my friend list, but now it's just coming out all the time. You hear that Steam sound, and then I look to the corner of my screen, and I see that he's coming back.
That is a very intense look.
He always has an intense look. So we didn't get to talk much about our we are expert picks on the Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 X channel. So you picked that Dudley Boys will win this tournament,
Yes.
that Sibe won't win a single map, that Mind Control will be the MVP, and Team Tickles are the dark horse. Team Tickles, okay, I'm fine with that. So
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of people who put the Dudley Boys as a dark horse. Like, I don't think that if several people have them as winners, they're a dark horse.
no, they are for me they are actually, you know, top 2, maybe top 3, right? Falcons, Dudley Boys, Virtus Pro. That's how I look at, and Team Tickles is somewhere behind them, I guess. Though I wouldn't be surprised if they win. Okay, that's fine. I went for Alliance as that they're not gonna be winning a single map, and I think that's actually a possibility, despite them being in the upper bracket.
It is. I mean, not anymore after today already, and no maps. It got a little close during the one of the VP games, but not that close.
Yeah, not that close at all. We're still seeing that the pause is on Davai Lama. He's actually relaxing there with the arms behind his head. That's not giving me the confidence at all. And I always love that Amar is in the dark. He just looks like such a scary beast. It's him and Spartan that are always in the dark. Spartan a little bit more. For ATF, you at least see his face, right? For Spartan, it's like eyes.
Exactly. Like sometimes there's one more guy who's mostly like a reflection in glasses, but I don't quite remember who that is. But Spartan is a bit of a demon.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, as soon as we started talking about Spartan, we see Focus. You know, they're not the same guy, but they're from the same country, so it's close, right? Makes sense.
Have been teammates for a long time as well, haven't they?
True. They have.
End up playing together again. I like that Crit is slowly evolving into really looking like one of those guys in the Scandinavian police dramas. Like, just put like a blue-gray filter over him, and like, look at this man. He is very concerned about like his loveless marriage, while also people are disappearing into the snow.
He doesn't look concerned at all. He literally currently.
No, but of course they don't look concerned. That's because they're Scandinavian.
Oh, I don't know. I've never watched those kind of shows, but I'm gonna be taking your words for it. He has a really nice background, though. Nice pictures.
I love that he put some thought into it. Actually, like at least we're like, I don't know if it's like good or bad. Like on one hand, I think it's nice that everybody has their bed made in the background. But on the other hand, I sort of miss the lack of professionality and the cameras that only saw like up somebody's nostril and the works.
Hey, Malrine wanted to eat ice cream and he's playing Lena. So I think his ice cream is going to be looking like yours that you have prepared for today. So guys, before me and Kip started casting, she got ice cream out and well, she forgot about it. So it's...
Yeah,
and
then we had a 50-minute game.
So that wasn't too good. Hopefully that doesn't happen to Malrine. As we're waiting to get back into the game, Focus is back, and for some reason we are still not looking at the Dota action. It's just me and Kip spouting nonsense to keep you guys somewhat entertained as we are waiting for the game to continue, and it is just not happening. So before we get into it, Kips, where are we gonna be seeing the next kill, as we have already seen a bloodbath before the runes even started?
This bottom lane is dangerous. Like, a Tusk Marsh lane has a ton of kill potential.
Okay, makes sense.
I think that is my best bet, and especially because we have a centaur currently who is not like 100% tuned into either his hero or his role, presumably. I think that one is. But he's also hard to kill because he's a centaur, right? So less opportunities for the kill on this side to come from the Dire. But since he's a centaur, still hard to bring down. Sorry, from the Dire.
So I'm looking at Desire as a very talented player who gets bored of playing Dota at some point, right? That's how I see it, because he crushes, and then for like 2 months he plays badly, right? So I think, considering that he's playing a position that he might not be comfortable with, that he might actually crush this game. As he's gonna have
it's
fun,
it's
right?
entirely possible. The only thing that I'm wondering about is if he's going to take over the shot calling situation as well, or if the Vailama will continue to do just the same from the +5, because that is the biggest change. A lot of players call very differently when they're on different roles, because if you're a core player and you're used to having agency and being able to make moves with your body, then it sometimes gets very hard to call when you're on a support role and you don't get to lead by just going somewhere.
I really like that advance and level up on the bottom lane, because they applied so much pressure that even a Mars that is a hero that last hits quite well couldn't get that many last hits under the tower. So I really liked how they approached it. It's literally them stopping Amar from farming rather than him making mistakes under the tower when getting creeps.
And it provides them a bunch of safety as well, at least for the Phantom Assassin, as the Vailama actually also pretty safe there, as it turns out.
He's gonna be fine. He was actually pushed out of the shards by Amar, but overall he was already in the Shadow Realm, so it wouldn't have made much of a difference either way. This top lane though, it's looking so easy for Skitter. I mean, this is a TI winning safe lane, so you're always gonna have trouble. And on the other side, you have guys that are not playing their positions. I mean, even Loopsy, he came into the team as a 5, and now he's playing a 4, and so you're definitely gonna be losing this lane. But to be honest, Desire isn't farming that badly all in all.
No, doing a pretty good job there, and it is going to be pretty hard for his enemies to bring him down as well. And then of course we have this mid lane where surprisingly actually Malrine is currently wiping the floor with Stoikov. It's the amount of denies that Malrine has been able to get out, like he's really been focusing on that clearly, and it's hurting this Coddle a lot.
It definitely is. 20-10. I mean, I didn't expect that to happen. Malrine actually pops the glyph, so he's gonna be bullying him even more in this mid lane. Really, when you look at the supports of Level Up, they're not really that great at rotating. He even denies the flag bearer there. The Illuminate, of course, not gonna be doing that much damage because of the higher magic resistance, so things are looking grim for this keeper.
They are, and I don't actually think that his supports have any space at all to come over. Either of these side lanes just, well, die, in fact, even before the rotations come out, so not good. But you know what? They took Skeeter before that, so...
So you say Skeeter rather than Skitter, right? More of a
Yeah,
Skeeter
but that's
to you?
because of Skeeter and Beaver, or Skitter and Biver. Like, because they used to be a duo for the longest time, as unfortunately the safe lane is gonna bite the dust here for Level Up.
Yep.
But yeah,
Focus.
that's where it comes from.
Focus never had a chance to run away. He already jumped out, so once the shards connected, it was so easy. Desire will live as Loopsy does cover for him, but snaking is continuing to be annoying. I really like this. They use the skeletons to push them back, and then snaking with this hero that has like insane amount of movement speed. He's just getting the right clicks in.
Stupid amount of range as well.
Yep. Pretty huge. Desire did get his ring of health. He started only with 1 ring of protection, which is something I don't like versus a Pugna Wraith King. You're gonna be hit so much. You need it to.
Exactly. Both of them are gonna be slapping you around, and you don't have the best armor at all, but Ian seems to be making it through mostly okay. And Focus, in spite of his misadventures, is currently CSing really well as well.
And though, when I'm looking at the center and the top lane in general, some of those last hits are going to be skeletons. And the Pugna is rotating to the bottom lane, so they're probably looking to kill Focus a little bit too deep under the tower without the glyph ready. I don't think this is a kill. Let's see. Gonna try. The spear misses completely and utterly, so that was pretty weird. As they're gonna stop now, but that had a very low chances of succeeding anyways.
I did. As long as the Vailama does not get caught in the exact same movement, then the PA always gets out.
Malrine finds a regen rune, and now he's gonna know that there's a ward somewhere in the mid lane, and he did get hit by the tower, so he knows that his enemy is farming those stacks, and he actually has help from the Pugna, so they might even steal this stack from the Coddle, which would be a disaster for his game.
Yep, his lane wasn't really anything, and now his recovery option is also going to get, well, not yet taken away from him, but at the very least tonight. That's 3 dire heroes in the Radiant jungle right now, and
Very dead the Vailama.
goodbye Llama.
He came over to help though, so that's admirable at least, but it's not gonna be good enough, and they're really focusing on getting these creeps. The Muerta comes over, but Coddle is nowhere to be found, so his stack is gone.
He has already bailed. It's like, this is not the place for me.
Oh, he's coming over to finish off Snaking. They don't have the stun. Actually, that shot is there. Pushes him out of the calling. They're actually turning around on Stoikov, trying to finish him off. There is gonna be a Bramble Maze as, well, the Vailama does come back to run into a stun. Malrine is standing his ground versus 4 enemy heroes. And is he going to be getting anything else done? He has the Fairy Fire and the wand. Malrine is really trying to live, tries to get out. Nope, it's going to be Focus that gets a big kill. And that's going to be propelling him a little bit more towards that Battle Fury. So pretty huge.
Yeah, and the speed at which Focus gets his items here is incredibly important. I spent a lot of the draft talking about how necessary it is to get physical damage up in this game. And Focus, like, if he's going to go for the Battle Fury, it is going to be a little bit of a slower build than the absolutely psychopath level Deso build. But it will still allow him to do decent damage. So the earlier he gets that, the earlier you are actually ready for Amar to come marching at you.
Desire is topping the CS chart. Of course, a lot of those are skeletons, so we're gonna be looking at the net worth now, just to see what's going on there, as the Vailama does die again, and yeah, Centaur is at the bottom of the net worth chart. Kind of goes to show just how many of those 50 CS are actually lane creeps, and how many of those are actually gonna be, of course, the skeletons who are worth pretty much no gold.
Very deceptive. Snaking here, already snaking, if you will, over to the side, placing down a ward, keeping an eye on the Kottle's other recovery options, which would be in the triangle, as well as enabling himself to possibly gank more later. And now Stoikov is on bot, but
that's a dead Amar. Curse Crown is there.
Eventually.
The arena will stop, and he's gone. The Vailama gets the kill, as Desire does die as well. So they trade their offlaners. Obviously, Amar worth a little bit more now, but this was more of a commitment from level up, and it does open up the advance in the mid lane from Malrine.
it does, yeah. Would not be surprised if that tower falls pretty soon. It's already got a couple of dents in it. And what's really gonna make it is just that Stoikov is never secure of his life while he is in this mid lane. He would really rather somebody else take it over and he go for
Desire again. Oh, not only did he misclick, but now they're bullying him. He's gonna be going for a stampede.
That was
Actually
nice.
didn't want to use the Laguna because of it. He's gonna survive it. Now the TPs are coming in. Stoikov already has the bots, and he's going in there. The Pugna in a lot of trouble. Snaking is gonna try to run away. Actually, no solar bind, so no dead Pugna either.
Yeah, and you can see there, by the amount of damage that Alina takes, that they're actually quite pressing the issue with her right now. Malrine is playing up a lot, and it's making him look really strong, but that's not necessarily because he's untouchable. It's just because he's been getting away with it.
Focus is being annoying to Amar here, and he's actually baiting him in, as the Dark Willow is coming over the TPs from the other side. There will be Crit coming over to help his laning buddy. Curse Crown will connect. Snowball coming in. He's going to be picking up Amar. They won't connect with the stunner. They're going into the arms of Stoikov. The arena is there. Focus dropping low, but he's still alive. Jumps on Amar to go for a man fight. There is also that Bedlam doing insane amounts of damage, and Level Up are going to be getting 2 kills as Falcons are overextending.
biting off just a little bit more than they can chew. And the old chat continues. I mean, why not at this point? Leverage everything that you have. You're all playing the wrong heroes. You're up versus a team that you really shouldn't beat. Down 2k gold. Just drop those smiley faces. Nothing matters.
Let's go, drop them down. Level up. I'm just liking that everybody's having fun here, because in the end, that's what Dota is all about. It's about people having fun. Though, I think the biggest mistake from Falcons in this game wasn't this dive. This doesn't matter. The top dive, for me, was the biggest mistake. They set it up perfectly, and then they didn't use everything to kill the center. Because if the center dies on the top lane, they get the tower, and then it starts being a disaster for level up. But now, you still haven't opened up the map, and Falcons, that's kind of a necessity for them versus a PA.
Definitely is. You want to threaten that triangle as early as possible. That deep ward, that snaking drop down earlier, has already been taken down, and their attempts at this bottom tower keep getting denied. Defy?
God, he's still gonna be fine. Stoikov is here as well, or is he gonna be fine? Marine comes over, Deadshot, will send him away for the time being. Solarbind is there as well. Illuminate does so much damage, and the Stampede has been used. They're gonna be taking down Snaking, and there's the Arena. Mar gets a nice spear and the Snowball as well. They're trying to finish off Stoikov, not gonna be successful in doing so. They just don't have the damage crit. He's doing his best, but he might be a brawler. He's not that strong, however. And now the dagger connects onto Amar. It is gonna be a crit. This focus, he had that focus on him. The Illuminate is gonna be coming through. Is it gonna be connecting? And yes, it will. It just has enough range to finish off Amar, and that's the third one in favor of Level Up, who are now equalizing the game in terms of net worth.
Yeah, and I haven't watched this Lupsy guy at all before, and I don't know exactly how long he's been with him. Probably only a couple of days, but he really got the memo there as well. Marching up, seeing if he could get just a little bit extra out of that engagement, and that's precisely what nets him the Amar kill as well.
That was
It's just such a good bait again.
Malrine is really hesitating on his Laguna, though maybe there he didn't have the range because of the calling.
Yeah, and he has to play very carefully. You can see how much damage he took there. Like, a lot of Linas that you see would not be playing up at this point in the game whatsoever. They should be thankful on Falcons that he's showing up at all in a lot of ways.
They're really trying to apply the pressure to open up the map, and I get it. They're a team that has big names on their side, and a lot is expected of them. So you have to play overly aggressive to understand the limits, to get the communication right when you're playing versus quote-unquote weaker teams. Because Level Up, they're not looking that much weaker at the moment.
No, they don't. Like, their laning stage was definitely more wobbly. Lane setup not as good. Stoikov really did get absolutely clobbered in the mid lane.
Yep.
But the recovery from Level Up has been really nice, and their understanding of what Falcons want. Like, you want this tower, you want this kill, you want to open up the map. And the way they've been using that against Falcons has been pretty sophisticated.
Crit is waiting for the Wisdom Rune, and Level Up are trying to make a play, though, on the wrong part of the map 100%. And they're just gonna let this tower go. Look at Amar. He doesn't really care, even if he lives or dies. He knows there needs to be a big rotation for that to happen, and he's just making sure that he's breaking down the tower.
Yeah. I think, honestly, that if I had to describe the offlaner's job in one sentence, it's make sure the enemy lineup has a lose-lose situation in front of them. Always a lose-lose. That's your job.
There is gonna be a Battle Fury though for Focus, a pretty early one considering how the game started. I thought it's gonna be much tougher for him, especially because he got the power treads. He wasn't rushing it by any means, so that's a really solid timing. Sure, the Lina and the Wraith King have more farm than him, but they're over farmed. It's not that he's under farmed.
Exactly, and that overfarm will be added to now that the Radiance is online for Skitty. We haven't really seen him yet, but that is indicative of how much Level Up has had to do work just to keep themselves on the map. They have not had any time whatsoever to stop the enemy carry for farming.
And Amar is going for a Midas, whilst Desire already has a Blink. So when it comes down to which team can make plays easier currently, it's most definitely Level Up until Crit or maybe Amar. Okay, he buys the Blink. He decides it's not worth it, that he has to have it right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it is Amar. He would, like, of course he would want to buy a Midas, right? But
somebody told him.
It's like, you know, if you're at boot camp, you can just kick somebody under the table. It's like, no. I think that's
Bart does seem like a guy who does tend to do what he thinks is best, though. Maybe he made this decision.
That's how he got here.
Yeah, that's how he got here. You mean in this situation where he just died?
Well, you know, but he is still on Falcons.
True, true.
I would rather die on Falcons than live on... I don't know, actually.
Oh, you just didn't want to insult some other team. That makes sense.
No, I don't actually. That would be...
Radiant's top tower.
I don't have anybody like I actively dislike at the moment. Sometimes there's teams where I'm like, you know what? I don't think any of you are any good, and also some of you are assholes, and I don't care if the world knows it, but no.
Okay, makes sense, Kip. So you don't have to reveal in the past which teams were the case, but we are just gonna be happy that we know there were some teams that you definitely like.
Assume, please do.
We're assuming. As Crit, he did see focus there, but nothing he could do on his lonesome. As the Wisdom Rune is still there, so he could have gone there. Malrine will delete the Vailama. This time around, he's not gonna be taking it easy, as neither will Desire. So as I told you, 3-1 and 2, he's doing a really good job. As Crit, he misses on the shards. Pretty uncharacteristic for him, as he's a god on this hero, but doesn't matter. Even with all of that being the case, he still finds the kill with the help of Malrine.
Yeah, BITs are online, and that means that everybody who is going to be creating these engagements, which is at the very least Crit, but it's also going to be Amar very soon, and perhaps Skeeter in the near future. Now I'm doubting when I'm saying his name, dude. Like, I would say Skitter if there were 2 T's, okay? Okay?
Still going with Skitter. Skeeter is like, for me, double E. No? That's what it sounds.
So we're both wrong and it's Skyter?
Maybe. The Vailama is gonna be stunned up by multiple stuns. The shards again missed. There is a blood grenade, and there will be an uppercut punch, Laguna Blade, and in the end, Snaking gets the kill. These guys use their ulti. Snaking, he needs no ulti for a kill.
No, that's the Snaking way of life. And they have now properly gathered in force for that top contest. I'm looking to take down the Vision, possibly the tower. There is a clash upcoming in the triangle, though.
Yep, and that could be huge, as Crit is dead. Skitter, he was the one that wanted to die, but they weren't really gonna be targeting the hero that has 2 lives at the moment. Pops the Blade Mill, that's gonna be enough to dissuade them from the chase. And of course, there is a Butler with the heals behind there. That shot will come out, but in the end, everybody will disperse, and it's only gonna be Crit dead.
Yeah, and I think the presence of Stoikov in these fights is absolutely necessary for level up to be able to hold off the Falcons side now. If you don't get to use Stoikov there to chip at them while they're lobbying for position, then they're just always going to be full health when they go on you, and you're not going to be able to get any kind of disengage. And you need to get that Wraith King relatively low without having to fully engage on him, because that's what he'd love most, right? The PA having to go in on his first life.
Bye-bye, Loopsy. They saw him because of the ward there. He was actually in a really good position. Now he uses the ulti, not gonna help. So much magic damage here. Laguna, Spear, just enough to get the kill. So it's still gonna be just a support, right, that breaks the smoke. So not that bad of a deal for level up overall.
No, and with the previous kills on the Vailama as well, it has been mostly supports that have been dying here.
Right, coming forward. He wants a kill, and he's gonna be getting it, but his own death will the one in the making. Very nicely done by level up. They turn it around, they get the stun, and the follow-up damage is more than enough to get an easy kill.
But all of this is forced hand-holding. They need to all be together in order to have any chance to stand up versus Falcons, and that's hurting them in their farm.
Focus has a BKB. That is huge. He still doesn't have a level 18, but once he does, that's when this hero becomes really, really dangerous. The Stampede has been used. Immediately there will be an arena to protect himself, but the Desire does not care.
Melts.
Even on your grounds, they're gonna melt him down. He really needs that BKB. Snaking protects himself with the decrep, but they will see him. The dagger is there, the vision is there, and Snaking will die for sure. Terrorize is actually gonna be used in the backlines there just to make sure that there's no turnaround, but the turnaround will be coming through. Laguna Blade onto Focus. He has the BKB. Used it a little bit late, but he does get himself out either way, the magic damage was not enough to bring him down. Now Malrine takes up flight, but he's gonna be shot, and that shot is there, and it scares him away while Skitter is running forward. He gets the stun onto the Zard. There's gonna be a crit, but there's also a calling on the Wraith King. He doesn't want to be messing with the dead, so he's gonna be getting himself away for now and level up. I don't know if that's a victory, Kibs, though, because the 9-second BKB is down.
Yeah, that's... And they didn't really get to leverage the PA that much in that fight. Then again, the way that Amar died there right now should really give Falcons pause as to how aggressive they want to play right now.
I really like the item build that Focus is going to be going for. Deso into a Nullifier. I think that's the way in this game. Then you can get the Aghanim Scepter later on. But these two items are a necessity, right? A lot of the heroes on the side of Falcons, every single hero actually, is very low in the armor department. So I'm thinking Skitter, he's going to be needing an AC, and he's going to be needing it soon. Not only for himself, but for his entire team.
Absolutely agreed. Though, I gotta say, I'm wondering about if you would want, just for your quality of life especially, a pipe over on the level up side at some point.
Yeah, I'd love it. I think Desire, that should be his next item. There's no doubt about it. Right, he has
He
it.
actually has it. Excellent.
He's finished it.
Beautiful. That's what I like to see. So, everything put together, like, that Aegis on Alina is unfortunate for level up. If they didn't get that free Roshan just now, I would say that level up is in a pretty comfortable position. But getting a second life on Alina, now having an entire mana pool to empty out again and turn into straight damage, that's rough.
Okay, Falcons are in a smoke, and the Lama is in a perfect position to break it. They also use the scan, so they know exactly where their enemies are. Malrine is getting his mana back, Snaking is there with the help, but nobody's gonna be showing. They know exactly what's going on. They did find the Lama. He wanted to die, however, and now going for a TP out. Nope, not gonna be happening. Crit is there. The Walrus Punch makes sure that he's dead. Snaking is the one who claims the kill. So 30 seconds on the sidelines, but they found Stoikov. That is something that cannot die. There's the Stampede. Stoikov is fine. He takes a lot of damage, not enough to die.
Yeah, but now with the Stampede down, what's happened?
No, Malrine found him. He found Focus. That's when you have the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter. Way too much damage.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. And of course it is the pure burst damage. And like,
It's too much.
there's nothing you can do.
No, Skitter finds Desire. Now there is no Stampede, so Desire is in a lot of trouble. He doesn't have that much armor, and here comes the added physical damage as well. He does have the Hoof Stomp. We'll get it off in the end. Snaking, he's always there to pick up these kills. He's out of the calling. Crit will leave. Amar comes over with the spear, and that's gonna be Muerta found and very much dead. With the Wraith Fire Blast, they will not allow the TP out, and just one more slap from Skitter. He's gonna be making that Muerta double dead, as the tier 2 on the bottom lane will be an easy target after 3 kills.
Yeah, and now the situation has gone from pretty manageable to, I think you're gonna lose this one for level up. Losing the Roshan wasn't bad in and of itself, but the fact that they had to completely adjust their positioning because they knew they couldn't take a fight anymore, instead cost them several heroes spread around the map, a ton of terrain lost as well, and they haven't even taken that Aegis down, so... You know, if you go for it, maybe at least you lose only one fight, and instead they're just bleeding kills now. And it's a devil's bargain.
It's looking easy overall, because I think if you look at this game, the ones that were constantly forcing things to happen were Falcons. And the reason that Level Up were getting some fights going their way is because they responded with good spell usage, but never with good moves overall. If you would look at the waves, they were always pushed out. And in that kind of position, at some point, we were talking about it in the previous series, you're gonna crumble under pressure. And, well, they started crumbling.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The stress builds up, the fractures build up, and eventually you're going to drop the ball and something's gonna come crashing down. But, you know, this is a PA game. She is made of liquid bullshit.
Okay. Let's see if that's something that Falcons are gonna drink, or if they'll be able to deal with her.
Delicious.
Stun. one. There's gonna be a double hoof stomp, but the snowball save crit is on point. There's gonna be a terrorize. It doesn't matter. 2 of you stunned now, 3 of you fear, but there's the arena to protect them, or actually just to allow them to stand their ground. Pugna from the backlines, he's keeping his teammate alive. Stoikov though will finish him off. It's gonna be a mega kill for both Malrine and Stoikov, but again a one fight for Falcons, and Malrine is coming forward. The E-Blade will not connect. Nice Shadow Realm. Divine Llama gets out of it, and now he's gonna get executed by Skitter, who gets slowed down, and there's the real execution of Malrine. Skitter, they're trying to save his life. He still has the ult. Even if he dies, he's not that bad though. He's on enemy territory. The buyback from the Divine Llama, they think they can finish him off. He has the Blade Mill, so he's pretty tanky, but he cannot blink away. They're trying to keep him alive. Now there's the BKB from Focus and the crap, but Skitter is just taking out, and it is gonna be Stoikov, who is unstoppable and brings down the carry of the enemies. As now they're thinking about going for more, but will decide against it. Going high ground versus the Lina with an Aegis is kind of scary.
Definitely is, but there you can see the power of the Kotl in the Lina matchup, finally. Where the amount of spam that comes out from Stoikov and the amount of utility he adds to the fight versus how far away the Lina needs to be in order to not risk getting blown up. And throughout most of this, we're just waiting for the Desolator to be delivered here. Skitter, half health after this. Divine Llama just gets the D word there out of pure spite, I feel. There's the Deso, and now finally you have the situation where the PA does not need to hard commit for that first life.
I thought Amar was gonna be jumping into the backlines on Stoikov here. If he had done that, now when they jumped Skitter, I think Skitter survives, right? But
it's possible, but Amar is all the way over on bot lane already.
yeah, he ignored it completely. He's like, I'm back to farming. My carry is dead. That means I'm the carry. Makes sense.
Yep. Are you gonna tell him he's wrong? I'm not.
No. The Dark Willow will be found, so 69 seconds on the sidelines for Divine Llama, considering that he just bought back, as he's gonna be dead for a long time, and Falcons know they're in a 5 versus 4 scenario, so level up, they're gonna have to disperse, to bail, to shove out the side lanes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get that farm while you can, while you're pretty sure you know where Falcons are, because they just showed themselves killing your support. But yeah, that does mean focus.
Needs to be hiding. He really does, and he's hoping to stop them from stealing his Tormentor, and there's nothing he can do about it. The Tormentor is gone.
It is gone. Shard for Amar. So why not?
Wait, so who has the shard? The Tusk, okay. He got the one from the Tormentor. They are gonna be finding the poor Lupsi Muerta. Take her down even without the Laguna Blade. This time around, Malrine saving it was actually the right choice.
But if you look at the positioning on the map right now, though, this isn't really too bad for level up. Their creep waves are in an okay position. They were kind of spread out as well, though now they're going to start collapsing again. And once again, they're really deliberate in feeding their supports in pretty far forward positions and making Falcons chase after them here. Divine is dying in the exact same location as last time.
He likes that spot, that's the thing. And Amar, he seems to know that Llama likes that spot, so he's gonna be there ready every single time. Level up, they lose their support again. Again, doesn't have a buyback. This should open up the potential for the mid lane tower, because this time around, Falcons, when they got the kills, the side lanes were already dealt with. And look at Malrine, he's hunting on the top lane, so that Muerta could be dead as well.
That would be the exact same chain of events as we saw 2 minutes ago.
Doesn't know.
Picture perfect, but this time there's some backup. If Malrine shows,
He showed. They knew he was coming. They knew exactly what's gonna be happening. He doesn't even finish off Lupsi. Actually, he does, but that's only post-mortem.
But it was so predictable.
It took too long. You could see that Lupsi was not going to the wave until his teammates were ready.
Yeah.
Mine is truly a blessed life.
It is what it is.
That is what pattern recognition does for you.
Though it was fast. I'm not gonna lie, it was fast. Sometimes the enemies are gonna be caught with that speed, but the second that it didn't work out with the flame cloak and the and the Shadow Blade, I think it's time to bail though. It's Malrine. This guy, he loves aggression. He loves to test his limits, and well, he's gonna find out exactly where those limits are now.
Yeah. It's the only way to learn now.
Zara is working
And now
towards the
that
BKB.
is going to be a pretty unexpected smoke, by the way.
Yep, without Malrine, though he can join. There is a Satanic on Amar, so good luck killing this guy. If he gets the Satanic and the God's Rebuke off, it's going to be a problem. Is Davai? He is coming over to die. Not in the same position, but pretty much from the same heroes. Once again, actually, they all jump him. So, revealing their entire smoke for just a support kill, it does open up the path to the Roche.
Yeah.
And
It does.
best guy for the Roche pit in terms of control, it is the Dark Willow on the side of level up.
Yes, it is. You do not want to be fighting Roshan when you have a possible Dark Willow waiting in the wings. So yeah, normally I'm a big fan of his feed supports the forward position. And I did that. Really?
no.
Okay, this is also exactly the same. Are we stuck in a time loop? Is this
Deja vu. We're in the Matrix,
Yeah.
Skips, and
this is some Groundhog Day stuff right here?
for sure. But that's again, it's the speed. It's the speed at which this happened that actually killed Focus. He actually got everything he needs. He's level 20. He has the Deso. He has the Nullifier. But again, it's the same thing. You are coming to a point where 12k might not be as much, and PA could turn it around. Then you lose the PA and you lose the Roche, and suddenly again Falcons are in complete control.
Absolutely. And it took Level Up quite a while to build up the position that they were in on the map. Like, several deliberate support feeds. This one is as deliberate as they come.
Yep.
A lot of information gained from that one as well, by the way. Like, that is exactly why he does it.
Yeah, the
Or
thing
why
is
you
that
might
info,
play a
that
Willow
info-
who is hard to kill with one hero.
Radiant's middle
Cool.
tower.
It kind of played into your carry dying. Like, they're here, guys. They're not gonna kill you on the top lane. Yeah, well, again, it's happening again. Focus, run. Run, please. If you get stunned, you're just dead. You're just dead. No, that's a replay. I'm crazy.
That is a replay.
I'm crazy.
Thank the
Okay.
Lord that's a replay.
Thank God that's a replay for sure. If that wasn't a replay... yeah, production playing with me.
No, like the only reason that's like confirmed to be a replay though is because I was sure the creep wave was not going to be in as favorable a position for a Level Up in the real time.
Makes sense. Either way though, Level Up are in a smoke. They're going up against Aegis G, so effectively you're fighting versus 8 lives here, if you count in the reincarnation of the Raid King. So it's gonna be a dangerous fight though. Lina gets caught.
Up as well.
Is he just dead here? Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
they
now for
and now
more.
they're going to chase for more. Yeah, of course.
Yep, it was 8 heroes a second ago, now it's only 6. Let's see. Terrorize in the backline's not gonna be happening. That's gonna be a double spear. Stoikov though, he did pop the BKB. Focus jumps into the pit there, or into the arena, but the Satanic will be keeping Amar alive. The buyback from Malrine, he wants to come back into this fight, and the XD coming out from Amar. He knows that he cannot die, and he finds the spear through the heart of the PA. There's gonna be the Laguna Blade. He jumps to the side. Nope, he doesn't jump anywhere. He just gets destroyed, and that high ground go from Malrine. It was a bait, Gibbs. He knew what he was doing.
And I'm not buying what you're selling today, Harry. I'm not.
No?
Like, no,
You think-
no.
You think it wasn't
it's-
intentional?
I mean, maybe he can actually see into the future, and he saw that Desire was going to wildly overextend here. That's entirely possible, but this is... Level Up had such a good positioning for that first fight that you can see Falcon just noping out, like, alright,
Radiant's
fine,
middle tower.
isn't happening. But
Radiant structures.
they simply can't follow Desire fast enough to get a new set of great circumstances for the Rigus.
Yeah.
Especially not with Amar flanking them like that.
You know, there's one line in Dota from a certain hero. He says, was that intentional? That looked intentional, right? So, what Malrine did, it looked intentional to me. Desire is gonna be punched. He's gonna be speared. He's still alive. The question is for how long. He bobs the BKB with the Stampede trying to get away. The Shards keeping him in place. And Skitter loses his life. He gave the cheese to the Lina. So that's not gonna be... That's gonna be something that allows him to live. That means Falcons, they have to bail, and they haven't gotten rid of the melee Raxes.
Oh, they haven't, and it's great how Davai Lama gets so much utility out of the one no just no line. Like, once in defeat after his entire team gets wiped, but no, it's like, oh, actually, you're not going to get our Rax, good sir.
There is an AC now on Amar, so the PA was getting close to killing him, and then he pops the Satanic God's Rebuke. Now, not even that first initial damage is gonna be easy to get to, and also an Aghanim Scepter on crit. So you might not have gotten the Raxes, but really, with every passing minute, Falcons are closer and closer to victory.
Absolutely. I don't think that they can afford to, in any way, shape, or form, focus Amar at the start of these fights anymore. He's just not an allowed target to jump anymore. The PA is always going to have to go on somebody else. Unless of course, she has a double damage rune. You manage to stun him, but he's not here.
They seem to know about the DD, as they did have a ward on the top lane there, so Falcons are just gonna keep themselves away.
Yeah, I too would not open for this particular knock on the door.
It is too scary, right? You make a mistake, you get 3 heroes together, he gets 1 or 2 crits, and you just all die. It's not something that you want to risk, especially not at the point of the game where the game is pretty much yours. You just need to not mess it up.
Yeah, and you don't have buybacks right now. You were pretty close to your own base. That was the makings of a disaster. But that's also how you recognize the really good teams, is that they correctly anticipate the possible game losing moves and simply refuse to even risk to make them. So a lot of people are like, but we're not going to be that dumb. That's pretty dumb if you ask me.
Yeah, you can get forced into a bad situation all the time. Exactly. Malrine is level 25, Gibbs. This is a problem for level up, so I guess he went for the cooldown reduction. Can we see Malrine's talent? The Lina? That's let's see. Sometimes production just wants to be messing with us as the observers, you see? They're like, oh, you want to see the Lina? Nope, not gonna be happening.
Listen, this game has only one protagonist.
Okay.
We bullied him into it.
Okay, it is. They went for the Laguna Blade damage is pure. Considering that there's the Crep and then E-Blade, I expected them to go for the other one, but I guess this can go now through the BKB of the PA.
Yeah, it just really means that Focus is not safe anymore, no matter what he does. He has no kind of play, and it is really all of the eggs are in Focus's basket right now. He is his team's main source of burst damage. He is the one that's going to need to get to make the plays in order to, well, at least level up a chance at survival. I don't even want to say winning. Winning is a far future prospect right now. Living's good enough.
The BKB does give you immunity to pure damage, though. Does that count to level 25 Laguna? Because there is some pure damage that goes through the buff immunity and some that doesn't, though. It doesn't really say for the Laguna Blade. It says that the spell itself doesn't pierce the buff immunity, but I'm not sure about the level 25 talent. It should, because it's a level 25 talent, but I'm just not 100% certain.
Yeah, I am not entirely sure either, but I'm sure that the game will show us. Exactly. Yeah. I just don't see any reason for the pure if it doesn't go through.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense. You know what there is? There's a demo here, so I'm gonna be checking it out as we're watching the game here. And Falcons are taking it slow.
That means I don't have to do it anymore.
No, you don't. Are they waiting for Roche here? Is that the approach from Falcons? Are they finally starting to play the game a little bit more conservatively?
I do think so, and it's important to start doing that once you have gone past, is it level 16 or 18? Because at some point the respawn timers start increasing exponentially, and when all of your heroes have crossed that point, there's not really anybody you can just throw away anymore. The game needs to slow down just because you actually get way bigger consequences for heroes dying at that point in the level curve.
The damage does go through the buff immunity, so yeah.
Should.
It should. But you never know. Dota is sometimes weird,
Yeah,
especially with new mechanics. The buff immunity
It
is
is
still kind
Dota
of new.
too.
Well, Snaking got silenced up, but actually there's gonna be a spear on Muerta. Actually,
Oh, look at
Luxie
that.
is still surviving. There will be a
Focus,
beautiful
she's dead.
Terra. Still does go down. Okay, they deleted the PA. So this fight is pretty much over. Malrine is trying to get himself away. The Illuminate is hurting, but he's being protected by so many heroes. Stoikov, he's running circles around the enemies, but he's gonna be losing his BKB. There's an arena, but he doesn't catch Stoikov, so he's gonna be fine. The king will be crowned. Stun does connect, and it is gonna be Stoikov finally dead. Malrine gets his revenge on this guy who's been trying to kill him all the time. Divine Lama will get executed by Skitter. Just one crit was needed as Desire gets himself back to the base. He's playing a core. He needs to survive.
He does, but yeah, good demonstration there of, well, Focus does not get to live. Didn't you see correctly that he didn't even have the BKB in his inventory when he made that jump? That was kind of wild.
That would be very weird, but either way, he just got deleted by Malrine, and it is what it is. Overall, though,
Yeah,
now
I was worried about that as soon as I saw the jump. I don't think you get to kick off the fights anymore like that at all. You need to be using Stoikov to pick at them and hope that they at some point overextend into you.
maybe if you get a Hex, but the thing is, that's where crit comes in. I don't think he's gonna be allowing you to kill the Linas. Amar and Skitter, they can probably take care of themselves, and Amar now, he goes, he finds the poor Muerta. She's not gonna be getting out of this one alive. They're ignoring her for the time being. In the end, GG will be called, but they're gonna be knocked out as the throne does get destroyed even before the GG, the 10 seconds do pass out. And Team Falcons, they're gonna be getting themselves a 1-0 victory. After what I witnessed here, Kips, Falcons are 2 tiers above level up. I would be very surprised if this series goes to a 1-1.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, though. I gotta say that what we just saw was not exactly like the level up lineup or game plan that they were hoping to get, right? With just a little bit of a mispick there. Like I do think that Desire played very admirably, as did Divine Lama. Like all of the decision making still looked intentional in the way that they would want to play it. So it's hard to say how much better a level up is when they're actually playing with, you know, the right players on the right positions. Is a little bit of a handicap. I do think you'll agree.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Yeah, maybe that's then one class up. But you're completely right in saying that that's not 2 levels up to the position where Falcons is waiting for them. So yeah, I agree with your assessment. This is going to be hard for level up.
At least when the mistake happened, they laughed it off. And that for me gives me confidence that they do have the mental fortitude necessary to play this series till the end. And that's what we want to see, Kip. So we're going to be taking a short break, and then we'll be back with Game 2 when Level Up will finally get the right players on the right positions.
esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, we are back with the Pinnacle 25-year anniversary show here with Harry Freak and Gibbs, and we are watching our last series of the day. Currently, Falcons are up 1 game over level up, but it's still not over. Gibbs, we saw a bit of a mistake at the start there from level up, but they still looked somewhat composed. They used their spells properly, but of course the movements, the calls, the strategy wasn't there. Now, when they're probably, we're hoping gonna be on their preferred positions. Do you think how much are they gonna be increasing in their quality of gameplay? A lot, 5%, 10%, 20%? Do you have a speculation?
I'd give it like a solid 15 or so.
Okay.
Like pretty, and that's at this level, that's quite a lot. Like I don't want people to misunderstand me as the smaller the margins are. And I do think that this is going to make a significant impact to actually, you know, get your specialized players on their specialized roles. That would be nice. And, you know, maybe they get another 5% if they can manage to either draft a lineup that is not amazing to pick a Mars into, or just not let Amar have Mars.
Okay, we'll see what they do. Do you think they draft in a sense to account for possibility of Desire making a mistake?
No, you never do. You never do.
Okay. So let's see what they're gonna be drafting for. Level up, they're gonna be banning out the Weaver, and on the side of Falcons, they get rid of the TA. So okay, that's gonna be a solid opening, right? Of the bans, nothing too different from what we've seen in the previous game.
No, and we've got some really good TA play going on over on the side of Level Up as well. I believe both Focus as well as Stoikov count that among their signatures. So, you know, she's already very often banned first phase anyway. Here, certainly deserving of the first overall ban.
Okay, so it is going to be a Razor ban. So talk to me about this one. Is this just something that you're banning out versus Amar and Malrine because they're confident with it? Or,
Yeah.
or are you preparing for something?
You could be preparing for something as well. Like that is one of the ways in which you can prepare drafts, in that you look at the heroes that you want to take away the most, and then look if there are any heroes that the counter pool has significantly lessened for. But that's pretty advanced, and you'd probably have to hire somebody to do that for you. Because if as a player you're going like that deep into the draft for a game when you're going to play another one tomorrow. Like it takes hours to look up all that sort of stuff. So I kind of doubt that they would have gone that deep on the analysis this time around. And instead, it's mostly just, hey, this is a really high value ban because it takes a signature hero off the table for 2 players.
Okay, makes sense. I'm trying to see if Falcons have played the Razor, and the answer is no. So either they have screamed at each other, or I don't know what's the case, but banning it so early on when they haven't showed it even once in this tournament is weird to me.
It is a little bit, but on the other hand, do you really want to be the one to find out that they actually do play Razor?
Well, okay. I'm not sure, though. The Lina coming out, I don't know if you have seen the Lina versus Razor. Razor is actually pretty decent versus the Lina in the mid lane. Used to be decent even when Lina was more powerful in the mid lane than what she is now.
Tanky, that you farm fast, and that you're good at shoving the wave out, all still really hold value versus Delina. And you can definitely deny versus her as well. Something that the Kotl, as far as like I was talking about how decent of a matchup that is for the gameplay, clearly couldn't do in that previous game.
So they picked up the Lina here. This is the thing though. Malrine and Amar. So they both came from the same team, though they both have had issues with their hero pools.
Yes.
And do you think Skitter and Snaking and Crit, who I think can mostly play anything? I know that Skitter has mostly been playing the illusion-based heroes, but that doesn't mean that he can't play something different. That was just something he played for Tundra. Do you think they're gonna be enough with their wide hero pools to alleviate that problem of their lineup? Or do you think that Amar and Malrine are gonna have to step up and actually get even more heroes into their pool?
I'm a believer that as long as you've consciously picked the heroes that you can play and spread them out in such a way that the multiple heroes that you can play don't all fulfill the same kind of play style as well, that actually a pool of about 5 that you're like truly an expert on is honestly enough. And I do think that both Amar as well as Malrine have reached the 5 pool, like, because we'll always know them for, like, you know, Amar is going to always be Mars Razor, but we've definitely seen him open up a lot.
True.
So I think they're in a decent enough position right now, and I'm sure that it's still a work in progress as well, because neither of them have been particularly long mainstays of the pro scene, right? Whereas if you're talking about, you know, Crit, that man's been here forever and a day.
Yeah, he really has. There will be a Clockwork. We'll see if it's gonna be a Crit or a Snaking hero. Level Up on the other side, they're gonna be going for the Gyro. I'm gonna assume this is gonna be a support Gyro, as a Keeper of the Light does come out. Stoikov really did a number on Falcons a couple of fights,
yes,
despite getting destroyed in the mid lane. And this to me screams confidence. Guys, I made a mistake, but this time around I'm gonna show him how you play the mid lane.
Yeah, or alternatively, it's like we still want the kind of fight style that we had in the mid game in the previous game, and we're okay with giving up some space on the mid lane for that. Though that is a risky proposition, because I don't think that the problem was so much that Stoikov was underfarmed as much as it was the amount of confidence that the Lina had to make those moves, and how Malrine just kept showing up to these side lane fights, really making sure, especially that Skeeter didn't have to do anything at all for the start of that game.
And Falcons, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Lina, Mars, they won the previous game. Again, Mars very good at catching the Keeper of the Light this time around. There's no Centaur, but Primal Beast also loves going through over cliffs and stuff like that through the arena. That's not gonna be possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if Desire picks up this Primal Beast in this game too, as he has played it as a 4 quite a solid number of times in the past.
Yeah, And I've already stated, I think, my objections to that before. Primal Beast already has a tough time in the mid game. It's much like a clockwork where if you don't keep the kill tempo going, that at some point you start going in and you never come back out again, and that's when your item progression stops completely. So not too big of a fan because it always turns sacrificial. It's just a question of like how fast, and if you have a terrible game, then that could be really very early.
Falcons are taking their time with the 4th pick here, so they're probably gonna be getting a support. Grimstroke is actually in the pool, so
That's been
I
ignored
wouldn't hate it.
for today, honestly.
He was banned. I don't know if he was banned in this series, but he was banned in the previous series. That
Yeah.
I do remember.
But then I remember from even earlier on today, listening to our fine colleagues Bowie and Robin Roll, that Grimstroke was also ignored in the games that they were casting.
Why do you think that's
Alrighty.
so? I still think the hero is amazing. You know, here,
Yeah.
Keeper Light, Gyro, Primal Beast, the Purge is just insane. Though, you know what I would like to see? Now, I wasn't thinking about Chen. I was thinking about an Oracle, but Chen is pretty solid. Still heals versus a Spirit Vessel that's definitely gonna come out from the Coddle. I'm not 100% sold.
Yeah, I mean, it most likely has more to do with the type of early tempo that you can get out of a Chen, though, because this Chen was banned in the previous map,
Oop.
and for a good reason, seeing as that Falcons is pretty happy to pick the man up right now.
Yeah,
So-
he creates the kind of tempo that can completely crush some teams.
Yes. And much like with an Enchantress, you get a lot of information out of him as well. Something that really matters if you're going to be playing, well, let's say 2 initiators with Clockwork Mars and a BOT's Lena that can come in at any time. That would be pretty nice. And yeah, here's the answer from Level Up, which is, all right, you're going to be showing our waves in, we're going to shove them right back out, we're going to deny as much of that vision and as much of that ganking potential that you have as possible by just simply not being there. The waves are going to be pushed by somebody else.
So Falcons have played Chen 3 times in this tournament. Once they won in 21 minutes, once they won in 25, and the third time they won in 40 minutes, which was versus Yellow Submarine. They're the ones that put up the biggest fight. And in that match versus Yellow Submarine, they played versus an illusion-based hero. It wasn't a Naga, it was a Terrorblade, but you know, they can be similar in a sense of controlling the lane equilibrium. So I do like the Naga pick here. I think it's great versus the Mars. I think it can work well versus the Lina. Can be pretty solid versus the Chen or any kind of fast pushing lineup because you can cut waves. So I think Level Up are setting themselves up for potential success, at least versus the Chen.
Of course, Naga can be slow if she gets really hated on in the laning stage,
True.
which is a possibility, seeing as that, you know, we are anticipating the mid lane to lose here, if there is no shenanigans coming out from Level Up, which means that there will be more space for the mid laner to rotate over towards her lane, and we've seen several safe laners suffer a great deal already today.
Do you think there's a possibility of them sending a keeper into the off lane or maybe a position 4? Like, is that a possibility, or does Stoikov really want to show how good he is versus Malrine to show that he can actually stand his own?
I think that just got answered.
It can still be a Primal Beast in the mid lane, right? Though I doubt it. Darkseer Primal Beast does sound a lot better than the keeper Darkseer.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, Keeper Primal, Darkseer mid.
So there you go, Sven. So this is full on tempo for Falcons, right? 20 minutes in, you're ready to fight. To be honest, I don't really love their lineup versus what Level Up has. But what this meta has taught me is that what I previously knew about Dota is not applicable any longer, as I see so many counters, and then the team that has a clear view of what they want to do actually wins. And I think that's Falcons here, right? Level Up, they have responded to what Falcons have picked, whilst Falcons, they just went with their own thing. Plus, they have Catch for the Keeper of Light, which is the one hero that you could have problems with in this game.
Yeah, I think so as well. Of course, the Naga Siren, as long as she gets big enough, does present a really big problem for this lineup. The fact that you get to reset any bad team fights and just get out, especially under threat of these really huge arenas that Amars has been popping, that seems like a really good thing to have on hand. And in general, Falcons are just going to have less pick-off opportunities if that Naga gets off the ground. But that's an if. She is slow. You do have a Chen over on the Falcon side. You do have a winning mid lane over on the Falcon side. Just gonna say it like it is. I'm sure that Stoikov is going to do better this time around, but it's not going to be a total, flip upside down. Actually, we're in Australia now, and I'm gonna own you kind of style thing. Like the Kotal just doesn't win lanes versus range heroes in general like that.
So before we yeah, okay, we are gonna be getting aurselves into the game. If we could see Snaking's camera once again, I think he has a picture of Tundra lifting the Aegis, and the only thing that you can see in that picture is actually Skitter, right? So we can see Skitter on two different cameras. Of course, here in the little cameras, we're not gonna be able to see it, as it is very, very small in the corner. But either way, we are going to be getting ourselves in the game where Falcons are already very deep into enemy territory. That was super fast and not under enemy vision. Now they're going to be under enemy vision when Focus scouts them out with an illusion.
Two can play that vision game, snaking, but that vision, the wards especially, are super deep from the Radiant side, especially for this early on in the game. Which is, I mean, normally I would call that remarkable, but we've seen how hard they targeted Stoikov in the previous game, and they are geared up to do that again. These wards are made for hating, and that's what they're gonna do.
True. I guess Stoikov was thinking, okay, now I'm playing a dire side, Coddle. It's gonna be easier for me, and well, Falcons are prepared, though this is something that you might get a read on, as they did see the Lina, right, with the illusion. The other heroes were smoked, so it is something that we can look at. Melrine took a lot of damage before the lane has started, so overall it's a solid start for level up, at least in the mid lane. But in terms of bounties, Falcons have taken 3.
And the question is really how much damage Melrine needs to take in this mid lane at all, seeing as that he does outrange Stoikov, and that he does have the stun here as well, whereas Stoikov has no such methods of disabling. And the well, at least that was a deny already from the Lina. I'm sure there's going to be many more where that came from.
Yeah, probably. In the previous game, he had 20 CS and 10 denies, so it was going well for him. So talk to me about the side lanes. Where are the kills going to be happening? Is the gyro a big problem for those heroes on top? Is the bottom lane with the double shell going to be a problem for the Sven, as Snaking is making this lane be a problem for Desire and Llama, as they're not going to allow them to pull the wave there to the side. So very nice approach to the laning phase here from the side of Falcons on the bottom lane.
That's actually huge from Snaking. If they get that wave any further away, you actually get proper access to that level 2 over on the Llama, which is something that you sorely need. But instead he is stuck at level 1 for now. He's going to have to share that EXP, what little of it he's going to get, and all of that is going to make sure that the Sven has as good of a time as possible for as long as possible. And this one can really go either way as far as I'm concerned, because especially if you get a support freed up from the top lane, this Darkseer can have a really, really terrible time. But the Chen often needs to step away from the wave, so in that regard I don't actually think they're going to properly be able to shut the Vi out of the lane, and he's going to have a decent time. Maybe even give Skitter a hard time instead.
I'm still thinking the Sven is gonna do well, right? You get the Great Cleave, you're gonna be able to shove out the wave, and to me it seems that Falcons just want themselves to have a good game. They don't really care about level up, because level up's timings are a little bit later, right? You get the blink on the Mars, you get the initial items on the Sven and the Lina, and you just start moving forward. And I don't think there's gonna be much that level up can do to stop you.
No, I agree with that. Like, they're going to have some form of counter initiation between like the amount of damage that they do at range with Stoikov and the fact that you are going to have Primal Beast charging in, possible for a Vac Ball from the Darkseer, but especially actively, I don't think level up are going to do anything for a while. So those reactive plays is probably, they probably know that that's what they're gearing up for as well. And it gives you a lot of space on Falcons to decide which opportunities you want to give them at all.
Snake King got the Satyr, so that needs to die. Desire knows it. He knows it that the Purge is too big of a problem, and now he's gonna die because he was even willing to give his life away to remove the Satyr Banisher, and he doesn't manage to do so.
Yeah, that's no Iron Shell for you, Mr. Llama.
I don't know how they allowed that camp to get unblocked, really. I think if Desire had one job in that lane, it was to make sure that that camp is never alive.
Well, unfortunately, the camp is alive, and the Satyr is here to stay. That's a big blow for the bot lane.
Yeah, it's unplayable, really, at this point. It's worse than an Oracle. It's the worst thing you can play against, for sure.
It's absolutely awful. At the very least, you have the benefit that you're playing up versus a Sven, so he's going to naturally push the wave under tower from time to time, so you're going to get, like, something. But...
Sure. Unless it all gets denied, which it is. You know what the funny thing is? You can purge everything off. You can purge Uproar, you can purge the Iron Shell, the Surge, and even the Onslaught is purgeable. It's not even funny for those two heroes.
Nope. You don't hear me laugh either. It's rubbish.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm Gips, you are a weird Dota player. Usually Dota players like to see other Dota players suffer. That's why I'm laughing. It's just unplayable for him.
I mean, and you have made fun of me for that before as well, but in this case it's just so brutal. Like, it's just the one little thing that could ruin everything, and it's right here.
It's a catastrophe. I was talking about the Oracle. This is worse than an Oracle, and they picked the Darkseer into that Chen. Amar might be in trouble here on the top lane. The homing missile does connect. They don't have any more lockdown, but they have the blood grenade, and now with the body blocks, the illusions will tank the tower, and they get the kills, level up, get themselves on the board.
There go the creeps.
Yep,
finally.
Nothing has changed, Kips. They're still struggling here. The Vailama and Desire. Is he dead? Easy. That's why you killed the neutral creep, right? No purge.
Not even close right there. No, like my eye is on the amount of denies in the mid lane as well right now, as Desire just does not let Snaking have even a second, which is good. It's the only way to make it. Yeah. The Clockwork versus Gyro matchup is a really weird one on the support, right? Because both of them usually want to get the other support alone so they can pop their spells at him. But in this case, the Clockwork does not have the upper hand over the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, well, that's the the advantage of having the domination in the sky. You might be good at technology, but it doesn't matter. This guy's in a helicopter. He'll destroy. Stoikov at least does have a solid amount of CS in the mid lane. That's because he got some stacks off. So this time around, the supports of Falcons didn't rotate to the mid lane. So at least something going his way, but he still did die to the Lina.
Yeah, it's alright for him right now. And especially because these supports have been so busy in the side lanes that Focus, well, not too busy for Snaking to quickly pop through and get a kill over onto Focus. And this is... Focus is level up's way of extending the game. I don't want to say winning it right now because a lot more needs to come together for that. And I don't really think that Naga is a game winner in a traditional sense, as Stoikov steals some of Malreen's stacks, which is
Pretty nice.
very nicely done by him. He's
For
actually,
sure.
I think, up a level over him right now.
Yep, the neutral creeps really coming in handy for sure. That's quite nice. Also, I don't know if you saw there on the top lane when they were killing the Naga. With the God's Rebuke, the Mars pushed out every single illusion out of the cogs, and he didn't push out the real deal. So, nothing is working out for level up in this game. Apart from Stoikov is having a little bit of a better game, though it's still not a good one.
It's still not a look at the positioning. I was talking about the supports couldn't make their way over while the previous wards were still up, but now they have completely colonized the dire jungle. Both of them just sitting on that high ground, waiting for somebody to walk up. That someone is now dead.
Very nicely done by Malreen, also killing that homing missile, though. Now he might be in trouble. He's gonna get the stun off and dodges the Illuminate, so that means that he's gonna get himself out. Also, eats the mango there, meaning that he does have enough mana to continue dishing out the damage, but Snake King, he's the one that's gonna be getting the credit for the kills. That is a 4k goal lead, 8 minutes into the game, and Falcons in complete control of the early game here, Kips.
And it's hard to point out anything that's gone right for them, right? They got the absolute worst creep spawning on the bottom lane, so Devi Lama is nowhere near where he wants to be. Skeeter has been out-leveling him really hard. It means there's no threat on him. It means that the supports can go sit mid, where Stoikov had a better time until they showed up. And then the Naga Siren does not present nearly as big of a kill threat as a Phantom Assassin does, so she cannot play up for cheeky kills or anything like that. Instead, she's getting hunted through her own jungle right now, so this is the play. This needs to work out.
It's working out. I don't see him surviving this. The magical damage is too high on the level up team. Because of that reason, I want to see a Veil, preferably on the Gyro. So I'm hoping they're gonna go that route, because the way that you're winning this game or staying in this game longer is by getting pickoffs and getting them fast.
Yes. Completely agree with you. Like, the Kotal is going to be your mechanism for dishing out that damage and showing up fast. Like, he is going to be basically playing a different flavor of Lina here. But because you don't have the burst damage yourself necessarily, you're going to be reliant on some help from your supports. And the Gyro does have a ton of damage, especially with that Veil build, so I'm hoping the same.
And that kill on the Sven does take away the confidence of the Sven to stay on the bottom lane. And that is actually huge, because it will finally allow Llama to get something out of that lane and even push in the tower. You know, when you lose the lane so much and then you still get the tower, it's actually not as bad.
Yeah,
This is pretty bad.
Oh, this is very bad.
Malreen
They
might be in
have
trouble,
no
though.
saves.
Is
I
he?
don't think so.
No, he's fine. Help is coming from the side there, and it's actually Loopsy that put himself in a very uncomfortable position. There will be a seed shot coming through, doing a solid amount of damage. They're bouncing between the two of them, but either way, Crit will get himself away. They'll disperse, and well, your carry did die, which is a big hit to level up. Another big hit to level up.
Yes, it is. And the problem here is that normally when the Darkseer breaks through that bottom tower and starts shoving out that wave, right, you get a bunch of extra space on the bottom side of the map to play around in. But Level Up keeps getting, I want to say, like, tempted back to that top lane by the fact that their enemies are just playing up so far right now, and they have been sitting here all the time. And the Naga does not want to play in the same location as the Darkseer. They want to be on different sides of the map, both shoving their own waves. So this Naga is constantly under threat from this invasion, but on the other hand, Level Up can't react to it because their Darkseer will always be bottom. They don't have enough heroes to sweep Falcons out of this topside jungle. It's very annoying.
Falcons are trying to pull Level Up into their comfort zone, you know, a little bit of toxicity there, because they missed on the arena, and then because nobody went for it, they just tipped Amar themselves. Like, okay, Amar, you're gonna feel like at home. Devi Lama, he's gonna be dead. Solar Bind on Crit. Immediately, they're gonna be coming in with the Hand of God, and now Desire trying to finish off Malreen, who's gonna be running away. Illuminate a little bit too fast, but not enough to kill him, and he turns around with the stun and
My lord.
gets Desire dead. Malreen is still alive. The Solar Bind isn't gonna be enough, and they scout Stoikov, so he's not gonna be able to continue with the pursuit. Level Up, they lose two of their heroes, and they don't bring down Malreen after so so many attempts to do so.
And I think the Desire was, I don't think he was hasted there. I think that was probably a Surge, and it just ran out before the Lina was dead. Nothing's working out.
Okay, they are killing Amar. No tips, of course. Don't go to his own turf. Just kill him with kindness. That's what Level Up are doing right now. But it's not working out too well, Kips, because they're in a 7k gold deficit.
Yeah, I'm trying not to look at that.
Okay,
But
okay,
it's
that's smart.
getting kind of insistent, isn't it?
No, it's not. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't gaslight me, young man.
Yeah, I'm a young man. Thank you. People haven't called me that in quite some time.
Yeah, you know your youth is over when you stop getting like asked for your ID for alcohol.
My youth was over before I was of age, so yeah.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Eastern European. This is my bad.
Yeah.
Walked right into that one, huh?
Yeah, very much. So I've been an adult all my life. Awesome. As Skinner does show himself in the mid lane, though that was super fast. He had the DD, didn't even need the God Strength. So this smoke from Level Up not really gonna be giving them much.
Unless they walk straight into them. Oh no,
Yeah.
focus not again.
He's very much dead. It's the same duo of heroes that finish him off, and now Level Up are aware that the enemies are in their jungle and there's not much they can do about it. Actually, there will be a ward placed down, so maybe in the future they will be able to catch somebody on it.
That is entirely possible. Like, the biggest problem during that entire move is that now Dalai Lama was actually making his way towards the top lane, and now he doesn't really have anything to do here unless they want to take the fight right now into that 7k gold advantage, and they were asking for it. Falcons actually doesn't want to give it to them.
Yeah, they TP'd away the Lina and the Sven, and Amar having the blink, he just decides, okay, this is not worth it. If he had the BKB, maybe. And Skinner is hunting on focus. He has the invis, and he's just gonna wait for Mallory. Nope, he's gonna try to go for it himself, and the net. Very nicely done now, attacking the creep on the side. Focus. He doesn't have the song. He used it for a kill earlier. The hookshot will miss, as Skinner is coming forward. The wall will be there. They need to slow him down. They need to stop him, or he's gonna cleave their carry down, as now he's surrounded by enemies. He doesn't have the BKB. Skinner is looking very much dead, all alone, standing his ground and fighting 1 versus 4. Let's go! And he dies with his final war cry there. Very nice attempt, but in the end not successful.
No, and that's... Oh, it takes the entire enemy team on a nice little romp through their mid lane, because it takes him forever to die.
Yeah, but I mean, Kips, we have to agree that was manly, right? I think
It
that's,
was.
Yeah, that's the guy who gets all the
Like,
kills.
I could
There's
feel
no
my
way.
chest hair growing.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
No, the real problem here is that this illustrates how big of a lead Falcons has right now, and the only reason that they're not currently running roughshod over level up is because they're just waiting for their item timings. Amar is gonna have a BKB pretty soon. The Sven is most likely doing the same right now. Is Chen's stacking auras like there's no tomorrow, and they're gonna put the pedal to the metal like pretty much as soon as that Amar BKB arrives. Yeah.
They don't seem to be slowing down at all, though. They're going for a stun. Hookshot this time around. Crit is going to be on the mark. And that's going to be Llama dead. They have allowed him to farm a little bit longer after the laning phase. Not that much. Crit slowed down, brought down too deep, and will be punished. But if the tower falls, it is still a really, really good trade for Falcons. Deny. Very nicely done by Desire, not allowing his enemies to get all the gold.
That is about the best kind of defense that you can hope for on level up, especially after losing Divine Llama there. And you can see why this Stoikov, Keeper of the Light, was picked up again versus this Lina in spite of the problems in the laning stage. Between the split pushing and the fact that you actually get to def towers and punish the heroes they go in like that. Got found here though by snaking.
Malrine has the haste, so that Solar Bind didn't do anything. Stoikov is now the one that is in trouble. He did connect there with the Penitence. There's the slow. He needs the Surge. Will be getting it. No Laguna Blade, so meaning that Stoikov is most likely going to live. Malrine deals with the homing missile. Doesn't want to get stunned up, and they're still running forward. The Vailama now, he doesn't have his Surge just yet. It will be there, and also there's going to be a sleep as well to keep him at bay. Focus. They might chase him down. That's a very nice rocket, so they know exactly where he is, and Falcons, they're relentless. They're still coming forward. There's the arena, and there is a very dead Naga Siren. The Hand of God will come through, so the heals are going to be there as well as Skitter. Stun, fall up there from Delina, and that is a very dead Desire. Tries to go over the Pulverize, not going to be happening. Crit in the backlines, has found even more. Nice placement of the cause. He gets pushed back. He's still alive, not for long. The Spirit Vessel will finish him off, but also the Laguna Blade will finish off Loopsy. It will be a 3-for-1, and the tower will follow as well. Another nice victory for Falcons.
Really mostly fueled by the fact that the Naga Siren there, I don't know if there were TP scrolls missing or if there was another consideration for why they simply walked off, but they were always going to get chased down there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Focus didn't immediately start running away. I don't know what the...
or TP.
Neither of those happened. And it was just so easy to predict that the Falcons are never gonna stop. They even hesitated, I think, for a second. But Amar never hesitates. The rest of the team maybe hesitated for a second.
Man was born with his finger on the trigger.
It makes sense. And I really like what Loopsy did here. If he continued to run towards the tier 2, the onslaught might have continued. But because he turned around and then Falcons needed to stop with their chase to do the damage, then it allowed the remaining 2 heroes of level up to escape.
The only thing that can stop the bloodshed is, well, bloodshed. Can't kill your cores if they're too busy killing your supports.
True.
We saw that in the previous game. It's not really an ideal solution, but it is one of the, like, more effective ones.
Yeah. Try to prolong the game by giving them not as many core kills and hope that a mistake will happen that you're gonna capitalize on.
Yeah. You know, back in Vega Squadron, we used to scrim against, like, the old VP lineup a bunch, like the solo Ramses one. And it was almost like that team had some kind of button that they pressed, or like a specific call that they made, where they bailed from a fight, and I'm sure it was like 1 or 2 words, because their cores would run away at exactly the same time that their supports would run in.
Okay. So it was something that they've practiced, for
yes, for sure. It was very impressive, if it wouldn't be so damn annoying, because you just, anytime you think you have a good fight against them, there's 2 lemmings throwing themselves in your face, and the cores just all disappear into the woods, like they were never there in the first place. As some other people were never there in the first place, I think, right now.
Yeah, they're...
Evaporation.
I don't know where the Vailama was there, Loopsy. Nope, not at all.
Nope.
There's gonna be another Illuminate through the Lina there, but yeah, he's gonna be fine. The heals come through, and they're all super full. So, coming back to your talk about instant disperse, leaving support, scores coming out. Do you think at some point in Dota, teams are gonna get so advanced, we're gonna have tactics like in the, let's say, American football or in volleyball, where you just show your team, okay, we are doing this now, right? And then everybody follows. Like, let's go tactic number 1, and then it is a certain...
like a CSGO?
Yeah, like a certain map maneuver that might be a standard for some teams.
The answer is yes, but it requires a different form of training. And this is one of the things that I'm kind of frustrated with never getting to work properly on. But the fact that Dota players only train through playing full matches is ridiculous. How many professional athletes do you know who train only through playing full matches? Like, and not just know personally, but like in general, how many of them do you think ever reached the top that? No. Everybody does drills, you practice individual movements, you practice individual things, and Dota 2 has so few opportunities to actually practice individual moments. I thought there would be an opportunity for a revolution when the replay takeover came in. And it was like, okay, now you can schedule a time with somebody and you can actually just play the same high ground siege 5 times. And as soon as that opportunity comes, Dota teams are going to actually be able to develop the language and the skills that they need to play out different scenarios. But until we can train like that, and especially with Dota not having any break moments during the game, which is where, in CSGO you discuss those tactics, where in American football you discuss those tactics. No, we are not going to go there.
Okay. So Valve needs to give us a way for teams to train. Okay, so that's.
There
that's what
have been
I
mods
understood.
like that. They have been very poorly supported by the pro community, and it's been very hard for the modders to get
sense.
people interested.
Makes sense. It does, but overall it does sound cool. I think it would give competitive Dota another level, and then a tier 2 team is not gonna be as easily beaten by just some tier 1 players coming up together.
Yes.
Rather, it's gonna be a little bit tougher, as Loopsy is having a very tough game. Malrine keeps deleting, and Malrine keeps deleting everybody. This guy's a bully.
He is. And that's why we like to see this guy on the Lina. I might be tired of the Spirit Breaker, but the Lina, because she is so high risk, made out of literal tissue paper, I think it's only fair that she actually gets to delete people.
Lina is that type of, that girl bully in elementary school that just punches all the boys. Were you like that, Kips?
Definitely not.
You don't have to respond.
No, I'm serious. I was too busy rescuing the local spiders that got caught inside and putting them outside.
Oh, cool. That's a noble calling. I had a friend in elementary school. I mean, two friends, the girls. One kicked us, the other one punched us. So if they were in a duo, it was pretty bad. But they were usually separated. At different
Good.
times they went to school, so we were easy. You deal with one easy. With two, it's a little bit tougher.
Yeah, it's no fair when they band up. And I think at some point, those girls should probably learn, not too hard, but they should probably learn that the boys kick and punch harder.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun. Everybody has fun. It's not like they're really hurting you either way, though. That's gonna be a nice hook shot away from crit. It's gonna be fine.
That's what you need to do if you get bullied. Just extend your arm machine and say, I'm out of here.
Yeah, run away from a fight. The 19k goal lead, 1k goal lead for each of the kills that Falcons have gotten, because that's exactly how many kills they have. 19, as Malrine is trying to find his 7th. He's 6-0-9, so some interesting maths there on him, as he really wants another kill, though for now seems to be wanting to run away. He's all alone. Now he does see Skitter, but he decides to go for another one. Who?
I don't know him.
Yep. Skitter coming forward. He doesn't have the stun for 4 seconds, but they get the hook shot onto focus. He's the only one in the cog, so he cannot sink. You just can't do it through the battery assault. You constantly try to open your mouth, and he continues closing it until help comes. And there it is. Falcons, they get themselves another 2 kills, 2 cores, and this game is looking even easier than the previous one.
Yep. At least in the previous one, they had a form of burst damage to actually fight back with, in the form of the PA, the physical burst, the threat of that jump. And in this game, unfortunately, their only options are really throw the supports down the side lanes in order to please keep the waves off of us, which is disastrous if you're playing a game with both a Naga Siren and a Darkseer in it. Those should have been shadow pushing the waves all along. But it's just such a threat to be out on the map at all.
I think the second the Dalai Lama got dismantled in the laning phase by the Satyr, that this game was kind of over. Because as you mentioned, those outpushing of the waves is what this lineup is all about. And when one of your heroes is completely helpless, then it is a problem. And the Naga didn't have that good of a game either.
Yeah, and compounded to that, of course, is that the Lama is one of the main shot callers, and the fact that he doesn't get to play. And you see this a lot with the Lama lineups in general, is that if he has an absolute trash game, then the team gets kind of aimless because he's normally just such a big part of the comms.
They're literally tripling them in kills with a 24,000 gold lead. That's almost gonna be 1k per minute, which even in the new patch, even with the new map, it's not something that we've seen teams come back from. The spear will connect. That is a very dead Naga Siren. There will be a call down, and the vacuum wall pretty nicely done. Focus is still alive inside of the arena, though. It's not going to be easy. They did catch Malrine. The Hand of God not going to be enough to keep him alive, and the Aegis is on the Sven. They're thinking about running away. Amar, he uses the spear, and he's getting stuff. But here comes the Sven with a double stun, and it's time for revenge. The hookshot is there onto the poor Divine Llama. Darkseer, as he's getting destroyed by Snaking and Skitter, pretty much reminiscent of his laning days. And Desire, just like in the previous game where he was a core, as a support, he is the one that lives all the time.
This is a really good counter initiation of the type that we were thinking maybe Level Up could get more of, but then just chase through. Like I understand that they're feeling like this is probably the first opportunity they've gotten in a while, and you go on through. But you only got that opportunity because Skitter wasn't there yet. And he must be somewhere.
They were hoping that he was laughing at his teammates for dying. And that,
sitting somewhere in his own jungle with his feet up.
True. Farming on, having fun. We know that carry players, they're crazy in that way. They're fine just hitting creeps all the time.
True. It's like I think there's something Pavlovian about it, that just the sound of gold tinkling does something to their brain.
Yeah, it's weird, but it seems to be the best feeling for them. When I'm playing carry, I'm always going for fights unnecessarily because I'm bored, but they tend to fight for only when absolutely needed.
That's a lot of damage on Amar.
Scott, he's actually dying. He will get the arena off, and finally he'll be dropping down. But Skitter now, he's inside of the arena with Loopsy, and I was looking for more. The sleep is there, but you cannot run away. Delina coming over. Buyback did come out from the gyro, and that sleep will finally end. Skitter, he goes in. Stoico, just a couple of hits would be enough. Stun on to focus on the other side. LSA has caught poor focus, and running away here will be next to impossible. The Dragon Slayer does finish off as Skitter gets a triple kill. Lina dropping low. Melrine goes for the flight there. The Flame Cloak will keep him safe as Desire wants to find him. He's gonna do his best with the onslaught to find that kill. Another 2 buybacks will be coming through as Stoikov. He's taking so much damage to the multiple rockets that overclock. It's gonna be ending fairly soon, so Crit is gonna be stunned up, but then again, so will Divine Llama. He TP'd right into the cogs, right into his own death as the GG was called. Level Up are aware this game and this series, they're both over. They were no match for the Falcons.
Absolutely not. And that, I guess that answers the question, like, are Level Up going to be better with their full lineup on the right positions? And science has been done. The evidence says no. No, I think Divine Llama should immediately go back to boss. No.
I mean, but to be honest, Falcons, here they played something that is very hard to deal with if you're not a really well-oiled machine. I mean, just remember TI and Gaming Gladiators and how they played some of these lineups with good push. Some of the teams got completely dismantled by it, and that is TI teams. So Level Up currently, they're not on TI level, probably not even close just yet. So playing versus these type of lineups is always going to be scary. It's going to be hard and almost impossible to play against.
It's absolutely horrendous. A good Chen team or Eng team can get so much mileage and so much of your terrain out of it, and the pressure is seemingly never ending. And in that regard, Falcons also did a really good by never really letting their foot off the pedal, even in the times where they were clearly just waiting for items. That didn't mean that they were not still making things happen on the map. They were not just not dedicating all of their resources to it, but they never actually let off the pressure.
So we know 4 teams that have continued and are now in the upper bracket semis. We do have 8 teams in the lower bracket. Today we didn't see anybody get eliminated, but tomorrow we are going to be seeing 4 teams getting eliminated. So Kips, now when you see this lower bracket round 1, give me your predictions, and then of course you and me are going to be casting the 2 later games from
Yes.
17 CET, but so that we can check if you were right. So who's going home, right? Which 4
Going
teams are
home
actually not going
are-
to be making it through?
Cyber, Alliance, Nemiga, and Bates.
Okay. Okay, I think I mostly agree with you there. Maybe Bait and Klee is gonna be close for me, and Level Up and Nemiga could be close as well. Nemiga can surprise, even though they're not the same Nemiga that used to be with Kiritich and Malrine. They are still pretty decent for sure. Today we saw only 2 O's skips, so do you think any of those results were unexpected, or did all of the favorites actually win?
I think all of the favorites won here today. Yellow Submarine, I think, should on like paper have had the best chance versus Team Tickles. But the other 3 matchups, especially VP was always going to take it over Alliance. Dudley Boys were definitely favorites over Team Klee. And Falcons just showed us very decisively about why I think all of us as talent expected this to be a 2-0s only day.
Us as talents, the production, and of course our lovely viewers, to which we're gonna have to say goodbye for now. Kips, thank you for joining me. We're gonna be back tomorrow at 11 CET. Our colleagues are gonna be here, and then from 17 CET, me and Kips are gonna be taking over for the second 2 best threes of the day. Tomorrow we're gonna be seeing 4 teams get eliminated, so be sure to be here with us to find out which 4 teams it's going to be. But until then, have a good night and bye bye.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Sorry. Go on, you go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies, I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.